Chapter 976, A Land Outside the Law.
They actually negotiated peace with Rose City? How is this possible?
Miranda looked at the newspaper in her hand in disbelief. This is the most powerful country in the world. The Lighthouse State, which is known as the most powerful rogue country. It has wantonly attacked bandits in dozens of countries in the world, and actually attacked a group of thugs occupying the city. Suing for peace is as absurd as a cat telling a flea that we will stop fighting and live in peace.
It doesn't matter. For them, war is just a way to make money. If there is any benefit, they will try their best to create excuses for war. Mobilize public opinion tools. Encourage people to declare war on others. And even make war profits. Do business while fighting the enemy. As for why they are seeking peace, it's just that there is no benefit. It's just a Rose City. It means nothing to them. They even give it the right to self-governance. And they can also bring in lawless gangs. Gangs and those who freely enter the city from other cities in the state. All the brain-destroying people rushed over together, which made it easier for them to rule other cities, which was a relatively favorable result for them.
Zhang Tuohai explained.
But didn't those people kill a lot of rich people in Rose City? Don't they feel sad when a rabbit dies and a fox dies?
Miranda was puzzled.
The rich people in Rose City are also considered rich to them?
Zhang Tuohai laughed.
Really rich people are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. People in Rose City may still be considered rich in our eyes. But when we look at the whole country or even the whole world, they are nothing. In the real world, in the eyes of the top wealthy people, they are not considered similar at all. Even if the real top rich people die, who will be sad? If they die, they are worthless. They are still wiping tears at the funeral. And the next second, they will lose the market share he left behind. Eat it all. The cake is only so big. Some people eat more, and some people eat less. Who doesn't want to take one more bite?
Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer.
Don't look at them. They usually stand together and act monolithic. When it comes to the distribution of benefits, they all want the other party to die quickly and eat the cake alone. Is it so cruel?
This was unacceptable to Miranda, who had lived in a big family since she was a child.
This is a world composed of capital. Everything is profit-oriented, and there is no human kindness at all.
Zhang Tuohai sighed. Despite what he and Miranda said so clearly, he himself sometimes couldn't figure out why these capitals would be so greedy in the end. What's the use of having all the money in the world in his arms? He doesn't understand. But fortunately, he doesn't need to understand. He still wants to use the painful and devouring nature of capital to achieve his own goals, such as his relationship with the military-industrial complex. From a national perspective, they should normally have a hostile relationship. However, they did a good job in business, and even worked together to kill a commando brigade in the lighthouse country of Saxe. Zhang Tuohai gained benefits. The military-industrial complex received new orders, and both parties were happy.
By the way, is there any reaction from Rose City? According to the report of the liaison officer who stayed there, the popular leader Pedro hopes to negotiate peace. After all, their goal is to protect their homeland. However, there is a conflict between who will be responsible for city management and the local warlord Sanders. The two sides have drawn a boundary in Rose City, and the swords are at war with each other, and a conflict may break out at any time,
Miranda said.
Ha. You didn't even get the fruit, and you started fighting among yourself? It's really a bunch of rabble.
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head after hearing this. However, he now needs this ragtag group of people to serve as a benchmark to encourage more free people in the lighthouse country to seek independence and freedom. Promote this model, and make every city in the lighthouse country a Rose City. Only if the lighthouse nation takes care of itself can their unlucky neighbors have a chance to develop and even regain previously captured territory.
Then what are we going to do? Shoot people to suppress them?
Miranda asked.
No. Tell them that no one is allowed to fire at each other without my permission. Otherwise, I will cut off their sources of food, water and weapons. I don't think they want to fight each other with sticks. Right. If necessary, those drones will become their enemies,
Zhang Tuohai said coldly.
I'll notify you right away, but I guess I won't be able to control it for a few months. After all, it's within the lighthouse country, and they can still find other sources of goods,
Miranda reminded from the side.
It doesn't matter. A few months is enough. What I need is a demonstration of Rose City. I want to promote this model. What will Rose City look like after a few months? What does it have to do with me?
Zhang Tuohai sneered and said.
It doesn't matter even if Rose City is reduced to rubble. It's not my home anyway. Understood.
Miranda went down to make arrangements.
Following Zhang Tuohai's warning, Sanders and Pedro, who were originally at war with each other, ceased their efforts. The two sides demarcated and governed according to the actual control area, and each prevented the patrol team from patrolling the border. At the same time, negotiators from the Saxon state also came to the Rose City. After some wrangling, the two parties agreed that the Rose City was still nominally the territory of the Lighthouse State, but it was completely self-controlled. Neither the Federation nor the Saxon state had the right to enter the Rose City. All rights belong to the citizens of Rose City. Everyone is a completely free citizen, enjoys unlimited freedom, and will not be governed by anyone. After signing a contract, Rose City officially declared its autonomy. Soon, the news spread throughout the internet. No one could have imagined that these mobs actually succeeded and opened up a territory in the territory of the Lighthouse State. Even the Supreme Court of Saxony State considered and passed this bill. All affairs in the Rose City are managed by the citizens. Free decision and not subject to federal and state laws. This time it attracted a lot of attention, and many people on the verge of bankruptcy were ready to take action. They have reached the edge of bankruptcy and want to escape to the Rose City to escape the fate of bankruptcy and liquidation. Some people with free minds were the first to get on various means of transportation and rush to the Rose City, hoping to live there and breathe the sweet free air. A large number of careerists also fell in love with this lawless land and came to the Rose City with various purposes. A large number of traders also saw the business opportunities here and came from all directions, wanting to cut a piece of this cake. All kinds of people, with various purposes, converged on Rose City. Chapter 977 Sparks everywhere. Soon, a large number of people gathered around Rose City with various purposes. They brought various tents and cabins, and some people even slept in the cars. The gathering of a large number of people naturally brought various demands. Smart traders came from all over the place, bringing various goods and services. Even some wandering Orioles also took up the idea of this area and drove over to look for business, attract customers. Of course, the largest number of vendors here are from the chicken taco country. Zhang Tuohai, who had been prepared for all this, had already prepared supplies and goods, many of which were originally donated supplies. As soon as the news of the armistice was confirmed when it was heard, it was immediately turned into a commodity on the spot and sold there, with the price more than doubling. Although the people in Rose City are very dissatisfied with this. Things are rare and expensive. Many things are only sold here by Zhang Tuohai. If you don't buy them, they may be sold out in the next second. Therefore, even though the price is very high, it still cannot stop those people's impulse to consume and make large purchases. Among them, cigarettes, beer, fried chicken and cola are the most consumed. The war has caused indelible pain to many people, and they need this to anesthetize their nerves. In addition to selling various in-demand materials, the merchants sent by Zhang Tuohai also purchased various luxury goods, regardless of their origins, as long as they were genuine. But the purchase price was less than 1/10 of the market price. Even so, many people flocked to it and started shopping for 0 yuan, sending freshly purchased luxury goods to vendors in exchange for fried chicken and beer. These traders then transported the purchased luxury goods back to the country, and Zhang Tuohai took the lead in transporting them overseas and selling them to other countries at 30% off the market price. Because it was authentic and cheap, it really attracted many buyers. Over time, a stable trade chain was formed between Rose City and Chicken Taco Country, because a long section of the road passes through underground tunnels. Zhang Tuohai calls it tunnel economy. It is precisely because of the existence of the tunnel economy that Rose City has formed a deformed trade industry chain. The entire city is supporting this industry chain. Most people live a peaceful life. Many people are even better than before the war. It also moisturizes a lot. As the economy gradually improves, many people begin to take selfies online to show off their lives. At first, people thought it was a public relations video and didn't take it seriously. How could a city that had just gone through war be so good? After the news was over, people gradually discovered that all this was actually true. This discovery has really shocked many people. And at the same time, it has also stirred up the minds of many people with low incomes. Some internet celebrities smelled the traffic and immediately drove over to shoot videos in the Rose City, which was called on-the-spot interviews for everyone. However, as soon as they arrived, they were given red envelopes by Pedro and Sanders. After receiving the money, these internet celebrities naturally know what to do. Various videos are overtly and covertly biased. In their shots, the entire Rose City economy is booming. The residents are free and wealthy, and everyone's face is filled with peace, a happy expression.
Under the propaganda of these internet celebrities, the entire Rose City has become a concrete symbol of freedom and democracy, and has become the yearning in the hearts of those who are dissatisfied with life. As a result, more and more people, attracted by the video, came to Rose City by various means of transportation. Some people feel that they have arrived in heaven, while others are disappointed and feel that this place is not what they imagined. I made a video to expose all of this, but my account was quickly restricted and blocked. And then I was found by Sanders or Pedro's people and dealt with secretly. Sanders and Pedro have understood that only by maintaining a positive image of Rose City can they continue to gather resources here and allow them to live a happier and freer life. Therefore, they will spend a large amount of money every month. Funds are used for public relations and social media. As long as there is negative news about them, they will be deleted, restricted and blocked. Then, the information and address of the photographer will be obtained and physically removed. Anyone who prevents them from living a better life should not be in this world. Both Sanders and Pedro have gradually deviated from their original ideas and began to fall into the trap of power and wealth. They were gradually corrupted and began to be greedy for power and wealth. As for the original dream of freedom, what is that? There are many smart people in the world. In addition to Sanders and Pedro, there are many people who have seen the prosperity of Rose City. However, their own resources and strength are limited, and they cannot go to Rose City to replace them. Then what should we do? Many people are beginning to wonder if they can replicate what Rose City does in their own cities. Will your city also become a Rose City? Then can't I become the next Sanders and Pedro? So, these smart people began to send people to Rose City to inquire about the situation. Under Zhang Tuohai's guidance, these people soon learned that the success of Sanders and Pedro depended on foreign military assistance. And these military assistants came from Zhang Tuohai. So, these people met Zhang Tuohai after spending a lot of resources. Zhang Tuohai was also unambiguous and agreed that as long as they were willing to establish a free city in their own city, Zhang Tuohai would be willing to provide weapons. However, some industries, such as cola, fried chicken, and the acquisition of luxury goods, would be exclusively handled by Zhang Tuohai. As a reward, after receiving the promise, these people happily signed the contract and returned to their cities with the goods Zhang Tuohai had just ordered from the military-industrial complex. After a series of careful preparations, on a Friday night, a big event happened that shocked the entire Lighthouse country. That night, among the more than 200 cities in the entire Lighthouse country, free movement occurred in 30% of the cities. On this night, countless people took up weapons to defend freedom and defend their homes. Of course, there will be some caring people who do not want to be named, distributing weapons and ammunition, leading the free people, opening reserve warehouses, and freely choosing weapons that they think can protect themselves, such as RPG, Phoenix, and M2A1 main battle tank. There were also many people with impure motives who mixed in and committed evil and robbery. However, all the evidence was burned by fire and then whitewashed in the name of freedom. Because this night was a weekend, both the MPs and the guards were on vacation. In most camps, only 1/3 was forced to go on duty, and the rest went to the city to have fun. Then, they were greeted by free fire. After one night, a large number of cities announced the formation of the Liberty Alliance, asking the state Congress to give them the same rights as the Rose City. They also wanted unlimited freedoms. For a time, the entire internet was filled with a wave of freedom. Chapter 978 The Thoughts of the MPs. The lights were brightly lit in the Yoda State House conference room, and Governor Cassandra was frowning and smoking a cigar. He was in a very bad mood at this time. Not long ago, he was laughing at the incompetence of the governor of Saxony. He actually sued for peace with a group of urban thugs. It was simply a shame for the Lighthouse country. As a result, not long after, his own state something similar happened inside. And not together, but 3 times. In addition to the largest city where his parliament is located, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th cities have all launched freedom actions, declaring their independence from state control, demanding autonomy, and asking the state Supreme Court to pass laws to give them similar rights to Rose City status. If they really agree to this, the economy of the entire Yoda state will suffer a devastating blow, and at least half of its financial resources will be lost. He glanced at the surrounding military and political officials with a gloomy look, and said coldly, "Tell us what we should do. Suppress. We must suppress. If we don't suppress, what's the majesty of our guard? We must hit hard, give resolute blows, and eliminate everyone we find. the commander-in-chief of the State Guard said firmly.
How to suppress it?
A member of parliament asked with a sneer.
Of course, with artillery and machine guns.
The commander-in-chief of the Guard had already prepared.
The reason why Sac State failed was because it made the mistake of underestimating the enemy. I can guarantee that we will not repeat the mistakes of Sac State. I will first use electronic warfare aircraft to destroy the opponent's communication network. Then use stealth bombers to bomb important facilities and nodes. Use missile Apex to snipe important targets. Crush the opponent's armed forces. Use tanks and armed helicopters to cooperate to clear ground targets. And finally, special forces marching hand in hand with the infantry. The city was eventually recaptured.
The commander-in-chief of the State Guard said confidently.
Why don't you tell me to authorize the use of nuclear weapons?
The state finance director said with a sneer.
Do you know how much logistics it takes to use these weapons? How much does it cost? Can the state finances support it? Furthermore, even if we can sustain it, if we adopt this strategy, even if we conquer the city, it will still be reduced to ruins. What's the use of having a few ruins? Can they bring in income?
Another councilman also agreed. Road.
Then what do you think we should do? Just ignore it. Let them govern themselves.
The commander-in-chief of the State Guard asked angrily.
In my opinion, it's not impossible to arrive.
A council member said with a smile.
What did you say? Cartel. Are you going to betray us and join that group of thugs?
The commander-in-chief of the State Guard roared, slamming the table.
Calm down.
Governor Cassandra's voice spread throughout the conference room, making everyone quiet down.
Cartel. We all know that you always have some good ideas. Now that we have reached a critical moment, stop showing off and tell us what you think.
Cassandra said.
Yes. Carter. Tell me what you think. Now we are grasshoppers on the same rope.
Other congressmen cooperated.
Everyone.
The congressman named Carter stood up and said loudly.
Before discussing this issue, let's review it first. For what purpose are we sitting here? Sitting in this conference room of the State House? Is it the spirit of serving tax-paying voters? Or is it the ideals and ambitions of practicing great freedom? Or is it a sense of social responsibility? In my opinion, these are all bullshit used to deceive fools. We are sitting here for only one purpose, and that is to make money. Whether it is a legislator, a financial officer, the commander-in-chief of the State Guard, or our dear governor, our purpose is very simple and consistent. That is to make money.
Carter shouted.
Cartel. What do you want to say?
A congressman asked impatiently.
It's very simple. Since our purpose is to make money, the next step is simple. Whether we agree to the standards of autonomy for these 3 cities is also very simple. That is, whether it can make us make money. If it can make us make money, then let them. So what about autonomy? If it doesn't allow us to make money, then use military power to raise these 3 cities to the ground. Deter those scoundrels and deduct some money from urban reconstruction.
Carter said lightly.
If it becomes a free city, then state laws cannot be taken into account. City taxes cannot be collected. And even the factories of large companies cannot survive there. How can we make money?
A councilman asked.
Those are all related to state finance. And they don't fall into our pockets. What does it have to do with us?
Carter said with a smile.
What do you mean?
Governor Cassandra asked.
I said people to investigate the reasons for Rose City's economic boom. There are 2 main reasons. One is the sale of necessary supplies. It is conceivable that after full freedom and autonomy are announced, no one will be willing to go to work, and the factories will not stay there. If you live in an unregulated place, they will definitely be relocated, and by then, even if they want to work, they will have nowhere to go. There are no factories, no restaurants, no water plants, no power plants, nothing. What should we do? It's very simple. We provide them with services. As for the price, naturally we have to add another 0. Don't ask. Asking is freedom. Cost,
Carter said with a smile.
If they don't work anymore, where will the money come from?
Asked a congressman.
It's very simple. When their savings are wiped out, they will be forced to work. I sent people to Rose City to see it. Those Aboriginal people are engaged in supporting services for some transfer centers, including accommodation, catering, entertainment, etc. As for the consuming guests, they are naturally the main force of zero-yuan purchases. What will the money they get from selling stolen goods be used for? It is of course eating, drinking and having fun, and it naturally flows into the pockets of the Aborigines. And they can only continue to return to their place of origin and continue shopping for $0. And the money of the indigenous people flows into our pockets by purchasing electricity, internet, food, and water. It's perfect, isn't it? They already have a very mature network there. Can we compete with them?
One council member was obviously moved, but still asked worriedly.
The advantage of Rose City is obvious. That is, it was established the earliest. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it is too far away, especially for us from other states. Our local army of $0 buyers have to go to Rose City to sell their stolen goods. The journey is too long. If we go too far, there will be too much time wasted. We all are like this, let alone those states further away. If we can help them solve it nearby, will they be willing to come to us?
Counselor Cartel asked with a smile. Chapter 979 Two Extremes. After hearing Cartel's words, the eyes of those congressmen lit up. Yes, although Rose City was established relatively early, it also has an important flaw. That is, it is too far away. It takes them more than 10 hours to drive there, let alone those from further states. If they could provide a nearby place for those who buy for 0 yuan to sell their stolen goods, wouldn't those people be willing to come? When there are people, consumption will come. But why are you worried about not making any money? In the past, there were companies that paid a lot of taxes, but that was the money of the state assembly. Even if they were involved, they still had to create a name to hide it from others. Just because of this, we still need to worry about the revelations and resign collectively. Now, the problem is simple. They are doing business with those free people, and the money they make is reasonable and legal. You can't say anything. What? You said the product price is too high? Don't ask. Asking is the result of free market regulation. Freedom is the most expensive commodity. The air of freedom is so sweet. Isn't it too much to increase the electricity bill tenfold for freedom? Moreover, the best thing about doing business with those free people is that there is no legal supervision. The entire city has become autonomous, so naturally there are no laws. And neither federal nor state laws have jurisdiction. So the question is, who is regulated by the law? Some people may think that the law regulates ordinary people, because people with money and power will always have various means to circumvent the law. Ordinary people can only accept the constraints of the law. However, when they get to a place truly outside the law, they will discover that what the law actually regulates is rights. There is a law, but these powerful and wealthy people still find loopholes to circumvent the law. The cost is too high, which will make them restrain themselves and make their appearance less ugly. Ordinary people may have a slightly more uncomfortable life at most, but they still have basic protection. However, if the supervision of the law is really lost, then those with money and power can act unscrupulously, and ordinary people will be the unlucky ones. The people who know this most deeply are the citizens of Yanyan City. They saw the advanced deeds of Rose City on the internet. Attracted by this benchmark, they immediately sent representatives to learn from advanced experience. Then, those representatives were overwhelmed by the heavy red envelopes, and then were led to Xizang Tuahai, and then returned to Yanyan City with a large amount of weapons assistance. The representative said nothing and directly released the carefully edited video. In the video, the entire Rose City is prosperous and affluent, and the residents are happy and free. They don't have to work, clock in, or be restricted by bosses every day. They have endless beer, endless fried chicken, cigarettes, and free housing every day. The Rose City in the video is simply a paradise on earth, which makes everyone fascinated. The citizens of Yanyan City were moved. They armed themselves with weapons of assistance. On that unified Friday night, they overthrew the corrupt and incompetent city council, killed all the unscrupulous wealthy businessmen in the wealthy areas, and hung those who had been deducting money. Their boss then declared a free city and asked the Yoda State Council to agree to their conditions. The Yoda State Council readily agreed to their conditions, and at the same time also thoughtfully helped them move, shut down, and blow up a series of factories, power stations, fried chicken factories, Coke canning factories, etc., that exploited them. These citizens were happy at first, thankful that they were finally free. There wasn't even blood, and the city didn't turn into ruins. I was much luckier than Rose City. After returning home, they found that their thinking was too simple. I want to drink water, but there is no water in the tap. I want to cook, but there is no gas in the gas pipe. I want to go online to complain, but there is no internet. I want to charge, but there is no power in the power supply. Calling for takeout. All the pizza places were closed because the trucks transporting flour and vegetables stopped. If you want to buy fried chicken, All the stores are closed because the fried chicken factory has moved. If you want to drink Coca-Cola to be happy, the result is the same. The remaining Coca-Cola has become a popular luxury product. Now, a bottle of Coke can be exchanged for an AR-15 or 300 rounds of ammunition. Of course, the premise is that you also have an AR-15 in your hand. Otherwise, whether the other party will pay the bill is a question. Everything they had taken for granted in their lives had disappeared. Even if life remains unchanged, public security has also been seriously challenged. After the police and guardsmen were found to have withdrawn, the gangs began to flourish. Originally, they would take care of the police officers and guards, so as not to cause too much trouble. At most, they would launch pistol-level shootings. Now, the last group of people responsible for maintaining law and order are gone, and there is nothing to restrain them anymore. These people began to act recklessly on the streets. Even if someone is shot and killed, there is no need to hide because there is no one to restrain them. Not to mention killing people. Even using mortars to blow up buildings at will, and no one cares about the noise. The carnival time for these people has arrived. The sound of racing, shouting, and gunfire filled the night sky. 3 days later, the congressman returned here, bringing electricity, water, food, and mercenaries responsible for maintaining security. But all of this was for a fee. The price is naturally 10 times higher than before. If you can't afford it, it's easy. You'll be dragged away, thrown into jail, and worked as free labor until you die. Just like those mixed-race immigrants who crossed the border illegally. No one cared about them because they were free people and had no status. Just like no one cared about slaves. The remaining people can only work hard to make money and pay off their debts through various means. They were exploited even worse than before. Saltwater City and Rose City are both free cities, but they go to two extremes. One is extremely wealthy, as if it were paradise on earth, while the other is being squeezed even harder than before. The two completely opposite contrasts have discouraged some people who want to launch free actions. Some cities that have already launched free actions have even begun negotiations with the state assembly, hoping to restore the original city appearance and bring back the city councilors. These reports were also handed over to Zhang Tuohai without fail.
How could this happen? They were obviously free. So how could they still live in such misery?
Miranda looked at the report with great confusion.
This is a mob,
Zhang Tuohai said, waving the report.
Without unified command, without goals, without a program. They just try to become a free people. After independence, there is no plan. In the end, they can only end up in this situation. Is this any different from a country like Hell's Gate? In fact, there is no difference. Without a strong leader, this group of rabble will eventually be defeated by the capitalists. Even in Rose City. Then what should we do?
Miranda asked anxiously.
Since they want to play, then I will play a big game with them,
Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer. Chapter 980: The Collapse of Lehman Group. Zhang Tuohai bribed some marketing accounts and self-media influencers, and began to disclose in large quantities that the state assembly had robbed and used basic resources to squeeze residents of Free City. One after another, sky-high bills were posted and exposed all over the internet. There are also true and false accounts of great injustice. People in the Lighthouse country became angry when they saw those videos that were full of true feelings or full of emotionally provoking copywriting. The high cost of basic resources, the desperate parliament, the unsafe social order, the useless parliamentary staff, and the greedy capitalists. Each and every contradiction directly pokes at the pain points in the hearts of the people of the Lighthouse country. These are the pain points they often encounter. And now they are magnified and placed in front of them one by one, making them more empathetic.
Becoming a free city is not the end. Even if the city becomes autonomous,
those big consortiums and big capitalists can still exploit us with resources. Therefore, only by overthrowing those big consortiums and big capitalists can we gain true freedom. For the sake of freedom, kill those capitalists.
At the end of the video, a loud slogan is shouted. Although the video platform quickly deleted the video, more and more videos appear on the internet, making it difficult for people to delete them. More and more people have seen similar videos, which have been wildly forwarded and subsequently deleted and banned. Human beings have the instinct to seek novelty. The more posts are deleted and silenced, the more they want to know what those deleted videos are about and why they were deleted. As a result, some hackers with better skills began to write scripts to find those videos and repost them to spread them. Some people even wrote a small website to publish these restricted and deleted videos. Later, there were some exclusive interviews The videos were so well produced that many of them were comparable to special effects movies. It is hard to believe that there is no black hand behind this. However, the melon-eating crowd didn't care so much and kept watching excitedly. Soon, this little website spread extremely quickly, reaching the point where everyone with a mobile phone knew about it. A unified consciousness has been planted in the minds of those who eat melons. That is, autonomy is not the ultimate goal, but just a beginning. If you want to achieve true freedom, you must kill the big capitalists. Otherwise, even if they are free, they will still sell them poor free people junk food, expensive electronics, virus-laden vaccines, and endless bills. Only by killing those capitalists can they gain true happiness and eternal freedom. The consciousness has been planted and is only waiting for a spring rain to take root and sprout and bloom the flowers Zhang Tuohai wants. Zhang Tuohai also thoughtfully prepared for them this spring rain. On a rainy night, the Lehman Group's headquarters building was blown up by high explosives and collapsed. The headquarters building, which was originally a landmark building, turned into ruins. Fortunately, all the personnel on duty that night were driven out by a group of masked armed men, and no casualties were caused. However, the destruction of the headquarters also caused irreversible losses to the Lehman Group. The most important thing is that all servers of the Lehman Group were damaged in this explosion. The Lehman Group is a consortium with insurance services as its core. Although it has many branches and involves many industries, the insurance industry is its core foundation. However, the damage to the server directly caused the loss of customer and insurance information. All this information is lost, which means that all the customers' insurance policies are invalid. Naturally, customers were unwilling and came to ask Lehman Group to compensate for their losses. The parade even blocked several nearby streets. If they were just ordinary people, the Lehman Group might be able to use its strong connections to suppress the protests and apply for a loan, so they might not be unable to survive. But the bad thing is that the scope of Lehman Group's insurance business is too large, including some big names and large companies. These people were like a pack of hungry hyenas. When they saw the weak Lehman Group falling to the ground, they wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. Now that they have such a good opportunity, if they don't take action, it will really go against their true intentions. With these large companies taking the lead, the remaining ordinary people were naturally not to be outdone and took Lehman to court one after another, demanding huge compensation. The momentum is so huge that it has even suppressed the recent boom in urban autonomy. Although the Lehman Group had a dedicated legal department to deal with these issues, it was quickly defeated and became unsustainable in the face of a sea of lawsuits. The trees fell and the hosen scattered, the drums were broken and thousands of people beat them. Seeing that the Lehman Consortium building was about to collapse, many people within the consortium began to think carefully and began to pave the way for themselves. Some began to secretly transfer money from company accounts to their overseas accounts. Some secretly resold company confidential information, and some resold raw materials in company warehouses. The general manager of one branch was the most awesome. He directly forced all employees to take annual leave. When the employees came back from vacation, they were shocked to find that everything in the company had been resold by the general manager, and even the office space had been sublet. The entire branch disappeared, leaving only a group of them with big eyes and small eyes. Normally, no one would dare to do such a thing. However, in the current situation, the Lehman Group itself is tied up by a bunch of things, and the subgroups are doing more and more dirty things. With the leaders proofing, the subordinate groups below naturally followed suit. In less than 10 days, the entire Lehman Consortium subordinate groups were dismantled, sold, and annexed completely. The entire Lehman Consortium remained. They left an empty shell of the group headquarters and several farms directly under the group. This is because these assets are difficult to sell. Otherwise, all the money would have been taken out long ago. The Lehman Group, which was at the end of its rope, had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. The once powerful giant collapsed suddenly. Countless people took to the streets to cheer and celebrate victory. This was the first time they defeated a powerful consortium. Everyone shouted "Long live freedom!" although they gained nothing but freedom. In fact, it can't be said that they didn't get anything. The most intuitive thing is that when they received the bill in the second month, they found that the money they needed to pay was a lot less. Now that the insurance company is gone, there is no need to pay the huge insurance premiums, since, by defeating one Lehman Consortium, we can save such a large amount of expenses. Then if we defeat several consortiums, will we not have to collect bills? Many people have come up with this idea. Chapter 981 Prison Clearance. Countless people began to join forces in private,
studying how to overthrow other consortiums. Their idea was quickly learned by the detectives, who were ambushing the citizens, and reported it. After receiving this news, other consortiums could not sit still. When they first received the news that someone wanted to overthrow the Lehman Group, they took it as a joke. The Lehman Consortium is an old group that has been standing in China for hundreds of years. It is strong, has many intricate relationships, and has a huge network of relationships. It is simply not something that ordinary companies can match. It would be difficult to bring down such a powerful consortium. It's hard to reach the sky. However, this joke in their eyes actually came true. The Lehman Group really collapsed and was smashed to pieces. The head of the consortium and his relatives fled to other countries directly. Now, those in the Free City are looking for their next target. Who can guarantee that they will be able to resist? These people panicked and began to order the agents to arrest people. Anyone who participated in the conspiracy would be arrested and imprisoned in a private prison. As for federal laws not applying within the Free City? What a joke. The so-called Free City is just a cover. Use it when you need it. Use it when you don't. The guards rushed directly into the Free City to arrest people. With the cooperation of the agents, those leaders, he was directly arrested. And the spine of the entire Free City was directly broken. Many citizens went online to describe the brutality of the guard, who actually rushed directly into the Free City to arrest innocent citizens, which was a violation of federal law. However, the State Assembly directly turned its back and announced that because the citizens of the Free City conspired to split the Lighthouse State due to secret gatherings, the Lighthouse State had the right to make any counterattack. In view of the previous events, all the privileges of the Free City were now revoked. However, what about electricity bills and food prices? It still won't be reduced, and will still be charged 10 times the price. Now the citizens of the Free City were angry. Previously, because they had the privilege of freedom, they tolerated higher prices. Now that the privilege is gone, is it too much for you to charge such high prices? They wanted to find a place to make trouble. But without the leader, they could not organize a large-scale team. A small number of people joined together and wanted to march. Either they were killed by the agents ambushing the organization before they were organized, or they were just killed. When we arrived at the protest site, we were beaten back with batons by the state police, who had been waiting for a long time. There are no medical treatments for the bruises all over the body, which is even more miserable than in some war-torn areas. Many people went online to cry out about their tragic experiences, and subsequently received widespread sympathy. Zhang Tuohai also saw a similar video and directly called on the Lighthouse countries in public to respect human rights in their own countries, and not to be an accomplice of the consortium to oppress the people who pursue freedom. A spokesman for the Lighthouse country said on the spot that the Lighthouse country is the freest and most democratic country in the world. It has the most complete medical resources, the most complete insurance system, and the most complete welfare system in the world. The so-called bankruptcy is purely due to their personal insufficiency. Effort has nothing to do with the great Lighthouse country. People of insight from all countries are welcome to settle in the Lighthouse country. All people who are interested in the Lighthouse country are welcome to come to the Lighthouse country. As long as they are willing to come, the Lighthouse country will allow entry. After a lot of troubles, the Lighthouse country lost a lot of people, and a lot of infrastructure suffered a devastating blow. It was the time when a large number of cheap labor was needed. So it opened the door directly and recruited refugees to enter the country, preparing for free prostitution. A wave of cheap labor. Seeing what the Lighthouse country said, Zhang Tuohai's face was filled with joy. The other party's remarks were exactly what he wanted. You want to recruit refugees? Right. Then let you recruit as many as you can. Zhang Tuohai immediately issued an order to implement the prison clearance plan. Except for those who had repentance and were sentenced to less than 1 year. All the people in prison were given 2 choices. One or the other. 7.56mm peanuts, or get a one-way ticket to the Lighthouse country. Anyone who dares to dissent will be hanged on the spot. Looking at the few role models hanging on the street lamps, the prisoners didn't dare to have any opinions. So they all chose one-way tickets. Then, they were put into the carriage, pulled all the way to the border, and sent to the border inspection of the Lighthouse country. These are the refugees you want from the Lighthouse country. Accept them. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai also invited hundreds of well-known newspapers, media giants, journalists from various countries, and internet celebrities to conduct live broadcasts. The scene was extremely lively. The number of viewers in many online live broadcast rooms once exceeded millions. And the websites, the server is almost overwhelmed. The border inspectors of the Lighthouse country were stunned when they saw tens of thousands of prisoners wearing black and white striped prison uniforms. They had never seen such a scene before. and they did not dare to make decisions without authorization. So they hurriedly reported to the police. When the members of the Lighthouse Country heard this, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They want free labor, but not criminals. Just after saying that, I opened my arms to embrace the refugees, and the next moment, I closed the border. This is really a slap in the face. The most important thing is that so many reporters are watching. If they just refuse, who will listen to what they say in the future? What if we let them in? These tens of thousands of people are all criminals. How many of them can be sentenced to serious crimes in a country with chaotic justice like Chicken Taco Country? If all these things were put in, wouldn't it make the already bad public security worse? Many people are confused and don't know what to do. In the end, it was Gia who decided to let people in. After all, this was a matter of face. It would not be good to break the promise like this. It would only be tens of thousands of criminals at most. So many gangsters and warlords have been let in. Do you still care about these tens of thousands of criminals? The worst case scenario is sending them to jail. The order was passed on, and the border inspection cleared it. A large number of prisoners rushed to the border of the Lighthouse Country and poured into the country of freedom in their dreams. Come on! A large group of prisoners rushed into the town. And then, they saw many people shopping for $0. And they were immediately ecstatic. It is indeed a free country. You can freely shop for $0 in broad daylight. It is more free than the Chicken Taco Country. They love this place so much. The delighted prisoners joined the army of $0 buyers. Like locusts. And soon the entire street was cleared. Those who were not yet satisfied rushed to the next street. After only half a day, the originally bustling border town became devastated, with black smoke rising from the houses from time to time, like a war zone. After robbing the entire town, these prisoners felt dissatisfied. Many of them had been imprisoned for several years, and were suddenly released. After playing for only one afternoon, the town was almost emptied. So they went together to the nearby as we rush into the city. Small groups gather together, exchanging various experiences and walking happily, just like friends on an outing together. Chapter 982 The Fate of the Keyboard Warrior. You just watched them destroy a prosperous town like this? Ji angrily slapped the table. There is nothing we can do about this, said a member of Congress. Due to insufficient funding, the police force in those small towns is insufficient. Some places even have only one police officer. Because they are all acquaintances, they usually can't lose face to do it. For anything out of the ordinary, it's usually enough. But if you suddenly encounter so many prisoners, it's inevitable that you won't be able to handle them. Then what are you going to do? Watch them rob small towns one after another. Watch them destroy our cities one after another. Ji asked angrily. Sorry, this kind of thing will never happen again. Our big cities, especially the core cities, have sufficient police force. In addition, we can sign a special decree to allow the guards to enter the city to defend strategic locations and prevent prisoners from entering the city, causing riots, a congressman suggested. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Gia looked at the others. The other people present looked at me, and I looked at you. But no one said anything. Okay, then it's settled. Sign a special bill and let the guards stationed in the city. If any problems arise, I will never spare you. Gia left angrily. With the signing of the presidential decree, a large number of guards entered the city and began to control various strategic points to prevent prisoners from robbing. At the same time, checkpoints were set up at each intersection to strictly check passing vehicles, making many pedestrians miserable. Yen, complaining on social media, said that the Lighthouse Country that prides itself on freedom is becoming less and less free. It is simply too unfree to be questioned when crossing the road. They have stepped up their checks, and your plans are useless, Miranda said, looking at social media. Who says it's useless? At least we have eliminated a large number of borers and saved a lot of taxes and resources. Right, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. And, do you think that's all? What else do you have to say? Miranda asked as she came to the side. Just watch, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. He took out several presidential decrees that had been prepared long ago and signed his name. After the order was passed on, the people below immediately took action. A large number of people were organized and began to clean up the remaining prisons, mental hospitals, labor camps, and asylums across the country. All serious criminals were given two choices. Either eat peanuts or go to the Lighthouse Country. Those who can be questioned are at least those who have been sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Even if they wait for the chance to be released from prison, almost their entire lives have been ruined. Now that they have a chance to regain their lives, How can they be picky? They all chose tickets. Then, the group of people were packed into the carriage and sent to the border of the lighthouse country overnight. Then, driven by machine guns, they entered the lighthouse country. Zhang Tuohai also launched a questionnaire in the country. All those who are willing to go to the lighthouse country will be allowed to go, and there will never be any difficulty. Regarding this move, Miranda was puzzled.
What are you doing? Isn't this sending useful people to the lighthouse country? These disloyal people, even if they stay in the country, will hold us back. Instead of keeping them in the country and always singing against us, it is better to drive them away directly. Only after the internal cleansing is done can the entire country be reborn,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then let them go like this? After being held back in the country for so long, now we let them go easily. I feel that it is too cheap for them.
Miranda was a little angry.
Don't worry. Their biggest role for the lighthouse country is to stay in the chicken taco country. Once they leave, what role will they have? As people who have no role. Do you think the lighthouse country will still care about their life and death? So, as soon as they set foot on the land of the lighthouse country, their doom is doomed,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Then, what should they do if someone refuses to leave?
Miranda asked worriedly.
Don't worry. In the past few months, I have asked people to check the IP meters of those who often spread extreme remarks and provoke conflicts. Everyone has been recorded. If you are willing to cooperate honestly, get out. Consider them advantageous. Otherwise,
dozens of kilometers away, a keyboard warrior with long hair and a vest and slippers was squatting in front of the computer, smoking a cigarette and copying and pasting various extreme remarks. These comments are all written directly online, such as male-female antagonism, racial antagonism, regional antagonism, anti-blackness, and all kinds of comments. They only need to copy them one by one according to the scene. You get one set for every post you post. And there are bonuses for high likes and retweets. By being a keyboard warrior, he has gained the freedom to drink Coke. Tons. Having just copied 10 posts that were scolding each other, and then blocked the other party. The keyboard warrior opened a bottle of Coke and drank it to his heart's content. Then he despised the neighbors who were sent away. Those brainless ones knew how to beat and kill all day long. What happened in the end? Weren't they sent to prison? You should be smart. If you become a kneeler, you can safely drink happy water at home. How happy you are. Putting the lid on the Coke. He was about to roll up his sleeves and post dozens more posts, when suddenly there was a knock on the door.
The fried chicken you ordered has arrived. Open the door. You are so particular about being online. You even gave me some fried chicken. Is this a reward for my good performance and price comparison last month?
The keyboard warrior opened the door excitedly. Instead of fragrant fried chicken, what came my way was size 46 feet. Boom! The keyboard warrior was kicked directly from the door into the house. Lying on the ground, I felt that all the bones in my body were about to break. I lay there groaning and still couldn't get up after being a cocoon for a long time. Several strong men in uniforms rushed in, compared the photos, and then grinned.
It's this kid who spreads oppositional opinions on the internet every day and deceives many young people into lameness. A man also pretends to be a woman and fights against women's rights. That's cool. Since you are so powerful, I will arrange a private seat for you to ensure that you are comfortable.
The keyboard warrior didn't even have the qualifications to resist. So he was taken out of the room and then overwhelmed the train station. Instead of being stuffed into the carriage like the others, he was tied directly to the roof of the train.
How about it? 360-degree panoramic sunroof. No obstructions. All natural wind. No air conditioning problems. I'm treating you well. Remember to enjoy it.
The strongman patted his face and jumped out of the car with a smile.
You bastards. Let me go. I want to go down. You are invading people.
The keyboard warrior shouted loudly. However, no one paid any attention to him, and the train started moving slowly. Chapter 983 Cleanup. Train after train pulled keyboard warriors, criminals, and mentally ill people who had harmed others to the border, and then queued them up to the lighthouse country. Several mentally ill men wanted to run away, but were forced back by the patrolling cowboys with rifles fixed with bayonets. It seems that even mentally ill people know better than to hit the muzzle of a gun. Things are not so good for keyboard warriors, criminals and psychopaths. The town that was originally used as a resting place and supply point was destroyed by the previous group of criminals, and most of the cars were driven away by those criminals. Now they can only rely on walking to other cities to supply supplies. The long road is a huge challenge for them. What they don't know is that compared to the unknown future, greater dangers are about to come. When the country was in full swing to clean up, Zhang Tuohai held a video conference with the Latin American presidents and expressed his willingness to help these Latin American compatriots and package up the domestic opposition and send them to the lighthouse countries. These presidents were overjoyed to hear that Zhang Tuohai was willing to help. They have been suffering from the fact that there are many leading parties supported by lighthouse countries in the country. They often cause troubles due to some small issues, shaking the political situation, and they cannot develop in peace if they want to do so. It is impossible to send these people out of the country as gifts. On the one hand, the lighthouse state has long-armed intervention and constantly interferes with their behavior under the guise of infringing on people. On the other hand, the chicken roll country is stuck on the road that must be passed. The roads have been blocked, leaving those who want to cross the border with no choice but to stay in the country. Now that the lighthouse country is in internal strife and has no time to interfere with them, the chicken taco country has opened up land access. With these two elements coming together, their long-cherished wish will come true.
Can the channel really be opened? There are no additional conditions. Right,
the men asked.
Each person pays 10 yuan for food and drinks per day, and 5 yuan for transportation. The whole journey takes 3 days, plus customs clearance fees. The price is 50 yuan per person. You pay to transport people, and you pay with one hand and hand over to the person with the other. Credit is not accepted,
Zhang Tuohai said. 50 per person is acceptable. The presidents considered it in their minds and found it acceptable. Those people who stay in the country will cause more than this loss every day. If they kill those in prison and are afraid of collective trouble outside, they might as well just pack them up and send them to the lighthouse country. As a free refugee, I couldn't tell those people anything. Looking for someone, they went to the lighthouse country by themselves. So go and look for them in the lighthouse country. After negotiating a preliminary agreement, the presidents first tried to drag some of the light-duty prisoners in the prison to the border of chicken taco country in prison vans. The National Guardsmen, with loaded chicken rolls, have been prepared for a long time. They have done this kind of thing many times, and Nen Chinger is very familiar with it. Soon, a group of people were counted and escorted into a specially made cargo truck. Anyone who dared to make any move was shot on the spot. As for food and water, before everyone gets in the car, they stuff themselves with 2 hunks of brown bread and a bottle of water. This is all the food. There is no stopping or unlocking. Everything is done in the car. Do you still want to eat 3 dishes and 1 soup? What about dreaming? Putting aside various costs, Zhang Tuohai can earn about 10 yuan from each prisoner. This is because Zhang Tuohai sees that these brother countries in Latin America are relatively poor and makes less money. Otherwise, he would have to start with 100 yuan. Train after train sent various prisoners away in a steady stream, and trucks came back and stopped at the station waiting to transport the next batch of prisoners. When the presidents of various countries saw that Zhang Tuohai really took money to do things, they were very happy. They immediately took their cronies and imitated Zhang Tuohai's example and launched a large-scale cleanup campaign in the country. All the people in the prison were sent away. All the leeches, leading party members, keyboard warriors and street activists outside were captured and sent away. Street gangster? Send away. Gangster? Anyone who can survive the beating should be captured and sent away. If you can't beat them, let's discuss it. Give them money. And leave quickly. Anyway, send away all the opposition forces in the country. Those gangs originally wanted to resist, but when they saw that the general situation in Latin American countries was already established, and that just 1 or 2 gangs could no longer succeed, they decisively packed up and left, preparing to enrich the lighthouse countries. Now, the lighthouse country is in chaos, and it is a good time for them to show off their talents. If they seize the opportunity, they may be able to jump over the Dragon Gate, get rid of their gang identity, and maybe come ashore with a clear conscience. Therefore, under the general trend stirred by Zhang Tuohai, countless gangs entrenched in Latin America packed up their gear and came to the lighthouse country either actively or passively. At this time, the lighthouse kingdom can be said to be a gathering of heroes. The southern border area alone is home to gangs from almost all Latin America. The number of gangs is almost always higher than the total number of local residents. Many places have become veritable gangster cities. In addition to gangs, there are also leeches from various countries, leading parties, keyboard warriors, street sports experts, and a large number of refugee groups. These people either cannot survive in the country for some reason, or they have committed a crime and are planning to run away, or they admire the welfare of the lighthouse country and want to live in the lighthouse country and enjoy the welfare. Anyway, they came to the lighthouse country for various reasons. As a result, they were shocked to find that no matter how prosperous the lighthouse country was, it had nothing to do with them. The lights in the office buildings in the city center stayed on all night, but they could only live in small slums. And during the dark night, without even basic food and water, a large number of people are taken away every day and sent to laboratories or private prisons to become free labor. They were shocked to find that people at the bottom were always at the bottom wherever they went, and they were the targets of being sucked. Real prosperity would never have anything to do with them, and they could only live in dark corners. As for benefits? Not at all. $1 fried chicken? That's a lie. There were some charity organizations that came here, but these people were just here to take photos. Send something. Take photos. Video. And then take it back. Not even a bar of soap would be left behind. He has cultivated by Piao's realm to the extreme. Many refugees feel a sense of betrayal. The dream of a lighthouse country that they had been looking forward to day and night was shattered. And many people were at a loss. Just when they were confused, a group of spiritual mentors, who had been inserted early, began to guide them.
Do you feel betrayed? You are in the midst of prosperity, but there is nothing that belongs to you? Actually, this is the real lighthouse country. Whatever you want, you have to get it yourself. I give you this AR-15. Brave young man. Go ahead and grab your dream. Go find what you want and take it from you. All you need is to complete a gorgeous turn and return to your hometown with honor. And let those fellow countrymen who look down on you see that you can also make a difference in the lighthouse country.
One by one, spiritual teachers encouraged the refugees. Chapter 984, Sweeping the South.
We can do that too. We want fried chicken. We want to drink happy water. We can also achieve our dreams. We can also get ahead. We also want to return home with honor.
The most primitive desires in my heart were aroused, coupled with the weapons in their hands. These refugees were full of confidence and began to march towards the neighborhoods. The residents, who had been frightened by the arrival of these refugees for a long time, became even more panicked after seeing the refugees approaching. Many people took out their weapons and started firing at the refugees. Boom! Boom! Several gunshots were fired, and several refugees were caught off guard and fell to the ground. When the remaining refugees saw the dead people, they immediately found a place to hide. Some even threw away the guns in their hands and squatted on the spot with their heads in their hands. But friends and relatives of those who were shot were jealous. The lighthouse country had promised at the time that as long as they did as they said and ruined their own country, they could come to the lighthouse country and live a happy life of eating fried chicken, drinking Coke, and working 5 hours a day. However, they did as they were asked, and they wanted to take refuge in the lighthouse country despite being called traitors. However, the lighthouse country abandoned them like garbage. When they finally arrived at the lighthouse country after a lot of hard work and hardship, they had not even had a good day yet. But what greeted them was not flowers and applause, but bullets. Can this be tolerated? Clay figures still have a certain amount of fire, let alone these betrayers who have no bottom line. If you don't make it easy for me, I won't make it easy for you. Since you don't give it to us, we will get it ourselves. These people became violent, raised their guns, and kept fighting back. Although they have not been trained much and their shooting is not accurate, there are many of them. When the concentration of weapons reaches a certain level, no matter how sophisticated the training is, it is useless. There are bullets coming from all directions, and there is no way to dodge them. In addition, in towns near the south, except for shopping malls and high-rise office buildings in the city center, most private houses are made of wooden structures, which are convenient, cheap, and easy to dismantle. The disadvantage is that there is no defense. 2 layers of wood cannot block the penetration of rifle bullets. You can't avoid being beaten into a sieve even if you hide behind a wall. As more and more refugees gather, local residents gradually fall into a disadvantage. As more and more local residents were killed, refugees rushed into the first room and began looting property. What they found in any room was things they couldn't even imagine. The refrigerator is full of food, and all kinds of food that are still within the shelf life are thrown into the trash can. The utility room is full of all kinds of brand new items, and they are allowed to collect dust. They are so rich. Why don't they give us any charity? Many of the abandoned leading party thought so.
These belonged to us originally. We are just taking these things back.
These leading parties thought so. They began to plunder all kinds of items. His pockets were filled with jewelry and necklaces. He was wearing 7 or 8 layers of luxury clothes, and he had a boutique bag slung around his neck, looking like he was making a big purchase. Their appearance made other refugees jealous. These are all big brands that they would never dare to think about. But now they can wear them so openly. We are all refugees. Why can you do it but I can't? This time, they no longer needed inspiration from their spiritual mentors. They showed their own subjective initiative and started shooting at the residents crazily, and then rushed into the houses and looted them. Inspired by the financial resources, the refugees' enthusiasm was mobilized, and their combat effectiveness increased by several levels. Under the powerful attacks of the refugees, the remaining residents felt increasing pressure and finally decided to evacuate by car. In order to prevent the refugees from getting their belongings, some residents even burned down their houses. Under the cover of fire and AR-15, residents' convoys evacuated the city. We won! The refugees cheered, wandering around the neighborhood looking for discarded belongings in the rubble. The entire city was turned upside down. When the sky brightened, a convoy slowly drove over. The car was filled with all kinds of food, water, weapons, and ammunition. The leader made it very clear that he was willing to exchange various materials for the luxury goods in their hands. Money was also acceptable, but it would cost 1/10 of the original product price. Many refugees were dissatisfied with this. They spent a whole night snatching it, and it was too cheap to take it away at only 1/10 of the price. The refugee who had been killing him all night was inevitably a bit arrogant and wanted to use a gun to force him to submit. However, before they could do anything, the team members tore off the canvas from the car. Under each canvas, there were actually vehicle-mounted machine guns, aiming at them eagerly. If they make the slightest move, the machine gun will call them humans. The refugees looked at each other, gave up decisively, accepted the offer honestly, and sold their extra luxury goods to the convoy in exchange for the fried chicken, beer, cigarettes, and various weapons they needed, especially RPGs and grenades. Last night, the refugees who lacked heavy weapons suffered a lot when they attacked the neighborhood. Obviously, the opponent is hiding behind the car, but because of the lack of heavy weapons, it just can't be solved, and it requires a long period of shooting. Now with RPG, the result is simple. If there is such an obstacle again, the battle will be solved with one RPG. In addition to supplying supplies, the leader of the caravan also intimately told these refugees which cities were nearby, which cities were richer, which cities had a large number of guards stationed, and which cities were in the hands of powerful gangs. With this information, the refugees' goals became clearer, heading towards the next wealthy and less well-defended city. The convoy began to return, transporting the collected luxury goods back to resell them, loading the next batch of goods, and preparing for the next transaction. Through this method, Zhang Tuohai turned these refugees into a sharp sword in his own hands, constantly destroying the existing order of the lighthouse country and smashing the foundation of the lighthouse country to pieces. After 2 months, refugees swept through the entire southern region, occupying almost most of the southern region, except for a few large cities with heavy military handles. Almost all small towns and villages fell under the influence of refugees. In hand, if we just count the number of people, Hispanics have become the largest ethnic group living in the lighthouse country. If a person of Hispanic descent comes to vote, regardless of factors such as fraud and relying solely on votes, he will win almost 100%. Select. This time, the gentlemen sitting in the federal parliament were anxious. Chapter 985. Clearance of the Guard. As refugees swept through the southern region, the parliamentary gentlemen of the lighthouse country could not sit still. They do need refugees, but they need high-quality refugees. Those refugees either have money, skills, cheap labor, or healthy matching organs. How many such refugees are there, and how many they accept? And they will never put up any obstacles. But who are the refugees sneaking in from the border now? Warlord, gangster, psychopath, leech, keyboard warrior, leader, street sports expert. Although a large part of this was done by them, they can only come into play in other countries. The role of these people is to mess up their own country, and then facilitate the lighthouse country to suck blood. Why does the lighthouse country accept these people? To mess up the great lighthouse nation? Moreover, because the number of refugees is so large, it has exceeded the number of core ethnic groups. If these people are allowed to stay and reproduce for a few years, the total number of people will definitely exceed that of the core ethnic group, and even some of the core ethnic groups will be assimilated into mixed races by them. By then, the foundation of their rule will have completely disappeared, and they will still be able to become this country the master of? This must not be allowed to happen. Order states to dispatch guards to clear out these refugees. The refugees must be cleared out at all costs.
If they can't do it themselves, then the Federation will do it themselves. When the time comes, don't say that the Federation is interfering in their internal affairs.
The speaker gave the order.
What if they want to launch a public opinion war and accuse us of infringing on human rights?
Asked a congressman.
I said, no matter what the cost, no matter what happens, we must clean up those refugees. They can scold them if they want. Whoever scolded them.
Write down their names, and we will deal with them one by one when we have free hands.
The speaker shouted.
Clear.
The order was conveyed throughout the night, and the state guards took action. Before, they were worried that excessive killing would lead to humanitarian condemnation. Now that the state assembly has issued an order, what else can be said? Just do it. What? Refugees hiding in the city? Just use self-propelled artillery, tanks, and armed helicopters to attack directly. Just blow up every building housing Tibetan refugees. Those companies that produce building materials and are responsible for construction have long been gearing up, waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The guards' demolition-style siege is a disaster for everyone, but it is a good thing for them. After this operation, I am afraid they will not have to worry about having no work in the next 10 years. They even secretly called those familiar guard commanders and told them to bomb harder. After receiving the instructions, the guards would naturally not show mercy. They did not care whether there were residents in the city or not. They would follow the requirements of the real estate developers and blow up the landmark buildings, residential buildings, and commercial streets to pieces. After blowing almost the entire city into rubble, the large forces began to advance slowly. If you see someone, shoot them no matter who they are. Ensure your absolute safety at all times. Those refugees originally relied on their numbers to bully the weak mob. They were extremely brave when fighting against the wind, facing the regular army with complete firepower. They were naturally no match. They were defeated in a single encounter, and a large number of refugees were thrown away in fear. He took off the weapon in his hand, ran out of the hiding place with his head in his hands, and ran outside, wanting to leave this bloody battlefield. However, as soon as they got out, they were shot dead by the guards, who had been waiting for a long time. No matter who it is, they will be killed as soon as they poke their heads out. There are no reporters here anyway, and nothing they do will be recorded. So what else do they care about? Just let them go. The sound of gunshots and explosions filled the night sky. It was not until daytime that the gunfire gradually stopped. The guard drove the armored vehicle around the city. After a quick glance and no one showed up, they reported directly to their superiors that they had completed the cleanup, then organized the supplies and headed for the next city. After the guards left for several hours, citizens and refugees quietly came out of their hiding places, quietly rushed towards the surrounding cities. After these people arrived at a place with signal, they immediately posted the video they took last night online, condemning the atrocities of the guards. They actually fired guns and destroyed their homes indiscriminately, seriously violating the castle law, and demanded that the federal and state parliaments give them huge sums of money compensation. However, they soon discovered that as soon as their video was uploaded, it was blocked by the platform for promoting bloody violence. People, I just filmed what you did. So how come I'm promoting bloody violence? They approached customers to complain. As a result, even the account was blocked.
You bastards. Moss.
The people roared angrily. Their homes have been demolished, and now they no longer even have the right to report the truth. Is this still the lighthouse country they are familiar with? Is it still the country with free speech that they thought it was? Their faith is about to collapse. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted,
Brothers, I found a new website where we can post our videos without being blocked.
Really?
Send it to me quickly. What's the URL? Tell me, and I'll upload it too.
Several people came over.
The website is called Freedom's Call. It is full of videos of free people. No one will have their account banned. Everyone, please go and post it.
Many residents posted their own videos online. Hundreds of kilometers away, Zhang Tuohai and Miranda were watching the Call of Freedom backstage.
With so many videos, how did you know that those guards would go on a killing spree?
Miranda asked Zhang Tuohai curiously.
Zhang Tuohai has been preparing for this website calling for freedom for a long time, and even infiltrated the lighthouse country in advance for this moment.
It's not that I know. It's that I'm very familiar with how they behave.
Zhang Tuohai leaned on the chair and said lazily.
After their first failure, they will definitely take revenge. After they can't hold on, they will fight back desperately. The more ruthless they are, the more it means they can't hold on anymore. What we have to do now is to continue to promote the website and let more people upload the video. All our goals are to expose the bloody methods of the Lighthouse State and destroy the foundation of its cultural hegemony. Seize the right to speak to us in hand. What if they block our signal?
Miranda worried.
Don't worry. Lighthouse countries are not the only ones in the world that have the ability to launch satellites. I asked other countries to help launch a communication satellite. Although the quality is not very good, it is still no problem to temporarily relay signals and maintain battlefield communications.
Chapter 986 Mercenaries join the war.
But even if we maintain communications on the battlefield, what should we do about the personal safety of those civilians? Are we just going to watch them die under the gunfire of the guards?
Miranda couldn't bear to look at the uploaded videos. In the video, cities were bulldozed by the guards. There were flames everywhere, corpses everywhere, rubble everywhere, and ashes and debris everywhere. There was ruin and destruction everywhere. It's hard to imagine how ordinary people can survive here.
Ordinary civilians will definitely not be able to fight against the regular army, no matter how many weapons or advanced equipment they are given. This is a generational difference in professionalism that cannot be smoothed out.
Zhang Tuai said.
Is this all we can do and watch?
Miranda asked.
Of course not. We will definitely send people there. After all, it is a major matter of democracy and freedom. If we don't participate, it would be too disrespectful to the host.
Zhang Tuai said.
So, what do you mean? Send our newly formed cowboy cavalry?
Miranda asked.
No.
Zhang Tuai shook his head decisively.
They have just been reorganized. It's okay to take custody of prisoners. Letting them fight against professional soldiers is no different from letting them die. Then, we don't have any power left,
Miranda said.
Who said there isn't?
Zhang Tuai said with a smile.
Where?
Miranda asked.
Mercenary.
Zhang Tuai spit out a term.
Mercenaries? Can they do it?
Miranda didn't believe it.
If they fight hard on the battlefield, mercenaries will definitely not be able to defeat the regular army. This is for sure. However, this does not mean that mercenaries cannot play their role. The characteristics of mercenaries are small scale, flexible deployment, and fast insertion speed. Weakened large groups of mercenaries are broken into small formations, and they are allowed to penetrate behind enemy lines, destroy traffic arteries, bridges, airports, and supply lines, and continuously attack key departments such as grain depots, oil depots, and ammunition depots. They can even behead their headquarters.
Zhang Tuai explained.
Is it really possible?
Miranda was distrustful of the mercenaries.
Anyway, you can hire them for a little money, so why not give them a try? Since there is no other force to use now, why not let these hyenas try their luck? Even if it consumes some of the enemy's energy, it would be good,
Zhang Tuai said.
Okay, then I'll wait and see,
Miranda said with her hands on her shoulders. Zhang Tuai passed on the order, and the treasury immediately took part of the money from reselling luxury goods, established a foundation, and issued recruitment orders to mercenary groups around the world, as long as they were willing to go to the Lighthouse country to rescue those free people. Yes, each person will be given 300,000 yuan, which will be distributed immediately after landing and completing the check-in. The requirements for checking in are to kill an enemy, then take a photo and send it to the Call of Freedom website. After the website confirms, the money will be transferred immediately. He also promised that the more troops he killed from the Lighthouse country, the more money he would give. After hearing about the generous bounty, many mercenaries were eager to give it a try. They were originally a group of people fighting for the bounty, as long as the bounty was high enough. Not to mention the Lighthouse country, even aliens would dare to fight. What's more, as long as you kill one person and take a picture, you can get 300,000. This kind of good thing is rare. If you can kill more than 20 people, you can retire directly. The appeal of living a retirement life decades in advance for these guys who lick blood every day can be imagined. Many people travel thousands of miles from Africa to help the people of the Lighthouse country and rescue them from the clutches of the authoritarian parliament. A large number of mercenaries landed from the Chicken Taco country and then entered the Lighthouse country through the tunnel. Before entering the Lighthouse country, everyone was given a small gifted drone and a precision-guided bomb. These are definitely not good for dealing with regular armies with regular field air defense, but they are enough for dealing with empty stronghold defenders. Langley is a novice mercenary who traveled thousands of miles to the Lighthouse country for the sky-high bounty. When he set foot on the land of Lighthouse country, he was stunned by the sight before him. There are ruins everywhere, rotting corpses everywhere, crows and vultures circling in the sky, flames and black smoke burning in the ruins. A scene of the end of hell.
Is this really a lighthouse country? Why is it worse than Africa?
Langley was puzzled.
Isn't it those damn lighthouse guards who did it? You kid, please be alert and don't go after those guards. See how far they can run. And don't even think about attacking them head on.
An old hired man said, being reminded.
But if we don't fight the guards, how can we complete the mission? How can we get bonuses if we don't complete the mission?
Langley asked curiously.
Idiot! Instead of attacking the main battle force, we can attack the logistics. We can attack the material distribution center. Of course we have to pick the weak ones,
said the old mercenary.
Is this okay?
Langley asked.
Don't worry. I've been doing this for many years. I know the ways here much better than you. Can I still harm you? You're right to listen to me.
The old mercenary took Langley to find a small ammunition depot. There were not many things in it, and few people were guarding it. In the entire base, there were only a few guards on the guard tower yawning. The old mercenaries took advantage of the darkness to fly drones, and use precision-guided bombs to sneak attack the small ammunition depot. Boom! Boom! 2 precision-guided bombs were dropped. The small ammunition depot was blown to the sky. The watchtower was also blown away. The body fell far away. The old mercenary dragged Langley to the burning ammunition depot, took a photo with the corpse, and successfully uploaded it. After sending a drone to verify, the money was immediately transferred to the 2 people's accounts. Because they successfully destroyed an ammunition depot, they were given a bonus of 1 million. Langley, who had never seen so much money, was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. When he came to his senses, he insisted on dragging the old mercenary to work more jobs to earn his pension. The 2 people's check-in photos caused a huge stir in the mercenary circle. They didn't expect that someone would successfully check in on the first day, and also successfully kill an ammunition depot. What surprised them even more was that the Foundation actually kept its promise, and actually gave a high bonus of 1 million yuan. You know, they used to work as mercenaries, and only a handful of them could get full commissions. In many cases, they had to rob the local area to ensure profits. But here, they can not only get sufficient commissions, but also receive large bonuses. This move almost subverted their 3 views. For mercenaries, money means fighting power, and money means fighting power. Under the stimulation of money, many mercenaries who are ready to fish and plunder are gearing up and start to cause trouble for the guards. Chapter 987: The End of the Mercenary. With the motivation of money, the mercenaries are full of energy. Although their combat effectiveness is as good as that of the regular army, and they are fundamentally inferior. However, the victory lies in the small formation and high flexibility, coupled with the various individual heavy weapons and drones funded by Zhang Tuohai. It is still enough to deal with some small transport convoys and material strongholds. Then, these mercenaries searched for weakly defended strongholds throughout the lighthouse country, and then destroyed them in exchange for bounties. All of a sudden, the lighthouse country was stirred up by the flames of war everywhere. This caused the guards to fall into a very embarrassing situation. They need to mobilize more people and more equipment to protect their supply points and supply transport teams. This will undoubtedly disperse their forces and greatly affect their advancement speed. If we don't do this, the supply line will not be able to be maintained, which will be very uncomfortable. Moreover, as time went by, the supplies carried by the mercenaries were consumed more and more, and civilians fled on a large scale. Survival forced them to attack the supply lines. Otherwise, their survival would become a problem. Gradually, the mercenaries developed a life-and-death relationship with the guards. Both the mercenaries and the guards needed supplies from the other side. Otherwise, they would starve to death and be killed by this batch of weapons and ammunition. The 2 sides began to compete for logistical supplies. A group of people started killing each other.
Why have they become so powerful recently?
Langley, the young mercenary who was the first to receive the reward, hid in the ruins and asked the old mercenary next to him.
It's not that they suddenly became more powerful. It's that we haven't faced them head-on before.
The old mercenary swept the dust off his hat.
Be careful and don't get discovered. Otherwise, we will all die. Then what should we do?
Langley asked worriedly.
What else can we do? Hide here and then find a chance to evacuate,
the old mercenary said.
Is it still possible to evacuate?
Langley looked not far away. Several tanks were slowly advancing. Behind the tanks were a large number of infantrymen wearing body armor. These people checked the ruins on both sides from time to time. Is there anyone hiding inside?
I don't know. You have to try to find out.
The old mercenary gently pulled the bolt of the gun.
If I had known earlier, I should have left after getting the first bonus,
Langley thought to himself. However, at that time, after receiving the first bounty, Langley felt that the money was not enough to retire and wanted to earn more. Then he followed the old mercenaries to continue to search for strongholds and supply lines that could be attacked by sneak attacks, which led them to going deeper and deeper, even into the hinterland of the lighthouse country. There were guards on all sides. The guards also became fierce, because the mercenaries blew up many strongholds, destroyed many logistics convoys, and caused many teams to lose supplies. There were even relatives and friends among those teams. Many guards were so jealous that they would beat the mercenaries to death completely when they saw them, and they would never tolerate them. This has also made the situation of the mercenaries more and more difficult, so that now they cannot evacuate even if they want to. Those guards didn't even care about counterinsurgency. They just blocked the mercenaries, and even started to use materials to make traps, just to attract the mercenaries and kill them. Langley and the others fell into this trap this time, and fell into a trap. A small team of mercenaries were trapped in the ruins of a small town. All the other mercenaries in the team had been killed in the previous artillery preparations, leaving only him and the experienced old mercenaries.
I still have a way to leave now,
the old mercenary said.
What solution?
Langley asked in surprise. It would be great if he could leave here safely. If he could leave here? He vowed to leave immediately and never come back here again.
Throw away your weapons and raise your hands to surrender,
the old mercenary said.
Surrender? Will they accept it?
Langley couldn't believe it.
Don't worry. What they advertise is freedom, and they won't kill indiscriminately, as long as you say you are a defender of freedom.
They will not kill you casually, and will give you decent treatment,
the old mercenary said.
Really?
Langley was moved.
Then there is still time.
Come.
Raise your gun with me, and walk out of the trenches,
the old mercenary said, raising his gun and standing up to walk out. Upon seeing this, Langley hurriedly raised his gun, walked out of the trench and shouted,
Don't shoot. We surrender. Don't move. Kneel down.
Upon hearing this, several guardsmen immediately aimed their guns at Langley. Langley quickly followed the guard's request and knelt on the ground.
Are you going to surrender?
A guard asked.
It's us. Me and, huh?
Langley looked to the side and was stunned. The old mercenary who had been by his side unexpectedly disappeared.
Where's the old mercenary?
Langley was completely stunned.
What do you want me to ask you?
A guard man hit Langley on the head with the butt of his rifle, causing stars to pop out of Langley's eyes.
How do you hit someone?
Langley asked, rubbing his head.
If I beat you, I will kill you.
A guard member pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet passed through Langley's head. Langley's body fell to the ground. Until his death, Langley couldn't figure it out. Didn't it mean that the guards were free and wouldn't kill people at will? Also, where did the old mercenary go? At this time, the old mercenary was slowly crawling forward in the sewer.
Sorry. Someone has to attract the target. I'm going to get out alive and enjoy our bonus.
The old mercenary was startled for a moment when he heard the gunshots outside, and then continued to crawl forward. After climbing for more than 10 minutes, the old mercenary found a shaft leading up. He climbed up along the ladder and pushed the manhole cover, only to find that it was pressed down by heavy objects and could not be pushed open.
It doesn't matter. You can still leave if you change the wellhead.
The old mercenary was not worried. He returned to the sewer pipe and continued to crawl forward. 10 minutes later, another wellhead was found, but he was still crushed to death by heavy objects.
It doesn't matter. The whole town is in ruins. Just climb further away.
The old mercenary walked and tested all the way. After climbing for more than an hour, he estimated that he was finally approaching the outside of the town. However, he was shocked to find that the road in front of him had been blown down, completely blocking the road ahead.
Fark.
The old mercenary kicked the collapsed tunnel hard. He would definitely not be able to dig it out by himself. He had no choice but to walk back, hoping to exit through the entrance he entered.
Those grandsons should have left.
Right? The old mercenary guessed and walked back slowly. It took another hour to return to the starting point. At this time, the old mercenary was tired enough and could finally leave this damn sewer. The old mercenary climbed up and pushed the manhole cover hard. However, he was surprised to find that the manhole cover was also sealed. Chapter 988 The Lighthouse Can't Sit Still. The old mercenary hit the manhole cover hard and pushed it hard. But the manhole cover was so tightly suppressed that it couldn't be pushed open at all. The old mercenary had no idea that after he entered the sewer, A large piece of cement collapsed from the wall and landed on the manhole cover, pressing the manhole cover tightly.
If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have entered the sewer.
The old mercenary sat desperately at the bottom of the sewer, waiting for death. Not only the old mercenaries are slowly dying, but in fact the entire mercenaries who have penetrated into the lighthouse country are also dying. What mercenaries are best at is fighting guerrillas, sneak attacks on small strongholds, etc. It is okay to deal with relatively poor small countries, but it is not okay to face a country with a well-trained and complete military system like the lighthouse country.
How can stragglers compete with the systematic modern professional army? When the guards begin to turn their guns and target the mercenaries, the days of these mercenaries will be over.
The mercenaries are going to die. What are you going to do next?
Miranda asked.
Continue recruiting and let more mercenaries come.
Zhang Tuohai leaned on his chair and said lazily.
Still recruiting? Aren't mercenaries unable to defeat those guards? What's the point of recruiting?
Miranda was puzzled.
Who said I had to rely on mercenaries to defeat those guards?
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Isn't it?
Miranda asked.
Of course not.
Zhang Tuohai leaned on his chair.
Everyone knows that relying on mercenaries is definitely not possible. However, although mercenaries cannot defeat the guards, they still have the ability to destroy production. Let them blow up factories and burn farmland. They can still do these tasks. Then what?
Miranda asked.
Then? There is no more.
Zhang Tuohai said.
But how do we defeat the lighthouse country?
Miranda asked.
Our goal has never been to defeat the lighthouse nation, but to drag it and constantly consume its blood so that it has to stop and face the distance between us. However, it seems that our mercenaries are still not ready, so I can only reluctantly help them.
Zhang Tuohai stood up as he spoke and moved his body. Those mercenaries always failed to meet his expectations, so he wanted to take action himself. Before that, he first sent a message to the mercenaries. The target of the attack has been changed from the previous supply points to facilities such as factories, farms, dams and power stations, and the bonus for each is doubled. After the large bonuses were issued, the mercenaries seemed to be on stimulants and regained their energy. Logistics strongholds and material convoys are all guarded by armed guards. Attacking them carries certain risks. In addition, the guard has recently strengthened the defense force of these strongholds, making it increasingly difficult for them to attack them. In addition, the guards have recently stepped up their attacks on them, and many mercenary teams have been annihilated, making many mercenaries want to quit and want to leave here. The large sum of money that Zhang Tuohai spent made them want to make the last sum before leaving. Not everyone was as lucky as Langley. A few precision-guided bombs destroyed a material transfer center. Most of the mercenaries themselves entered relatively late, and the guards strengthened their defense, which greatly reduced their attack power. Until now, many people have not completed their check-in tasks. If we just leave in such a dejected manner, wouldn't our trip be in vain? Zhang Tuohai's new mission gave them hope of getting back their money. The material transfer point cannot be opened. The logistics convoy cannot be opened. And the unattended factory cannot be opened. Can't fight a farm that is only guarded by a farmer? These mercenaries regained their confidence and began to search for targets.
Can you really get money for blowing up a factory?
A young mercenary asked, looking at the huge factory in front of him.
Probably. Aren't all the bonuses for destroying logistics convoys paid out before? There should be no difference this time.
Another mercenary wasn't so sure.
Whatever. Just try it, and you'll find out.
A mercenary became impatient, took out a drone, and controlled it to fly towards the factory. Aiming downwards, he casually pressed the bomb release button. Boom! The bomb dropped by the drone hit the factory building and exploded. The mercenary wanted to adjust the direction and drop the bomb again. But unexpectedly, the next earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. There were a series of explosions in the factory, and then a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and a violent shock wave swept through the surrounding area for several kilometers. Those mercenaries were instantly turned into pieces by the shock wave. If they could exist in soul form, they might know that this was a temporarily modified artillery shell production factory, and their drone's bomb happened to land on a pile of produced artillery shells. Except for some unlucky mercenaries. Many mercenaries found their targets and succeeded. They either destroyed automobile manufacturing plants, destroyed aircraft manufacturing plants, or burned farmland. A few mercenaries came up with new materials and grabbed a few self-propelled artillery pieces. They drove to Yellowstone Park and fired at the Presidential Mountain. A few runs, Large-caliber armor-piercing bullets directly destroyed most of the faces of several presidents. They didn't take it seriously at first and just posted the photos out of boredom. Unexpectedly, they were directly awarded double the bonus. Seeing that the bonus came so easily, the mercenaries felt as if the money fell from the sky, as if they had been hit in the head by a cake. Many other mercenaries saw him and became jealous. It turns out that you can get money by destroying landmarks. So what are you waiting for? Landmarks are easier to deal with than factories and the like. Some mercenaries, who completed their check-in tasks, began to search for landmark buildings near them to earn extra money. Soon, those well-known buildings were attacked and destroyed one by the mercenaries, who were blinded by money.
They are crazy! They are destroying our image!
The Speaker of the Lighthouse Nation slammed the table.
If we let them continue to destroy us so wantonly, our image as a lighthouse country will no longer exist. We can't even deal with a few small mercenaries. How can we command those small countries? How can they still listen to us? Where are the commanders of the guard? What do you do for a living? Can you deal with these guys? If you can't, get out. I'm going to send federal troops. Mr. Speaker, please give us another half month. We will definitely destroy these mercenaries and hang them on street lamps,
said a state guard commander.
I'll only give you 1 week. If it doesn't work, I will directly ask the federal military to take control.
The speaker waved his hand and directly issued the deadline. Chapter 989: Bombing the Aircraft Carrier. The battlefield was filled with smoke. A mercenary raised his head with difficulty, wiped the ashes from his face, and called softly,
"Is anyone still alive?"
Recently, the Guard's offensive has become more and more fierce, even dispatching heavy bombers and cruise missiles. Sometimes these mercenaries feel that these Guards are crazy. Using a cruise missile worth millions of dollars just to blow up some of their mercenaries is a bit of a fuss. However, the Guard really did just that, and they threw 3 cruise missiles at their position at once. It's so pitiful that they haven't made that much money yet.
Damn it! Don't let me out! Wait until I get out!
Before the mercenary could finish speaking, several heavy howitzer shells landed on his position again, directly overturning the entire position.
You stupid donkey! How dare you lie there and not move? Do you really think I can't find you?
An observer put down the night vision device in his hand.
Hurry up and find the target. This city must be cleaned up today,
the observer shouted. They received the task and must clean up all the mercenaries in the territory within a week. Otherwise, the federal army will invade them. This is no less than a great shame and humiliation for the Guardsmen. The Guardsmen, unable to protect the security of their own state, actually require federal troops to intervene. How can they maintain the spirit of independence and freedom? Those mercenaries must be dealt a heavy blow. Therefore, these Guards spared no expense in using heavy bombers and cruise missiles in order to destroy these damn guys as quickly as possible.
Speed up!
Shouts rang out, and various radars and infrared night vision devices started to activate. A large number of Guards patrolled the ruins, looking for places where mercenaries might be hiding, and then called in heavy artillery to kill them. The Guards were busy all night, and at the same time, Zhang Tuohai was also busy nervously, wearing a set of diving equipment. He quietly passed through the underwater blocking net and lightning protection net, and quietly entered the St. Echo military port. This is one of the anchorages of the Lighthouse country's Western Ocean Navy, with dozens of large and small warships moored. And there are even 2 aircraft carriers undergoing overhaul in the repair dock. Zhang Tuohai quietly walked into the naval port, found a destroyer that had forgotten to cover the cover to prevent climbing, and climbed into the anchor chain cabin along the anchor chain. After getting into the anchor chain cabin, Zhang Tuohai took off his diving suit by relying on the anchor chain machine, took out a colonel's military uniform from the waterproof package, put it on, and then carefully walked out of the anchor chain cabin. At this time, it was the rest period. Most of the people on the ship had gone ashore to rest. Only a few unlucky ones on duty remained on the ship. Naturally, these unlucky guys would not stay on the ship and be on duty. They would all gather in the restaurant to eat, drink and watch TV. Zhang Tuohai was wearing a military uniform and could pass on the ship without any hindrance. Occasionally, he would be the first to salute to anyone he met. Zhang Tuohai came all the way to the weapons control room. There was an unlucky man on duty here. An adult video was playing on his mobile phone, and it was open to the public. He was concentrating on studying and didn't even notice that Zhang Tuohai came in. Boom! Zhang Tuohai knocked out the unlucky man on duty with a knife, and then quickly came to the weapons command platform and turned on the fire control radar. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai has come into contact with these things. Otherwise, when he suddenly saw this thing, He really couldn't figure out what these buttons were for. Targets from surrounding ships appeared on the fire control radar.
With so many stationary targets, if they all sink, it will definitely make the lighthouse country feel distressed,
Liam thought, controlling the fire control radar on the ship to lock on some important targets.
Nuclear submarine. This is definitely required. Destroyer. This is a must. Amphibious assault ship. Must be added. Aircraft carrier. Although it is in the dry dock and will not be able to come out within a year or two, I still reward a missile. There are not many opportunities like this in normal times.
C. Zhang Tuohai selected a bunch of important targets and locked them. Unfortunately, there are only more than 100 missiles on the ship, so it is impossible to lock on all ships and can only select key ships, which makes Zhang Tuohai a little regretful. After selecting the target, Zhang Tuohai pressed the launch button. Swish swish. Missiles shot out from the launcher one after another, shooting towards the ships moored in the harbor. Zhang Tuohai also jumped off the boat, climbed onto a speedboat, and sped out of the harbor. Before they even reached the harbor entrance, there were violent explosions in the harbor. Balls of fire rose in the harbor. No matter how heavy a modern warship is, it cannot stop a missile. Therefore, modern warships simply give up their armor and become big dumplings with thin skin and big filling. After being hit by an anti-ship missile, it is basically destined to sink. If you are unlucky and hit the ammunition depot, there is no need to think about it. It will explode directly, and the entire ship will be blown to pieces. There were explosions everywhere in the harbor. Many sailors were killed directly in their sleep. Some people on the deck reacted more intelligently and jumped directly to escape. If they were lucky, they might be able to escape with their lives by climbing ashore. Unfortunately, they were not so lucky. A ship that was about to set sail was filled with fuel. The missile hit the oil depot and was blown to pieces on the spot. Thousands of tons of burning fuel flowed into the fjord. The entire fjord became a burning ocean. Scorching hot, the fuel scorched the air in the entire area, violently consuming the oxygen in the air. A few unlucky sailors spent a lot of energy and fainted due to lack of oxygen, and were subsequently engulfed by hot fuel and flames. Thick flames flowed everywhere along the fuel, and some of the fuel spread to some nearby ships. Originally, some ships were not attacked, while others were only affected and suffered some minor damage. They could still be repaired if they were repaired. However, flames flowed in along with the fuel. Then fires broke out on these ships as well. The ships were like burning torches. This is not the most unlucky thing. The most unlucky thing is the 2 aircraft carriers moored in dry dock. 2 missiles hit the reactor directly. Although, the aircraft carrier's nuclear reactor is of low purity and is not sufficient to produce nuclear explosions and mushroom clouds. However, the damage of these low-concentration radioactive materials is not low at all. The radioactive materials flowing everywhere are enough to turn all surrounding places into a restricted area for life. Those ships may also have to be contaminated by a large amount of radioactive dust. Abandoned. This kind of radioactive dust will even float along the wind to the surrounding areas, completely abandoning the entire area. A captain who witnessed all this couldn't help but kneel down in pain, and said in a voiceless voice, "Shang Yachu is finished." Chapter 990, asking the paparazzi for confirmation. The residents of Saint-Ago City were awakened by the huge explosion. They went out from their homes and looked towards the harbor, wondering what had happened. In their hearts, the lighthouse country is the most powerful country in the world, and the navy of the lighthouse country is the most powerful army in the world. Saint-Ago is also one of the home ports of the lighthouse navy, backed by the most powerful army in the world. The entire Xinjiacho is naturally one of the safest cities in the world. Although there are several shootings almost every month, it is not uncommon for sailors to get drunk and hurt others. However, this does not affect the inner pride of the citizens of Saint-Ago.
What happened? Why is it on fire?
A citizen with a nightcap on his head asked curiously.
I don't know, but it seems to be in the direction of the military port. I don't know what happened.
Another citizen was wearing a piece of clothing, his face full of dissatisfaction.
Could it be that the military port was attacked?
Asked the citizen wearing a nightcap.
No way. This is the world's largest navy. Who dares to make a sneak attack?
The citizens in clothes were full of disbelief.
However, there is obviously a fire in the direction of the military port.
The citizens wearing nightcaps stretched their necks to look, but they could only see the flames that reflected the sky red, and could not see the specific situation at all.
It's probably acting or something. If not, I have to write a letter of complaint tomorrow. Practicing so late has affected my rest and caused me a nervous breakdown. I want them to compensate me $1 million, not $10 million US.
said the clothed citizen.
What a good idea. I'm going to sue them too, and go find a lawyer tomorrow.
The citizen wearing a nightcap nodded in agreement.
My dear, come back soon. I'm impatient.
A woman with a curvy figure walked out of the room and greeted.
I'll come right away.
The man in clothes ran back to the room, still looking a little nervous.
Isn't that woman Howard's wife? Why did she show up at White's house? I didn't expect them to have this kind of relationship. Should I knock White off? Knock off Mrs. Howard. Or report it to Howard. Hey, kids choose. I want them all.
The neighbor in his nightcap had eyes twinkling with excitement. Many citizens watched the excitement for a while and found it uninteresting. So they went back. They didn't know that the radioactive fallout from the nuclear leak was hanging over their heads.
What? The military port was attacked and the aircraft carrier had a nuclear leak. Is it true?
The mayor asked in panic as he got up from his lover's bed.
The actual nuclear leakage of the Geiger counter has exceeded the limit. The entire city of St. Echo is no longer habitable and needs to be evacuated immediately.
The security official who came to notify said,
Sir, Speaker, do you want to notify the entire city to evacuate?
The security officer asked.
No, you can't notify.
The speaker immediately stopped the security officer.
If we notify, those stupid citizens will definitely block every road. Even we will not be able to leave by then. Let's go first and wait until we reach safety. Let's talk about the region.
Security officer.
By the way, prepare radiation protection suits and anti-radiation medicine for me. I want 6 sets.
The speaker shouted.
But, aren't there only 4 people in your family?
The security officer asked.
Don't I need my 2 dogs?
The speaker asked coldly. Security officer.
Can you bear to watch my 2 dogs being contaminated by radiation dust and dying of various cancers? Do you know how sad my wife and children will be?
The speaker said plausibly.
By the way, the Drake family, the Charles family, and the illegitimate son of the Morgan family must be notified, and special personnel will be sent to evacuate them. Remember, they must not suffer any losses. Remember, it is any. I don't want them to stop supporting me and make me lose my position as speaker because of your slightest mistake. Do you hear me? Understood.
The security officer replied immediately.
Why don't you do it quickly?
Late at night, groups of luxury motorcades were driving on deserted highways, and some areas had been restricted by the speaker, so that he and the motorcades of several families could leave St. Echo City quickly. As a wealthy family, people will naturally pay attention to every move they make. There are always paparazzi watching around the wealthy family, waiting for the opportunity, hoping to take an exclusive photo, make a big news, mix in a large bonus, or be bought by the wealthy family at a high price. Go back and become a rich man overnight. Several top wealthy families in St. Echo City evacuated their families late at night, which naturally attracted the attention of the paparazzi.
What are they going to do?
Several paparazzi looked at everything in front of them in horror. They knew that these big families had a purpose in everything they did, and a late-night retreat of this scale was definitely something big.
Look! What are they wearing? It's protective clothing!
A paparazzi with sharp eyes was horrified to find that everyone in these big families was wearing a protective suit, and it was of military grade. Many precious items are still covered with dust covers, and even pets are wrapped in protective clothing.
Did something get leaked?
Several paparazzi immediately thought of the tragic incident a few years ago when a biological laboratory was leaked, causing 70% of the residents in a nearby town to become ill and 1 in 10 to die. There must be a secret biological laboratory in Shunyi that was leaked. Otherwise, these big families wouldn't retreat in such a hurry. There must be something fishy. This is definitely big news. This year's Pulitzer Prize goes to me. A lot of paparazzi kept clicking the shutter, took a photo, and then wrote the manuscript on the tablet computer, and discussed the royalties with the editor. After selling the manuscript to the editor-in-chief, these paparazzi selected some worst photos, contacted internet celebrities and big verses who had cooperated with them, and sold the photos at relatively high prices one by one. Then, a piece of news titled,
Leaking the St. Echo Biological Laboratory. Several wealthy families evacuated hastily,
spread throughout the internet. As the president of the lighthouse country, GE has been unable to sleep recently. Although the progress of the Guard has been relatively smooth and those nasty mercenaries are about to be wiped out, her heart is always uneasy, and she always feels that something big is going on. If it was going to happen. She rubbed her head, turned on her phone, and scrolled through the news. Suddenly, a piece of breaking news popped up and appeared in front of Jie. Jie stood up immediately after seeing the news, picked up the phone,
and called the commander-in-chief of the military. Tell me honestly, do we have a biological laboratory in Shinjuku? Chapter 991 The building will collapse. Dear President, I can guarantee that we do not have a biological laboratory in Sanago. The commander-in-chief of the military was confused by the question. He had no idea why the president was so crazy late at night that he asked such a strange question. But he still pulled the pajamas put on by his lover and answered truthfully. But, can you explain why those wealthy families in St. Yacha retreated late at night wearing protective clothing? And it was military grade. Isn't it because the biological laboratory leaked that they wore such things? Shihi roared. Wait a minute, President. Let me check. The commander-in-chief of the military hurriedly picked up the internal phone and ordered to find out what happened to Sheng Yaju. The calls went down one by one until they reached the chief of the Navy of St. Aiko and the speaker of St. Aiko. The chief of the Navy of St. Asia was vacationing on a private island thousands of miles away. He had no idea what was going on. After receiving the call, he started calling each captain one by one. As a result, the captains were either drunk in the bars on the shore, or were killed in the attack. No one answered the phone at all, and they had no idea what happened. And the speaker who knows the truth dares not to report the truth. During his term, the naval port was attacked. Most of the ships sank, and the aircraft carrier nuclear leaked. If it were made public, then he would be done as the speaker, and the only option would be to resign. There is a way to go. So, he was vague, saying that he didn't know anything about it, and was rushing to Shinjuku to learn the truth of the matter. After hanging up the phone, the speaker urged the driver. Hurry up! Drive faster! Try to reach the next state before dawn. Ji walked in circles in the office, calling from time to time to urge the military commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief of the military was so pressed that he had no choice but to send a reconnaissance plane to find out. After the reconnaissance plane brought back the photos, the entire headquarters was shocked. Only then did they know that the St. Aiko military port had been attacked, and the ships suffered heavy losses. Even the aircraft carrier on the slipway was hit, and a nuclear leak occurred. Things are getting serious. The commander-in-chief of the military did not dare to neglect and hurriedly drove to the presidential office. Dear President, I'm sorry. I have bad news to tell you. 4 hours ago, our naval port in Sanago was attacked. The fleet suffered heavy losses, and even the aircraft carrier was attacked. Only a nuclear incident was confirmed. Leak. I don't know the specific situation, the military commander said hesitantly. A bunch of rubbish. Ji angrily slapped the table and asked, why is such important news only delivered now? I only found out about it by reading the news online. I am a great president, but I need to check the news to find out. Don't you think it's ridiculous what's going on in the country? Tell me, what do I do with these wastes? Is it a waste of money? Jia slapped the table angrily and shouted. I'm sorry. The commander-in-chief of the military lowered his head. We didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to dare to sneak attack our great lighthouse fleet. Please rest assured that we still have a military port on the West Sea, and we still have a fleet. Even if we lose a quarter of our ships, we are still the most powerful naval force on the planet, and we are confident that we will destroy all enemies who dare to sneak attack us and crush them into pieces, the military commander-in-chief assured, patting his chest. I don't want your guarantee. I just need time. I need a specific time. Tell me when I can kill the invading enemies. Ji asked angrily. I need to make a comprehensive judgment with my staff before I can give you a conclusion, the military commander said. At this moment, the secretary hurriedly walked in and handed a report to Jia. President, urgent report. Jia picked up the report and looked through it. His face became uglier as he read it. And in the end, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. She slapped the report in front of the military commander-in-chief and said coldly, please take a good look at this report. This is the fleet you are talking about. The military commander hurriedly picked up the report that had fallen to the ground. After glancing at the title above, his face suddenly became very ugly. It turned out that the Shoggoth military port not far from Sanago was also attacked by unknown persons. The fleet suffered heavy losses. A nuclear submarine exploded. The nuclear weapons inside triggered a chain explosion, and the entire Shoggoth was razed to the ground. The report fell to the ground silently. The military commander-in-chief's eyes were blank. Shoggoth is the core of the lighthouse nation's navy and the most important shipyard. At the time of the accident, 4 aircraft carriers were upgraded, docked, and replenished here. It is also the home port of nuclear submarines. And there are also ballistic missile R&D companies and carrier-based aircraft R&D companies on the shore.
The destruction of the entire Shoggoth port not only meant that the lighthouse country lost more than half of its aircraft carriers and more than two-thirds of its ships. The destruction of ballistic missile and carrier-based aircraft research companies directly broke the backbone of the lighthouse country's navy. Although the lighthouse country still has 4 aircraft carriers and some auxiliary warships left, which can barely support 4 aircraft carrier battle groups. According to normal usage regulations, it can only keep a maximum of 2 aircraft carriers in a usable state, which is almost the maximum number of aircraft carriers that can be used for war. The bottom line is reached. For aircraft carrier battle groups may not sound like a small number, but in the face of the lighthouse country's military bases all over the world, it is still too stretched. Even if all 4 aircraft carrier battle groups are forcibly deployed in the mission area, it will still cause some problems. There is an empty window in the area. How can such a few aircraft carrier battle groups support a global military strategic posture without a powerful aircraft carrier battle group? How can we deter and suppress those younger brothers? How to maintain the oil dollar system? How else to use finance to harvest leaks all over the world? How else to use high salaries to harvest talents from all over the world? This is a series of interlocking dominoes. A break in any one link will lead to a total collapse. Worst of all, both the Ballistic Missile Development Company and the Carrier-Based Aircraft Development Company were destroyed. These are all private companies. In order to protect commercial secrets, the drawings are stored in the company's server. The destruction of the company means that these products will lose follow-up products, which means that the lighthouse country must face the embarrassing situation of being unable to repair these weapons once they malfunction. If you want to produce replaceable products, don't even think about it for 3 to 5 years. This is still a sample, and it will take another 3 to 5 years before it can be put into actual use. As time has passed, all the carrier-based aircraft and missiles in the lighthouse country's current navy have long been scrapped. At that time, can the lighthouse country still maintain a global military system? The commander-in-chief of the military saw 4 frightening words. The building will collapse. Chapter 992 Jiye's response.
What to do? Don't just stand around. Think of a solution.
Jiye asked the military commander-in-chief.
I'm sorry, President. At this stage, the only way I can think of is to shrink our military strength, defend our homeland, deploy heavy troops on the borders and islands, and be on tight alert to prevent countries that have been suppressed by us from taking the opportunity to counterattack.
The military commander thought for a moment and said,
Is the matter so serious?
Jiye asked.
It's more serious than this.
The military commander-in-chief said seriously.
This is only at the military level. The problem is that military failure will lead to a comprehensive collapse of economy, technology, and culture. If there are not enough troops to suppress our friendly countries, they will not tolerate us lying on them to suck blood. When our military strength shrinks, they will take the opportunity to allocate our influence and refuse to use the US knife as payment currency. Without monetary hegemony, we will not be able to use financial resources, harvest the world's leaks, and our debt ceiling has reached a new height. If we cannot repay our foreign debt, they will confiscate our overseas assets. The stocks of those big companies will collapse. Countless wealth will be wiped out, and 90% of the people will become impoverished. Countless people will be weighed down by debt, and the total economic collapse will intensify conflicts among the people. They will take to the streets again to overthrow us. Compared with these, those overseas countries have abolished our patents and suppressed our culture. Products are all trivial matters,
said the military commander.
What if you print money? If you don't have enough money, just print it. If you print more, you can pay it back,
Jiye asked.
President,
the military commander-in-chief said with a wry smile.
If you want to print money, you need to be backed by strength, either credibility or strength. Without the support of the military, no one will recognize the money we print. Moreover, because a large amount of money printing, coupled with the return of a large amount of overseas currency, will cause the money on the market to suddenly increase several times. The total number of commodities will remain unchanged or become scarce, which will lead to an increase in commodity prices,
and then a large currency surge. Devaluation. The more we print, the faster it will depreciate, and soon our banknotes will surpass those of Zimbabwe. What if we forcefully maintain military strength? What if we force troops to be stationed in overseas military bases? I don't believe they dare to rebel.
Jiye patted the table.
But I don't want to listen. But execute it immediately.
Jiye roared that in order to keep the building from falling down, she had to show strength. Otherwise, the building would collapse and she would have failed in this world. She didn't want to just hand over her eldest sister's head to Zhang Tuohai.
I didn't expect you to have such a skill. I underestimated you. Now let's see what backup tricks you have.
Xi signed the presidential decree overnight. On the one hand, the nuclear-powered money printing machine began to print a large amount of banknotes and distributed them to the military and various arms companies, allowing them to work overtime to produce various weapons. On the other hand, the federal troops who received the departure fee began to board transport planes and head to the Lighthouse Kingdom's military bases around the world to suppress those
friendly countries.
The Union soldiers holding fistfuls of money were very happy about this. In their eyes, stationing in friendly countries is a good job, compared with the more strict management of the mainland. They are privileged emperors in those friendly countries. They are not paid for food and sleep. It is commonplace. If someone is beaten to death, as long as he escapes back to the garrison base and doesn't get caught by the local police, then it's okay, and he can just take a military plane back home. As long as you never come to this country again, you can always get away with it. For the soldiers who could only do so in the local area, this was a rare feeling of privilege that they could enjoy, and they were extremely happy. Moreover, this time, the Congress was extremely generous. It paid the departure fee in full and repaid the arrears, which made them feel like they were in a dream. Many soldiers started discussing on the plane how to eat, drink, and have fun in the local area and become a master. However, as soon as they got off the plane, something didn't feel right. What was underneath the plane was not a welcoming crowd holding bouquets of flowers, but groups of soldiers armed with live ammunition. A large number of people were escorted to the garrison and were strictly prohibited from going out. Many construction teams are working outside the station, and a high wall is rising from the ground. It looks like it will seal the entire station. They don't look like a garrison, but more like prisoners with weapons.
What's going on? This is different from what's advertised. Isn't it said that you can eat and drink for free here, and the master won't pay you? Why is it like this? You are cheating. I want to go back.
I knew the soldiers who came were shouting. Many people began to inquire about the situation from their colleagues, who had been here for a long time. Those colleagues said with a wry smile,
"This place was indeed what you said before. However, since our military port was destroyed and 2/3 of the fleet sank to the bottom, their attitude has changed. Now they think they are stronger than us."
Chang naturally disobeyed the supervision and was thinking of expelling us. Now everyone here wants to leave. But you were sent in. It can only be said that you were sent as cannon fodder. Why was the military port destroyed and the fleet sunk? Is it true or false? When did it happen? Don't lie to me.
A big-headed soldier was anxious.
No, you don't know about such a big thing?
The garrison in the camp was also shocked.
This is something that happened in the country. You are from the country, so you should know better than us. Right. I don't know.
The new big-name soldiers shook their heads in unison, saying that they didn't know these things at all. The domestic news was all singing and dancing. The stock market economy was booming, and economic experts called for a bull market to be around the corner, encouraging retail investors to buy the bottom. Enter the market and don't miss this golden opportunity.
Then you are being controlled by the news. In fact, the situation in the country is far from as good as you imagined. 2/3 of the fleet was destroyed.
Several high-tech companies were destroyed. A large number of key factories were destroyed, and a large amount of farmland was burned, because the company and factory buildings were destroyed, resulting in a lot of lost equipment that could not be replenished. The previous war to clear out the mercenaries consumed a large amount of weapons and ammunition. Now the ammunition reserves were urgently needed. There was no way to replenish production, and the farmland was destroyed. As a result, food production will be significantly reduced, and food prices may rise. So it is better to save more money. Otherwise, I may not even have money to buy bread when I go back,"
said an old garrison. Hearing the words of the old garrison, the new soldiers panicked. They had experienced a cold wave when their electricity bills soared hundreds of times. At that time, they had to survive by burning wood. If there was a food crisis, they would have. I'm afraid it's a question of how many slices of bread I can buy with the little money I have. Chapter 993, The Shrimp Rebels. The top soldiers in the station were talking a lot and were worried about how to live their future. The outside of the wall is also in turmoil. On the verge of turmoil. What those big-headed soldiers don't know is that the big-headed soldiers assigned to Europe, Australia, and other places are treated fairly well. Although they are imprisoned, they can still move freely in the camp, and their weapons have not been confiscated. Those big soldiers who were transferred to Area 11 were not so lucky. As soon as they got off the plane, the soldiers who were eating sushi and drinking wine were disarmed by the shrimp guards. the great leader of the Free Lighthouse Nation, who has been serving as the Emperor in District 11, was actually disarmed in District 11 of Colony. How can this be tolerated? The big-headed soldiers were angry and struggled to resist. However, just as they were about to make a move, dozens of guns around them were raised, and the vehicle-mounted machine guns on the infantry fighting vehicles were pointed at them.
Siete, what are you going to do?
A big-headed soldier asked angrily. Baga. A soldier from the guards hit the big soldier on the head with the butt of his rifle.
Damn lighthouse ghosts. Do you think this is still the day when you are running rampant in the world? Be more honest, or you will die. Drop.
A group of guard soldiers watched a group of lighthouse soldiers walk towards the prison on foot, just like their ancestors. However, the years of easy life made these Xiaoya guards unable to hold on any longer, so they could only arrange vehicles to take these ghosts in their eyes to the prison and keep them under strict supervision. The people in District 11 are like this. When you are strong, it is as obedient as a dog, constantly wagging its tail and begging for mercy. When you are weak, it will immediately show its fangs and pounce on you, eating your flesh and drinking your blood. After the additional soldiers were taken into custody, the Xiaoya guard set their sights on the domestic military bases of the Lighthouse State.
Gentlemen, those devils from the Lighthouse country have been occupying our land these years, insulting our wives and daughters, and plundering our wealth. Are you still willing to be their slaves?
A guards officer with a ribbon on his head asked loudly.
I don't want to,
shouted the people below.
Then use their blood to wash away our shame. The enemy is in Handa. Charge.
A group of soldiers from the Shrimp Guards launched a sudden advance towards the Handa base. The garrison at the Handa base had been frightened for a long time these days. When they saw the Xiaoya guards charging, they immediately chose to shoot. Da-da-da. A series of bullets were fired, knocking down a large number of members of the Shrimp Guards.
Those devils actually dare to fight back. Bring up the artillery,
shouted the commander. Several mortars were set up. Boom! Boom! The base's gate was blown to pieces. Seeing that the obstacle to progress was opened, the commander raised his saber high and shouted,
What a black card! Plate! Plate!
A group of guardsmen rushed forward with rifles in their hands, and the mortar team moved their firepower in a deeper direction, constantly opening the way forward for the attacking troops.
The military strength of the Lighthouse Nation is unparalleled in the world. To a large extent, its various war machines are extremely advanced, and are 1 or even 2 eras ahead of its opponents. It is like using a rifle to hit a person with a spear and a sword. There is no natural reason for not winning. However, if once this generation difference disappears, and various precision-guided weapons cannot be used to defeat the enemy beyond visual range, even in infantry combat, drones will be used to detect the opponent, and then the Air Force and artillery will be called to clear the ground. The third-class people in the Lighthouse country call it a war at best, or an armed parade at worst. The most intense battles involve the use of armored vehicles to deal with the indigenous residents, who only have rifles. For this kind of troops, who have long been adapted to support operations and armed parades, if the battle is dragged into a state of close combat, the effect will be completely different. The first thought of many troops when facing the enemy is to call for Air Force and artillery support through individual radio devices. However, before they could call out, the guards from District 11 rushed in front of them and stabbed their chests with their sharp bayonets. The gushing blood stimulated the Shrimp Guards and aroused the animal nature in them. Once the animal nature that had been suppressed for decades was released, it was like a volcanic eruption.
Kill them!
The guards held their rifles high and killed every lighthouse garrison they could see. Seeing their companions fall to the ground one by one, the morale of the garrison troops in the Lighthouse Kingdom collapsed, and they all dropped their weapons and ran towards the back. However, how could their legs escape the bullets? They were beaten into pieces by bullets fired from behind. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Large numbers of Lighthouse Country garrison troops were killed. Corpses were piled up in the base, and blood flowed into rivers. The Shrimp Guards happily searched for the belongings of these people. Cash, watches, pistols, and even gold teeth were knocked off and taken away. Soon those Shrimp Guards discovered a new business opportunity. That is, there were basically several or dozens of self-portraits in the mobile phones of the people in the lighthouse. The Shrimp Guards' eyes lit up after seeing these short movies. They immediately contacted the producers they knew and sent the short movies in their hands in exchange for a quick sum of money. Soon, a large number of movies with the title Blonde Heaven appeared on the internet. These are all benefits to the soldiers at the bottom. The biggest benefit for Area 11 after breaking through the Handa base was the harvest of a large number of advanced fighters. You know, Area 11 is the bridgehead and the most important fortress of the lighthouse state on the ocean. Naturally, the Handa base is also the most important Air Force base, which stores a large number of the most advanced fighters. As a colony and auxiliary force of the lighthouse state, the Shrimp Guards are naturally familiar with these fighter planes. But some parts have not been installed. Now with these fighters, the air transport in Area 11, which can only serve as an anti-submarine patrol, has immediately transformed into the third largest air transport in the world. At least this is the case from a hardware perspective, such as the number of fighter jets. Easily occupying the Handa base made the Xia Guards full of confidence. Like dogs that had broken free of their chains, their ambitions began to expand.
Gentlemen, the Handa base has fallen into our hands. We have achieved the first step in rebuilding the empire. Now, those evil warships of the lighthouse are still parked in the port of our capital. Are you willing to let these evil warships continue to defile our country? I don't want to.
The people below raised their rifles and shouted loudly, and the watches reflected dazzling light under the sunlight.
Well, follow me and set off towards Jingcheng Bay.
Chapter 994 Crazy Shrimp Pay. The morale of the Xia Guards was so high that they were victorious. They were like huskies that had broken free of their chains, and they rushed towards Jingcheng Bay. They even openly raced on the road and dared to openly challenge the traffic police. Compared to the fairly well-defended Handa base, the defense at Kyoto Bay is even worse. After all, Navy men are noble people. How can they be compared with those red deer? Today is the weekend. Except for the unlucky ones, who are on duty on the ship drinking and watching football games. The rest have gone to Ikebukuro to have fun. How can they stay here, spending time on the boat? Therefore, when the Shrimp Guards arrived, of the entire fleet, only the 2 guards at the door were armed, and the strongest weapons in the hands of the rest were wine bottles. Under this kind of weapon generation difference, the results are naturally self-evident. The Shrimp Guards effortlessly controlled an entire aircraft carrier battle group including aircraft carriers, submarines, destroyers, and supply ships. This makes the lighthouse country's already stretched maritime power even worse. What's even worse is that the Xia Guards have long been the supplementary force of the lighthouse country. They are extremely familiar with the various combat equipment of the lighthouse country. After grabbing the equipment, they can quickly form combat effectiveness. The successful capture of an entire aircraft carrier battle group made the Xia Guards even more excited and arrogant. They believed that the lighthouse nation's military had become corrupt and no longer worthy of being their masters. It was time for them to take their place. It has even reached an era when they can take charge again and conquer the world. Yes, it means conquering the world. However, before accomplishing this goal, they need to remove some small stumbling blocks, such as the current Prime Minister, the Minister of Tibet, and other national thieves.
Gentlemen, the treacherous ministers in the court are in power. They have blinded His Majesty the Emperor. It is time to kill the traitors and let His Majesty regain power. Gentlemen, follow me. God will punish the traitors and return the power to your Majesty. Plate!
The guards below cheered loudly, driving the infantry fighting vehicles and tanks they had just snatched, and swaggering towards the Prime Minister's residence. Boom! The huge armored vehicle smashed open the wrought iron gate of the Prime Minister's official residence and crushed the small flower bed in the front courtyard into rubble.
Baga! You bunch of red deer! Who let you break in? Do you know where this is? This is the Prime Minister's official residence. Let you sirs come out and speak.
A man who looked like an old housekeeper ran out of the 2-story house and shouted loudly. Boom! There was a gunshot, and a bullet hit the butler's head, breaking the other man's head into pieces.
Bah! National thief!
The leading red deer spat, and then led the team into the official residence. Then under his leadership, the remaining red deer filed in and rushed into the official residence.
Where is the Prime Minister?
These people grabbed an attendant and asked.
Playing with the cat in the study,
the attendant said tremblingly.
He is indeed a national traitor.
The leader, Ma Lu, said bitterly. Soon, several of his men pulled the Prime Minister out, who was still watching TV and playing with his cat, and pinned him down in the yard.
Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let your commander talk to me,
the Prime Minister asked loudly.
Baga! For the sake of Xiaoya's future, please hit the road.
Boom! A gunshot shattered the Prime Minister's head.
Cut off the head. Don't let the mistakes of our predecessors happen to us again.
The leader of the group, Red Deer, said.
Yes.
Someone immediately cut off the Prime Minister's head. The Red Deer glanced at the time. It was June 22nd.
Gentlemen, Today is the day for us to rebuild the empire. Let us kill those worms in the court together and return the power to His Majesty. Plate!
Many red deer rushed towards the official residences of the ministers, killing each minister on the bed, and then swaggered to Chiyoda, holding the petition high and shouting,
Please return the power to your Majesty.
Looking at the many red deer outside the gate, the attendants guarding the imperial palace were frightened. They were just guards of honor. They were frightened when they saw the tanks and armored vehicles parked in front of the gate. The last time the imperial palace faced such a thing was when they were 70 years ago.
Excuse me. What do you want to do?
The attendant asked respectfully.
We are here to ask His Majesty to return power. This is our petition. Please give it to your Majesty. Please.
The leader, Ma Lu, handed the petition to the attendant. The emperor in the imperial palace was stunned after hearing the report from the attendant. He has existed as a mascot for a long time and has been living a reclusive life in the imperial palace. Originally, he thought he would continue like this until his death. Unexpectedly, the sun came out from the west today, and someone actually returned the throne to him. Should you accept it or not? The emperor hesitated. If he continued to live his life as usual, he would be able to live without worries for the rest of his life. However, if he accepts it, he will be walking on a tightrope. He may regain the glory of the empire, or he may be shattered into pieces without even a chance to advocate. Being cowardly, he originally wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that the red deer would become angry and kill him in exchange for an obedient superior.
Recruit these loyal and brave warriors to come forward,
the emperor said helplessly.
Yes.
The attendant quickly brought up the red deer from the shrimp guards.
Your Majesty, we have killed all the traitors who hindered your coming to court. Now please lead us to rebuild the glory of the empire.
The emperor's balls are so painful. He has never handled government affairs since he came to the throne. The cabinet has always been responsible. He is only responsible for taking photos during festivals. Now these red deer have killed all the ministers and let him handle it. Government affairs. Isn't this difficult for him? However, he was also quick-witted and said immediately,
My dear, you are very loyal and brave. Now I will appoint you as the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, with full authority to handle everything. My dear, please don't let me down. The Emperor is on our side.
Ma Lu's eyes sparkled, and he took out a plan that had been treasured for many years.
Your Majesty, this is our future plan. Please take a look at it. Approved.
The Emperor was very flustered at this time. He was afraid that if he refused, Ma Lu would be angry and rush to kill him. Therefore, no matter what was written on it, he stamped his approval directly.
Thank you for your Majesty's trust. I will definitely live up to your Majesty's expectations, complete the plan, and lead the Empire back to the top of the world. Please wait for the news of our victorious return.
Red Deer happily left with the plan.
Finally gone.
The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he was temporarily safe. In fact, if he had seen the title of the plan just now, he might not have thought so. The title of the plan that Red Deer handed over was
Cat, Cat,
Cat. Chapter 995 Classic Reappearance. The leader of the Xiaoya Guards, Ma Lu, raised the plan book in his hand and shouted,
Your Majesty agrees to our plan. We will restore the glory of the Empire and wait for your efforts. Plate.
Many red deer cheered, and the atmosphere was extremely high. Subsequently, as the Prime Minister, Ma Lu of the Shrimp Guard selected capable warriors from all the Shrimp Guards to pilot the newly captured aircraft carrier battle group, together with the country's original various large and small ships, to form a special task force, came out in full force and galloped towards San Francisco. Because there are 2 aircraft carriers of the Lighthouse State parked there. If these 2 aircraft carriers can be attacked by surprise, and the airport and base in San Francisco are destroyed, the Lighthouse State will lose its springboard in the ocean, and will no longer be able to worry about them. They can also let go and compete for maritime supremacy. The Red Deers of the Navy were in high spirits, thinking about the beautiful vision of the future. But they missed one point. This is not 70 years ago. There are thousands of satellites in the sky monitoring every inch of land on the ground. With such a large fleet, it was naturally impossible to hide it from anyone's eyes and ears. And it was quickly discovered by the Lighthouse country.
What? How dare they?
Ji slapped the table angrily. She never expected that one of the 2 colonies in her hands, the first loyal dog, would jump to her knees at the first moment. Forget it. They even took hostages and killed the officers and soldiers on the ship. Forgetting killing someone, he actually used her weapon to sneak attack her, which was outrageous and shameless.
Damn guys! I'm going to make them pay the price,
Ji said angrily.
By the way, Marshal, where are my aircraft carrier battle groups?
Xia looked at the new commander-in-chief. Her predecessor was dismissed by her for being too incompetent.
President, the 1st and 2nd aircraft carrier battle groups are being repaired in San Francisco, replenishing supplies and ready to go into battle at any time. The 3rd aircraft carrier battle group is performing patrol missions near the Tianju Sea.
Marshall looked at the report and said,
Let the 1st and 2nd aircraft carrier battle groups prepare to ambush those damn rebels. The 3rd aircraft carrier battle group goes to Jingcheng Bay and blows their capital into rubble. Let them know that this is the consequence of betrayal.
Shi said angrily.
Yes.
Marshall immediately called the captains. The commanders of the 1st and 2nd aircraft carrier battle groups accepted the mission without any hesitation. Only the commander of the 3rd aircraft carrier battle group said helplessly,
Sir, my aircraft carrier has been cruising here for half a year overdue and needs repairs a long time ago.
The engine and some parts need to be repaired and replaced. Otherwise we will not be able to go into battle. However, after losing the Jingcheng Bay base, the only repair shop closest to us is the Tianju shipyard of the Allied countries. Then go to Tianju shipyard for repairs. After the repairs are completed, immediately blow up that damn Jingcheng Bay into a sea of flames.
Snapped. After Marshall finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He knew that he was just a newcomer who had just been promoted. He had no qualifications or foundation in the military. His only advantage was loyalty. If he wanted to continue working, the only thing he could do was to persevere. Complete every task assigned to him by GE without hesitation. As for the military, they must be high pressure and tough. Otherwise these people will not listen to them. He was very satisfied with his performance just now. Now,
those captains should be able to carry out their missions well.
Right? Marshall thought happily.
Damn it.
The commander of the 3rd aircraft carrier battle group hung up the phone angrily.
What happened?
Commander? The adjutant asked cautiously.
The stupid commander-in-chief who just took office asked us to go to Tianju shipyard to replace parts, and then march thousands of miles to Jingcheng Bay to bomb the capital of those damn traitors.
The commander said angrily.
What? Are they crazy? They actually asked us to go to Tianju shipyard to replace parts? Are their heads soaked in Ganges River water?
The adjutant asked in disbelief.
Perhaps they are soaked in divine oil. These damn politicians. God knows how many curry-scented notes they have collected.
The commander said angrily.
Then what should we do?
The adjutant asked uneasily.
What else can I do? Just follow the arrangement. Fortunately, it's just a few parts that have been replaced. I hope I'll be lucky this time, and there won't be any big problems.
The commander said helplessly. The fleet turned around and sailed into Tianju shipyard. Those Vaishyas were extremely excited. They never expected that one day they would be able to repair the aircraft carrier of the lighthouse country. Although they only replaced some parts, they still looked around excitedly. Their two hands with nowhere to rest danced excitedly. He pokes here and there. Pokes here and there. Curious about everything he looks at.
Please hurry up and repair it. We still have important tasks.
The supervising affairs officer said impatiently.
Okay. We know.
Said a Vaishya holding a rooster.
I know the truth. Why did you bring a rooster on board?
The supervising affairs officer asked in confusion.
This is a lucky rooster. We have organized it on our ships to bring good luck to people. I applied for it for a long time before borrowing it.
The Vaishya said, protecting the rooster in his arms.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please work quickly.
The supervising affairs officer looked at his watch and said impatiently. I know.
Vaishya took the rooster and started to change the accessories. The supervising steward felt bored and went to smoke on the deck. Because it was a special request and they were given double wages. Those Vaishyas who had always procrastinated showed amazing speed. The work that originally required 6 hours was completed in only 12 hours. Setting a new record. After several Vaishyas completed their work, they high-fived each other and celebrated that they had broken the previous record. Sure enough, only we Vaishyas are the greatest race.
By the way, there are an extra set of screws and parts here. I really don't know where they are. What should I do with them?
Asked a Vaishya holding a handful of parts.
There is no need to ask. Of course, according to the old rules, throw it in the warehouse. Maybe we can save an extra aircraft carrier after a while. By the way, after all, this is the first time to come to the Lighthouse Country's aircraft carrier. I allow each of you to take one back as a souvenir,
said the leader Vaishya.
Long live the team leader.
A group of people cheered, and each person took a part.
After one of them got the parts, he clasped his hands and prayed silently, and then threw the parts into a gap very devoutly. God of the aircraft carrier, please bless me with good luck tonight and win a lot of money. I will serve you well. Avaishya prayed devoutly. Chapter 996, The Mysterious Sinking. The 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group sailed out of the port of Tianjin shipyard in a hurry. Within 10 minutes, there was a muffled bang on the ship, and then a puff of black smoke came out of the cabin. What happened? The commander asked with a frown. Sorry, Commander. There was a malfunction in the engine compartment, and it suddenly overheated and caused a fire. After some questioning, the adjutant said helplessly, I knew these damn guys were unreliable. The commander angrily punched the command platform. What about the automatic firefighting device? I remember that there is an automatic firefighting device hidden in the engine, the commander asked. I'm sorry, Commander. I don't know why the automatic fire protection device broke down. According to damage control, some key components are missing. However, these components are still there during the routine inspection in the morning, the adjutant said. Find a way to rescue and save this ship, the commander shouted loudly. The current lighthouse country is no longer the lighthouse country of the past. What he holds in his hand is 1/3 of the existing naval combat power of the lighthouse country. There is no room for error. Yes. The adjutant took the order, and just as he was about to inform, the fire had quickly spread to the oil depot and aircraft ammunition depot. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the explosion of the ammunition depot directly blew the aircraft carrier into the sky. The broken fragments swept through the surrounding sea like a steel storm, smashing several destroyers into sieves before they had time to disperse. The people inside were in pieces. Several destroyers slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Even the big blackfish underwater was not spared. The sudden turbulent waves turned the big blackfish over. All the people in the submarine were turned upside down, and many people fell on the command platform. Several people managed to touch the launch button, and a loaded torpedo was launched. However, to launch a torpedo, you must first fill the torpedo chamber with water to keep the torpedo floating and make the water pressure inside and outside the same. Then open the torpedo hatch, and finally launch. At this time, let alone the hatch cover, not even water was injected. The result was that the torpedo hit the hatch cover of the submarine and exploded directly. Boom! The bow of the submarine turned into pieces, and turbulent water poured into the cabin. Before the crew members, who had just been thrown, could react, they were swallowed up by the raging seawater and had no time to close the watertight door. In this way, the 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group ended its life in an almost dramatic way. Several Vaishyas on the shore who were getting ready to get off work were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the tragic scene on the sea. Is the ship that exploded the one we repaired before? Asked a Vaishya. I don't know. Whatever. It's time to get off work and sneak away, said the leader Vaishya. A group of Vaishyas came off work happily. It was time to get off work, and everything had nothing to do with them. While the 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of the Lighthouse Nation was annihilated, an aircraft carrier battle broke out in another sea area, with the captured aircraft carrier as the core and the self-built helicopter carrier as the auxiliary. Area 11, escorted by numerous destroyers, arrived at the sea off San Francisco after a long journey. Lieutenant General 5835, the commander-in-chief of the task force, looked at the beautiful scenery of San Francisco through the telescope with a smile on his face. He put down the telescope and said, At the beginning, our ancestors' wishes that could not be fulfilled must be realized in us. If you lose everything, go out. Following his order, a large number of aircraft took off according to the scheduled plan. After completing their formation in the air, they flew towards San Francisco. Buzz, when a large number of planes flew over San Francisco. It was the day of the Super Bowl. The football stadium in San Francisco was full of spectators. When they saw the planes flying low in the sky, they thought they were adding to the atmosphere of the game. They stood up one after another, shaking their hats and cheering. However, at this moment, a formation of planes suddenly opened their bomb bays, and precision-guided bombs fell towards the stadium. Boom! Boom! Bombs fell one after another in the stadium, blowing the spectators into pieces and causing half of the stadium to collapse. The remaining spectators screamed and ran in all directions, trying to escape the stadium. They couldn't understand why their plane dropped bombs on them. Excluding the fighter planes that bombed the stadium, the remaining fighter planes swarmed towards the port of San Francisco. Their first goal is to destroy the aircraft carrier parked in the port. Only in this way can they be qualified to continue to compete for world supremacy. However,
When they came to the port, they were dumbfounded. The entire port was empty. Not even a ship. Instead, there were dozens of anti-aircraft missiles and anti-aircraft guns of various calibers parked on the shore, staring at them eagerly.
No! I've fallen into a trap!
No matter how stupid the loser in Kong is, he knows that the plan has been leaked, and he quickly changes course and wants to leave. However, the anti-aircraft firepower below had been prepared for a long time, and all kinds of firepower opened fire as soon as the losers entered the ambush circle. Missile after missile, anti-aircraft shells exploded at high altitude, creating clouds of death fireworks, and planes were shot down one after another. Seeing the heavy losses, the navigator felt like his heart was being cut by a knife, and shouted to the communication channel,
"Run quickly! This is a trap!"
As soon as he finished shouting this sentence, his plane was hit and crashed. If he could hold on for a few more seconds, he might be able to hear the fleet's answer.
The task force was attacked by the enemy's air force. Please call all nearby fighter planes to return to the rescue immediately. Return to the rescue immediately.
At this time, several fighter planes that had just completed the bombing of the stadium were circling in the sky. A pilot asked Captain Sasaki,
"Captain, what should we do? Go back to assist the fleet?"
"No." Sasaki decisively refused.
"What? Sasaki, are you such a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death? I originally thought what they said was false, but now it seems that it is all true,"
a team member said angrily.
"Nonsense. You can doubt anything, but you can't doubt my loyalty to the Empire,"
Sasaki said solemnly.
"We have no ammunition now, and there is no use going back. If this is the case, why should we go back and do unnecessary things? Where's the sacrifice? Even if we have no ammunition, we still have fighter planes. We can hit their planes. As long as it can bring a glimmer of life to the fleet, we can do anything,"
a team member said excitedly. However, another team member objected.
"Stupid. How much damage can be caused by crashing a plane? Let me tell you.
Their planes have all attacked our fleet, and the air defense is empty. If they want to hit, we will hit. After destroying their aircraft carrier, our mission is completed."
Chapter 997. I voted. Several pilots argued for a long time, but they couldn't come up with an argument about whose advice they should listen to and which direction they should attack. Finally, they all turned their questioning eyes to Captain Sasaki.
"Captain Sasaki, you make your decision. We all listen to you,"
the others said, seeing their gazes. Sasaki was as big as the other. In fact, he doesn't want to choose any of them. He just wants to leave here alive and go home to do business. Only fools will compensate you fools for crashing into planes and warships. However, he couldn't say these words. Otherwise, justice would be
executed
by these team members first.
He pondered for a moment and said to several team members, "I think it is more in the interests of the Empire to deal with the aircraft carrier. Don't forget what our first mission is." As expected, it's Captain Sasaki. His experience is different. Is this the captain's wisdom? It's so terrifying.
Several team members touted.
"Okay, let's not waste time. Let's go for the sake of the Empire,"
Sasaki shouted loudly.
Set off.
Several pilots flew fighter planes in the direction where the enemy aircraft carrier might exist. They were really lucky. After flying at low altitude for a while, they discovered the aircraft carrier of the lighthouse country, and they were facing the rear of the aircraft carrier. Moreover, because they broke in at a low altitude, they were not discovered by the opponent's high-altitude fighters.
"The aircraft carrier on the left of you guys. I'll be in charge of the one on the right."
Sasaki gave the order.
"Captain, if you are in charge of a ship yourself, will it be unsafe? How about I help you?"
a team member asked.
"Idiot!" Sasaki yelled. "We only have 4 people. We must ensure that we destroy at least one aircraft carrier, so as to reduce the Empire's losses. If we divide it evenly, what if 2 aircraft carriers cannot be sunk? Our sacrifices are still worth it. Does it make any sense? Just carry out your orders."
Hi. Several team members were greatly moved when they heard this, and their eyes filled with excitement. What a good captain. When he was dying, he was still thinking about the interests of the Empire, thinking about maximizing everything and striving for the greatest benefits for the Empire. They can follow such a captain and die without regrets. Several team members saluted Sasaki, then stepped on the accelerator and accelerated towards the aircraft carrier. Boom! 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 3 fighter planes crashed into the tail compartment of the aircraft carrier one after another. The tail cabin was directly smashed. and turbulent seawater poured into the tail cabin and entered the core cabin. The turbulent seawater hit the ultra-high temperature reactor and evaporated a large amount of water vapor. The ultra-high temperature water vapor directly hit the nearby damaged pipe and burned it to death. The ultra-high temperature made it impossible for the damaged pipe to reach the scene and control the situation. The ship tilted slowly, and after discovering that the rescue efforts were ineffective, the captain reluctantly announced the abandonment of the ship. Witnessing the death of 3 colleagues, Sasaki felt no fluctuation in his heart. He reduced his flying speed and altitude, then slowly descended to the deck of the aircraft carrier on the right, popped open the cockpit, and Sasaki jumped down. Holding high, he said with his hands, "I surrender. Please don't kill me." The surrounding sailors of the Lighthouse Nation were dumbfounded when they saw a person from Area 11 landing on their deck. Then, several military policemen picked up their guns and prepared to avenge the dead compatriots. However, it was the captain who stopped them. "This is the only prisoner we have captured since the war started. Take good care of him. Maybe we can get some information from him." Not long after, the carrier-based aircraft that went to raid also returned. Since they raided first, they successfully sank most of Zai's invading fleet, including the captured aircraft carrier battle group and 2 helicopter carriers. Only a few small destroyers managed to escape because they ran out of ammunition. However, they also suffered considerable losses. Under the desperate resistance of the Zai fleet, half of the planes were shot down, 2 were driven out and sunk, and 1 was seriously injured. On top of that, an aircraft carrier was sunk. Now, only one of the original 10 complete aircraft carrier battle groups in the entire Lighthouse country is left. It can be said that it has suffered heavy losses and cannot even meet basic combat requirements. Looking at the blazing flames on the sea and the about-to-sink hull, the commander of the aircraft carrier strike group was speechless. He knew that in the next few decades, the Lighthouse country would no longer be able to have a strong military deterrent. With the failure of the Navy, it has become a certainty that the overseas military bases will change hands. If they can reduce the losses to a minimum, stick to the homeland and prevent greater losses, that is what they have to consider. In desperation, he picked up the phone and sent the battle report to Ji. After getting the battle report, Ji slapped the table angrily. Most of the aircraft carrier battle group she had high hopes for was destroyed. After piecing it together, she could only manage to put together a complete strike group. This little strength is not even enough to defend the homeland. And what caused her such huge losses, apart from the initially unknown assailant, was the damned Siaga People's Rebellion. If they hadn't rebelled at this critical node, the aircraft carrier strike group parked in Jingcheng Bay would not have been abandoned. If it hadn't been for such an emergency, the aircraft carrier strike group cruising in the Tianju Sea would not have gone to the Tianju shipyard for combat. Repairs were made, resulting in the explosion and sinking. If it weren't for the Xia fleet's sneak attack on San Francisco, the 2 aircraft carrier strike groups parked in San Francisco would not have been half sunk, causing today's situation. So, in the final analysis, it's all Xiaji's fault. Xia broke the pen on the table, informed the strategic bomber formation to take off immediately and carry out devastating bombings on the shrimp. This time, don't leave any city behind. I'm going to blow them back to the Stone Age, Ji said bitterly. If it hadn't been for these damn bastards, her navy would have been enough to deter neighboring countries, not to mention supporting global strategic points. However, it was all these damn bastards who had caused her navy to be almost completely destroyed and almost lost its combat capability. If she didn't teach these bastards a lesson, it would be hard for her to get so angry. President, please think about it again. There will be no problem if we deal with these bastards. But will it cause turmoil in the region? Marshall asked cautiously. What time do you think it is? Xia asked coldly. Do you think, after we lost 90% of the fleet, those countries will not be ready to start trying to challenge us? If you want to maintain our hegemony and stability, and maintain our current status, we must use thunderous means to prevent them from taking any rash action. Therefore, this shrimp must be destroyed no matter what, and it must be mercilessly notified to use atomic bombs. Chapter 998 Victory Transfer. Several heavy stealth bombers took off from various Air Force bases in the Lighthouse country and rushed toward Area 11 from various routes. At this time, the residents of District 11 were sitting in front of the TV, watching the emergency news. The content of the news is that their brave guards have recaptured all the Lighthouse country bases yesterday and imprisoned all the Lighthouse country troops in prison. All those who committed crimes will be punished as they should. Plate! Seeing this news, Countless residents of District 11 took to the streets to celebrate. Although the economy of District 11 has long been in a leading position in the world, even if it has been stagnant for a long time, it is still ranked among the top 10 in the world, and it has considerable influence on many international affairs. However, this still cannot change the fact that it is a modern colony. Everything is obtained by selling national sovereignty. The consequence is that not only their country has become a field of leeks, harvested every time there is a need, but its ordinary people are also leeks. The garrison troops were running rampant in the local area. Drinking, killing, speeding, cheating on others, and not paying them were commonplace. However, as long as those people escaped into the base, no one could control them. The residents protested countless times, and there was nothing they could do. However, now, their shrimp guards have imprisoned all these garrison troops. Is District 11 going to break free from the shackles again and return to the top of the world? Countless residents took to the streets to congratulate each other and celebrate the hard-won victory. At this time, a piece of news was broadcast again on the big screen in the square. According to the latest news, the Shrine Guards Task Force attacked San Francisco yesterday and sank an enemy aircraft carrier, as well as various large and small ships. After completing the scheduled mission objectives, the victory was transferred. Plate! The residents were even more jubilant. Victory. Military victory. If putting all the garrison troops in prison was just an appetizer, then the military victory completely washed away the humiliation they had suffered for so many years. The name of the colony was washed away. As for whether it is possible that the news is fake, the battle lines don't lie. The task force has already attacked San Francisco. How can it be fake? The vigorous parade began. Countless people gathered in the streets to revel and cheer for victory. All the cities were lit up, and the entire District 11 became a city that never sleeps. 12 B-2 heavy bombers quietly came to the sky above Area 11 under the cover of night. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of AGM-129 heavy cruise missiles carrying nuclear warheads attacked various cities in Area 11. After a few minutes, mushroom clouds bloomed in every city in District 11. This time, the Lighthouse Country did not show mercy like last time and directly took care of several big cities in the metropolitan area one by one. Several megacities have been assigned more than 1 star. District 11 is a country with relatively good urbanization, and its 2 super metropolitan areas contain more than half of the country's population. After this round of attacks, the population of the entire District 11 was reduced by half, and all large cities were destroyed, especially the 2 super metropolitan areas, which were turned into a white land, full of rubble, ruins and dust. The whole world was in an uproar. This was the first time since the First World War that nuclear weapons had been used against humanity. Moreover, it was such a complete and devastating blow. More than 90% of the country's elites, experts, high-tech talents, engineers, and skilled workers were wiped out. The transportation network established around the 2 major metropolitan areas was severed. Industrial capacity suffered a devastating blow. Several nuclear power plants and military factories have received special attention. Now, except for some food processing plants built in the countryside, the industrial capacity of the entire 11th district has been completely wiped out, and more than 90% of the elite, technical personnel, and young and middle-aged labor force have been wiped out. Those left behind in the countryside are all old and young, and most of the young people are useless people who chew on the old. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that District 11 is completely ruined, and even 10 more Marshall Plans cannot save it. The main reason is that there is an extreme shortage of young and middle-aged labor force, and they are unable to rebuild even if they want to rebuild. 10 or 20 years later, these old people are gone, and the population of District 11 has dropped by 90%, with a population of less than 10 million, and no high-tech talents and industrial base. It is almost impossible to rise. As for the future of District 11, almost no one cares about it except the surrounding stakeholder countries. Everyone is thinking about one question. That is, since the Lighthouse Country dares to attack District 11, will the next target dare to attack us? All countries with counterattack capabilities mobilized various air defense and anti-missile systems overnight to defend against attacks from Lighthouse countries. Several big countries immediately called the Lighthouse Country to ask what it meant. GE was annoyed by the continuous calls and unplugged the phone line. At this time, the assistant who had been standing nearby said, "President, you use nuclear weapons first. What if they follow your example and use nuclear weapons? I think it is better to pull up the defense first. Pull out all the nuclear weapons, and give them a deterrence makes them dare not act rashly. The Lighthouse Country really cannot support it anymore. If we try again, the entire lighthouse country will fall apart. That makes sense.
Under Jia's order, all strategic missiles were put on duty. The missiles were pushed onto the launchers one by one. The aircraft were pulled out of the hangar. The missiles were mounted, and the missile silos were all opened. This move of the lighthouse country was captured by a surveillance satellite in the sky. Demao frowned as he looked at the satellite photos in his hand. What was the purpose of putting strategic bombers and missile silos on duty? It was obviously a prelude to launching an attack. In the past, Demao might have chosen to call the emergency hotline to communicate. But Ji was annoyed and unplugged the phone line. In the past, Demao would not have thought that the lighthouse country would dare to throw mushrooms and lead the whole world into nuclear winter. However, just a few hours ago, the lighthouse state had just carried out a nuclear strike on Area 11. So, who can carry out a retaliatory strike against the lighthouse state? It's me. What does the lighthouse country want? Want to beat me. The logic is connected. After reaching this conclusion, Demao couldn't sit still. He was always the first to hit someone. Not when they were being beaten. His big city is going to be put through another round. And the result may not be as good as District 11. After all, Area 11 is surrounded by the sea. If you want to cause trouble in Area 11, you need a navy and sufficient delivery capabilities. But the west side of Demao is full of enemies. They are all bordered by land and can be reached by walking. If Demao is crippled by a round of mushrooms, the enemies in the west will definitely pounce on Demao and bite off a few pieces of meat from Demao's body. We must not let this happen. Demao decided to strike preemptively. Chapter 999 Mushrooms in Bloom. In the cold night wind, trains slowly drove out of the cave. The carriages slowly opened, and intercontinental ballistic missiles were erected one after another. The strike coordinates of these missiles have long been marked. After receiving the launch order, each conductor pressed the launch button. Missiles pierced the sky and flew towards the lighthouse country. The White Swan was also pulled out of the hangar, loaded with nuclear weapons, and flew towards the lighthouse country. Even the underwater Boris fired nuclear torpedoes. The nuclear torpedo caused a huge tsunami in the water. Like a shield wall, the tsunami surged toward the coast of the lighthouse country. Many super rich people are lying comfortably in luxurious manners on private islands, enjoying the service of various beauties, drinking fine wine, and watching the disaster scenes in various cities on TV, thinking in their hearts, how can they escape from this turmoil? How much profit can be obtained from it? Big bosses in related industries such as construction, building materials manufacturing, transportation, food, medical care, communications, etc. are the most happy. After this disaster, there will definitely be reconstruction, and a lot of money will be invested in these industries. There are huge profits, and the profits from rebuilding 1/3 of the lighthouse country are absolutely astronomical. The entire reconstruction activity will not be completed within a few decades, at least for half a century. They will not have to worry about lack of projects. As for half a century later, wouldn't it be enough to do it again? The remaining big guys are also considering how to expand their business, get a foothold in these related industries, and share some of the cake. Just as these top tycoons were thinking about their business plans, they suddenly heard a thunderous sound outside. What happened? Is there a storm? The weather has been sunny recently. Many top wealthy people came to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out at the private beach. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. The wine glasses in their hands fell to the carpet, and the bright red wine stained the carpet woven in the expensive hands. However, at this time, those rich people no longer care about that. In the distance, waves tens of meters high were like a towering city wall, rushing toward them overwhelmingly. That posture seemed to crush the heaven and the earth. Standing in front of the huge wave, human beings were so small that they were not even as big as a wave. God! Prepare the plane quickly and leave quickly! The rich man knew that although his mansion was luxurious and sturdy, it could never withstand such a world-destroying tsunami. This is definitely not something that human beings can resist. You must leave. The rich are rushing towards their private jets. As long as they get on the plane, there is room for everything to turn around. They can escape anywhere and live a well-fed life anywhere as long as they have money. However, their thoughts soon turned into extravagant hopes. The waves came so fast. As soon as they ran out of the villa, waves tens of meters high rushed over. A few seconds later, the huge wave crossed the island and continued to surge forward. At this time, only a piece of foundation was left on the island, and half a meter of the ground was scraped away. Everything higher than this height disappeared. Gone. As for the inside of the giant wave, there is just a little more insignificant dregs. That's all.
Huge waves surged all the way and directly hit the west coast of the lighthouse country. Raging waves rushed into the downtown area, and the entire city instantly turned into an underwater kingdom. Within a few seconds, everyone must genetically mutate and grow gills adapted to underwater breathing. If not, there is only one way to drown. Under such huge waves, it makes no difference whether you can swim or not. Not to mention that the huge waves and rapid undercurrents in the sea make it impossible to swim normally. And your mouth will be filled with water, even if you're wearing a wetsuit. All kinds of debris are carried everywhere by the undercurrent. 1 second you are swimming well, but the next second you might be beaten to a pulp by a car rushing over from nowhere. This is true for the entire west coast. Huge waves destroyed almost all cities and destroyed all public facilities. There were collapsed bridges, twisted railroad tracks, collapsed roads, and broken base stations everywhere. After the sea water receded, the entire coastal area turned into a marsh, with countless corpses piled up in the ruins. In the hot summer, these corpses began to rot. It can be predicted that if no intervention is done, a plague will form. Nuclear torpedoes destroyed the entire west coast of lighthouse country. In comparison, the results for the remaining lighthouse cities were much better. In order to prevent the lighthouse country from retaliating, Mao's first round of nuclear strikes targeted the lighthouse country's various missile bases, Air Force bases, nuclear bomb silos, nuclear submarine ports, nuclear power plants, and other key facilities. It did not actively attack cities. For a moment, mushroom clouds rose above the land of lighthouse country, which was extremely magnificent. But the casualties were much smaller. Except for the personnel on duty at these key positions, almost no one died. According to the original plan, Mao planned to target those cities in the second round of nuclear strikes. However, the red phone on the table rang, and after some consultations, the remaining gangsters targeted the military reserves of the lighthouse state, the space launch site, the arsenal, the military factory, and the dock where the warships were stored, aircraft cemeteries, biochemical laboratories, large aircraft manufacturing plants, special vehicle manufacturing plants, shipyards, oil refineries, and special steel manufacturing plants. A series of facilities that could cause military counterattacks were listed as targets, while ordinary cities were simply ignored. After another mushroom cloud bloomed, the entire lighthouse country turned into a mess. Its military counterattack capabilities were completely destroyed, and its military potential was hollowed out and exhausted. Although there are a large number of weapons and ammunition in the private sector, mere individual weapons are as ridiculous as children when faced with a gangster with the ability to have a three-dimensional information station. As for some of the heavy equipment retained by the Guard, such as armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and rocket launchers, since there are no ammunition depots and manufacturing plants, the only ammunition they have left can only sustain a low-intensity battle. Then, it will become scrap metal because the ammunition is exhausted, which is nothing to worry about. Early the next morning, several gangsters jointly issued an announcement. Last night, without communication, the lighthouse state brazenly carried out a brutal and inhumane nuclear strike on District 11, causing District 11 to lose more than half of its population, turning 1/10 of the land into a polluted area, no longer suitable for habitation. It has seriously trampled on human rights and committed crimes against humanity, in order to prevent the lighthouse country from committing similar crimes against other countries again. After a meeting, it was decided to the nuclear capabilities of the lighthouse state have been physically cut, and the nuclear strike capability of the lighthouse state has now been released. Countries should rest assured that the remaining gangsters are capable of protecting world peace and stability. Chapter 1000. The wall fell and everyone pushed it. The speeches of several good people immediately caused an uproar in the world. Then those countries began to party. The lighthouse nation has always had the sword of Damocles hovering over their heads. Whatever they want to do must obtain the consent of the lighthouse country. Otherwise, they will face aircraft carrier battle groups and mushroom eggs. Now that no one cares about them, they begin to divide their own wealth. For example, if they take over the maintenance workshops and production lines in the base, they will have the ability to produce some weapon accessories. With this ability, those huge war machines left behind can be maintained. Even if they are sold out or made into supporting products, they can still make a lot of money. At worst, they can be sold to big countries. The most important thing is that these bases are very empty and are completely worthless business. Except for a few important allies, the lighthouse nation has hundreds of troops stationed in most countries, and some even only have a few dozen troops, which are divided into several military bases. in normal times, although the Lighthouse Nation members are the commanders. But in fact, the people doing the work are just a group of locals. It turns out that the Lighthouse country is located at the top, so it is naturally peaceful. Now, after falling into the dust, everything must follow new rules. Some people who had done all the bad things didn't even live to go to jail, but were beaten to death on the spot. It would be okay to report a report of resisting arrest and escaping, and then being beaten to death on the spot after the warning failed. As for those who perform relatively well and have no bad deeds, we can help buy a ticket to send them back home. If you are willing to stay locally, you can also stay as an instructor, provided you have sufficient professional skills and knowledge. Now the Lighthouse country is almost in ruins, with nuclear pollution and wasteland everywhere. It will be difficult to guarantee basic life after returning. It is a country composed of immigrants. It naturally has strong cohesion at its peak. After falling into the dust, it naturally turns into birds and beasts. There is no loyalty at all. A large number of people directly gave up their identity as Lighthouse nationals and stayed locally as technical supervisors and instructors. They even brought their own family members over, and some even settled in the local area. Some contractors and engineers changed their passports on the spot and announced that they had joined the local country. Those foreigners are also happy to have such a group of people. With their guidance, they can play with those high-tech technical equipment. Engineers and contractors are also welcomed with both hands. They are willing to accept funding and technology, and the more the better. However, they soon discovered that having instructors alone was of no use. The more advanced technological equipment, the more powerful logistics were needed to support it, especially those equipment such as fighter planes, tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, etc., cannot form combat effectiveness once the equipment is obtained. In addition to those damaged parts that need to be replenished by logistics and production lines, a large amount of ammunition is also required for training so that they can master these equipments proficiently. In addition, various information equipment also need to be regularly upgraded. Otherwise, they will not be able to gain the upper hand in the face of increasingly powerful enemies. The worst thing is that all these equipment require data support from satellite systems in the sky. Without the support of satellite data, these high-tech technical equipment may not even be as useful as the purely mechanical equipment during World War II. At least those things are very low cost to build and not expensive to maintain. These heavy equipment suddenly became useless to these small countries. Throw it away. You can't bear to part with it. You got it with great difficulty. Keep it for use. Maintenance is too expensive, and the cost of replenishing various maintenance facilities is completely astronomical, and it is beyond what they can afford. For a time, these small countries were in a dilemma. Finally, a small country finally figured out a way. If it can't use it itself, it can sell it to those big countries, and then replace it with some simple equipment that it can use. After reacting, these small countries went to those big countries to discuss selling equipment. Because there were too many people selling it, many people were afraid of getting it into their own hands and scrambled to lower the price. As a result, these expensive technical equipment were sold at an extremely cheap price, which has to be said to be an irony. Of course, these are all things for later. After confiscating military equipment, these countries began to develop the idea of beacon country assets. The Lighthouse State has been plundering in various countries over the years, using various means to oppress and bribe local officials, forcefully acquire local high-quality assets, open mines and factories, and plunder local resources. Now, it is time for these companies to return to the country. These small countries directly expelled the managers sent by the Lighthouse countries and confiscated all the assets of the Lighthouse countries. However, this is only the beginning. They seized assets, canceled debts, seized military bases, sentenced the soldiers inside to forced labor, and removed cultural products from the shelves. These countries have done all kinds of things to offend the Lighthouse country. Naturally, they are afraid that the Lighthouse country will rise again to retaliate against them, with the intention of beating the wolf to death. These people began to dig deeper into the sins of the Lighthouse country, vowing to bury the Lighthouse country completely and never stand up again. Perhaps the Lighthouse countries have done too many bad things, and those countries dug up a lot of them without even taking the initiative to look for them. These countries are ready to unite to find an explanation from the Lighthouse country. Damal laughed after hearing this. You can't kill him if you beat him like this. So leave it to me. Late at night, Lighthouse Country Airport. Rows of speakers, congressmen, and members of Congress stood beside the airport runway, blowing in the cold wind. Many people's legs were numb when they stood, but no one dared to move. They all received a note to pick them up at the airport. If they didn't come, they would be disrespectful, and Mao would take the most severe measures. How dare they not give Mao face in this situation? So they could only stare at him honestly. Don't let me find a chance. When I get better, I will build a global strategic bomber to release all these viruses and make you die in pain. Many officials thought bitterly in their hearts. At this moment, there was a roaring sound in the sky, and a huge plane gradually lowered its altitude. I'm coming! Many officials stood there, adjusting their clothes to make themselves look more respectable. The huge aircraft is getting closer and closer, and many military managers have questions in their minds. Isn't it said that it is a heavy transport aircraft? How come it's figure 160 that's flying here? This is a heavy strategic bomber. How can such an aircraft be used to transport things? Suddenly, a horrifying idea occurred in their minds. Oops. These people glanced at each other and ran out. The officials around them didn't understand what was going on and looked at them stupidly. However, by this time, it was already too late. The huge white swan had already opened its magazine, and bombs were dropped one after another, exploding in the air. Chapter 1001 Reverse Immigration. Ah, ears! My ears! It's so itchy! Ha ha! It hurts? Why does it hurt so much? What is it? Why is my skin starting to ulcerate? Doctor? Where is the doctor? Cough, cough, cough. A group of high-ranking politicians fell to the ground and howled in pain. However, now that even a fool knows there is a problem, who else is willing to come to the rescue of these politicians? Thousands of dollars a month. Why are you working so hard? Besides, they are all doctors in private hospitals and do not have this responsibility. If you want to see a doctor, please make an appointment and queue up. The federal guardsmen in charge of vigilance immediately panicked when they saw the spread of the virus. This is not the state where my home is. That's all right. It's not a war period, and the president hasn't signed a war order. If I die now, I won't even get a pension, and there's no way I can fight to the death. Those state policemen were concerned that this was their hometown and did not escape immediately. However, they would definitely refuse to be asked to come to rescue. A group of people thought about it and decided to follow the old method. A group of people set up an isolation zone around the airport, put up roadblocks and warning lights, and marked the area ahead as a dangerous area. So don't get close. Then, guard at the entrance and exit. No one is allowed in or out. And those who dare to disobey orders will have their magazines emptied and served. Although this cannot eliminate the crisis, it can be a good way to prevent the crisis from spreading. But in this way, those high-ranking officials and politicians on the tarmac were unable to receive treatment and could only lament at the airport. They waited from late at night until dawn, and only when the sun was about 3 o'clock did they see someone slowly coming over. Finally, someone is here! Someone is here to save us! The high-ranking officials and dignitaries who fell weakly on the ground regained their energy and waited for treatment. However, when those people got closer, they discovered that it was not the medical team that came for treatment at all, but the body processing team wearing chemical protective suits. These troops have only one responsibility, and that is to find and deal with the bodies of people who died on a large scale due to chemical weapons or natural disasters. I'm not dead yet. Why do I have to join the corpse disposal unit? The politicians cursed angrily. However, those people ignored them and put them directly into sealed body bags. Then, the disinfection team came in to thoroughly disinfect the entire apron, nip all viruses in the bud. The politicians were writhing in their body bags, struggling to break free. However, the soldiers tied them together with the body bags and threw them directly into the car. Disinfection soldiers came here and thoroughly disinfected the outside of each body bag. Then, according to Jia's order, these people were taken to the cremation ground and thrown directly into the furnace for high-temperature disinfecting. According to Jia's idea, if it weren't for you guys studying those bullshit viruses, she wouldn't have gotten into this situation. She still had a chance to make a comeback. And the reason why she failed was all your fault. Later, after Jia heard that these people were collectively poisoned, he took advantage of the situation and physically killed them all. A bunch of trash! Jia smashed the cup angrily. She is very angry now. If those damn politicians hadn't pushed each other and done so many shitty things, she wouldn't be as passive as she is now. The whole country has fallen into a passive and beaten situation, with no power to resist. If the match with Zhang Tuohai hadn't been completed, she would have rolled up her sleeves and left long ago. But she couldn't yet, because taking the initiative to leave meant she would admit defeat and give up Lilith to Zhang Tuohai. Damn guy!
Jia smashed the cup on the ground angrily, not knowing whether he was scolding the politician or Zhang Tuohai. At this moment, the secretary walked in and hesitated to speak when he saw Jia's appearance.
If anything happens, tell me quickly,
Ji said angrily.
because the country has suffered a nuclear bomb attack.
Many people feel that there is too much radiation pollution in the country, and there is no way to survive. A large number of people are fleeing. There are now long lines on the road leading to Chicken Taco Country,
The secretary said cautiously.
a bunch of cowards.
Ji cursed angrily. The large-scale exodus of the population shows that people no longer believe in it and have lost confidence in the country. Can a country with a large-scale population exodus still be called a world power? After everyone runs away, her country will probably fall apart.
President, do you want to send someone to intercept?
The secretary asked.
Forget it.
Jia shook his head.
We can't stop them. Just let them go.
Ji felt tired. Leaning on the chair, he looked like he was hurrying and destroying himself. He was tired. She has been tortured physically and mentally during the recent period. She never thought that running a country would be so tiring. Back then, she was not so tired of managing a whole world. Moreover, when she made the bet, she deliberately left a backdoor for herself. That is, the president of the most powerful country in the world. The security was comprehensive enough. She always thought that this time it would be stable and Zhang Tuohai could retreat. Take back the eldest sister's head. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Tuohai was forced to break the situation. This puzzled her. She obviously controlled almost the entire world's resources, and Zhang Tuohai started as a prisoner. Why could he complete this shocking reversal and turn the situation into this? She couldn't figure it out. On the road leading to Chicken Taco Country, there was a long queue of cars. The cars were piled with various salutes and filled with people, heading towards Chicken Taco Country. The lighthouse country has been wiped out by mushroom eggs once. Although it covers military bases and key facilities, there are anti-intellectual media that have concocted conspiracy theories at large, saying that the air and soil contain a large amount of excessive radiation. Life here will cause people to mutate into monsters, and they will suffer divine punishment after death. They will go to hell and be unable to stand up for eternity. Only by believing in a certain almighty God can one obtain liberation. Because of the perennial scandalous operations of the Lighthouse Council and the inhumanity of the big capitalists, this kind of anti-intellectual remarks and conspiracy theories are very popular. Because many of the conspiracy theories that are like urban legends are really done by the big capitalists. Pass. This leads to the fact that as soon as a rumor spreads, a large number of people will believe it and blindly follow it, which will lead to tragedy. Those unreliable gossips are like this. Not to mention the mushroom clouds everywhere. This is really happening. Almost everyone has seen it with their own eyes. In addition to the conclusive rumors, many people, they all believed it and began to flee the lighthouse country with their families. The Chicken Taco Country in the south is the closest to them and the most convenient first choice. Chapter 1002 Animal protection organizations renew their efforts. Chicken Taco Country. Inside the presidential palace, Zhang Tuohai is watching TV with Miranda. At this time, the TV was showing footage of drones coming from the lighthouse country. There are long queues of cars everywhere on the road, and you can't see the edge at a glance, because the roads were so crowded. Some vehicles with good off-road conditions even drove directly off the road and moved forward in the fields. At the seaside, some people directly got on their own yachts. Some people, he even launched his own small trainer aircraft. Everyone has the same destination. Chicken Taco Country.
Why are so many people coming here?
Miranda asked, confused.
It's very simple. If they can't hold on any longer, they will naturally come over.
Seeing Miranda's gaze, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly,
Okay. Of course. I also gave it a little push. Pushed?
Miranda looked at Zhang Tuohai playfully.
Well, 90% of the rumors were spread by my people. Anyway, those foundations are of little use. So I just went all out and spread the rumors for the last time.
Zhang Tuohai leaned on the chair and said calmly, Why do you want them to leave their hometown?
Miranda was puzzled.
Because, as long as they stay there, they will become accomplices of crime. Although many of them are not bad in nature and have no bad intentions. As long as they are there, they will be coerced and kidnapped by capital and become criminals. Accomplice. Weapons are made by them. Food is made by them. Biological viruses are made by them. The army is chosen from among them. And spies are chosen from among them. As long as they are still there, they will inevitably become as evil accomplices. The lighthouse country will never be purified. and the world will never gain true peace. So I can only find a way to separate them from those plutocrats. I'm saving them,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Save them? Do you mean that the liquidation of the Chaebol will become more and more intense? But they have already thrown mushroom eggs. What will happen?
Miranda asked.
You think this is the end? No. It's far from over. As long as the Chaebol still exist, they will do evil. Only by completely wiping them out can the world gain peace. I saved their lives by letting them leave first, to prevent them from being affected when the Chaebol are being purged,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then, just open the border and let them in,
Miranda asked.
No, absolutely not.
Zhang Tuohai decisively rejected Miranda's idea.
Why not?
Miranda asked.
There are too many of them. Our national strength is still recovering. So many people rushing in directly will destroy our productivity,
Zhang Tuohai said.
What should we do?
Miranda asked.
Simple. Just like when you went there. Classify the refugees, resettle them uniformly, and then ask each country if they need it. Anyway, many countries are aging and lack labor force. So let those countries bear some of it. Anyway, the total number of refugees is not there are only so many, and each country will be divided cleanly if it takes a part,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then, what if they don't want to separate?
Miranda asked.
Don't worry. It's too late for them to be happy with free labor. Moreover, I bribed a group of animal protection organizations in those countries with relatively developed countries to let them speak out and call on the country to accept refugees. Otherwise, it will be a cruelty to human beings.
Trample. I believe those politicians will accept refugees for the sake of votes,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Really?
Miranda still didn't believe it.
Then just watch it slowly.
Zhang Tuohai looked eager to see. A large number of refugees arrive at the border of Chicken Taco Country. Zhang Tuohai had already arranged the border area and set up dozens of passages on the border to enter the Chicken Roll Country. However, everyone must undergo an inspection before entering the Chicken Taco Country. All guns, weapons, explosives, and stimulants are not allowed into the Chicken Taco Country. Either turn it in or turn back. Some refugees don't understand, thinking that guns are their right to defend freedom and must not be handed over. There are also some opportunists mixed among the refugees, trying to provoke conflicts so that they can get through and profit from it. They constantly stir up emotions in the crowd and encourage everyone to rush over together. The refugees listened to the instigators and began to make plans to force their way through. Just as they were about to make a move, the Chicken Roll army on the opposite side, which had been prepared for them, directly pulled the bolt of the machine gun. A firing line was created with bullets at the feet of the refugees. Anyone who dares to cross the firing line will be killed. Seeing that the Chicken Burrito Country actually opened fire, the refugees immediately became scared. Don't look at the fact that the Lighthouse Country usually boasts that civilians possess guns, have strong military ethics, and are all excellent reservists. But when it came time to face the machine gun, everyone was intimidated. Those who usually flaunted their strength and carried guns and knives were all dumbfounded, cowering in place and not daring to move. Who dares to risk his life to test whether the Chicken Taco Country really dares to shoot? In the past, I might have been foolish and bold enough to really dare to try it. However, the mushroom eggs were thrown away a few days ago.
So why not dare to shoot? Everyone began to line up obediently, hand in guns, and undergo inspections. They were more well-behaved than babies in kindergarten. Soon, groups of refugees who had been inspected were allowed to pass. However, after passing the inspection, they were not allowed to leave. Instead, they filled out a questionnaire as required, including family situation, professional skills, expertise, the country they wanted to go to, and so on. After completing the form, it will be entered by a dedicated person and then assigned to a designated refugee camp to receive humanitarian supplies, a portion of fried chicken and Coke for the whole family. Well, the food only has these two products and nothing else is provided. The main purpose of doing this is to let those in the Lighthouse Country experience the taste of their hometown. There is no intention of revenge. There is really no intention of revenge. After collecting part of the survey information, Zhang Tuohai began to organize the information, and then posted it online, asking countries that urgently needed immigrants to supplement their labor force, whether they should accept some experienced and skilled workers. However, each worker must be matched with a certain old people and children. At the same time, the animal protection organizations that Zhang Tuohai bribed began to exert their efforts. They organized a huge demonstration, demanding that their country's parliament respect human beings,
open their arms, embrace refugees, and allow refugees to have a home. They also posted a large number of carefully taken photos on the internet of innocent children sitting among the ruins, looking confused into the distance. Such photos can easily bring tears. Then, those civilians who were bewitched also joined the campaign. During the huge march, they hoped that the parliament would accept the refugees. Chapter 1003 The Collapse of the Lighthouse Country. It has to be said that in democratically elected countries, or countries that appear to be very democratic, the role of the media is huge. Public opinion, coerced by the media, can often influence national decisions. For example, this time the issue of refugee admissions. Although many countries have a serious aging population and are in urgent need of external technical talents and young labor to fill the gap, they do not need dependent family members, old and young. In their view, these are additional financial burdens and will cause a waste of social resources. Many councils do not want to agree to Zhang Tuohai's conditions and are prepared to delay, talk and study. However, they could drag it. But the people marching outside the window did not agree. The various photos and videos have made enough tears. The organizers organized a large-scale march to demand that their country accept these poor refugees. Otherwise, it would be selfish, dictatorial, undemocratic and unfree. If no action is taken, these politicians will be asked to step down and apologize. Among them, the opposition party is the loudest. They wish that the ruling party would make mistakes and be ousted by the voters so that they could be in power. Seeing that public opinion is so boiling, those politicians are scared. They will not go against the voters unless it goes against their own interests. Right and left. Hosting refugees costs taxpayers money, and they don't need to pay out of their own pockets. Moreover, to accommodate refugees, we need to build shelters and refugee communities. Right? Do you want to provide medical resources? Want to provide food? These require appropriations. However, you can let people in your own family do business, and you can make a lot of money by doing it. You can also win the favor of voters if you have profits, which is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. As for whether it will cause public security problems, they no longer care so much. Anyway, it is the voters who will suffer if something goes wrong, and it has nothing to do with them. It was you who welcomed the refugees in the first place. Those politicians agreed to Zhang Tuohai's conditions and provided a list of workers, filling in the number of technicians needed, the number of managers, the number of young and middle-aged laborers, the number of maids and other service industry workers, etc. After getting the list, Zhang Tuohai immediately asked people to prepare, select refugees according to conditions, compile a list of single refugees and refugees with families in proportion, and send it out. In particular, people from a community should be compiled on one list as much as possible, so that familiar people will be more closely united and it will be harder to integrate into the local society. These are all small tricks arranged by Zhang Tuohai, and he doesn't really care whether they are actually useful or not. If it's useful, you'll make money. If it's not, you won't lose much. In this way, large numbers of refugees were picked up by planes from various countries, and the full refugee camps emptied out, and then were filled with newly arrived refugees, and then new planes. For a whole month, planes traveling between the Chicken Taco country and other parts of the world never stopped. Planes after planes were filled with refugees and left. In just 1 month, countries have taken away nearly 10 million refugees. Although the number of these refugees only accounts for 1/30 of the population of the lighthouse country, they are the backbone of the lighthouse country. They are all skilled technicians, engineers, elite management, technical talents in various professions, and a large number of young adults. Labor force. These are the middle level and cornerstone of the lighthouse country, and are the link connecting the top and bottom of the lighthouse country. The loss of these people is like cutting off blood vessels, and the upper and lower levels of the lighthouse country have lost their management channels. Orders from the top cannot be conveyed to the bottom. The departure of elites in various fields has caused the field to become disordered, and many people have also left in large numbers. The lack of young and middle-aged labor force has caused the bottom class to lose its ability to operate. The lighthouse country lost a large number of factories and infrastructure during the last major riot. A large number of young people died in that great riot. This group of young people is particularly important. Whether it is rebuilding infrastructure or not, or the functioning of society, are inseparable from these young people. The last truck driver strike directly paralyzed the lighthouse country's logistics. Supermarket shelves were empty, and only photos could be displayed. This was still the case in peacetime, let alone now after the war. The only remaining young people were taken away by Zhang Tuohai.
which seemed to directly interrupt the foundation, causing the lighthouse country to almost come to a standstill. The near shutdown of society made more people disillusioned with the parliament and began to drag their families away, which led to greater social unrest. Many people could no longer survive and began to hunt passing convoys on the highway with weapons. As a result, greater riots were triggered, and the shooting spread more and more widely. Everyone was in danger, and eventually it evolved into the situation where no one dared to go out without a gun. However, the lighthouse country does not have any ability to dare in this situation, because a large number of soldiers are fleeing. Military factories were bombed. Missile bases were washed away by mushrooms and eggs. The entire country's economy collapsed, and the credibility of the U.S. sword collapsed. All countries refused to use the U.S. sword. Even domestically, they no longer believed in paper money. Everyone used various currencies, raised precious metals, or bullets to trade as currency. In more places, you can barter or buy guns for $0. This situation leads to the fact that the lighthouse country has no way to pay wages to the soldiers, who will continue to stay here without money. Many soldiers either fled home or formed groups to go abroad as mercenaries. There were even some well-connected officers who directly took away a member of the combined brigade and went to work as gangsters overseas. The collapse of the Federal Army represented that the lighthouse nation once again lacked a pillar. The economy collapsed. The army disintegrated. A large number of talents were lost. Cultural works were boycotted. All four cornerstones supporting the hegemony of the lighthouse country were shattered. And the city on the mountain that once stood at the top of the world collapsed completely. The entire country was in turmoil. The worst part is that due to social unrest, fertilizer plants cannot produce. Poor road conditions prevent transportation. The land lacks seeds and fertilizers and cannot be cultivated. And widespread famine is brewing. The large number of unattended corpses on the roadside has become a breeding ground for disease. War, famine, plague and death have always been four inseparable brothers. It is conceivable that the current turmoil is just the beginning of all disasters. And the follow-up will be even worse. If this continues, the lighthouse nation will eventually collapse. Either after several major reshuffles, one overlord will be determined and regain control of the country, or several overlords will be determined. No one can do anything to anyone, and the country will eventually be divided. And the lighthouse country, which has lost a lot of industry, can only rely on its huge plains to act as a food producer, and nothing more. Want to return to the top of the world? Sorry, I have offended too many people before. It would be nice if I don't get added to the trouble. Shia saw all this clearly, but she had no ability to change it, and could only watch it happen.
Is this the general trend?
Ji thought sadly. Chapter 1004 Breaking into the Lighthouse Country. The entire lighthouse country began to disintegrate, and order gradually collapsed. There was less food and more guns. For a little food, it was likely to lead to a violent conflict. The casualty rate began to rise linearly. The number of shootings that occurred every day increased than usual, several times more. However, there is no longer a law enforcement department to manage. The entire society has fallen into a state of disorder, and the people of the lighthouse country finally ushered in the absolute freedom they idealized. Then, it was overwhelmed by endless violent crime. Almost the entire lighthouse kingdom started a national battle royal, and those with weak survivability were killed, and even made their own food rations. Those with strong survivability control weapons, capture slaves everywhere, drive them to work in normal times, and be killed as food rations in times of famine. A serious humanitarian crisis has occurred throughout the lighthouse country. A large number of photos and videos were released, causing an uproar around the world. Many people guessed that the situation in the lighthouse country was very bad, but they never expected it to be so bad. Many people have begun to call on their parliaments to be willing to accept the crisis in the lighthouse country. This country agrees. They are usually treated like dogs by the lighthouse country. But now the lighthouse country is in dire straits, and it can't be justified even if they go to the lighthouse country for a few times. A group of people are studying how to send troops to support the agents and divide the lighthouse country. Just when a group of people were meeting to divide the territory, Zhang Tuohai stood up.
America is for Americans, and America's affairs should be resolved by ourselves.
After saying that, Zhang Tuohai took the lead and led the troops accumulated at the border into the lighthouse country. Entering the lighthouse country, Zhang Tuohai used old tactics. Drones opened the way. The mechanized convoy walked in the middle, and the cavalry guarded it on both sides. The entire convoy had a high mobility. Whenever a settlement was discovered, they would go up to persuade them to surrender, confiscate weapons, and distribute food.
Those who refuse to surrender will be dealt with directly by guided bombs. Those who refuse to surrender at such a moment are all die-hard elements. Their hands are stained with countless blood, and they do not deserve mercy at all. Kill first and ask questions later to ensure there are no unjust, false or wrongful convictions. Facing such small gangs with civilian weapons, Zhang Tuohai's militiamen were like heavenly soldiers, destroying them with almost no effort. Then, the army marched straight in, without distinguishing between troops, just moving forward. And all the occupied territory was slowly occupied by the follow-up troops. When other countries saw Zhang Tuohai acting so quickly, they secretly cursed Zhang Tuohai for being cunning. They also hurriedly ordered domestic troops to mobilize their generals, and at the same time accelerated the progress of the meeting to carve up the territory of the lighthouse country. However, their armaments are lax all year round, and only a small number of elite troops maintain combat effectiveness. Most of the troops are civil servants who do not work on Saturdays. In a hurry, only a small number of paratroopers and special forces can be mobilized. After these troops are stationed, the only role they can play is to open up a landing site, hold the landing site, and wait for the arrival of follow-up troops. As for expanding the results, don't even think about it. Therefore, these troops who occupied landing sites near the coast did not pose any threat to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai just led the troops and rushed forward along the road, aiming directly at the Black Palace. He never forgot his core purpose, which was to walk over and come to Ji Yi openly. As for everything else, it is just a preparation to achieve this goal. He can finally set out towards this goal today. When setting out, he brought all the precision-guided bombs with him, and he would blow up anyone who dared to stop him. In the Black Palace office, the secretary was persuading Ji Yi.
President, the enemy is coming soon. Otherwise, you should leave by plane. As long as you are still there, there is still hope. With the help of the Allied forces, there is hope for a comeback. Allies? Where are the Allies now?
Ji Yi asked with a sneer.
Are you talking about the rubbish that are taking over our town? What kind of allies are they? Even if they accept us, they will just use us as puppets to facilitate them to control the town and expel the armies of other countries. If we are not willing to do it, a puppet will be killed and replaced with an obedient one. What kind of alliance is this? I will not cooperate with such a person. Then there's no solution for you to stay here. It's better to be a puppet than to be captured as a prisoner.
Right, the secretary advised.
Captive? Oh, no one in this world can capture me. Except the eldest sister,
Jia said with a sneer.
Sister?
The secretary looked puzzled. This was the first time she heard this name since she became a secretary.
Forget it. I don't understand what I'm saying. It's just adding to the trouble. Just go and remember to close the door when you leave.
After Ji Yi finished speaking, he leaned on the chair. The female secretary wanted to persuade him a few more words, but when she saw Ji Ye's unmoved look, she couldn't help but sigh and left the huge office. Arriving at the door of the office, the female secretary said into the intercom,
Persuasion failed. Let's implement Plan B.
Soon, 2 helicopters slowly came from a distance and hovered above the Black Palace. A group of heavily armed men wearing black clothes suddenly entered the Black Palace, shooting all the guards along the way and breaking in the president's office.
President, please come with us.
The leading man in black held a gun in his hand and said to Ji Yi.
I didn't expect that even you would betray me,
Ji Yi said, looking at the secretary not far away.
Sorry, President. Now we need you as our leader to lead us out of this difficult situation.
The female secretary had an apologetic look on her face.
Leading you out of this predicament?
Ji Yi sneered.
I will be your puppet on strings. Let you manipulate me. Act as your talker. Serve as evidence of the rationality of your invasion. And help you legally occupy the lighthouse. All the land in the country? And then kick it away and replace it with one of your own?
Ji Yi asked with a sneer.
Although the lighthouse country is not very good, you people are even more shameless. You are worthy of being unscrupulous traitors. You can only play these small conspiracies and cannot make it to the big stage.
Ji Yi shook his head and sighed.
Stop talking nonsense and take him away.
Seeing Ji Ye's uncooperation, the leader waved his hand and asked someone to catch Ji Yi. At this moment, there was a huge explosion outside, and then the sound of heavy objects hitting the roof.
What happened?
A group of men in black stared at the surroundings with guns, tremblingly, looking for what went wrong.
It seems that the game is over,
Ji Yi said with a clear look in his eyes. By this time, she felt calm and no longer panicked. Chapter 1005 Barbara.
What happened?
The men in black around them were shocked. They had already heard that the explosion and the sound of heavy objects hitting were obviously the sound of a helicopter crashing. Why is there such a sound? Could it be that the helicopter has crashed? If the helicopter crashed, how should they evacuate? Just when they were panicking, the sound of machine gun fire also sounded outside the door. Then a series of bullets penetrated the wooden door and entered the office. Many men in black were caught off guard and were shot in two by a series of bullets. Some men in black reacted more quickly, lying down and looking for cover. But the office was extremely empty, with no cover except for a desk. Boom! A tear gas canister was thrown through the hole. The office was instantly filled with acrid smoke. Many people were brought to tears by the pungent smell. However, there were still many people holding guns and shooting continuously. After hearing the gunfire, people outside kept shooting at the place where the gunfire was heard, or threw 2 shock bombs and tear gas. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, the gunfire gradually disappeared from the room. They were bombarded with several shock bombs and tear gas one after another. Even hardened men couldn't bear it, and many people fainted. The few who could still stay awake were unable to resist. Later, people wearing heavy body armor and gas masks rushed in and controlled the men in black. After the tear gas dissipated, Zhang Tuohai walked in carrying a 12.7mm squad machine gun. Looking at Ji Yi sitting behind a desk, Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath, slapped the class machine gun on the table, and said to Ji Yi, "As agreed, I came to you. This time the bet I won. I lost. I will hand over this power to the eldest sister." Ji Yi took out the power and put it on the table. "Can we leave then?" Zhang Tuohai looked at the piece of authority with joy in his eyes. This piece of authority was the only thing left to complete the Gate of Truth. He really wanted to see how the Gate of Truth could be completed. What will it be like after all? "Wait! I don't agree!" Suddenly, Ji Yi shouted. "Huh?" Zhang Tuohai suddenly raised his head and looked at Ji Yi. "Do you want to regret it?" However, he soon realized something was wrong. The voice just now was completely different from Ji Yi's voice. Compared with Ji Yi's somewhat mature and intellectual voice, the voice he spoke just now was more childish, with a hint of tinge in his tone. Arrogant. In front of his eyes, Ji Yi's form also began to slowly change, turning into a little girl wearing a gorgeous Lolita skirt. "Who are you?" Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown. "Introduce yourself." "Barbara," the little girl said with a smile. The piece of authority kept flying on the fingertips of her left hand, and she held a huge golden scepter in her right hand. "Barbara, who are you? I don't remember seeing you. What qualifications do you have to interfere in my bet with Ji Yi?" Zhang Tuohai was very dissatisfied with Barbara's appearance. If it weren't for Barbara, he could have gone back with the last piece of authority now. But now he is being interfered with by this Barbara. Wait a minute. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This woman who called herself Barbara appeared directly with the help of Ji Yi's body. In other words, she must have an extraordinary relationship with Ji Yi. He has been helping Lilith recover the remaining pages of the Book of All Laws. Except for the second page Ji Yi, there is only the 8th page left without a clue. Could it be that this is Barbara in front of me? Seeing Zhang Tuohai's look, Barbara knew that the other party had guessed her true identity, and said arrogantly, "It seems that you are not too stupid. I am the 8th page of the Book of 10,000 Dermas. Barbara, this world is owned by Ji Yi and I. You won the bet with Ji Yi, but you didn't win me. You can want this power, but you must defeat me." Barbara tossed the authority in her hand and said, "As long as I defeat you. That's it. Right. There's no limit to the means." "Right," Zhang Tuohai said, raising the squad machine gun on the table. "Find me first and then talk." Barbara slammed the table, and Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt that the world was spinning, and the whole world seemed to be flipped upside down. He himself also felt weightless for a while, and his whole body suddenly fell downwards. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly, making him dizzy. When he returned to normal, he appeared in a white room. The floor was white, the ceiling was white, and the 4 walls were pure white. The whole room was pure white, dazzlingly white. In the 4 corners of the room, there is a light shining on the room to maintain the light in the room. There is a door on each of the 4 walls of the room, including the ceiling and floor. All the doors have the same style, and there seems to be no difference from the outside. "Want to defeat me? Just find me first." Barbara's voice came from all directions. "Damn you, bastard. When I find you, I will push you on the table and spank you," Zhang Tuohai said bitterly. After saying the harsh words, Zhang Tuohai began to stare at the surrounding walls seriously. Try to look for differences in each door. At this moment,
Lilith's voice suddenly came to his ears.
Stop where you are and don't move. The 6 doors are all traps. You will die if you enter.
Zhang Tuohai.
Are you really Lilith? How can you speak? Aren't you always outside?
Zhang Tuohai tried to communicate with his heart.
It's not that you've been in there for too long and haven't come out yet. So I started to ask Xiao Ai to crack the world. I finally succeeded. Unexpectedly. This world is actually a double-layered world. Except for Jiye's world that you just left. Besides, there is another underlying world. Barbara's world. Which I hacked into with great difficulty. This bad guy actually set all 6 doors around you as death doors in order to get revenge on you. It's really abominable. It has seriously violated the rules. When you catch her, you must give her a good spanking.
Lilith said.
Is it okay to just stand here all the time?
Zhang Tuohai asked. At this moment, Barbara's voice sounded in her ears.
Sister, you cheated and hacked into my world. Ha ha. I cheated. Who broke the rules first? I don't need to tell you. Falling directly into death is not in line with the design specifications of the maze.
Lilith said with a sneer.
But, everyone cares about Sister Lilith.
Barbara said timidly.
Then it should be fair. If you cheat like this, don't blame me for taking action.
Lilith said calmly.
Okay. I promise I won't do this kind of thing again. You passed this level. I won't interfere anymore. I hope you can show your real skills instead of just hiding behind women.
Snapped. With a crisp snap of fingers, the surrounding walls began to disintegrate. Chapter 1006 New Game. Blah. Blah. The originally pure white metal wall began to disintegrate without warning. And the whole world collapsed again.
Hack!
Zhang Tuohai felt the world spinning again. When he recovered, he found that the surrounding scenery had changed again. This time, the surroundings turned into a large virgin forest. And his clothes turned into a set of overalls. Dark blue. Which looked a bit like some kind of work uniform. Zhang Tuohai tugged at his clothes and felt that the quality was not very good. He looked around, surrounded by trees, and there was only a vague open space not far ahead.
Let's go and have a look. At least we can get some information. It's better than wandering around in the forest alone.
Zhang Tuohai walked slowly towards the open space, picked up 2 stones on the way, and put them in his pocket as weapons. Slowly Zhang Tuohai arrived near the clearing. He saw 6 people already in the clearing. 3 men and 3 women. All wearing the same blue overalls as him. Zhang Tuohai did not speak, but deliberately stepped on a branch, making a crisp sound. Everyone in the open space heard the sound, and turned to look in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. They all breathed a sigh of relief involuntarily, when they found that Zhang Tuohai was wearing the same clothes as them.
It turns out it's one of our own. It's just right. Let's get some help. What should we do?
Said a young man wearing glasses.
Hey, stay smart and don't hold us back.
A man with muscles all over his body and a short haircut, who looked like a fitness instructor, threw a wooden stick at Zhang Tuohai.
Take it.
This is your weapon.
Huh? Zhang Tuohai subconsciously caught the stick. The wooden stick is more than 1 meter long and about the thickness of a thumb. It has no advantages other than being relatively straight. It seems a bit difficult to use this thing as a weapon. However, it is safer to have something in your hand than empty hands. Zhang Tuohai held a stick flower in one hand and took the stick in his hand.
Did you find the butcher when you came over there?
A middle-aged man who had been silent until now asked. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that the other person was in his 30s, wearing a shirt and tie under his overalls. He was very neat and looked like a white-collar executive.
Butcher? What butcher? Can anyone help me explain what's going on?
Zhang Tuohai asked. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the middle-aged executive covered his face.
I thought he was a master, but I didn't expect another novice came here. Can any of you tell him about it?
However, before he finished speaking, there was a whoosh, and a sharp arrow shot out from the woods, directly piercing the executive's eye.
Ah!
The middle-aged executive screamed and fell to the ground.
The butcher is coming. Run!
The young man with the glasses shouted, turned around and rushed out in the opposite direction from where the arrow came. The big guy who looked like a fitness instructor was not slow to react. He followed the young man into the woods and was at the front in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 women reacted quickly and rushed into the woods one after another. The woman with a bun who was running at the end pulled Zhang Tuohai's arm when she ran past Zhang Tuohai.
Run quickly. The butcher will be here soon.
Zhang Tuohai didn't know why, but when he saw everyone running away, he ran into the forest. After rushing into the woods, the bun-headed girl didn't pay attention to her feet. She stumbled on a branch and was about to fall. At this moment, a huge force came from behind her. Before she could react, Zhang Tuohai was carried on his shoulders and rushed into the woods with long strides. For this person, who never forgot to remind him at a critical moment, Zhang Tuohai had a good feeling in his heart and would help him within his ability. Zhang Tuohai has been injected with body-strengthening medicine, and his body has reached the limit of a perfect human being. It is not a problem to carry a person while running. Among the 5 people running for their lives, only Zhang Tuohai walked quickly and followed the 2 girls steadily. If he didn't know where to run, he would definitely rush to the first position. After running for who knows how long, an open space appeared in front of them again. A group of people rushed to the open space. The fitness instructor put his hands on his knees and panted. The young man wearing glasses lay directly on the ground, breathing heavily. Gas. The 2 girls' legs were so weak that they almost leaned on the tree and walked into the open space step by step. Only Zhang Tuohai still acted like a normal person, striding into the camp and placing the girl with the bun on his shoulders on the ground. Wow! The bun-haired girl vomited as soon as she landed on the ground. She didn't get motion sickness at first, but being on Zhang Tuohai's shoulder just now gave her symptoms of motion sickness. Are you okay? A girl with long hair, who seemed to have a good relationship with her, walked over and kept patting Baozi's back. I'm feeling a little better, but I'm just a little dizzy. The bun-headed girl couldn't vomit anymore and felt a little better. There is no water. Let's clean it up when we get to a place with water. The long-haired girl wiped the corner of Baozi's mouth with her sleeve. Okay. Now can someone help me explain what's going on? Zhang Tuohai looked at the few people present. The fitness instructor waved his hand, sat down on the ground, and was pressing his legs with both hands, busy expelling acid. The young man wearing the glasses was still lying on the ground breathing heavily, and it seemed that he would not be able to recover for a while. The smallest girl had been sitting in the corner, hiding herself in the shadows and refusing to say a word. The bun-headed girl also retched from time to time, after glancing around and realizing that she was pretty normal. The girl with long hair sighed and said, "Then let me tell you. Did you fill out a questionnaire? And then one day, you were slapped from behind, and you woke up in the woods?" The girl with long hair asked. "You may not believe it, but I fell from above," Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. However, he just nodded silently, agreeing with the girl's statement. "We all came in this way, because after filling out the questionnaire, we had to play a game. The name of the game is Battle Royale. People like us wearing overalls are called prey, and there are an unknown number of people with weapons in their hands. They call them butchers. The butcher's mission is to kill us, but we have no weapons, and can only keep running for our lives. There is only one way to leave. Find the key to leave, and then follow the key's prompts to leave here. Otherwise, we can only stay in this jungle and keep running away until we are caught and killed by the butcher." Chapter 1007 Food. The only way is to keep running away. Is there no other way? Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown. In each survival world, he kept running away, constantly being chased by disasters and hunters. Now, he rules thousands of worlds and is about to put together the last piece of the puzzle for the Door of Truth. Unexpectedly, he has to run away, which makes him a little unacceptable. "There is no way." The girl with long hair shook her head. "I know what you want to say. You want to try to kill the butcher. But those butchers are very powerful. Everyone has been professionally trained. In terms of strength alone, they are much stronger than ordinary people. The most important thing is that they have weapons in their hands. How can we fight those butchers with weapons with our bare hands? Fight? We have no chance of winning." The girl with long hair said helplessly. "Is it just strong strength and weapons?" Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, there is still a chance to fight back. It would be troublesome if the rules didn't allow him to kill the butcher. For Zhang Tuohai, let alone a butcher, even a god would dare to kill you if he dared to show his health bar. What about the 6 demigods? The main god Gaia, and the evil god Ulysses? Haven't they all been killed by him one by one? As long as the rules don't allow it, you can try it, and you won't get pregnant anyway. Zhang Tuohai's mind became active, thinking about how to kill the butcher behind him. Hey! You don't really want to kill the butcher, do you?" The long-haired girl couldn't help but become nervous when she saw Zhang Tuohai's serious look. "Of course. The rules of the game don't allow us to kill the butcher." "Right. Since there are no restrictions, why not give it a try?" Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. "But they are very strong," said the girl with long hair. "No matter how strong you are still a human being, and you can always kill him, Zhang Tuohai said calmly. But the girl with long hair wanted to say something else. But Zhang Tuohai interrupted her directly. I just expressed my opinions and thoughts. If you want to try with me, just follow me. If you don't want to try, you can leave with him. I won't force you to act with me. Zhang Tuohai waved the wooden stick in his hand and said, This. The girl with long hair hesitated. No matter what you think, I'm leaving anyway. The young man wearing glasses stood up and took the lead in expressing his attitude. I don't agree with fighting those people either. The fitness instructor had a look of panic in his eyes, thinking of his companions who were sawed in half. What about you? Zhang Tuohai turned to look at the girl with long hair and the bun. The two girls looked at each other, obviously still worried about the butcher behind them, and both chose to escape. In this case, let's just break up. Zhang Tuohai helplessly spread his hands. Otherwise, let's run away. They are really powerful and cruel. You can't beat them. The girl with the bun head said to Zhang Tuohai before leaving. No matter what. I want to touch them. It's not my style to keep running. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. Then take care of yourself. Baitu was pulled by the long-haired girl and ran deep into the woods. Why don't you leave? Zhang Tuohai turned his head and saw the little girl sitting under a tree not far away. The death energy on their bodies is too strong. If you follow them, there is still a chance of survival, the little girl said quietly. Death Chi, do you have superpowers? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. Do you believe in superpowers? The little girl raised her head in shock and looked at Zhang Tuohai in disbelief. When she told others this before, they didn't believe it and almost sent her to a mental hospital. Since then, she has learned to hide it and almost never talk about it to others. Why don't you believe this? I've seen a lot of them, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. After experiencing so many worlds, a mere superpower doesn't matter. It's much more magical than this. He has seen all the gods, and even killed it with my own hands. Really? What do they look like? The little girl's eyes lit up, as if she had found a soulmate. Well, let me think about it. There is a guy who grew wings. One turned into a giant chameleon. There are people who can block bullets. There are people who can freeze ice. And there are people who are comparable to infrasound waves. Singing. Zhang Tuohai listed the superpowers he had seen one by one. So many. So amazing. The little girl's eyes were filled with sparkling light. Then where are they now? In a very faraway place. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and added in his mind. Well, it's at least 2 worlds away. It's indeed very far away. Are they all dead? The little girl's shining eyes dimmed again, and she hugged her knees tightly with her hands. Why do you think so? Zhang Tuohai was curious. That's what Dad said when Mom died. Saying that Mom went to a place far, far away. The little girl's tone was filled with disappointment. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai burst into laughter. Don't worry. Although one guy always dies, he will be resurrected after a while. When the opportunity comes, I will introduce you to him. Zhang Tuohai walked over and rubbed the little girl's head. Really? Don't lie to me. Hope appeared in the little girl's eyes again. Don't worry. I never lie. Zhang Tuohai rubbed the other person's head. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Mosey. Just call me Mosey, the little girl said. Mosey. What a good name. Let's go. It's time for us to leave, Zhang Tuohai said. Where to go? Mosey stood up. Go find some food and water. If you want to deal with the butcher, you have to eat first before you can work. Zhang Tuohai took Mosey's hand and walked deeper into the forest. Zhang Tuohai has trained in jungle survival for a period of time in the spiritual space, so finding food is not difficult for him. There is a sound of water. While walking, Zhang Tuohai suddenly heard the sound of water. Having water means there is life, and there will be animals nearby, so food and water can be solved. Go over and take a look. Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey towards the place where the sound of water came from. After a while, a wide river appeared in front, with gurgling water and various rocks on the shore. It's not bad here. Zhang Tuohai came to the shore with a wooden stick and quietly observed the water. Suddenly, he rolled up his trousers and walked into the river. The wooden stick he raised in his hand stabbed into the river water. A big fish that was looking for food was hit on the head and fainted. Zhang Tuohai had quick eyes and quick hands and picked it up. Chapter 1008 Butcher. Look! There's food here! Zhang Tuohai threw the big fish onto the shore. When Mosey saw this, he hurried over and picked up the fish on the ground in a hurry. Zhang Tuohai continued to look for the next target. Boom!
One hit. Another fish takes the bait. Zhang Tuohai looked at the fish in his hand. One weighed 3 or 4 kilograms. And 2 were probably enough for him and Mosey to eat. On the shore, Zhang Tuohai found a stone with a sharp edge. Knocked the fish unconscious. Then disemboweled the fish. Removed its scales. Cleaned it. Tied it with washed branches. And found some dead branches from the nearby woods. Took off his socks to use as igniters. Pulled out his shoelaces to use as bow sides. And began to drill wood to make fire. Cotton socks were good igniters. It took about half an hour. Zhang Tuohai, who was not very skilled, started. Finally a fire was lit. From now on, I need to get 2 pieces of flint. Zhang Tuohai thought. The socks were ignited. And the rest was easy. Zhang Tuohai used a wooden stick to pick up the socks and stuff them under the pile of firewood. The flames gradually rose. And Zhang Tuohai placed the dressed fish on the fire, turning it over from time to time. The fish skin began to turn slightly brown as it was roasted by the flames. And the oil slowly seeped out and fell into the flames, making a sizzling sound. Mosey squatted beside the fire, staring at the flames with his eyes, swallowing from time to time. Okay, let's eat. Zhang Tuohai gave a bunch of grilled fish to Mosey. Maybe he was really hungry. Mosey held the grilled fish in his arms, and it wasn't too hot. He opened his mouth and started to eat. The hot fish made Mosey gasp for breath. However, Mosey didn't stop and still took big bites of the fish. Zhang Tuohai looked at Mosey and shook his head. Tore off a piece of meat from the fish and stuffed it into his mouth. Well, the burnt smell is a bit strong and needs a knife to clean it off. Without lemon juice and sea salt. The taste is a bit bland, due to the lack of seasoning. The taste of grilled fish is not as good as the others. However, it is rare to have a warm meal during a time when food and clothing are scarce. There are still many people who are hungry. And only Zhang Tuohai, only people like this can be picky. Zhang Tuohai tore off another piece of fish and was about to put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he threw away the fish. The wooden stick in his hand swung violently, and a sharp arrow pierced the grilled fish. Snapped. Zhang Tuohai broke the sharp arrow and threw it in the direction of the shot. At the same time, he stuffed the grilled fish into Mosey's arms, while Zhang Tuohai flew towards the woods. Where to go? Zhang Tuohai rushed into the woods. With this movement, he was able to knock an arrow from a bent bough. And the person who was aiming was startled. The man never expected that someone would rush over directly, and at such a fast speed. He quickly dropped the bow and arrow in his hand, and used his backhand to draw the scimitar from his waist. However, Zhang Tuohai rushed directly in front of him, and pressed his shoulder directly on his chest. Boom! With a muffled sound. The man was hit and flew up, then fell heavily to the ground. His chest collapsed. Are you the butcher? Zhang Tuohai rode on the man's body and pressed his neck. Cough, 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 dash. The man couldn't help coughing, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that his ribs had pierced his lungs. This injury was basically hopeless in this environment. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt a strong wind behind his head. Zhang Tuohai leaned forward and hid, then put his hands on the ground and flew back to kick him. Boom! Zhang Tuohai kicked the opponent's calf. The man lost his balance and fell forward. Zhang Tuohai rolled away from the man, stood up with his hands on his hands, and then saw the attacker clearly. The attacker was a 260-kilogram fat man, wearing overalls and holding a heavy mace in his hand. He was lying on the ground and trying hard to get up. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai picked up a bow and arrow and pressed it on the fat man's neck. Don't move. If you move again, your life will be in danger. Don't kill me. The fat man was majestic when he was holding the mace. But when the bow and arrow were pressed against his throat, he suddenly became docile than a sheep and immediately gave up. Who are you? Zhang Tuohai asked. Our identity is butchers, and our mission is to hunt you guys. The fat man raised his hands and said, Where is the key? Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked. In the shoe, said the fat man. How many people are there like you? What weapons are they holding? This. The fat man hesitated. Puff. The arrow pierced the fat man's neck, and blood spurted out. There are many, and we are divided into various places. The fat man said quickly. What were you hesitating about just now? Zhang Tuohai asked coldly, frowning. Don't move! At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Zhang Tuohai turned around and found that not far behind him, an indifferent middle-aged man appeared, holding a short knife in front of Mosey's neck, while Mosey stood there blankly, his hands still holding each other tightly, with 2 skewers of grilled fish. Put down your weapons and raise your hands. The middle-aged man sneered and said,
Boy, you don't want her to get hurt. Right.
Puff. Zhang Tuohai sneered. The arrow in his hand directly pierced the fat man's throat. After the arrow penetrated, he stirred and pulled it out with his backhand. The fat man's neck suddenly had a big hole, and the contents inside were stirred into pieces. Rotten meat. Tangled together. The fat man covered his neck with both hands and fell to the ground in pain. He was breathing more out than in. It seemed that he would not survive.
How?
The middle-aged man obviously didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai would still take action at this moment, and he was stunned for a moment.
You said you don't want me to move. But I won't move. Do you think I'm a fool?
Zhang Tuohai shook the blood on the arrow and walked towards the middle-aged man with a sneer.
Also, how did you see that I care about her? Just because I gave her a grilled fish?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a sneer.
Don't come over. If she comes over again, I'll kill her. I'm not kidding.
The middle-aged man panicked when he saw Zhang Tuohai approaching. He was just a middle-level manager of a company before, and had never killed a chicken before. Suddenly, he was chosen to be a butcher, and he couldn't adapt to his status for a while.
Then try it, and see how miserable you will die in my hands. I have heard of a punishment called lynching, which can cut a person into 3,600 pieces without dying. I want to see how long you can last. Time.
Zhang Tuohai said, as he slowly approached the middle-aged man.
Don't come here, you devil.
The middle-aged man pushed the foam in his hand fiercely, then turned around and ran towards the river, trying to escape by jumping into the river. However, before he could take 2 steps, a sharp arrow came from the side and pierced directly into the back of his heart. Poof! His body fell into the river. Chapter 1009 I Am Useful.
Are you okay?
Zhang Tuohai squatted in front of Mosey, holding Mosey's little face, and asked.
No.
Mosey was trembling, unable to make any sound from his throat, and his body was trembling. But he still nodded vigorously. The scene just now frightened her. After all, she was just a child in junior high school. That scene was too exciting for her. She was so frightened that she lost her voice.
Don't worry. Everything is over.
Zhang Tuohai patted Mosey's back gently, soothing Mosey's mood. Zhang Tuohai could even feel Mosey's nervous heartbeat through his clothes. Mosey held the grilled fish tightly with both hands and leaned on Zhang Tuohai's shoulder, tears falling down. Zhang Tuohai gently patted Mosey's shoulder and whispered comfort. After a while, Mosey recovered and sat next to the fire again. Zhang Tuohai dragged several corpses to the river and inspected them one by one. Zhang Tuohai checked all the corpses one by one and found that each one had a key tied with a chain on his chest. The chain was welded. Zhang Tuohai tried it, but he kept pulling and couldn't take it off from his head.
They are indeed mortal enemies.
Zhang Tuohai understood. If you don't have professional cutting tools, you have to kill the butcher if you want to get the key. Zhang Tuohai found the scimitar on the waist of the man holding the bow and arrow, cut several people's necks, and got the key from the fat man's shoes. Zhang Tuohai found a drawing depicting a map of the nearby forest. On the top of a mountain peak, a cross was drawn with a red pen. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that the mountain peak was not far from here. Walking up the river, you could see the mountain peak.
Is that the place where we left?
Zhang Tuohai decided to go and have a look tomorrow. Zhang Tuohai collected a few more useful things from people. Found a pair of boots that fit, a few pairs of socks that could be used as ignition materials, and clothes that could be torn into strips of cloth to use as ropes. He also gathered the remaining weapons of several people. A scimitar, a bow, 12 arrows, a scimitar, and a mace. In terms of food, Zhang Tuohai only found a Snickers bar and a plastic-wrapped piece of beef jerky from the pockets of several people.
A bunch of paupers.
Zhang Tuohai put the things in his pocket in disgust, then threw several corpses into the river, letting the corpses flow along the river. Zhang Tuohai washed his hands and returned to the fire.
Hey, I found something good. Would you like to try it?
Zhang Tuohai took out a Snickers bar and came to Mosey's side. Mosey didn't respond. Zhang Tuohai knelt down and found that Mosey had fallen asleep, holding the grilled fish in his hands. He put his face on his knees and snored softly. Zhang Tuohai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took out his skewer of grilled fish from Mosey's arms and ate it slowly. After eating, he moved the fire away and placed Mosey on the ground where the fire was. It was already very hot, and it was not easy to catch a cold when sleeping here. Mosey was lying on the ground, holding the grilled fish and snoring slightly. Zhang Tuohai found some branches and added branches to the bonfire from time to time, watching the bonfire in trance. When he was busy during the day, he didn't realize anything. Whenever it was quiet at night, he would always think of Lilith, his classmate Xiao Yi, and Zhao Wanwan. He didn't know what happened to them. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. We could have reunited today because of that Barbara. After catching her, I must spank her hard. Zhang Tuohai broke the branch in his hand and threw it into the fire. The sky gradually brightened, and Mosey woke up slowly. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at the surrounding scene blankly. Then she recalled that this was not her bedroom full of dolls, but in the vast forest. She was no longer the student who had to worry about her studies every day, but became a survivor being hunted by butchers. The bonfire was still burning, dispersing the morning fog by the river and bringing a touch of warmth.
By the way, where is the uncle who saved him yesterday?
Mosey looked around for Zhang Tuohai. In the vast forest, only by the uncle's side could she feel a sense of safety. But there was no sign of that person around at all.
Uncle?
Mosey panicked. Last night, she had regarded Zhang Tuohai as her support. Without Zhang Tuohai, she really didn't know how to survive in this jungle.
Uncle?
Mosey shouted anxiously.
What's wrong?
At this time, a voice came from behind. Mosey turned around quickly and found Zhang Tuohai walking out of the woods behind him, carrying a fat rabbit in his hand.
I got tired of eating too much grilled fish. I went to hunt a rabbit in the morning for a change. I also picked a few mushrooms. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a pot. Otherwise I could make soup.
Zhang Tuohai said, while carrying the slowly harvested prey.
Uncle!
Mosey jumped on Zhang Tuohai and buried his face in Zhang Tuohai's body. His body kept trembling like a broken quail.
I thought you were going to abandon me,
Mosey whispered.
It's great that you can come back.
Zhang Tuohai was stunned for a moment, then said,
You have to hurry up and eat. Today we have to go to the top of the mountain to have a look. That might be the direction we left. Maybe you can go home today. Yeah.
Mosey nodded and let go of Zhang Tuohai. For some reason, he felt a little unhappy. Zhang Tuohai went to the river to pick up the rabbits, clean the mushrooms, thread the picked rabbits and mushrooms on the branches, and roast them slowly. After yesterday's practice, his skills have obviously improved a lot. At least there won't be so many burnt parts anymore. Mushroom took the test first, and Zhang Tuohai handed a bunch of grilled mushrooms to Mosey. Mosey took the roasted mushrooms and ate them in small bites. The roasted mushrooms exuded a special fragrance. Mosey always felt that they were more fragrant and more flavorful than the roasted mushrooms eaten in barbecue restaurants. Just after finishing the roasted mushrooms, Zhang Tuohai tore half of the roasted rabbit into pieces and gave it to Mosey.
Eat. Get ready to go on your way after eating. Today's journey is not close,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Yeah.
Mosey responded and ate the rabbit meat. Normally, she hardly eats meat, and occasionally eats chicken breasts or something like that. However, this is a forest, and there are butchers chasing them at any time. In order to survive, she must become strong and strong. At least not to hold her back any longer. Mosey cheered himself up and slowly ate half of the rabbit.
Get ready to go.
Seeing Mosey finish eating, Zhang Tuohai stood up, carrying his things and getting ready to leave. At this moment, Mosey tied up those things first and carried them on his back. Looking at Zhang Tuohai's questioning gaze, Mosey raised his head.
I'm useful.
Chapter 1010 Jumping Crocodile. Looking at Mosey's firm eyes, Zhang Tuohai knew that she was trying her best to prove that she was not just a vase who could only hold her back, and that she wanted to prove the value of her existence. If he interfered forcefully, it would destroy Mosey's confidence and make her fall into useless inferiority.
Okay. Then, save your energy. Rest when you are more than half exhausted, and leave enough energy to be ready to fight. Do you understand?
Zhang Tuohai pulled out a mace and a machete from the pile of items.
Understood.
Mosey nodded and picked up the things. The two people walked along the river. There are many animals coming here to drink water by the river in the early morning. There are many predators, but most animals have an underlying unspoken rule and try not to hunt near water sources. Even if there were animals that didn't open their eyes occasionally, they would be scared away by Zhang Tuohai's fierce mace. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to hunt them. It's still early before noon. If you want to kill now, you have to carry it all morning. It's too tiring. It's easier to wait until noon to hunt again. The two people walked upstream along the river until noon. When the sun hung high in the center of the sky, Mosey still persisted without saying a word. But judging from his increasingly heavy breathing, Mosey's physical strength was almost reaching its limit.
So that mountain is on the other side of the river?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawing in his hand. and then at the red mountain peak rising from the ground on the other side of the river. It was judged that the mountain peak opposite was the destination of their trip. However, the river here is very wide, and there are logs floating on it. Log? Zhang Tuohai looked carefully and realized that they were not logs at all, but huge crocodiles. There is only one head floating on the water, which looks similar to a log that fell into the river. If you really think it is a log and swim next to it, it will definitely let you feel what Thomas's slalom is.
There are too many crocodiles here. It's hard to live here. Why don't we find another way?
Mosey was a little scared looking at the crocodiles on the river, and pulled Zhang Tuohai's clothes and said,
It's just a few crocodiles. Let them take us across the river.
Zhang Tuohai said calmly while looking at the distribution of crocodiles in the river.
Let them take us across the river. Are they willing to agree?
Mosey said.
I don't know much, so don't lie to me.
Although she was only a middle school student, she knew how ferocious crocodiles were. How could she carry them across the river? Don't worry. They will agree. Zhang Tuohai lifted Mosey directly on his shoulders with one hand, took a few steps back, and rushed forward. When he was about to reach the shore, he jumped up high, and then heavily fell on a crocodile. Zhang Tuohai added Mosey and the heavy mace, adding up to 300 kilograms. The crocodile almost lost its breath after being smashed. Zhang Tuohai pressed his feet harder, and the crocodile was almost stepped over. But Zhang Tuohai had accurately landed on the next crocodile. Before the next crocodile realized what was going on, he felt another huge force coming from behind. Zhang Tuohai led Mosey and jumped onto the next crocodile. In this way, Zhang Tuohai stepped on one crocodile and jumped up and down on the river. Finally, he stepped on the last crocodile and jumped onto the shore. The crocodile that was stepped on was very angry and wanted to go ashore to bite Zhang Tuohai. However, thinking of Zhang Tuohai's huge strength, the crocodiles were scared again and shrank back into the river. Silently, in the woods across the river, Zhang Tuohai's former teammates, fitness coach, man with eyes, long-haired woman and bunhead all looked at Zhang Tuohai in shock as he just jumped over the river. The mouth is open wide enough to swallow a goose egg.
Am I right? He actually jumped over the river on a crocodile. How did he do it?
The man with glasses said in disbelief.
I don't know either.
The fitness coach shook his head. Although he had been watching with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe that Zhang Tuohai actually did it. That was a crocodile, the overlord of the water. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai was carrying a person on his body. Under so many adverse conditions, he was able to jump across the river on a crocodile. What kind of balance and jumping ability did he have to do this? He couldn't do it anyway. None of the coaches he knew could do it.
Have you noticed those things on his back? There are extra clothes and weapons. Where did they come from? Could it be that he really killed the butcher?
Said the girl with the bun head.
How is it possible? The butcher is so powerful. How could he?
The fitness coach opened his mouth as if to retort, but he closed his mouth mid-sentence. Compared with hunting a butcher, crossing the river on a crocodile is obviously less practical. But Zhang Tuohai really did it. Now that Zhang Tuohai has done the more difficult thing, hunting the butcher doesn't seem so scary anymore.
Is it true that butchers are not that scary and can be killed?
The fitness coach thought to himself. At this time, the long-haired girl was full of regrets. When Zhang Tuohai invited her to hunt the butcher together, she should have agreed. At that time, she should have thought that it was impossible for an ordinary person to be able to carry one person and catch up with a large army without changing his expression and his heart not beating. However, she was frightened by the butcher's terror and chose to retreat. If she had been braver at that time, maybe everything would have been different. The long-haired girl was filled with regret.
How about we hunt a butcher too?
The fitness instructor suggested. Several people around him fell silent. Zhang Tuohai jumped over the river and came to the other side of the river. After landing on the solid ground, he put Mosey down from his shoulders. This time Mosey finally understood why Beazital vomited like that yesterday. The ride just now was more exciting than a roller coaster. Her stomach was also churning, but she held it back. Now, food means physical strength and nothing is wasted. In an environment of shortage of supplies, vomiting is such a luxury. After resting for a while, Zhang Tuohai went to the river to catch 2 fish. He originally planned to lure a crocodile over to kill the meat. But when the crocodiles saw him going down into the river, they hid far away and refused to give him any chance.
A bunch of cowards.
Zhang Tuohai was a little depressed because he didn't catch the crocodile. So he and Mosey had a meal of grilled fish. After taking a short rest, the two people walked towards the red rock next to them. According to the map's prompts, This should be the location you left. The two people walked around the huge red rock and found that the rock was surrounded by cliffs and there was not even a place to climb.
How to get up here?
Mosey raised his head, looking at the red rocks and not knowing what to do.
Simple.
Zhang Tuohai took out the arrows on his waist. Chapter 10:11 Hot Air Balloon.
What are you going to do?
Mosey asked curiously.
Just watch.
Zhang Tuohai lifted Mosey and carried it on his shoulders. He grabbed an arrow in each hand and nailed it into the red rock. The red rock was pierced by the sharp arrow. Zhang Tuohai pried the crack with an arrow, and several pieces of gravel fell down, revealing a depression that could be climbed. Zhang Tuohai climbed up along the depression. Then the people behind took the medicine according to the prescription, and Zhang Tuohai climbed up bit by bit according to this method. Mosey, who was sitting on Zhang Tuohai's shoulder, looked terrified, fearing that he would fall. However, there was nothing unusual about Zhang Tuohai. He kept trying to climb up, just like rock climbing. Mosey glanced down accidentally, and then stared straight ahead, not daring to look. The huge height made her a little afraid of heights. After all, the strength of the arrows was limited. After cutting a few holes, they became overwhelmed and eventually broke into pieces. Zhang Tuohai didn't care and immediately changed to another one and continued climbing up. After all the arrows were used up, so I put on a short knife. Daggers and scimitars are a little more difficult to use than arrows. After all, they are chopping weapons, and chiseling is not as useful as arrows. However, in this case, they can only deal with it reluctantly. After the edges of the two scimitars were polished, Zhang Tuohai finally climbed to the top of the mountain.
Finally up!
Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief, turned over and climbed to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is an open space the size of a football field. Very flat. In the center of the top of the mountain is a hot air balloon.
That's the direction to leave.
Zhang Tuohai was very excited and was about to go there when he suddenly heard the piercing sound of a chainsaw. He turned his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound, and found that there was also a butcher wearing a mask and denim overalls standing next to the hot air balloon. This man was tall and burly, and he looked powerful at first glance, holding a huge gasoline saw. It made a loud sound.
I originally thought it would be another idol competition, but I didn't expect that a cutie would actually come here. Then let me see what you are capable of. Don't let me down.
The butcher curled up his mouth, showed a cold smile, raised the chainsaw in his hand, and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. The butcher's steps were heavy, and every step he took would throw up a cloud of dust, and the ground would even tremble slightly. His momentum would be enough to frighten ordinary people to the point of being unable to move. However, Zhang Tuohai has experienced more than a dozen worlds and seen countless big scenes. This kind of intimidation can only be regarded as childish. Zhang Tuohai was not afraid at all, with a mocking smile on his face.
How dare you use a chainsaw on me?
He is an expert in electric saws, and the Fakian gasoline-powered saw was born from his hands. He knows every part of the gasoline saw, and even knows the electric saw better than some designers. Seeing the butcher rushing over with a chainsaw, Zhang Tuohai threw out two discarded scimitars in his hands. Bang bang. When the butcher saw the cold light coming, he just shook the chainsaw slightly twice, and the wide saw body helped him block the incoming scimitar. Clang, clang. The short knife fell to the ground, revealing a deep dent cut by an electric saw on the blade.
Just trying to block my chainsaw is so crazy.
Before the butcher finished speaking, he felt a huge vibration coming from the chainsaw. The huge force even made the butcher almost throw away the chainsaw in his hand. He felt pain in his hands. When he lowered his head, he saw that the jaws of his hands were cracked and a trace of blood oozed out. The chain on the chainsaw was also shaken and became stuck there, unable to move.
Fake! What's going on?
The butcher didn't understand why the chainsaw that was working fine just now broke down in the blink of an eye. He looked up and saw Zhang Tuohai standing in front of him, holding a huge mace in his hand.
Let's go!
Seeing the butcher looking over, Zhang Tuohai swiped the mace in his hand. A standard home run to the butcher's head. Then, the butcher's head shattered like a watermelon.
That's it. That's it?
Seeing the butcher's body lying on the ground, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that the guarding boss was so powerful. But that's it. He was defeated in one round. Zhang Tuohai squatted down out of habit, searched the other person's pocket, and found a few candies, a key and a box of canned luncheon meat.
This is a good thing.
Zhang Tuohai happily put away the canned luncheon meat. Not only could this stuff its salt, it could also whiten a tin box. In a world where supplies are scarce, a tin box is of great use. It can boil water, hold things, and can also be used as fishing tackle. It is of great use.
Come on!
Zhang Tuohai waved to Mosey, and Mosey walked over timidly. Mosey glanced at the butcher's body, walked around half a circle, and came to Zhang Tuohai's side.
Let's go! It's time to leave in a hot air balloon.
Zhang Tuohai took Mosey into the spider plant of the hot air balloon. There was a controller in the spider plant, which required 2 keys to be inserted to activate it. One key was slightly larger, and obviously only the guard butcher's key could be inserted. The rest, one of the keyholes, is smaller, and can be opened with any butcher's key.
It seems that if you want to leave in a hot air balloon, you have to kill this butcher who is guarding the gate. He really won't leave any room.
Zhang Tuohai twisted the 2 keys while thinking. The hot air balloon slowly rose and floated away into the sky. At the same time, many people in the jungle raised their heads and looked at the hot air balloon in the sky in amazement.
What is that? Could it be an airdrop? Could he be here to save us? Hey, help! We're here!
Many players were running in the jungle, cheering, and chasing the hot air balloon, hoping to get Zhang Tuohai to pick them up. However, Zhang Tuohai had no choice, because the hot air balloon was autonomous. The propeller installed outside the gondola was constantly adjusting its direction. There was only an LCD screen on the control panel, which showed a route and a moving one. Apart from the red dot, there is not even an outline of the land, and the screen is almost empty.
It seems that we can only wait slowly for this hot air balloon to take us to the location,
Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey. Mosey was very happy because she could finally leave here and return to her home that was not rich but very warm. Many people were very disappointed when they saw the hot air balloon going away, because the hot air balloon did not rescue them. The most disappointing thing was the girl with long hair and the bun who watched the hot air balloon rising from the red rock. If they had been more determined before and followed Zhang Tuohai, now they could also sit on the hot air balloon instead of like now, worried that the butcher would come out of that corner at any time. Chapter 10-12 Killing Arena. The hot air balloon flew higher and farther, and soon it reached an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 meters above sea level. The wind in the sky was very strong, making the foam shiver. Zhang Tuohai took off his clothes and put them on Mosey. At the same time, he held the hanging basket and looked outside, trying to see what was going on the ground. However, it was very foggy down there, and I could only see a gray mist, and no useful information could be obtained. The flight time of the hot air balloon was not long. It quickly lowered its altitude. The wind subsided, and the temperature began to slowly increase. The hot air balloon slowly landed and hit the ground. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey jumped out of the hanging basket and looked around. There is a ruin-like existence all around, with ruins and broken walls everywhere, rubble and broken bricks everywhere, overgrown grass and mosquitoes. The worst thing is that this area is a dense fog area. The visibility is not high, only about 20 meters, and further away it is a vast fog. Just when Zhang Tuohai was observing the surrounding situation, there was a sudden sound in the sky. The last contestant has arrived. Welcome to the killing arena. Here, all participants are your enemies. Every time you kill an enemy, you will gain 1 point. If the other party has points, you will rob the other party of all their points. The competition time limit is 24 hours. After 24 hours, the players with the top 3 points will win, and the players with insufficient points will be eliminated. Game start. Just as the game started, a gunshot was heard in the distance. Boom! The sound of the gunshot was crisp and clear, and it sounded like the sound of an AK. Hack! Zhang Tuohai looked at the mace in his hand. These players actually used guns, and he was still using cold weapons. It was simply cheating. These people really have no martial ethics. At this time, he felt that the thick fog was simply wonderful. If you encounter an enemy holding a gun in an open area, you are truly doomed.
Follow me!
Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey towards the direction where the gunshots came from. Moreover, instead of walking, he climbed over various obstacles and passed directly through the ruins. Here, evasion is useless. If you don't kill other players, you will be eliminated when the time is up and your points are too low. Although he didn't say clearly what the consequences of being eliminated would be. He didn't want to know. Even if he doesn't want to kill, others will kill him for points. This is a dead end with no solution, and everyone can only step into it and act according to the rules. If you want to step into it, the most important thing is to have a gun. Otherwise, whether others have it or not, he will be at a natural disadvantage. As for where to get guns, of course, it was the player who was the first to be exposed. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey walked forward cautiously. trying not to make any noise. At the same time, he raised his ears and listened to the surrounding sounds. If there was any abnormal movement, he immediately hid behind the bunker. Bang bang. As the two were walking, 2 gunshots were heard in front of them. The sound was still the sound of an AK. Then, there were a few more gunshots. Like a Glock. Shoot out. Zhang Tuohai's mind moved, and he immediately led Mosey to speed up. When a gunfight breaks out between players, they will inevitably focus on each other. The attention of other players will also be attracted. And Zhang Tuohai will get an opening, which is a good opportunity to make a quick breakthrough. Bang bang bang. There was another burst of gunfire, and it looked like there was a fierce exchange of fire between the two sides.
What are they doing? The firefight is so fierce?
Zhang Tuohai quickly approached the battlefield with Mosey. Soon, Zhang Tuohai took Mosey to the back of a short wall, and heard gunshots coming from the front. Zhang Tuohai quietly looked up and found that there was an open space in front of him. There was a supply box in the center of the open space, and a parachute hung next to it. It was obviously dropped by the air. On both sides of the open space, bullets were fired at each other. Looking at the muzzle flashes, one was on a small building and the other was hidden in a private house. The two of them fired at each other from afar, but neither of them had very good marksmanship skills. In addition, they both had bunkers, so they couldn't do anything to each other for a while.
If you can't shoot accurately, don't waste my bullets.
Seeing the two of them fighting so randomly, Zhang Tuohai was heartbroken. He had long regarded the weapons in the other's hands as his own, and what they wasted was his own bullet.
You stay here, and I'll deal with him.
Zhang Tuohai asked Mosey to squat behind the short wall, while he moved quickly, making a circle from the blind spot of the two people's sight, and went around to the back of the small building. The windows on the first and second floors of the small building were boarded up, and only a few boards were roughly nailed on the third floor. That was Zhang Tuohai's goal. Zhang Tuohai climbed up to the window on the first floor, then grabbed the drainage pipe, used his strength to hold the balcony on the second floor with one hand, climbed up with both hands, quietly squatted on the balcony on the second floor, and then took medicine according to the prescription, climbed up to the balcony on the third floor. Hanging outside the balcony on the third floor, Zhang Tuohai looked inside. On the opposite side of the balcony, there is a player hiding behind the load-bearing wall, shooting outward from time to time. There were some sundries piled around him, including a marching blanket, a tent, a gas stove, and a marching backpack. Water was boiling on the gas stove. It looked like he was not trying to survive, but on vacation. Several entrances and exits were blocked by debris, in order to prevent anyone from sneaking up. The player also placed thin lines on several must-pass roads, and tied empty cans and bottles on the thin lines. These thin wires are scattered high and low, covering almost all entrances and exits. Even the windowsill where Zhang Tuohai is lying on has 2 wires, which really takes precautions to the extreme.
However, even though there is a warning, you still need to be able to respond.
Zhang Tuohai looked at these precautionary measures and felt a little funny. He glanced at the gunman's position. At this time, the man was holding a small mirror to observe the gunman's position in the house below, focusing entirely on the small mirror.
It's now.
Zhang Tuohai fiercely threw the mace behind his back at the gunman. The mace smashed the wooden planks of the window, rattled cans and bottles, and then smashed towards the gunman with great force. The gunman heard the sound and looked around to see a huge black shadow coming towards him. At this point, it was already too late to hide. The gunman used all his strength to twist his body and try to avoid the huge mace. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the mace still hit his shoulder. With a click, accompanied by the sound of broken bones, the gunman's arm was smashed into a puddle of meat, and the gunman fell towards the window. The players in the house opposite saw a figure flashing by and fired quickly. Unfortunately, all the bullets grazed the edge of the gunman's body, and did not even scratch the gunman's clothes. It can be said that he has practiced his stroke shooting skills to the extreme. Chapter 1013 Mortar. Along with the mace, Zhang Tuohai also took advantage of the gap and got in. He jumped to the gunman's side with a quick step, grabbed the opponent's hand and took out the AK-47. He turned the muzzle and pointed it at the gunman.
Boom!
With the sound of a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared on the gunman's forehead. After getting rid of the gunman, Zhang Tuohai did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he rolled towards the stairs, rushed to the second floor, and stopped by the window on the second floor. This window was sealed, but the craftsmanship of the person sealing the window was relatively rough, leaving a few gaps in the middle. Zhang Tuohai used the gap to secretly look outside.
In a small house not far away, a player was carefully raising a pistol in his hand, leaning in a corner and aiming at the third-floor window. What a rookie! Zhang Tuohai quietly stretched out the barrel of the gun through the gap, aimed at the player who thought he was hiding well, and then pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. With 3 sharp shots, a blood flower bloomed on the head of the player hiding in the small room. After dealing with the 2 players, Zhang Tuohai did not immediately set out to clean up the scene. Instead, he continued to observe where he was. 10 minutes later, a player wearing a ghillie suit quietly crawled out of the grass and crawled toward the supply box in the center of the scene like a maggot. No! Do you think everyone else is blind? Wearing ghillie suits in the wasteland? Zhang Tuohai was almost amused by this player's annoyance. However, he didn't shoot, but let the player crawl over and open the box. What if it's a trap, and someone happens to be free of charge? The player crawled across the open space bit by bit, and then carefully opened the box. Bang! The box was opened, revealing its contents. 1 mortar, plus 12 rounds of artillery shells. What's the use? The player was dumbfounded. If he could barely use a gun or something. Even if he had never eaten pork or seen a pig running. However, mortars are very difficult. It requires professional knowledge to play well. Where can ordinary people learn about mortars? Although this thing is powerful, it is of no use to him. The player cursed secretly and started to turn around and crawl back. Zhang Tuohai waited for a while, and after realizing that there was indeed no other player, he pulled the trigger on that player. Bang! The player dies and Zhang Tuohai gets 1 point again. Zhang Tuohai continued to squat for a while, and when he saw that there was no movement around him, he quietly went downstairs. Instead of getting the mortar first, he came to the short wall first. Mosey still lay on the ground without moving. How are you? Are you okay? Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey and asked. It's okay. Mosey climbed up gently and shook his head. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai led Mosey into the small room first, found the player's body, took the gun from the opponent's hand, removed the magazine and saw that there were 6 bullets left. And he also had a loose bag with him, a bullet box with more than 20 rounds scattered inside. In addition, this man also had 2 energy rods and a Swiss Army knife, which were all put away by Zhang Tuohai. After searching for the loot, Zhang Tuohai took Mosey to collect the mortars. Others can't use this thing, but he can. When the spiritual space was built, he went in a lot and learned all kinds of individual weapons. At first, I just learned it to fulfill the dream of a military fan. Unexpectedly, I actually put it to use today. He picked up the mortar and took Mosey back to the small building. Everything was ready here. Zhang Tuohai raised the gas stove and boiled some bottled water. He found a few cans from the gunman's backpack and put them into the pot. He also put in some dry biscuits torn into pieces and added some salt and make a simple stew. It's a pity that there are no vegetables. Otherwise it would be more fragrant if fried. The gunman only had 1 bowl, so Zhang Tuohai let Mosey use it, and he ate directly from the pot. I don't know if it was because of his psychology, but he always felt that the taste of the food in the pot changed when it was put into the bowl. Mosey had been so hungry for a long time that he hadn't eaten much in the past few days. Suddenly, he was so excited when he saw this carbohydrate feast that he gulped down his portion. After the 2 of them finished eating, they began to put all useful things into their backpacks. There are still a few cans, a few bottles of water, and a few dry biscuits left in the backpack, which I need to take with me, as well as a gas stove and pots. As for the tents and stuff, forget it. The mortar was carried on Zhang Tuohai's shoulders, and Mosey was responsible for carrying some of the shells. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Zhang Tuohai suddenly heard a burst of gunfire outside and immediately hid by the window and peeked outside. When he looked up, he was startled. Several players were running quickly in front of him. Behind them, a Sherman slowly drove over, its machine gun firing at the players from time to time. Fortunately, there were a lot of ruins in this area, and those players chose places with many obstacles to run, so they were not wiped out by a strafing group. However, players still fall down from time to time. It seems that being wiped out by the group is just a matter of time. The worst thing is that those players are running towards the small building where he is. The main gun of the Sherman also turned around. It seemed that it was going to kill the small building with 1 shot and kill the players at the same time. Takumi couldn't let this go. He immediately set up the mortar, adjusted the angle, and then sent a shell into the muzzle. Whoosh! Boom! The mortar shell drew a high arc and concentrated on the top of Siamantu. Boom! The turret shattered, and then blazing flames burst out from inside. The name of this lighter is really well deserved. Zhang Tuohai was stunned when he looked at the burning Sherman. He didn't expect that he could kill Sherman with one shot. The players were also stunned and turned back to look at the burning Sherman. When Zhang Tuohai saw this opportunity, he immediately picked up his AK and started shooting at the players below. Bang bang bang. A series of bullets were fired, and 3 or 4 players fell to the ground. At this time, these players also reacted and looked for bunkers to avoid Zhang Tuohai's shooting. However, Zhang Tuohai's small building was the commanding heights nearby. How could they find a suitable bunker in a hurry? Otherwise, the previous players would not be trapped in the small house. Players who cannot find cover are exposed to the shooting field of view and have nowhere to hide. They can only be killed one by Zhang Tuohai. Several sharp-eyed players discovered the small house where the previous players were hiding, and then rushed towards the small house. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. The previous gunman couldn't do anything about the small house because he didn't have enough attack power. Now that he has a mortar, running into the small house is simply asking for death. So they shot those players who moved in other directions and ignored those players who got into the small house. Chapter 10:14 Permission to leave. Bang bang. Bang bang. Zhang Tuohai kept coming. Those players fell to the ground one after another. But more players hid in or behind the house and escaped with their lives. The players in the house also temporarily put aside their previous suspicions and formed an offensive and defensive alliance. They will first deal with the foreign enemies. Several people took turns rushing to the window and shooting suppressively at Zhang Tuohai. The remaining people tried to force their way into the small building and kill Zhang Tuohai. However, at this time, Zhang Tuohai had already adjusted his shooting at Zhu Yuan and sent a mortar shell into the muzzle. Whoosh boom! The mortar shell hit the small house, and the house was destroyed instantly. The players hiding in and behind the house were either crushed to death on the spot, or their legs and feet were pinned, and the screams could not be heard. Zhang Tuohai calmly picked up the AK again and killed them one by one. These are enemies, and in order to survive, he must kill everyone in sight, trying to earn points and try to get into the top 3. In order for Mosey to survive, he must kill everyone and ensure that the number of survivors is less than 3. This way, he can ensure that Mosey can enter the top 3 and survive. The nature of this game is so cruel. Players were killed one after another. The screams gradually disappeared, and the gunfire gradually overwhelmed the screams. When the last trace of screams disappeared, the sky turned dark and calm returned. Zhang Tuohai changed his position and lay quietly on the spot, scanning the area below. After climbing for 3 hours, it was still silent below. A few gunshots occasionally sounded in the distance, indicating that there were still people hunting and not sleeping. Zhang Tuohai quietly went downstairs and searched for items. There were a lot of messy firearms below, but Zhang Tuohai didn't take that many. He only took a Glock and the bullets he could use. It was an unexpected surprise to find 2 frag grenades from a player. I don't know how many players there are. How many players there are in total? And there is no standings. It's really troublesome. While Zhang Tuohai was searching for items, he complained that the game world was too poor, with many imperfect facilities and a lack of various basic designs. It was much worse than those survival games designed by demigods. If possible, Zhang Tuohai really wanted to capture Barbara, open a training class, and give Barbara a good makeup lesson. At this moment, a burst of fireworks suddenly rose in the sky, and the fireworks exploded, forming the words concentration place. Where are they concentrated? Is it the games or the players? Zhang Tuohai was secretly curious. However, no matter what it is, he is ready to take a look. If it is organized by a game, then you must go. If it is organized by players, then it is just right to kill those players together. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuohai quietly returned to the small building, packed up his things in the dark with Mosey, and set off with his backpack on his back. Zhang Tuohai was responsible for carrying the artillery shells and rifles, and Mosey was responsible for carrying the mortars. The 2 people sneaked out of the small building under the cover of night, and walked towards the place where the fireworks were blooming. After seeing the fireworks, a large number of players rushed towards the fireworks setting point. On the way there, many players inevitably collided, and encounters took place one after another. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. Chug tug tug. Various gunshots resounded through the night sky, and occasionally you could even hear the whistling of rocket launchers and the explosion of grenades. At this moment, an off-road vehicle drove from a distance, with 4 players sitting in the vehicle, roaring towards the fireworks. Mosey looked at the car with envy. She had been running for several days, and her legs were already sore.
Now she was only supported by her thoughts. She couldn't help but be very envious when she saw the car.
Don't be greedy. Driving at a place like this is like seeking death. Just watch if you don't believe me.
Zhang Tuohai rubbed Mosey's head and said. As soon as Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, a rocket passed 10 meters in front of him, and then exploded 200 meters away, directly blowing a driving off-road vehicle into pieces. Just now, he was singing and eating. The 4 people who made beef jerky died on the spot.
What did I say? You shouldn't drive in a place like this. Right. Look. He's not more handsome than 3 seconds.
Zhang Tuohai said softly to Mosey with a smile.
Yeah.
Mosey swallowed and nodded slightly. Fortunately, she didn't take the car. Otherwise, she would be the one being grilled on fire.
But don't worry. I will find a means of transportation when I find a suitable opportunity.
Zhang Tuohai rubbed Mosey's head and said. In any case, Mosey is still a minor child. And it is really difficult for her to walk through mountains and rivers in the ruins and be frightened.
This way.
Zhang Tuohai lowered his body, led Mosey around the open area, and rushed towards the assembly area. Walk around and listen. With such a distance, it took Zhang Tuohai 3 hours to get to the scene. By the time Zhang Tuohai arrived, there was already fighting at the scene. There were gunshots and bullets flying everywhere. Zhang Tuohai looked up for a long time, but he didn't understand who was fighting with whom. It seemed that everyone they are all fighting together. Everyone is fighting on their own, and everyone is an enemy.
Are these people crazy? What are they fighting for?
Zhang Tuohai scanned the scene. With so many people fighting with such high intensity, there must be something attracting them. Otherwise, these players would not be allowed to fight so hard.
Where is it?
Zhang Tuohai looked carefully, and suddenly, he saw it. On a hillside, there is a sparkling pillar, and on the top of the pillar is a gleaming sign with 4 words written on it: permission to leave.
No wonder these people are so desperate. They are fighting for this thing.
Zhang Tuohai understood. He also wants this thing. But now is obviously not the time to do it. Mainly because there are too many players. And his bullets are limited, and not enough to deal with so many people. It would be better for him to clear the field after the players have almost killed each other. Anyway, the points will continue to transfer with the winner. Zhang Tuohai just lay quietly in the pit, quietly waiting for the players to fight, and even took out a piece of chocolate to share with Mosey. Mosey was lying in the pit, eating chocolate, looking at the stars in the sky, and listening to the gunfire around him. It felt so ridiculous. These elements miraculously merged together, looking very weird and so harmonious. Suddenly, she felt that the gunshots were not so scary anymore. Just like that, Mosey slowly fell asleep. Half asleep and half awake, Mosey suddenly heard a loud roar. She hurriedly rolled over and lay down on the ground, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Not far away, Zhang Tuohai smiled at her.
Good morning. I'm sorry to wake you up.
As he spoke, Zhang Tuohai put the mortar shell in his hand into the barrel. Whoosh boom. Chapter 10:15 Armed Helicopter. Mosey was in a daze. He just fell asleep and was woken up by the sound of artillery. However, she still developed some instincts, such as lying on the ground after hearing the sound of gunfire to prevent being injured by fragments. Zhang Tuohai's bombardment did not last long. In fact, he only fired 3 rounds before stopping. First, he doesn't have that many shells to consume. And second, there aren't that many enemies for him to fight. At this time, there was no sound in the field. Only the broken limbs and arms and the whistling wind on the ground. The sign with permission to leave still gleamed on the pillar. Zhang Tuohai did not approach immediately. He carefully scanned the surroundings on the spot to prevent anyone from making a surprise attack. After scanning around, Zhang Tuohai found nothing. But this did not mean that the area was necessarily safe. There might be someone hiding in the blind spot of Zhang Tuohai's sight, preparing to ambush those who wanted to snatch permission to leave. But the problem is that staying here is not the answer. If you stay for a long time, other players will surely come slowly. When the time comes, there will be another battle, which will become an endless loop with no solution.
What can we do about it?
Zhang Tuohai frowned, picked up the AK, and was about to explore the surroundings. Suddenly, Mosey lay down from the side, wearing a body armor that was ripped off from someone who didn't know who, and a helmet on his head. The big steel helmet looked so big on her head that it almost covered her eyes.
I'll go.
Mosey pushed the big steel helmet and said,
No, it's too dangerous. If there is an enemy ambush, you may die.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head quickly. No matter what he does, he will never let a child take risks.
I always have to be of some use. And I can't always hold you back.
Mosey's voice was low, but his tone was firm.
My mother said that to be a useful person, you can't always cause trouble to others. Otherwise, I know, it's still possible to pick up something. Besides, I'm wearing a body armor, so it'll be fine,
Mosey said, patting his body armor and saying with a smile on his face. Looking at Mosey's determined look, Zhang Tuohai was silent for a while, then nodded helplessly.
Okay, I'll cover you. If there is any problem, get down immediately, and I will come to save you,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Don't worry.
Mosey made an okay gesture, then climbed out of the pit and climbed towards the colorful pillar in the center of the field. Zhang Tuohai carried the AK and scanned the surroundings to cover Mosey. Mosey crawled forward cautiously, pushing up the slipped helmet from time to time, looking left and right, and only after confirming that there was no danger, he continued to crawl forward. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Mosey was getting closer and closer to the stone pillar. Just when Mosey stood up close to the stone pillar and was about to pick up the permission to leave, gunfire suddenly rang out. Boom! Mosey's body fell heavily to the ground.
Damn it!
Zhang Tuohai noticed that the gunfire came from the mound opposite, about 350 meters away in a straight line.
Grass.
Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that the other party was actually ambushed at such a long distance. And it was also covered with a camouflage net. Motionless, so that he didn't notice it. The angry Zhang Tuohai immediately adjusted his shooting skills and put the shell into the barrel. Whizzing. The two shells roared towards the opponent's hiding place. When Voldemort saw the cannonball flying over, he tried to run away, but it was too late. Boom! Boom! Two mortar shells landed one after another, blowing the Voldemort into pieces. At this moment, Mosey suddenly got up from the ground again, jumped up, took off the leaving permission from the top of the pillar, held it in his arms, lay on the ground, and rolled towards Zhang Tuohai. However, the distance was not short. By the time he rolled to the edge of the pit, Mosey had no strength left and lay on the ground breathing heavily.
How's it going? Are you okay?
Zhang Tuohai dragged Mosey back to the pit and asked concernedly.
It's okay. The bullet didn't penetrate. It just hurt my bones from the shock.
Mosey pointed at a deformed warhead on the body armor and said. Liam O dug out the warhead and found that the titanium alloy insert plate inside was dented. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary warhead. If it were a tungsten core armor-piercing projectile, it was hard to say what the result would be.
Don't do such dangerous things again.
Zhang Tuohai's heart was pounding, and he was even more nervous than if he had to pick up the leave permit himself.
That's not okay. There's not much I can do. If I'm banned again, there's really nothing I can do,
Mosey said and handed Zhang Tuohai the permission to leave that he had been guarding on his chest.
Have a look. Can you use it?
Zhang Tuohai took the leave permit in his hand and found that it was something similar to a tablet. It was set with fluorescent fonts, so it flashed with colorful effects. In addition to the large words, leave permission, there is also a line of small words on it. It can be used by 1 to 4 people to leave. Do you want to use it immediately to leave the current scene?
Yes.
Zhang Tuohai didn't hesitate and pressed yes immediately. Is it finally over now? Zhang Tuohai thought in his heart that he could finally go back and see Lilith this time. Just then, he heard a roar above his head. He looked up and saw that it was an armed helicopter landing slowly and dropping 2 rope ladders.
Hack!
Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai felt something bad. He felt that the game seemed to be endless. The permission to leave seemed to mean leaving the current scene, not leaving the world. He was probably going to the next scene to continue. Join the game.
Damn it, Barbara.
Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to climb up the rope ladder with Mosey in his arms. At this time, Mosey didn't have much strength anymore. He probably wouldn't be able to climb up the rope ladder on his own, so he could only hang on Zhang Tuohai's body. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the rope ladder and climbed up. The huge roar of the armed helicopter attracted many nearby players.
An armed helicopter. There's someone hanging underneath. Maybe it's a way to leave.
Many people became excited and ran towards the side quickly. Some people fired while running, trying to shoot down Zhang Tuohai. They know that the seats in the armed helicopter are limited, and one more person means more competition. In order to ensure that they can sit on it, they must kill all the people in front of them. Click, click, click. Bullets whizzed by from time to time. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the people chasing him, snorted coldly, and climbed up quickly. The longitude of those players who were running and shooting was naturally not very high. In addition, the rope ladder swayed left and right, which made shooting more difficult. Zhang Tuohai climbed onto the armed helicopter unscathed. After getting into the armed helicopter, Zhang Tuohai glanced at the players below who were scrambling to climb onto the armed helicopter. With a ruthless gleam in his eyes, he shouted loudly,
"The armed helicopter can only seat one person. If you want to come up, grab it yourself."
Chapter 10:16 Horror Cruise. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, those players were delighted at first, and then pointed their guns at other players the next second. There can only be one more player on the helicopter, so everyone is the enemy. Only by killing everyone else can he grab the last spot to leave. Watching the helicopter rising slowly, those players also became anxious, raised their guns and shot at other players. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. Gunshots rang out, and the people who had just unanimously wanted to kill Zhang Tuohai turned into enemies and shot at each other. Countless players fell to the ground. When the gunfire stopped, no player could stand up. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would just lie on the ground and linger. In this situation, players could not climb up the rope ladder at all, and could only watch the armed helicopter slowly rise towards the distance. Fly away.
Saved a grenade. Not bad. Not bad.
Zhang Tuohai put away the grenade.
Where will we be sent? Will we go home?
Mosey looked outside the helicopter. At this time, the outside had turned into the sea, and they were sent to the sea.
I don't know. Let's take a look at the situation. Who knows where it is?
Zhang Tuohai shook his head. He didn't know what Barbara would do. The helicopter flew slowly towards the deep sea, and after an unknown amount of time, it hovered above a giant ship. This giant ship looks like a cruise ship, with a swimming pool, stage, cold tables, and deck chairs all available. However, few people could be seen from outside.
Leave the helicopter immediately and board the cruise ship.
There was a sound on the helicopter.
What should I do? Do you really want to go down?
Mosey felt a little scared. She always felt that something terrible would happen on the ship.
What are you afraid of? I'll protect you as long as I'm here. If we don't follow the helicopter's instructions, I'm afraid we will be in bigger trouble.
Zhang Tuohai is willing to listen. If he doesn't follow the instructions, the helicopter will probably lose control of its power. Come down. At that time, it was more difficult to escape, so it was better to enter the cruise ship and see what new tricks Barbara had done. Zhang Tuohai said, carrying the mortar, carrying a backpack, with foam hanging on his body, and slid down the rappel to the ship. As soon as Zhang Tuohai landed on the ship, the helicopter flew away quickly. At this time, several people walked out of the cabin. These people were dressed in complicated clothes. Some were wearing breastplates. Some were wearing tactical vests. Some were wearing military bulletproof vests. And some were wearing vests and shorts. The leader was a bald man wearing a bulletproof vest, beach shorts and flip-flops. The man swaggered up to Zhang Tuohai and said,
"Weapons are not allowed on the ship. Hand over the weapons, and we will keep them for you."
After saying that, he stretched out his hand to get the weapon.
"You have the final say on the boat?"
Zhang Tuohai blocked the bald man's hand and asked with a sneer.
"Of course. This is an order from the game system. How dare you not stop?"
Baldhead asked with a cold face. He used this trick to deceive many people, and he tried his best every time. Many people obediently handed over their weapons when they heard the order from the game system. But when they came to Zhang Tuohai, they felt deflated and a little angry.
"What?
Do you want to resist the order of the game system?"
The bald man's voice became louder.
"I want it. Let's see if you can catch it."
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he suddenly swung the mortar in his hand and hit the bald head on the face, sending the bald head flying away. The bald head spun around 3 or 4 times before sitting down on the ground. He opened his mouth and spit out 5 or 6 bloody teeth.
You actually dare to hit me?"
Bald head looked at Zhang Tuohai in disbelief. He told so many lies that the bald man almost thought he was the spokesperson of the game. Even if the other players didn't believe him, they silently distanced themselves from him and retreated far away. However, I had never seen anyone like Zhang Tuohai who was so aggressive as soon as he came up. Isn't he afraid that the game system will punish him? The bald man was puzzled, but Zhang Tuohai looked at the bald head like a fool. He had long recognized that bald head was a liar player. If the system really wanted to do something, it would definitely have said it on the helicopter. Even if it hadn't been done on the helicopter, it would have informed the players in other ways. It would definitely not have found a few players do this kind of thing. There will definitely be chaos, which means that some new players will be deceived. If they are in the survival worlds that Zhang Tuohai has experienced, players like Baldhead will not survive the 3 worlds. Being hit in the face by a mortar is considered a good thing, but if you encounter a player with a bad temper, it is not impossible to shoot directly with an AK. At this moment, blood suddenly flowed from the bald head's eyes. He opened his mouth and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai, opening his mouth to bite him. Again, Zhang Tuohai took half a step back to avoid the bald head, and then hit him with another mortar. He whipped his bald head away again. This time, the bald man didn't even hesitate. He got up and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai again, biting towards Zhang Tuohai like crazy. Seeing the bald head's appearance, no matter how stupid Zhang Tuohai was, he knew that there must be something wrong with the bald head. He kicked the bald head away with a careless kick, then picked up the AK and hit the bald head with a 3-hit combo. Puff puff. The bullet penetrated the bald man's body and entered the deck behind him. 3 bullets. 2 hit the lungs and 1 hit the abdomen. A normal person would definitely lose the ability to move. However, the bald man still struggled to get up and continued to rush towards Zhang Tuohai. Is this guy controlled by a virus? Zhang Tuohai, who had seen various mutations in various worlds, was almost used to it and began to try to shoot the bald head. Bang bang bang. Another 3-hit combo. This time, the bald head was smashed on the spot and turned into a rotten watermelon. Only then did the bald body stagger and fall to the ground. The weak point is the head. Zhang Tuohai made a mental note. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai saw a centipede-like insect crawling out of the bald head and wanted to escape. Where to go? Zhang Tuohai fired 2 more shots at centipede. Bang bang. 2 bullets broke the centipede's body into 2 pieces. The centipede was still twisting on the ground, but the amplitude had gradually slowed down, and it was obviously no longer okay. Until then, the broadcast of the game system was long overdue. A mechanical voice reached everyone's ears. The game Terror Cruise has officially begun. The cruise ship has been invaded by a mysterious experimental creature. The centipede. This centipede will invade the human brain and control humans, turning humans into their own. Golem. Game in condition. Kill all centipedes, or survive until the cruise ship docks. Chapter 1017 Centipede. The sound of the game made everyone shiver. Could centipedes invade the human brain? Many people can't help but get goosebumps when they think about a multi-legged bug crawling inside their head. What's even more terrifying is that this centipede can also control people and treat them as puppets. If you want to destroy the centipede, you have to shoot the head. Also kill the centipedes that escaped. Isn't this similar to Resident Evil? The only difference is that you don't have to worry about getting infected after the bite. There is no need to worry about airborne transmission. This is a blessing and misfortune. Until then, those players didn't know what they were facing. At this time, there were bursts of screams in the cabin. Weapons! Let's get weapons! Only with weapons can we fight against centipedes. Several players, who came with a bald head, looked at each other and quickly ran towards the cabin. At this point, the only way to survive is to get the weapon. What should we do? Mosey tugged on Zhang Tuohai's clothes. After the last 2 rounds of the game, she has become accustomed to obeying Zhang Tuohai's command in everything. Even in this situation, she would listen to Zhang Tuohai's opinion first. Go to the cab. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and walked towards the cab with Mosey. Now, if you want to avoid danger, the best way is to avoid the crowd. Talent is the carrier of danger, whether it is the centipede on their body or the gun in their hand. He cannot believe any player in this situation. Moreover, one of the conditions for the end of the game is for the ship to dock. As a result, the captain's cabin that can control the direction of the ship naturally becomes the best choice. It is located at the highest point of the ship. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are few players, and you can control the direction of the ship. It is simply the best place on the ship. Gone. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey ran quickly towards the top of the ship carrying the mortar. As a veteran of attacks on cruise ships, Zhang Tuohai quickly found the cab. At this time, there was no one in the cab, and the ship was driving automatically according to the established route. Zhang Tuohai checked the route map and sea chart, and found that if the ship was driven on autopilot, it would take at least 15 days for the ship to dock, regardless of whether the supplies on the ship could last for 15 days. The weapons and ammunition in the players' hands would probably not be able to survive. I couldn't hold it for 3 days. At that time, the centipede group will inevitably be destroyed. Waiting for the ship to dock is definitely a dead end. However, fortunately Zhang Tuohai is here. He looked at the chart and saw that the nearest harbor was only half a day's sail away, and the direction was to turn around and drive back. Turn around! Zhang Tuohai disabled the autopilot of the ship and began to turn left rudder. The huge cruise ship began to turn rapidly. The sudden turn caused many players to lose their footing and crawl to the ground. What happened? Many players cursed. At this time, the loudspeaker in the cabin rang. Attention all players. The ship is adjusting its course. It is estimated that there are still 11 hours and 22 minutes left before docking. Please estimate your ammunition capacity to avoid accidents. I wish everyone safe journey. In addition, we warn any player not to get close to the cab. Otherwise, they will be identified as enemies and attacked indiscriminately. Players are asked to take care of their own scope of action and do not cross the line. Thank you for your cooperation. After speaking, Zhang Tuohai turned off the loudspeaker. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the players in the cabin became excited. They are struggling with controlled players. More than half of the players were controlled. In addition, the attack was relatively sudden, causing many players to be controlled. The proportion of normal players suddenly fell into a disadvantage. Many players are struggling. Many players who had been suffering at first suddenly became excited when they heard the accurate time news. They only need to hold on for a dozen more hours, and they can win. In the midst of hardship, an accurate time is simply too important for them. What's more, it's only a dozen hours. Since there are only a dozen hours, there are many things that need to be considered, such as food, water, taking turns to rest and saving energy. You don't even need to save ammunition too much. Just make sure it can last for more than 10 hours. I can't wait until the next world to get some supplies. Maybe, in the next world, we will be able to get clean food and water. We won't have to worry about centipedes hiding in the toilet when going to the toilet like in this world. The players were excited, and their fighting spirit was aroused. They began to look for a sturdy room to hold on to, waiting for the time to come when the players chose to stand firm. It became difficult for those players controlled by the centipede. These centipedes are very low level and cannot control people's use of weapons. They can only bite instinctively. This attack method is ineffective against the wooden doors of the ship. In addition, the players blocked the door with furniture, leaving them at a loss. The centipedes that couldn't break open the door were so anxious that they wandered around the boat, looking for prey. In the end, some centipedes withdrew from the controlled prey and tried to sneak into those independent rooms through ventilation ducts and other means. The remaining centipedes controlled the prey and rushed towards the topmost cab. There, too, the smell of prey wafts. Uncle, someone is rushing up below. Mosey looked down and said, Dare you come up? Then don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Zhang Tuohai operated the mortar, calibrated the shooting elements below, and inserted the shells. Whoosh boom. A mortar round hit the stairway leading to the cab, destroying it. Many players were penetrated by fragments flying everywhere. Some players were blown down the stairs by the shock wave. Many players controlled by centipede crowded into the broken part of the stairs and ride around in a hurry. There were a few impatient ones who tried to jump over, but without exception, they all fell down. At this moment, another mortar shell fell from the sky and accurately landed among the players. Boom! There was another explosion, and the players were blown to pieces and scattered all over the ground. Several centipedes crawled out of the corpse and slipped into the gaps to hide. It's really difficult, seeing that there are still many centipedes surviving. Zhang Tuohai discovered the difficulty of these centipedes. That is, if they cannot kill the centipedes, they will find the next prey at any time and attack again, or even use themselves to attack. To deal with these small targets, weapons such as mortars and AK-47 are not so useful. Flamethrowers, liquid nitrogen injectors, and other weapons are the most useful. Even an electric mosquito swatter with sufficient voltage is stronger than a firearm. What weapons are there that I can use? Zhang Tuohai was looking for suitable weapons in the cabin. Chapter 1018 Escape. After some rummaging, Zhang Tuohai found several fire extinguishers in the cab. Zhang Tuohai asked Mosey to prepare these fire extinguishers to deal with the sneak attacks of these centipedes. Then, I used tape to seal all the gaps in the cab, trying to prevent centipedes from breaking in here as much as possible. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai raised the ship to its maximum speed and accelerated towards the dock. After a while, several centipedes crawled out of the cab from all corners. However, the entire cab was sealed with tape by Zhang Tuohai, and they could not get in at all. Some centipedes wanted to break in through the ventilation duct. When they tried their best to find this place, they found that Zhang Tuohai had already sealed the place with tape and could not get in at all. The entire cab was sealed and impregnable, making it impossible to break in. Those centipedes lingered outside for a long time and had no choice
but to retreat angrily and look for trouble with others first. In the huge cabin, the battle between those players and the centipede began. A player here has just trampled to death a centipede, and a centipede on the other side has successfully controlled a player. The player here has just eliminated an infected person, and over there, an infected person has successfully taken away a player. For a while, the two sides started a blood station. But later, both sides became so jealous that every small encounter had to end with one side being completely wiped out. The war was extremely brutal. Zhang Tuohai in the wheelhouse didn't know what was happening in the cabin. He had been paying attention to the speed and direction of the ship, and worked hard to move towards the original harbor. Finally, when the sun was about to set, Zhang Tuohai finally saw the harbor hidden in the afterglow of the setting sun.
Pack your things and prepare to evacuate,
Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey.
Okay.
Mosey started to pack up the things in the cab, put all the useful things into his backpack, and picked up a fire extinguisher at the same time. When the port management office saw the cruise ship entering the port, they immediately contacted Zhang Tuohai. However, the communicator on the ship was destroyed, and they could not contact him at all. A pilot was dispatched to guide the cruise ship into the port. However, the cruise ship had no intention of mooring and rushed towards other ships in the harbor. Seeing the cruise ship rushing towards the port, the people from the harbor management office immediately issued a warning to other ships and people on the dock. At first, those people didn't believe it. They couldn't believe how someone could be so stupid as to drive a cruise ship into the harbor. However, when they saw the huge cruise ship, they immediately ran away. Many of them, who had no time to get off the ship, jumped directly into the sea and swam desperately toward the shore. Zhang Tuohai's cruise ship rushed into the harbor and hit a breakwater, causing the entire cruise ship to tilt.
Walk!
Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai kicked open the cockpit door, turned on the fire extinguisher and rushed out. The powerful impact of the fire extinguisher sprayed several centipedes that were hiding at the door and wanted to sneak attack, and then directly blew them away. The entire cab door was instantly empty. Zhang Tuohai took advantage of this gap and rushed out, spraying continuously to the left and right, opening up a passage to leave. Mosey also held a fire extinguisher and followed Zhang Tuohai closely, while dealing with the centipede chasing after him from behind.
Gone!
When he came to the railing, Zhang Tuohai threw the fire extinguisher casually, grabbed Mosey's collar, rushed up to the railing, and then jumped out from the railing. This jump actually landed directly on the railing on the next floor. If you were an ordinary person, your foot would slip and you would be fatally beaten at this moment. However, Zhang Tuohai landed firmly on the railing, then jumped forward and landed on the railing on the next floor. Just like that, Zhang Tuohai jumped into the sea with Mosey. The centipedes couldn't catch up, so they could only leave in anger to deal with the other players who were still on the boat, because he was carrying a heavy backpack. Mosey began to sink uncontrollably after entering the sea. Just when she thought she was about to sink to the bottom of the sea, a big hand grabbed her and lifted her out of the sea. Call! Mosey let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Tuohai pulled her and swam ashore. At this time, many crew members who jumped from other ships had just swam ashore. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey were among the crowd, not conspicuous at all. Many tourists on the beach held up their mobile phones to take pictures of the cruise ship rushing up the breakwater. This kind of scene is rare. Many people even thought it was a movie and praised the crew for spending so much money to actually create a real cruise ship. After Zhang Tuohai and Mosey rushed to the beach, they immediately found a tourist and snatched the other person's mobile phone.
What's the police phone number?
The tourist originally wanted to argue, but when he saw Zhang Tuohai's pistol on his head, he immediately gave up and gave his number. Zhang Tuohai called the police.
The cruise ship that just crashed onto the breakwater contained a biological weapon, a kind of cultivated centipede, which carried a variety of deadly viruses such as smallpox and plague. Please ask the epidemic prevention forces to completely disinfect the ship immediately. Otherwise, the entire city is in danger of falling.
After saying that, Zhang Tuohai hung up the phone. He had fulfilled his obligation to inform. As for what the other party did, it was none of his business.
Thank you for your call.
Zhang Tuohai returned the phone to the passenger.
By the way, this is your thank you gift.
Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey and quickly left the beach, leaving the passenger holding the mortar in a daze. After leaving the beach, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey tried their best to avoid tall buildings, shuttled through coconut trees and small alleys, and tried their best to avoid the tracking of cameras. These small alleys are inaccessible and are a favorite spot for some criminals. After passing through several small alleys, Zhang Tuohai saw several gangsters and street girls squatting together and smoking. Seeing Zhang Tuohai and Mosey, the gangsters got dizzy, thinking they had encountered a fat sheep and wanted to rob them. As a result, Zhang Tuohai kicked him to the ground alone, and then took away the cash on his body as compensation for mental damage. With the money, Zhang Tuohai took Mosey to a clothing store, went in and changed his clothes. Then he entered the alley again, threw his original clothes into the trash can, found a clothing store again, and changed his clothes again. Bought 2 anonymous temporary cards and 2 mobile phones. Took Mosey to the green square in the city. Set up a tent. Spread out blankets. Added a gas stove. And pretended to be a family having a picnic. Then took out his mobile phone and downloaded several top-ranked software. And began to search for information about the city below him. Chapter 1019, Looking for Kisaragi Station. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Zhang Tuohai had a basic understanding of this city. It was similar to the world he lived in before. They were all modern cities. However, the disappearance rate in this city seemed a bit high. There were always people missing for no reason. Various missing person notices can be found almost everywhere. And there are countless related urban legends. There seems to be some problems in this city, Zhang Tuohai thought while flipping through his phone. However, this seems to have nothing to do with him. He is not a private detective who helps them find missing persons.
How far is it from your home? Let me take you back.
Zhang Tuohai turned to Mosey and said,
This doesn't seem to be my world,
Mosey said with a trembling voice.
It's not your world,
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Well, I searched for the software that I commonly use, and found that it didn't exist. I felt that something was not quite right. Then I tried to download the map and check the news. I found that the terrain of this world is similar to my original world. It's different. The countries and divisions are also completely different. And the stars are also different. Apart from the fact that I can understand their language and the technological level seems to be similar, other details are completely different from my world,
Mosey said. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai heard a neutral radio sound.
Arrive at Kisaragi Station before midnight. Those who fail to arrive will be hunted to death by the hunters.
Zhang Tuohai was agitated and turned to look at Mosey. Mosey also looked at Zhang Tuohai and nodded affirmatively, proving that she also heard the voice.
It seems that we haven't escaped from the game area yet, and the game must continue,
Zhang Tuohai said. He admitted that he underestimated the game developed by Barbara. He originally thought it was a different dimensional matrix. Then he thought it was a battle royale. And then he thought it was a biological crisis like Alien. But now he found that most of the games Barbara played well. It's not a low-cost game like a Squid Game at all, but it directly pulls all players into a different world. The place they were in before was just a small area in the game, possibly even the novice village. And now they were truly embarking on the journey of the game.
It's useless to think about this now. First, we need to find Kisaragi Station. Where is this station?
Zhang Tuohai's first idea was to look for Ryua Station on the mobile phone navigation. However, he changed several navigation software and couldn't find the place. He even tried several homophones and fuzzy search, but nothing came up. Several warning text messages even popped up on his phone, reminding him not to take risks for the sake of curiosity and to cherish his life. Zhang Tuohai, he felt more and more that this Kisaragi Station was a bit weird. The local public department must know some secret information. Otherwise, he would not have received such text messages of advice when he inquired about Kisaragi Station, just when he was thinking about how to go to those public offices to get some information. Mosey suddenly said,
In the eastern suburbs.
What? Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked.
That Ryua Station is most likely in the eastern suburbs. That's this area.
Mosey enlarged the electronic map in his hand and drew a circle on it with his finger, encircling part of the area on the edge of the city.
Why do you think so? Is there any evidence?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously.
I searched Ryua Station and found that there were many related urban legends. So I wrote a crawler software and crawled to the relevant urban legends. Then I extracted the keywords and found that among them, eastern suburbs, late at night, Kisaragi Station words such as
last train and last train
appear most often, and the context of all related stories is basically the same. They are all stories about some migrant workers in the eastern suburbs, waiting for the last train at Ryua Station, and finally disappearing, whether it is a single person or multiple people. That's basically the case. And of course, there are some eyewitnesses who didn't catch the last train, who are the tellers of the story. Then, I checked the narrators and found that these people actually existed, although many of them used pseudonyms and coded pictures. They could still be identified one by one in the police's public files. So, these urban legends are probably true. And this Kisaragi station is somewhere in the eastern suburbs. Really? That's great. You are actually a hacker? Zhang Tuohai looked at Mosey in disbelief. He thought she was just an ordinary little girl. But he didn't expect that she could actually hack. I'm not really a hacker anymore. I just know how to write a few small programs. So that's nothing. Mosey lowered his head in embarrassment. That's great. Since the Kisaragi station is real. And now we can't find it on the electronic map. It must have been concealed by the authorities. We can go to the library to check the old map. And there must be Kisaragi station on it. S position. Zhang Tuohai said. Then let's go to the library now. Mosey asked. No. Let's eat first. We have to wait until night. Who knows what will happen in the meantime? Only after we have eaten enough can we have physical strength. Zhang Tuohai said, heated up a few cans and ate them all. And at the same time put compressed biscuits and candies for easy storage into his pockets. He only carried a pistol for easy concealment. And the rest of the things were put away. Then he took a taxi to the city library with Mosey. After the two people entered the library, they went straight to the map room and started looking for old maps of the city. However, they found that all the maps marked with Kisaragi station had long been taken away and sealed. Apparently the officials had already expected this. This possibility cuts off the path in advance. What should I do? Should I ask passers-by? Mosey asked. I tried it. When I was throwing out the garbage, I asked two people to inquire about it. But they were both very secretive. One person even called the police on his mobile phone when I left. It seemed that the police had issued a reward. Anyone who reports information about Kisaragi Station store will be rewarded. Zhang Tuohai said. Then what should we do? Mosey frowned. The map was taken away, and no one was allowed to inquire about it. How could he find it? We checked the local records and started construction of the station. The entire line must be built together. Road construction and opening to traffic is a major event for a city. It will definitely be reflected in the local records. Unless all local records are taken away, it will definitely be left. Clues? Zhang Tuohai said. Really? Great. Let's hurry up. Mosey and Zhang Tuohai went straight to the local chronicle area. Chapter 10:20 Hunter. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey hurriedly entered the local chronicle area and kept flipping through the thick local chronicles. The local chronicles of this city record things in great detail. And almost every day is recorded. After some careful searching, the two finally found information about the construction of Kisaragi Station. Kisaragi Station is one of the stations on the coastal line of the City Circle train. This project is a major project in the city. For a long time, the progress of the City Circle train construction was recorded almost every day. The entire project was, in progress, for 10 years before it was completed. Kisaragi Station was also built during this time. After the construction of the city circling train was completed, it solved the transportation problem for many people. In addition, it was very popular with night returnees due to its low price. Therefore, many people took the Kisaragi Station at that time. However, later, an accident occurred at Kisaragi Station. A woman died at Kisaragi Station for unknown reasons. The public investigation result was that she committed suicide. Originally, as a big city, suicide for various reasons is not too uncommon. At most, if you mention it after dinner, you will skip it and gradually be forgotten. However, after this woman died, people would disappear at Kisaragi Station every once in a while. At first, the police thought it was an ordinary disappearance, so they posted a notice to assist in the search. As the number of disappearances increased, the police sensed something was wrong and began to investigate the crime scene. They even sent people like Ryuha to stay at the station to fish. However, what is shocking is that the police officer sent to guard the area also disappeared. And there is more than one missing. As many as sent are missing. The local police officer sensed the difficulty of the matter and applied for support from above. As a result, the support team sent by above did not find any clues. Instead, 6 capable personnel disappeared at Kisaragi Station. The disappearance cases are getting bigger and bigger, and the rumors outside are getting more and more sinister. Many paranormal enthusiasts, internet celebrity anchors, and even on-how exploring mysteries have come all the way to see the true face of Kisaragi Station. In order to avoid greater casualties, after discussions with the city, it was decided to abandon Kisaragi Station, reroute the Benhai line, and Kisaragi Station was surrounded by a thick high wall. After the trains were rerouted, there were a lot fewer disappearances, but there were still some internet celebrities and paranormal enthusiasts who secretly climbed the walls and tried to sneak into the abandoned Kisaragi station. As a result, all these people disappeared and never came back. The large number of disappearances caused headaches for the city's leaders. In the end, they had no choice but to issue a gag order, prohibiting any discussion about Kisaragi Station. Otherwise, they would be punished. Reports would be rewarded, and the map would be confiscated, and the location on the online map would be erased. Stop anyone from committing suicide again. After taking these countermeasures, the number of disappearances dropped, and the city leader breathed a sigh of relief and formulated this plan as a rule. After reading the local chronicles, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey had an understanding of the story of Ryuua Station. At the same time, they also knew the location of Ryuua Station, which was at Winhua Street West Station, 5 kilometers east. Let's go and have a look. Zhang Tuohai took Mosey on the city circling train. The two people got off the bus at Winhua Street West Station, then scanned the 2 bicycles and rode towards Ryuua Station. The closer you get to Kisaragi Station, the more desolate the surrounding area becomes. Because of too many missing cases and the city's sealing order, people are beginning to suspect that there is something unclean here, because there is no way to remove it. This place is isolated. No one wants to live in this kind of place, and a large number of people have moved to other places. Due to the massive loss of population, the vendors have lost their business and have left one after another, causing the surrounding neighborhoods to become increasingly depressed and lacking these necessary living facilities. Most of the remaining residents have also moved away over time, except for those who really have nowhere to go. Almost all those who can leave have left. Every time night falls, it's like entering a world of ghosts. Work harder. We're almost there, Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey beside him. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of an engine. When I turned around, I saw 2 black motorcycles rushing out of the alley. The people on the motorcycles were wearing black uniforms and black helmets. One was holding a chain in his hand, and the other was carrying a Remington. The shotgun rushed straight towards the 2 of them. Coming! Zhang Tuohai remembered that the mysterious voice said that until they boarded the train, there would be hunters who would continue to hunt them down. He had been curious about where those hunters were hiding, but he met them here. This showed that his previous guess was correct. It was very close to Kisaragi Station. Zhang Tuohai grabbed Mosey, put his feet on the ground, and jumped up from the ground. An iron chain swept across his feet. Zhang Tuohai pulled out the pistol from his waist in the air, pointed it at the 2 pursuers and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired at the hunter. Plop, plop. The 2 hunters fell off the motorcycle, and Zhang Tuohai also fell to the ground with Mosey. Is he dead? Mosey asked in shock. Just take a look and you will know. Zhang Tuohai walked over and used his pistol to remove the other person's mask. However, the hunter suddenly stretched out his hands, grasped the pistol in Zhang Tuohai's hand, and broke it to the side. The other hunter suddenly sat up from the ground, raised the Remington shotgun in his hand, and pulled the trigger at Zhang Tuohai. Boom! A number 12 shotgun fired towards Zhang Tuohai. Before that, Zhang Tuohai sensed something was wrong and grabbed the collar of the hunter beneath him, pulled him up and blocked him in front of him. Puff! The shotgun pellets entered the body of the hunter. The hunter's gun-grabbing hand lost its strength and dropped. Zhang Tuohai used the hunter in his hand as a shield and rushed towards the hunter holding the shotgun. At the same time, the pistol in his hand kept shooting at the hunter. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets were fired, leaving holes in the hunter's body. When he rushed in front of the hunter, Zhang Tuohai emptied the magazine. The hunter's body fell softly. Is this person dead? Zhang Tuohai tested the carotid arteries of the 2 hunters. After confirming that they were completely dead, he began to search their bodies. As a hunter, it should be common sense to explode some good equipment after being killed. It's a pity that these 2 hunters are poor and have almost nothing except their own weapons. Just when Zhang Tuohai thought he was going to return empty-handed, he suddenly felt a hard card in the other party's arms. Chapter 1021 Train Ticket. What? Zhang Tuohai took out the card. Ticket for the other side of the train. Hard seat. Car number 1. 25 seats. 1 stop away. Note, you need to make up your ticket when passing the station. Otherwise you will be thrown off the train. The ticket? Is it the boarding voucher for Kisaragi Station? Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. Since this person has it, then... Zhang Tuohai turned around and searched another person. And sure enough, he also found a ticket. The content was similar to the previous one, but the seat number was number 26. After looking through the 2 people's bodies to confirm that there were no other useful things,
Zhang Tuohai put away the shotgun and chains. Then took Mosey on a motorcycle. And at the same time buckled a helmet on Mosey's head. On the head.
Remember to wear a helmet. Otherwise you will be fined 20 yuan. That's it.
Mosey put on his helmet. With a motorcycle, the speed is several times faster, and it saves a lot of effort. The two men soon saw a towering wall. There is also a ring of barbed wire hanging on the wall. And the outer wall of the prison is nothing more than that. Zhang Tuohai guessed that it was probably Riyue Station. A 4-meter-high wall may be a bit difficult for others. But for Zhang Tuohai, it is nothing. Grasping the pillar part, I easily climbed to the top of the wall using my hands and feet, and looked inside through the barbed wire fence. It turned out to be an abandoned station with overgrown weeds.
This is the right place.
Zhang Tuohai jumped down and said.
Then let's go in first.
Mosey asked.
Don't worry. Who knows how long one stop will take, and whether there will be supplies at the next stop. Go buy something to eat and drink first. Don't waste the money you have.
After saying that, Zhang Tuohai left here with Mosey, rode his motorcycle back to the city, retrieved his backpack, and used money to buy some roast chicken, drinks, chocolate, canned coffee and canned food. We also replenished the gas stove with 2 cans, and finally bought a family bucket with the remaining money. Mosey was sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle with a backpack on his back and a family bucket in his hand. He looked like a child preparing for a picnic. The two people rode their motorcycles back outside the wall of Kisaragi Station. Zhang Tuohai parked his motorcycle in an alley, then climbed up the high wall with Mosey, covered the barbed wire fence with a blanket he had prepared long ago, stepped on the blanket, crossed the barbed wire fence, and climbed down from the pillar. The grass beside the high wall is already waist high, which is enough to show how desolate this area is. Using the AK in his hand to push aside the grass in front of him, Zhang Tuohai came all the way to the platform. This platform still retains its original appearance. It is a simple platform. The awning above has been damaged due to no one repairing it for a long time. The rails next to the platform have also been invaded by wormwood, almost submerging the rails. There is some rust on both sides of the rails, but the surface is still extremely smooth. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey had just arrived on the platform when whistles sounded in the distance. An old-fashioned steam locomotive drove slowly from the thick fog in the distance, with a white smoke column on the front, and slowly stopped next to the platform. There was also a sign on the front of the car, the other shore. At the same time, the neutral mechanical voice sounded again.
The train on the other side has entered the platform. All players are asked to get on the train with their tickets. The train will stop until 12 midnight. Those who cannot arrive on time will be stranded here, perpetually hunted by predators.
Zhang Tuohai and Mosey glanced at each other to confirm that the other party had heard the sound.
It looks like the next step is to board the train. We just don't know where this train will take us,
Zhang Tuohai said. The train stopped slowly. The doors opened one by one, and the uniformed flight attendants walked out of the car one by one and stood beside the doors, looking intently.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai led Mosey to car number 1, and the flight attendant stretched out his hand to stop the two of them. Zhang Tuohai thrust the 2 tickets into the hands of the flight attendant. The flight attendant took out a ticket scissor and cut a semicircular gap in the ticket to prove that the ticket had been used. After cutting it, the flight attendant returned the ticket to Zhang Tuohai without saying a word.
Thank you.
Zhang Tuohai took the ticket and was about to take Mosey onto the train. Suddenly, several people rushed out of the carriage and rushed out of the car in a hurry, almost hitting Mosey. Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey behind him, so that Mosey was not injured. After the group of people rushed out, they ran towards the high wall one after another. A few agile people climbed up the high wall and jumped over. The remaining people were dumbfounded. It seemed a bit difficult to climb the 4-meter-high wall with their abilities. A group of people looked at each other, and suddenly saw Zhang Tuohai, who was about to get in the car. Someone immediately shouted,
"Hey, that new guy. Come here. What are you doing?"
Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes at everyone and asked angrily,
"Come here and do us a favor. Send us over. Your benefits will be indispensable in the future. We will protect you from now on."
One of the leaders said carelessly. Boom! His answer was a 9mm bullet. The bullet hit his arm directly, and the severe pain caused him to squat down while covering his arm, because he didn't know the rules yet. Zhang Tuohai didn't kill him, seeing Zhang Tuohai shooting at the slightest disagreement. Those people were dumbfounded and involuntarily took a few steps back, not daring to look Zhang Tuohai in the eye.
"That's it?"
Zhang Tuohai grinned. He thought these people would be so powerful. But now it seems that they are just a group of paper tigers that can be broken with a poke.
"Tell me, Why are you in such a hurry?
Zhang Tuohai came to the previous person and asked with his AK on his head.
We are going to complete the task and obtain the tickets. Otherwise, we will not be able to continue writing.
The man covered his arms and did not dare to resist, gritting his teeth and said,
You have to go down and get a ticket at every stop?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
No. You have to go down only when you run out of tickets. If you still have some, you don't have to,
the man said.
What is your mission?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Find and kill a predator,
the man said.
Last question. Is there any punishment for killing people here?
Zhang Tuohai asked. The man didn't answer. His face turned livid.
It seems you have answered. Thank you.
Boom. One shot shattered the man's head. After getting rid of the guy who had become an enemy, Zhang Tuohai took Mosey into the number 1 carriage. The people around him didn't even dare to let out their breath. Car number 1 was empty. No one was there. However, Zhang Tuohai decided to follow the rules and took Mosey to seats 25 and 26 and sat down. Who knows what the consequences will be if he doesn't abide by the rules. But Zhang Tuohai doesn't want to put himself in danger. After sitting down, Zhang Tuohai glanced out the window. The sun had already set, leaving only the last afterglow in the sky. Black was devouring the earth. He glanced at his phone and saw that the time had already reached 6 p.m. The neutral voice sounded again.
When night falls, the strength of the hunter doubles.
Chapter 1022, Brushing Tickets.
Good guy.
Zhang Tuohai called him a good guy. At night, his strength was doubled. Fortunately, he killed the pursuer in advance and obtained the ticket. Otherwise he might have faced a hunter with twice the strength. This reminded him that if he wanted to complete the task, it was best to hurry up, seize the time, and complete it as quickly as possible. Barbara might come up with something disgusting later. After writing down this rule in his notebook, Zhang Tuohai started taking Mosey to dinner. After working hard all day and only eating a few cans at noon, Zhang Tuohai was so hungry that he took out a roast chicken from his backpack and started to eat it. Mosey also held the family bucket and ate non-stop, without even having time to wipe the oil on his face. The two of them were enjoying their meal when a group of people stumbled in from outside. These people were dusty, and their bodies were more or less stained with blood. Two of them were wrapped in white cloth with blood stains on it. The leader was carrying a shotgun in his hand, and the people behind him were also holding various weapons, including guns, machetes, and other cold weapons. One of the leaders saw Zhang Tuohai and Mosey hugging the chickens and gnawing on them, and swallowed involuntarily. From yesterday to now, he had not touched his teeth with water and rice, and his chest was pressed to his back with hunger. Now when he saw someone eating, he couldn't help it.
Give me your stuff,
he said, raising the shotgun in his hand. Faster than him was Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai had already picked up the AK that was stuck on the side and pulled the trigger on the leader. However, the gun did not go off. A second later, the man on the opposite side also pulled the trigger, but the gun didn't go off either. At the same time, a neutral mechanical voice sounded in everyone's ears.
It is prohibited to use weapons to fight and kill on the train.
Hearing this voice, Zhang Tuohai immediately dropped the AK in his hand, rushed in front of the person opposite him with a strong step, hit the opponent's chin with a rising dragon punch, then grabbed the opponent's collar and raised it fiercely. In the air, it flipped over and was inserted into the trash can upside down. Bang! The leader was thrust into the trash can and his head was stuck in the bucket.
Help! Let me out!
The leader struggled desperately to pull his head out of the bucket. However, his head was too big and got stuck in the bucket. He couldn't pull it out for a while. Two of his men tried to help him pull out the bucket, but they were too strong and made him scream.
Which one of you wants to imitate him? I've made it possible for you.
Zhang Tuohai clapped his fingers and looked at the people in front of him with a sneer. The people looked at each other and shook their heads quickly. Just kidding. They don't want to be stuck in a trash can.
Leave your stuff and get out.
Those people quickly put down what they were holding, turned around and ran out of the carriage. The leader was ruthlessly thrown to the spot.
They don't want you anymore. I'll give you a ride.
Zhang Tuohai kicked the man on the butt, and the man rolled into a ball and rolled out of the carriage. By the time Zhang Tuohai finished all this, the neutral mechanical voice no longer sounded, and the flight attendant did not interfere throughout the process.
It seems that as long as you don't use weapons, don't kill people, and don't violate these two principles, you can do anything in the carriage?
Zhang Tuohai had a rough guess in his mind. Then, Zhang Tuohai began to check the things left by everyone. These people are not very strong,
And the things in their hands are naturally not very good either. In addition to the shotgun in the leader's hand, there is also a Boletta 92F pistol. And the rest are cold weapons. Machetes, daggers and so on. After picking and choosing, he threw the Boletta 92F and the matching bullets to Mosey. The rest were packed into bundles and stuffed under the seats. And they continued to eat the roast chicken. After finishing the roast chicken, Zhang Tuohai felt that he was still satisfied. So he took out another package of braised duck, took out a duck head, and while chewing the duck head, he took out his mobile phone to check his phone. I'm afraid this phone won't be useful after midnight, so I have to hurry up and play with it for a while. Mosey didn't have Zhang Tuohai's appetite. He ate a hamburger, for Yunji chicken nuggets, a pistol leg, and a pair of Orleans chicken wings. He kept browsing on his phone from time to time. After a while, Mosey sent a video to Zhang Tuohai. In the video, some people were frantically attacking others. The police officer shot him and opened 7 or 8 bloody holes in his chest. But he was still able to continue moving. It seems that those centipedes have come ashore. I hope they can survive until midnight. Zhang Tuohai knew very well how powerful these centipedes were. They were almost all pervasive. And they were extremely fearless in controlling people. If they were touched by them, they would probably be a bit difficult to deal with. To take precautions, Zhang Tuohai took out the gas pipe, connected it, and transformed it into a flamethrower. Parts of the car's seat covers, curtains, etc. were torn off, piled up at the door, and sprinkled with oil. The flight attendant next to him looked at Zhang Tuohai's actions, took a few deep breaths, and finally said nothing. Because there is no rule in the regulations prohibiting the use of things in a car. Even if Zhang Tuohai dismantles the car, he can't do anything. As soon as Zhang Tuohai finished making arrangements, Mosey ran over. Look! Mosey took out his mobile phone and played a video on it. Judging from the angle, the video was shot by a helicopter or drone. A large group of people controlled by Centipede are running on the street in a mighty manner. Passers-by are avoiding them, looking at the direction of running. It seems to be Kisaragi Station. Moreover, these people controlled by the Centipede were running and attacking passers-by, making the team even larger. Judging from the crowd, there were tens of thousands of people. Is this completely out of control? It was a shame that I called them to call the police. Looking at the huge crowd, Zhang Tuohai was speechless. And this, Mosey said, and cut to the next video. A man holding a gun killed a man controlled by a centipede, and trampled the escaped centipede to death. Then, a card fell out from the man's body, which looked like a ticket. You can also get tickets by killing these guys? Zhang Tuohai and Mosey glanced at each other. This ticket is very important. Each stop will consume a one-stop ticket. If you don't have one, you have to get off the train to complete the task. Get the ticket, and then get back on the train. Otherwise, you may be stuck in the same place. Zhang Tuohai felt that now was a good opportunity to buy tickets. Let a group of people in. Kill them to get the tickets. Then close the door and wait for the train to leave. Follow me and get ready. Then wait to pay your ticket. Zhang Tuohai said. Chapter 1023 Beer. Beverage. Mineral water. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey got busy together. Time passed minute by minute. And Mosey was always paying attention to the dynamics of the mutants controlled by Centipede. These mutants rushed towards Kisaragi Station almost in a straight line. It seemed like something was attracting them. The mutants were getting closer and closer. From the perspective of the drone, the dense crowd made people scalp numb. Finally, with 15 minutes left on the clock, the mutants finally rushed outside the wall of Kisaragi Station. A large number of mutants rushed under the high wall, and those who were late stepped on the shoulders of the former to climb up, while those further behind climbed up on the shoulders of the first two people. Soon, these mutants formed a ladder, and subsequent mutants stepped on this ladder, rushed over the wall, and jumped into the station. Seeing the mutants rushing in, people in other carriages panicked and picked up weapons to shoot at the mutants. Many people with cold weapons in their hands stood guard at the door, cursing those who went out to perform tasks as fools for how they led the monsters to a safe area. However, they had no choice but to fight hard. Those monsters would not distinguish between those who participated in the mission and those who did not, and would treat all players equally. Shall we take action too? Mosey asked, holding the flamethrower. No. Wait a little longer and put it in, Zhang Tuohai said with narrowed eyes. Despite the fierce firepower of the people in the car, the mutants were numerous and slowly approached the car. When a mutant rushed about 10 meters in front of the carriage, Zhang Tuohai fired. The AK in his hand fired bursts one after another, accurately hitting the heads of the mutants that came one after another. Centipedes crawled out of the corpses one by one. Just as they were about to change to a puppet, Mosey had already rushed over. The simple flamethrower in his hand was swept, and the centipede was burned to ashes. Then, Mosey was on the puppet. After groping around for a while, I found a ticket.
There is a ticket!
Mosey showed it to Zhang Tuohai, then put the ticket into his pocket and continued to burn the second centipede with the flamethrower. Duh. The AK in Zhang Tuohai's hand was pressed firmly. He didn't panic when he saw the mutants rushing in front of him, and shot each mutant in the head. No mutant can cross the 10-meter red line. Soon, the corpses of the mutants were piled up, getting higher and higher, and turned into a faint wall of corpses. The bullets in Zhang Tuohai's hand were also consumed rapidly. The AK is out of bullets. The shotgun is out of bullets. And the pistol is out of bullets. Even the remaining cold weapons were used as throwing weapons and thrown out, nailing several mutants who tried to climb over the corpse wall to death on the corpse wall. After running out of bullets, Zhang Tuohai held the Remington shotgun upside down with both hands, using it as a war hammer. He fired the bow left and right, beating the brains of one mutant after another, and even shattered the butt of the gun.
It's almost time. Let's do it.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the time and felt it was almost time. Mosey immediately threw out the oil-filled curtains and sofa covers, and then lit them with a flamethrower. Then, the entire wall of corpses was ignited, and the flames burst into flames. Thick black smoke shot straight into the sky, and many mutants tried to rush into the flames. However, they were ignited by the flames as soon as they reached the wall of corpses and became moving torches.
With a 1-minute countdown, players are asked to get back on the train and prepare to go to the next stop. Players who have not left by the time will be deemed to have given up taking the train and are stranded in the current world.
The neutral mechanical voice sounded in everyone's ears.
Withdraw.
Zhang Tuohai and Mosey looked at each other and retreated into the carriage. At the same time, he stared closely in the direction of the pile of corpses. At this moment, a taller mutant suddenly jumped up from behind the wall of corpses and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai threw 2 shotguns at the mutant's head. Brush! The mutant spit out his long tongue, rolled it up, wrapped the 2 shotguns in his mouth, and continued to rush towards Zhang Tuohai without slowing down at all. Zhang Tuohai pulled out the Beretta 92F from Mosey's body with his backhand, and kept pulling the trigger on the mutant. Every bullet hit the opponent's tongue. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets hit him, and actually cut the opponent's tongue into 2 pieces. The mutant fell to the ground in pain. Zhang Tuohai smashed the gun in his hand, and directly smashed the mutant's head into pieces. Mosey immediately followed, and the flamethrower swept across, and a centipede that was obviously larger than the other centipedes was burned to ashes. A ticket fell into my hand.
Go quickly.
Zhang Tuohai held Mosey under his arm and jumped into the car with a quick stride. At this time, the flight attendant also returned to the car and closed the door. The radio in the car sounded.
The time is up. The train starts. During the train start, the inside of the train is a safe zone, and all monsters cannot survive.
Along with the sound, many mutants and centipedes that rushed into the carriage exploded, turned into green slime, and then turned into wisps of white smoke and disappeared, leaving not even a trace. The same goes for the corpses of those who died, turning into white smoke without leaving even ashes. Everyone sat down on the ground. The high-intensity battle just now had exhausted them. Now that they were finally safe, they could finally rest for a while. All kinds of weapons fell to the ground with a clanking sound. Zhang Tuohai stood in front of the train window and looked out. A large number of mutants and centipedes rushed through the wall of corpses, roared at the train, and ran after the train. However, no one dared to rush towards the train. They could only watch. The train goes farther and farther.
It's finally safe.
Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. Just as Mosey and I were about to take stock of the harvest, we heard a familiar voice.
Beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds and ham sausage, Texas braised chicken, big bowl of noodles, spicy dried tofu pollock. Tuck your legs in.
Zhang Tuohai, is there anyone selling this stuff on this train? Zhang Tuohai looked back, and sure enough, a flight attendant pushing a trolley came out from the front of the car, shouting as he walked. However, the things in the car were not as simple as the man shouted. An AK is hung on the left side of the car. An AR-15 is hung on the right. A grenade launcher is hung in the front, and an RPG is stuck in the back. There is also a pair of Kevlar body armor on an upright pole. It is simply a small individual weapons arsenal.
Passenger, would you like some? The flight attendant looked at Zhang Tuohai and asked with a smile.
How to sell it? For money?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No. We only charge tickets.
The conductor said with a smile and shook his head. Chapter 10:24 Autumn Fleece and Cotton Coat.
Ticket? What's the price?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
This is the price list. Please take a look.
The flight attendant handed a price list to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai looked down. Spicy strips *6. Priced at 1 station. Melon seeds *1. Priced at 1 station. Mineral water *2. Priced at 1 stop. Instant noodles *2. Priced at 1 station. Pollock *1. Priced at 1 station. Small hot pot *1. Priced at 1 station. Machete *1. Priced at 3 stations. Hatchet *1. Priced at 3 stations. Spear *1. Priced at 3 sites. Survival knife *1. Priced at 3 sites. AK-47 *1. Priced at 10 stations. A box of bullets sells for 1 station. AR-15 *1. Priced at 10 sites. AR-15 children's version *1. Priced at 8 sites. Glock standard version *1. Priced at 5 sites. Glock Girl limited edition *1. Priced at 8 sites. Colt *1. Priced at 5 sites. RPG *1. Priced at 20 sites. Grenade launcher *1. Priced at 20 stations. Grenades *6. Priced at 5 stations.
It's so expensive.
Zhang Tuohai felt a toothache as he looked at the price list above.
Mosey, how much fare did we charge?
Zhang Tuohai turned to Mosey and asked.
There are 95 stations in total, and many of them were not snatched up. Among them, the guy who jumped the highest gave the most, and was directly given a ticket for 5 stations.
Mosey said.
95? It's quite a lot.
The weapons in Zhang Tuohai's hands were almost exhausted, so it was time to replenish them. The first is the grenade launcher, which is a large-scale killing weapon. In the battle on the ship and in the ruins, Zhang Tuohai took advantage of the large-scale killing effect of the mortar. Unfortunately, he ran out of ammunition and had no place to replenish it. I could only give it to passers-by with tears in my eyes. Now, I finally got a replacement. First by 4 sets of ammunition, including anti-personnel bullets and anti-personnel armor-piercing bullets. This cost 40 station tickets. I bought Mosey a girl's limited edition Glock with 2 boxes of ammunition. And Zhang Tuohai bought a standard Colt with 5 boxes of ammunition. This cost me a total of 20 station tickets. Zhang Tuohai also had an empty AK-47 in his hand, along with a few boxes of bullets, and a survival knife, which cost him 15 more train tickets. There are now 20 station tickets left. Zhang Tuohai is not going to use these tickets. He is saving them temporarily. If the next world is not suitable for exploration, he can still buy his life.
Thank you for your patronage.
The steward put down the goods, collected the tickets, and continued to push the trolley toward the following carriages.
The things on the bus are really expensive. Fortunately, the food was prepared in advance. Otherwise, there might not even be a ticket left,
Mosey said in a low voice.
There is no way. These are all necessary. Who knows what world the next stop will be? What if there are no supplies? What if nothing is found? The weapons must be prepared first. You can't always think about saving money. Go to the mission world to grab weapons.
Zhang Tuohai corrected Mosey's thoughts.
By the way, let's take a good rest. I don't know when I can sleep until the next stop,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Good.
Mosey used his backpack as a pillow, pulled out a blanket, covered himself with it, and fell asleep. Zhang Tuohai also lay on the seat, looking up at the roof of the car, thinking it would be nice if there was a soft sleeper. If the next world is the world of science and technology, you must take a bath. After a day of activity, you will fall into the water and fight again, and you will smell all over it. He misses his car with a hot spring very much now. He can soak in the hot spring and drive at the same time, which is a lot of fun. In the sway of the train, Zhang Tuohai fell into sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Tuohai woke up and found that it was getting light outside. He went to the bathroom to wash his face and feel refreshed. At this time, Mosey also woke up, rubbing his hazy sleepy eyes.
Get up and have breakfast,
Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey. Although the family bucket and the cooked food and sausages bought earlier were already cold, Mosey still ate very happily. Since she arrived in the survival world, she has hardly eaten normal food. It was a little better after meeting Zhang Tuohai. Now that I have meat to eat, it's good. What else is there to be picky about? Zhang Tuohai opened the curtains and prepared to have breakfast while looking at the scenery outside.
It's snowing!
Mosey's eyes suddenly widened. There was heavy snow outside the window, and the whole world was covered in silver. It was obviously a tropical coastal style last night, with many coconut trees on the shore. As a result, in one night, the outside became covered in snow. Of snow country.
The next stop should be the ice and snow world. Right?
Mosey asked worriedly. She and Zhang Tuohai were at the last stop. In order to disguise themselves as locals, they were now wearing summer clothes that were in line with the local style. Zhang Tuohai was wearing short-sleeve beach pants and flip-flops, and Mosey was wearing suspenders and culottes. If they were to go on a mission in the ice and snow, they would probably be frozen into popsicles on the spot.
What should we do?
Mosey asked worriedly.
We'll have to look at the situation. If there's really no other way, just use the ticket to skip the station and check the situation at the next station.
At this time, the train announcement rang.
Dear passengers, please note that the train will arrive at the station Snow Country in half an hour. This station is a large platform. For the health of all players are asked to get off the train and move around freely for more than half an hour. The train will stop for 3 days. The type is Ice and Snow Park Challenge. Please choose whether to accept the task. Half an hour of activity? It seems that they are forcing us to participate in the mission.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes became serious. With the little clothes Mosey wore, I'm afraid he would be stiff when he came back after going out for activities for half an hour. How about we see who wears more and take it off? Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. At this moment, the familiar voice rang again.
Rebale. Hot water bottle. Autumn clothes. Fleece and cotton coat. Close your legs.
Zhang Tuohai turned around and found the flight attendant pushing the car out again. This time his car was filled with all kinds of clothes and warm items.
How to sell it?
Zhang Tuohai asked quickly.
This is the price list. Please take a look.
The flight attendant smiled and handed the price list to Zhang Tuohai. Hot post *1. Price is 1 site. Hot water bottle *1. Priced at 5 stations. Autumn clothes *1. Priced at 5 stations. Jacket *1. Priced at 10 sites. Cotton coat *1. Priced at 20 yuan. Black. Really dark. A cotton coat costs more than a grenade launcher. This is definitely a starting price. However, there was no other way. So Zhang Tuohai could only buy 2 sets of jackets.
It seems that we have to participate in this mission.
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
It's all me. If I had stayed in the car, I could have saved 9 stops of tickets.
Mosey said a little guiltily.
What are you talking about? If you stay in the car, just half an hour of activity will kill you. Okay, don't think so much. It's just a few tickets. Just earn it back.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the scenery outside the car and began to load bullets into the magazine. Chapter 1025 Ice Card of Death. Half an hour later, the train slowly arrived at the station. There was also thick snow on the platform, and the word Snow Country Amusement Park could be faintly seen on the station sign.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai tidied his backpack and put on various weapons.
Yes!
Mosey loaded the bullets for Luo Tiany's Glock and put it into his pocket. He held the pistol tightly in his little hand and rested his thumb on the safety. The 2 people stepped out of the carriage. A howling north wind blew by, and the cold wind cut into the face like a knife, making people feel a burst of pain. The strong wind ruffled Mosey's hair, and the scattered hair blew into Mosey's mouth from time to time. Mosey was left in a miserable state. Zhang Tuohai helped Mosey put on the hat that came with the jacket.
This is not a decoration, but it is really useful.
Zhang Tuohai also put on a jacket hat. Although this thing doesn't look good when worn, it is really useful on windy days. It can effectively reduce the heat loss of the head and maintain the temperature of the ears, so as to prevent the ears from hypothermia and necrosis. When the temperature is very low, it is really not a joke to freeze your ears off. Mosey stamped his feet and used activities to keep his body temperature normal. Zhang Tuohai scanned each carriage to see if there was any suitable prey. Now, even though he only has a jacket, he is still a little cold, so he needs a cotton-padded jacket. In addition, the 2 of them also need to change their shoes. Mosey's small leather shoes and Zhang Tuohai's flip-flops. People in other carriages were also kicked out one after another. Some people put on the jackets sold by the flight attendants. Some wore various clothes they brought from other worlds. And some big shots wore black woolen coats or down jackets. There were also some unlucky ones, who had neither prepared clothes nor reserved train tickets. They could only wear thin summer clothes and shivered on the platform. A group of people huddled together to keep warm, like penguins. At this time, the wind and snow gradually subsided, and in the distance, a huge snow castle appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and two silver-white doors slowly opened. The neutral voice of the machine appeared in everyone's ears again. The 3-day Ice and Snow Park Challenge has officially begun. Each player must participate in at least 3 projects. Only players who clear 3 projects can get the chance to return to the train. Otherwise, they will be stuck in the ice and snow park forever. In the park, except for specific confrontation events, all players are not allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, they will be punished as a foul. Players will receive points for winning items, which can be used to purchase any items in the ice and snow park. Good luck to you all. Let's go quickly and clear an item quickly. Let's buy a pair of shoes first. Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey and ran quickly towards the ice and snow park. Since you can't rob players, you have to clear the project quickly and buy enough winter clothes. Which game should we join? Mosey asked. Zhang Tuohai watched as he ran, eliminating projects that required the collaboration of other people and took a long time, and finally selected one project, the Ice Car of Death. Ride an ice car alone or in a group of 2 and glide through the ice caves to the finish line. As long as you successfully reach the end point within the specified time, you will pass the level. The time limit for passing the level is 3 minutes, which is not long. Each person who successfully passes the level can get 10 points. In the vending machine, a pair of warm Martin boots also costs 10 points. Your job is to control the ice rudder and try to keep the ice truck in the center so as not to overturn. Do you understand? Zhang Tuohai said. I'll give it a try. Mosey breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed it vigorously, and then held it on the ice helm. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai pushed the ice cart and started to run. When he pushed the ice cart to the edge of the ramp, he turned over and jumped into the car. The ice truck swoops down along the ice cave according to inertia and speed. The speed of the ice truck is very fast, and the surrounding scenery is swept back quickly. Moreover, the ice cave is not smooth. There will be some ice cones sticking out from time to time on the top and sides. Mosey needs to control the ice truck to avoid it. If it is installed accidentally, it will either be stopped by a thick ice cone, or it will be knocked around and slide down backwards. At that time, the problem will be even greater. The speed is too fast. Do you want to pull the handbrake and slow down? Looking at the endless ice spikes on both sides, Mosey's little face was ashen, and he was instinctively a little scared. No. Since this game has a speed limit, it means that there are many things on the track that limit our speed. If we slow down here, we will probably not be able to pass the level on time. If you can't do it, I will do it, Zhang Tuohai said. No, I can do it. Mosey shook his head fiercely, continued to concentrate on controlling the ice truck, and rushed downwards. Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the handbrake and paid attention to Mosey's condition. If something went wrong, he would immediately use the handbrake to slow down. 30 seconds passed, and the long ice tunnel suddenly opened up and turned into a huge cave. The ground was still ice, and dozens of huge bats hung upside down on the stalactites above. These bats are huge, have hook-like claws, and sharp fangs, making them look like monsters. These bats saw the 2 people rushing towards them and opened their blood-red eyes. Screaming, he rushed towards the 2 of them. Da-da-da. Zhang Tuohai pulled the AK in his hand. A lot of bullets poured out. Those bullets seemed to have eyes, and each one hit a bat's head. The bats fell to the ground like rain. Mosey controlled the ice truck to swing left and right, narrowly avoiding the fallen bat corpses. The magazine was empty, and the last remaining bat had already rushed in front of him. The bat stretched out a pair of sharp claws towards Mosey, who controlled the ice helm. Boom! Colt's gunshot rang out, and a bullet accurately hit the bat's head, blowing it open. The body fell onto the car. Brush! Zhang Tuohai threw the bat's body down and asked, Are you okay? Fortunately, I was just frightened and not injured. Mosey let out a sigh of relief and said, Speed up. There should be another level ahead. Zhang Tuohai said. Yeah. Mosey nodded and controlled the ice truck to move forward in a straight line, increasing the speed. 30 seconds passed, and we passed the bat area. In the first 2 levels, the 2 of them did not slow down at all, saving a full minute. There was a big curve in the front area. After Mosey controlled the ice car to turn the curve, his eyes widened. It turned out that what was in front of them was a huge and wide ramp. There were huge pits on the ramp. The pits were more than 3 meters in diameter and more than 5 meters deep. The bottom of the pits was full of sharp ice cones.
If they fell for 10, there is no life and death. And this slope full of pits is a kilometer long. If she doesn't slow down, it will take a full minute to pass this track. Now she finally understood the reason why Zhang Tuohai didn't let her slow down before. Sure enough, the further to the back, the greater the need to slow down. Chapter 10:26, Picking Up Equipment. Don't be distracted. Stay still. Zhang Tuohai's voice sounded in his ears. Mosey quickly calmed down and concentrated on controlling the rudder of the ice truck. The slender ice car drifted left and right on the slope, passing by the edges of pits. When she was concentrating, time seemed to pass very fast. Mosey controlled the ice car with all her strength, as if she was separated from the world. Only her, the ice car, and the track in front of her were left in the whole world. When the ice truck slowly stopped, she was still slightly stunned. Well done! We succeeded. Zhang Tuohai patted Mosey on the shoulder and said, We really succeeded? Passed the track? Mosey asked in disbelief. Yes, I passed the track in 45 seconds, which is not bad. Zhang Tuohai patted Mosey on the shoulder and said. At this time, the prompt tone also sounded. Congratulations to both of you for clearing the ice car of death. Each of you received 10 points. Let's go buy shoes. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey ran quickly towards the vending machine. A red light swept across Zhang Tuohai's face, and Zhang Tuohai's personal information appeared on the screen. Player Zhang Tuohai, clearance items 1, game points 10, items available for purchase, cold beer, hot milk tea, deerskin gloves, buckskin boots. Zhang Tuohai immediately selected his option. A pair of deerskin boots fell out of the sales opening. Zhang Tuohai quickly changed the flip-flops on his feet. Mosey also followed suit and changed out of his own leather shoes. After putting on his shoes, Zhang Tuohai felt a little better and looked through the things he could buy. Hotel suite? 50 points? You actually have to pay for accommodation? You're really greedy. Zhang Tuohai made a note of it. But this room must be occupied. Otherwise, sleeping outside in this icy and snowy environment for a night would directly freeze him. If you want to live here, you can't just play 3 games. The amusement park is using various methods to force players to continuously participate in game projects. Zhang Tuohai has seen this set a lot and is basically used to it. What's your next project? Mosey rubbed her hands together and asked. She didn't wear gloves the whole time just now, and her hands were a little stiff from the cold. Are your fingers stiff? Let's play hand-free this time, Zhang Tuohai said as he looked around. Which one? Mosey asked. Ice and snow maze, Zhang Tuohai said, pointing to the entrance of the maze not far away. Okay. Mosey didn't have any opinions. Basically, he just listened to what Zhang Tuohai said. The two people ran quickly towards the ice and snow maze. There is no time limit in the ice and snow maze. You can come out as long as you find the exit. However, all players who enter the ice and snow maze are enemies and can attack each other. In addition, there are some players who were left behind last time. As long as these old players kill the new players, they can regain the qualification to ride. Therefore, these old players are eager to watch the new players. Of course, new players will also be rewarded for killing old players, each with 5 points. This project is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die in it. But the points are also high. A full 100 points. 10 times the size of the Death Ice truck. This is just the reward for escaping from the exit alive. If you encounter hidden rewards, you will get more. Walk. Zhang Tuohai took off his AK and stepped into the ice and snow maze. The ice and snow maze looks like a big castle from the outside, and it is indeed layered inside. Each layer has upward passages. Each layer has hidden rewards. And the ultimate mysterious reward of the maze is at the top. Of course, these are all optional. If you just want to escape, just wander around on the first floor. Zhang Tuohai has an experience when playing mazes. That is, when you don't know how to navigate a maze. Just walk along one side of the wall. As long as the maze does not move, just walk along one side of the wall. Being able to go out is nothing more than the length of time. The only thing this method requires is patience. Zhang Tuohai quickly walked into the maze with Mosey, walking quickly forward on the snow that was almost frozen into ice. Mosey followed closely. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Tuohai suddenly stopped at a corner. What's wrong? Mosey asked, rubbing his hands. Should dash. Zhang Tuohai put a finger in front of his mouth. Mosey immediately fell silent. After a while, there was a rustling sound from the front, which was the sound of shoes stepping on the snow. Zhang Tuohai put Mosey on his shoulders and whispered, "Go up and have a look." Mosey approached the wall and looked out with half of his eyes exposed. Normal people's line of sight is level and downward, because it also depends on the condition of the road surface. Most of the time, the upper position is the blind spot of vision. Mosey stood on Zhang Tuohai's shoulder and observed, usually not being discovered. "How is it?" Zhang Tuohai asked with his mouth. Mosey made a 3 sign, then a 2, pulled his hands apart, then made a 1, and made a pistol sign with one hand. 3 people, 2 with long guns and 1 with a pistol? Zhang Tuohai asked. Mosey nodded. "I understand. Leave it to me." Zhang Tuohai rolled out of the corner, holding guns in both hands and pointing them forward. Not far away, there were 3 people walking slowly towards this side. 2 holding M1 Garand and 1 holding a PPK. Seeing Zhang Tuohai, the 3 people subconsciously raised their guns. However, Zhang Tuohai was prepared, and the bullets had already been fired. Puff puff. A series of bullets shot through the people on the opposite side. 3 people fell to the ground. Congratulations to the player for earning 15 points. A prompt sounded in my ear. "Is this an old player?" Zhang Tuohai walked over to check. He found that these old players seemed to be no different from ordinary players. The only difference was that they were wearing thick white winter clothes, felt hats on their heads, and cotton gloves with split fingers on their hands. Zhang Tuohai immediately started to take off his clothes and said to Mosey, who was still stunned at the side, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and take out your equipment." "Okay." Seeing this, Mosey hurried over and started picking up equipment. Soon, Zhang Tuohai took off the coats, hats, and cotton gloves of several people and put them on himself. All the useful bullets were taken away, and Mosey carried a handful of the spears. He couldn't take the rest, so he had to throw them where he was. However, Zhang Tuohai removed all the firing pins before leaving to avoid any subsequent players. "Come in and take these guns on yourself." The only regret is that Zhang Tuohai did not find any food among the 3 old players. "Keep walking." Zhang Tuohai, who had put on new equipment, felt that his body was much warmer and continued to explore forward with Mosey. Chapter 1027, if it's not explicitly prohibited. It's allowed. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey continued to walk cautiously in the passage. The first level of the ice and snow maze is very large, but there are also relatively many veteran players. In just 10 minutes of walking, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey encountered 2 waves of veteran players, all in groups of 3, wearing coats and leather boots. There are so many kinds of weapons. Everything is available. There are assault rifles, submachine guns, and rifles. Zhang Tuohai even met a player with a bow and arrow. This guy was very accurate in shooting. He shot through his hat with 1 arrow. However, his skills were not bad either. He was defeated. The other person's head. Not much was gained, and most of them overlapped with Zhang Tuohai's existing weapons. The only ones that were of greater use were 2 fragmentation grenades. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey had winter clothes, so their needs were not so tight, and their speed of action began to slow down, striving to kill the most enemies with the least casualties and consumption. After walking for 15 minutes, after successfully dealing with the 3rd wave of enemies, the 2 men successfully discovered a staircase leading upstairs. There are no guardrails on the left and right, just a staircase made of ice and snow, passing through the ceiling and leading directly to the 2nd floor. "Do you want to go up?" Mosey asked while hiding under the stairs. "Of course, but it will take a few seconds." Zhang Tuohai took out a grenade, pulled out the fuse, held it in his hand for 2 seconds, and then threw it upwards. Boom! Frag grenades exploded in the air. Broken shrapnel flew everywhere, covering a 10-meter radius. Puff puff. The sound of shrapnel entering the body could be faintly heard. There are really enemies in the opposite direction. Zhang Tuohai originally just planned to give it a try, but he didn't expect that there were enemies hidden near the stairs. That would be easy. Just raise the grenade launcher and fire another shot in the direction where you heard the sound. Boom! High explosive grenades exploded, and the huge explosion directly collapsed the roof of that area. A large number of corpses and body parts fell down. Zhang Tuohai quietly walked upstairs with the AK on his back. The area near the stairs on the 2nd floor had been blown down, and there were bloodstains on the surrounding walls. There were stumps and broken arms on the ground, and no one was still alive. Arriving on the 2nd floor, Zhang Tuohai found that the entire 2nd floor was similar to the layout of the 1st floor, with a ceiling more than 4 meters high, thick ice and snow walls on both sides, and passages that extended to who knows where. He looked upward.
And suddenly an idea came to his mind. Since I just blew up the floor, can I just make a hole in the ceiling and drill all the way up? Just do it. Zhang Tuohai fired a grenade directly at the angle between the ice and snow wall and the ceiling in the distance. Boom! A big hole was blown out of the ceiling. And a section of the ice and snow wall was also blown down. A ray of sunlight shone in from outside.
Did it break through the load-bearing wall leading to the outside?
Zhang Tuohai quickly jumped onto the broken wall and climbed out. And sure enough, he came to the outside of the ice and snow maze. However, it is not the ground on the first floor, but the outer wall of the castle. Zhang Tuohai looked up and found that the castle turned out to be a pyramid structure. Each floor was built from a huge square. Each floor was more than 4 meters high and became smaller as it went up. There were 9 floors in total. The 10th floor is an onion-shaped dome.
Why are you outside? Let's go back quickly. Those old players will definitely chase us if they hear the sound.
Mosey also climbed up and said,
Wait, I have an idea.
Zhang Tuohai stopped Mosey.
We haven't received any warning from the game yet. Right.
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yes, that's right.
Mosey nodded. She had no idea why Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked this.
Since it's not explicitly prohibited, it's allowed. I thought about it for a moment. It would be a waste of bullets and time to go up layer by layer inside. Why not go up directly from the outside?
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he pointed to the huge onion top.
But, is this really okay?
Mosey had always been a stickler for rules, and was shocked by Zhang Tuohai's unorthodox idea.
Since it's not forbidden, why not give it a try?
Zhang Tuohai took out his dagger and carved a foothold on the outer wall of ice and snow. Then he picked up Mosey, took 2 steps, jumped up, and stepped on the foothold, rushed upwards, grabbed the outer edge with both hands, and then turned over and landed on the roof of the 3rd floor. The game actually didn't give any warning. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed, and immediately continued to dig out footholds as before, and then climbed up layer by layer with Mosey. Soon, the 2 people arrived at the 9th floor, looking at the onion dome not far away. Zhang Tuohai first fired a grenade from outside, blasting open the ice and snow wall outside, and then jumped up with Mosey, standing next to the onion dome. Mosey held her knees with both hands and panted heavily. She never expected that in just a few minutes, they would reach the 9th floor easily after reaching the 2nd floor. The game had not even started yet. Punish them. This discovery made her not sure whether to be happy or disappointed. She always felt as if she was holding Zhang Takumi back again. But Zhang Tuohai had no time to think about that. He walked into the onion dome with great interest. The space inside the onion dome is not very big, only about 100 meters. Except for a staircase leading here. There is only a large black computer in the middle and nothing else.
It's strange that there are no defenders here.
Zhang Tuohai looked left and right, and he always felt that this final level should not be undefended. At least the boss at the end of the level should be arranged.
Right. There should be some defensive personnel.
At this time, Mosey said weakly.
Where?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
At your feet.
Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and found that under his feet was the remains of a large ice and snow wall. On the edge of the wreckage, he stretched out a hand. The hand was still covered in blood, and a stream of blood was spreading outside.
This?
Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He didn't expect that he was so lucky. He just wanted to break a wall, but he didn't expect to kill the boss guarding the gate directly. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs leading to this floor. The sound of stopping was the sound of standard leather boots. Messy and rapid. Boom! Zhang Tuohai aimed a grenade at the stairs with his backhand. There was no chance of a miss at such a close distance. The grenade hit the stairs directly. An orange-red fireball emerged from the stairs. The stairs collapsed and many limbs even flew up. There was a wailing sound below. Look! The casualties were considerable. Zhang Tuohai ignored the stairs and walked to the giant computer to see what the final reward was. Chapter 1028 Biathlon. There is a button in front of the computer that says,
Press the button and get the reward for completing the level.
Looking at the button, Zhang Tuohai studied it for a long time. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any traps here, but he was skeptical about Barbara's integrity. However, at this time, the guards below were coming from all directions, and there were dozens of them according to the sound of footsteps. Zhang Tuohai would definitely have to spend a lot of effort to kill these people by virtue of the location, and at least a lot of ammunition would be consumed.
Forget it. Give it a try. And if you fail, go out and spank Barbara for daring to put a trap in the reward.
Zhang Tuohai pressed the button. Boom! Explosions came from below.
and the huge ice and snow castle began to collapse downwards. Hack! You really shouldn't have any expectations for Barbara's integrity. Zhang Tuohai held on to the computer to prevent himself from falling. Mosey grabbed Zhang Tuohai's arm and looked around nervously. The huge ice and snow castle collapsed layer by layer. First, the top layer was smashed down, flattening the 9th layer. All those who remained on the 9th layer, whether they were original guards or veteran players, were all crushed. Pi. Then came the 8th floor, with the double gravity of the 9th floor and the top floor. The players who stayed on the 8th floor also suffered the same fate, and were crushed into mincemeat. Next is the 7th floor, the 6th floor, and all the way to the 1st floor. The entire ice and snow castle came down layer by layer, crushing everyone inside into a pulp. The numbers on the computer screen increased rapidly, and finally stopped at the number 5,321. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for scoring 5,321 points and getting a hidden reward. A free shopping card. With this permission, you can buy any item in the vending machine for free. This, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel twitching in his heart as he looked at the words on the screen. It turns out that the so-called final prize is the points, and a free card obtained by killing everyone in the ice and snow castle. Zhang Tuohai was a little helpless. However, this is the rule of this game. Your life can only be turned into points and nourishment for other players, providing others with a step-by-step guide to the end. Zhang Tuohai, who has experienced more than a dozen worlds, has become accustomed to this. Soon, Zhang Tuohai adjusted his mentality, grabbed Mosey, and slipped out of the ice and snow castle. He knew that if he stayed in the ice and snow castle any longer, he might be noticed by someone who was interested. Although attacking each other is not allowed in the playground, it is not prohibited in the game projects. It is inevitable that some players will have some evil thoughts. If these troubles can be saved, it is better to save them. After escaping from the ice and snow castle, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey hid in a corner and breathed heavily. What should we do next? Mosey asked softly. First clear a game and be eligible to leave. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, in his opinion, although there are only 3 days, the more time goes by, the more variables there are, and many players who have failed will become more impatient. When the time comes, it may be more difficult to face them in the game. Moreover, Barbara is very likely to make some trouble in the next few days. So when she can control the situation, she must first complete the game to 3 games and seize the initiative to leave. In this way, even if Barbara he could just walk away if Barbara did anything. Okay. Although Mosey spent a lot of energy and physical energy after this fright, he still listened to Zhang Tuohai's advice and finished one more game. Which one to go to? Mosey asked. Just choose that one. Biathlon, Zhang Tuohai said, pointing to the sign in the distance. Biathlon is a competitive sport that is divided into 2 events, skiing and shooting. It requires skiing a section of snow and shooting once, alternating back and forth until reaching the finish line, and finally ranking according to the total score. The total skiing mileage in this game is 20 kilometers. The number of shots is 4, and the clearance conditions are also very simple. If you can reach the end point alive, you will be considered cleared. Rewards are given based on in-game performance and final score. Zhang Tuohai is very confident in skiing and shooting, especially skiing. He had experienced many real skiing adventures in the spiritual space, and after countless deaths, he finally mastered superb skiing skills. The only thing I'm more worried about is whether Mosey can ski. Can you ski? Zhang Tuohai asked. Well, after a period of snowy alpine skiing, there will be no problem in passing the pole normally. Mosey nodded. That's all right. Your job is to follow me and leave the rest to me. Zhang Tuohai arranged his weapons and walked towards the biathlon registration point. After choosing to register, Zhang Tuohai learned that if he wanted to participate in biathlon, he had to wear competition-specific clothing. At the same time, he could only carry a maximum of 2 weapons, one of which was limited to a rifle. If not, you can buy it here. The price of a Mosin Nagant is as high as 50 points. And it does not come with bullets. If you want bullets, you have to pay separately. That's the price of 5 pairs of buckskin boots or a night in a standard room. It's so dark. Zhang Tuohai was glad that his AK was classified among the rifles. Assault rifles are also rifles, which saved him a lot of money. AK is a must-have weapon. As for the remaining weapon, Zhang Tuohai chose the grenade launcher after careful consideration. Now, Zhang Tuohai feels more and more that this thing is easy to use, even comparable to a mortar. It is slightly less powerful than a mortar, but the weight is much lighter. It can be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. After changing into a blue snow suit in the locker room, Zhang Tuohai walked out of the locker room carrying his skateboard, AK, and grenade launcher. Opposite, Mosey, wearing a red ski suit and carrying a ski, has been waiting for a long time. She also had the child-sized pistol slung around her waist. What surprised Zhang Tuohai was that Mosey actually carried an MP5 on his back, which was a trophy captured in the ice and snow castle. Zhang Tuohai remembered that Mosey carried a handful of them on his back. Unexpectedly, I still carry it until now. Why are you still carrying it? Zhang Tuohai asked. Isn't it sinking? I hope I can be of some help, Mosey said. Looking at Mosey's firm gaze, Zhang Tuohai became a little silent. He has been walking forward resolutely most of the time recently, because he knows that everything has an end, and he will eventually go back and see Lilith. But Mosey didn't know that although the road ahead was a fog and an unknown for her, and she didn't know when she would fall into the swamp of death, she still chose to believe in him and followed him until now. Using her efforts, his own abilities caught up. Teach you something later. Zhang Tuohai patted Mosey on the shoulder and walked to the cable car carrying the skis. Chapter 1029 Quality Square. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey got on the cable car and headed towards the top of the mountain. The cable car rose higher and stopped at a platform. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey jumped off the cable car. At this time, there were already more than a dozen players staying on the platform. There is a sightseeing car parked next to it. Seeing the arrival of Zhang Tuohai and Mosey, those people immediately became excited. Finally come. Finally we can get in the car. We have gathered all the players. If we don't come, I will freeze to death. A group of players chirped. Hey, why are you here? Do you know how long everyone has been waiting for you? A man carrying an AR-15 rifle spit out the cigarette, but in his mouth, walked over and pushed Zhang Tuohai. With a smile on his face, Zhang Tuohai hit the opponent in the face with his backhand butt of the gun. Ah! The man covered his face in pain and fell to the ground, his mouth full of blood, and his nose bones were collapsed. Zhang Tuohai put the AK on his head with his backhand and was about to shoot. A man rushed out and shouted, You can't kill him! Are you his accomplice? Zhang Tuohai looked at the man sideways. Mosey also raised the submachine gun in his hand and pointed it at the man. I'm not his accomplice. But if you kill him, we will have to wait for another player before we can drive to the starting point of the game. You don't want to continue waiting here, do you? The player said. Is that so? Zhang Tuohai hesitated. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think we are waiting here? The player said. Okay. Then let him go once. Zhang Tuohai casually removed the firing pin of the opponent's AR-15, found the bullets, and threw them down the mountain. He also took the opponent's belt, tied his hands, and carried him into the car. Let's go. Don't waste time. I still want to finish the game before lunch, Zhang Tuohai said as he pulled Mosey and sat in the back seat of the sightseeing car, stepping on the player who was blowing out cigarette butts everywhere. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, the players glanced at each other and were too lazy to care about the player who was stepped on. After all, he was not an acquaintance of theirs. How could he die? It's better to finish the game early. This is the first project that many people choose. They waste a lot of time and can't wait for it. The group of people got on the sightseeing bus, and the horn of the unmanned sightseeing bus sounded. 40 players detected. Starting to go to the destination. The unmanned sightseeing car started and headed towards the top of the mountain along the winding mountain road. The sightseeing car was speeding along the road at an extremely fast speed. The ice and snow on the winding mountain road had not yet been cleared away. The sightseeing car skidded on the icy and snowy road from time to time, and almost slipped off the mountain road 2 or 3 times. It scared many players out of their wits. What's even worse is that the sightseeing car doesn't have a carport roof or even a windshield, and the cold wind keeps cutting the player's face like a knife. Make those players miserable. Seeing the looks of those players, Mosey silently pulled up the collar and covered his face. Many players couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to jump out of the car and walk to the starting point of the competition. However, the speed of the sightseeing car at this time exceeded 100 miles, and the road was covered with ice and snow. There were cliffs on the left and cliffs on the right. Jumping out of the car in this place was purely inappropriate. Seeking death, those players had no choice but to hide in the car and fight the cold wind. Finally, the road ahead became wider, and the speed of the car slowed down. There was a clean ice and snow square, huge billboards, vending machines, rest areas,
and a red starting line.
Finally, we've arrived at the starting line.
Many players breathed a sigh of relief and began to organize their clothing and snowboards. Many of them were former professional or amateur modern biathlon athletes. Otherwise, they would not have been able to compete for the first time. One way to choose this game project is to prepare to make a lot of money by taking advantage of this project. The sightseeing bus slowly stopped on the square. The horn in the car sounded.
Welcome players to Quality Plaza. Your game will start here. This game is divided into 4 free shooting areas. In the free shooting area,
players can shoot freely without any restrictions. In the non-free shooting area, players can shoot freely without any restrictions. Firearms will not be allowed in the shooting area. Otherwise, you will be sentenced to a foul and disqualified from the competition. I wish you all a happy competition. Free shooting area? Wait. The biathlon I practice does not follow these rules.
Many players felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts. They felt that things were not as simple as they thought. However, at this moment, gunfire rang out. Da-da-da. Chug-tug-tug. The AK-47 and MP5 spit out tongues of fire and swept everyone on the sightseeing bus to the ground. After the gunfire stopped, there was no one alive in the entire car.
Fortunately, I'm sitting in the back row. Otherwise, I might have been tricked by the game.
Zhang Tuohai let out a long sigh, as early as when he heard the word
Quality Square.
He felt that something was not right. He took the opportunity to signal Mosey to open the safety of the firearm and load the bullet. When he heard about the free shooting zone, Zhang Tuohai became more certain of his thoughts. This is not a pre-start at all. This is a steel gun square. If you can't strike first, you will fall in this square. In order not to be killed, Zhang Tuohai chose to strike preemptively,
replenish guns, and collect supplies.
Zhang Tuohai and Mosey shot each person one by one, and collected the useful supplies from each other. Zhang Tuohai found that the things these players carried were very interesting. Some people chose 98K, Springfield rifles, Mosin Nagant, and other bolt-action rifles for shooting accuracy. These guns have high accuracy, but they cannot shoot continuously. When facing the line, sometimes you will inevitably suffer losses. There are still many people who cannot afford to carry 2 guns and can only carry cold weapons to make up the numbers. Among them, engineer shovels and survival knives are the most popular. The third is the crowbar, known as the holy sword of physics. And the rest is Gur special scimitars, Damascus scimitars, ribs, etc. There are all kinds of them. Zhang Tuohai picked and chose 2 engineer shovels and brought 2 survival knives with him. These tools can have unexpected effects in many cases. Later, he came to the vending machine and was surprised to find that the vending machine actually provided a recycling option. This made him so happy that he immediately pulled all the unused weapons and stuffed them into the recycling bin of the vending machine. However, the price is a bit low. With so many items, the vending machine only gives 200 points. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with this. It was all for nothing anyway, and it would be nice to earn a little more. After ordering 2 cups of hot milk tea, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey stood in front of the starting line and drank sips. After drinking the milk tea, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey felt their bodies warm up, stimulated by the sugar. Their spirits began to get excited, and they were eager to try the next competition.
Follow me below. Don't fall behind,
Zhang Tuohai said, holding his ski poles with both hands. He rushed out of the starting line. Chapter 10:30 Eat Me with a Shovel. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey slid out of the starting line, and horns sounded in their ears, reminding them that they had left the free shooting zone and that the use of firearms was prohibited until they reached the next free shooting zone. Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to skate too fast and kept controlling his speed, for fear that the game would be deceptive and landmines would be planted on the track. However, after skiing for a while, everything was normal, just like a normal ski trail. The more the game goes like this, the more frightened Zhang Tuohai becomes. He knows that the calmer the water, the more hidden dangers there are. He carefully scanned the surroundings, taking in every bit of everything around him, always paying attention to the surroundings, for fear of any danger. Mosey held the snow pole with both hands and followed Zhang Tuohai closely. The two of them just kept skating for 2 kilometers. Zhang Tuohai suddenly found a snowdrift in front of him. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the snowdrift seemed to move. Zhang Tuohai's hair stood on end, and he subconsciously wiped the gun clean. Then he remembered that this was a no-shooting zone, and those who fired guns without permission would be expelled from the game. He took such a big risk and killed the contestants in the same batch in order to win the competition. He must not be kicked out of the competition due to such a small oversight. At this time, the snowdrift moved again. What the hell? Zhang Tuohai's speed became even slower. When he was still 100 meters away from the snowdrift, Zhang Tuohai finally saw the true face of the snowdrift. What kind of snowdrift was there? It was clearly a huge polar bear. The polar bear pulled out his head from the snowdrift. When he saw Zhang Tuohai and Mosey, he opened his mouth in excitement and ran towards them. Want to eat me? Eat me with a shovel first. Zhang Tuohai sped up and rushed toward the polar bear like a knight. He picked up the engineering shovel in his hand and slapped the polar bear on the face. The polar bear also raised its big paw and patted Zhang Tuohai. However, it clearly misestimates the lengths of both. Zhang Tuohai's arm plus the length of the engineer shovel was obviously longer than its arm. So Zhang Tuohai's engineer shovel came first and hit the polar bear firmly on the face. Snapped. The polar bear's head was buzzing with a big penis fan. His eyes were filled with stars. And there were only 3 questions left in his mind. Who am I? What am I doing? What the hell is this lunch? Before the polar bear could figure out why lunch reached out to hit the bear, the engineer's shovel hit it on the head like a storm. Ouch ouch dash. The polar bear covered its head with both hands, twisted its short legs, and ran quickly down the mountain. Thief! Don't run! Zhang Tuohai saw this and sped up to catch up, seeing the lunch chasing after him. The polar bear was greatly traumatized. Where in the world is there such a thing as a polar bear getting beaten up by lunch? If this spreads out, how will it hang out in the bear enclosure in the future? It wanted to go back and fight to prove its bravery, but it couldn't defeat Zhang Tuohai at all. He could only hold his head and run for his life. Then, without paying attention, it dropped its feet, fell into a ball, and rolled down the mountain. Gulyalu. The polar bear ball rolled rapidly down the mountain. It was so fast that even Zhang Tuohai couldn't catch up with his skis. Seeing that he could not catch up, Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to reduce his speed and keep gliding along the path that the polar bear had trodden. At least this road is absolutely mine-free. Just like that, we slid for another kilometer, and the sound of a loudspeaker rang in our ears. We entered a free shooting zone in front of us and could shoot freely. Huh? Hearing the voice, Zhang Tuohai became alert and looked into the distance. In the distance, there appeared 3 chest-high short walls made of ice and snow. Each of these short walls was only 1 or 2 meters long, and each was short. Behind the wall stands a heavily armed man in black. Each man in black is holding a machine gun, guarding the intersection with eager eyes, waiting for the player. Machine gun? You call this a free shooting zone? Zhang Tuohai looked a little ugly. Even a fool knew that an assault rifle was no match for a machine gun. Moreover, it is still 1 versus 3. The only consequence for daring to do this is to be beaten into a hornet's nest. At this time, Zhang Tuohai felt happy in his heart, glad that he was carrying a grenade launcher. Zhang Tuohai stopped suddenly, got stuck on the edge of the free-firing zone, and then fired a grenade at the 3 low walls. The low wall was built very thickly, and water was poured on it, so it froze into ice. It was so hard that even a submachine gun might not be able to penetrate it. The low wall is strong, but it can only protect against damage from the front. But it has no defense against grenades falling from the sky. The 3 men in black never expected that someone would attack them with grenades. They were so ungrateful. By the time they heard the whistle of grenades, it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions sounded, and the 3 men in black were blown to pieces. Zhang Tuohai stood there and watched for a while. After confirming that there were no new enemies around, he carefully slid over. The 3 men in black had been turned into pieces. The machine gun was damaged by the grenade, and the bullet boxes fell to the ground, scattered everywhere. Pity! Zhang Tuohai felt a little pity for the damaged machine guns. The 12.7 caliber is much better than an assault rifle. But if it's broken, it's broken. It's so tiring to carry it on your back that you can only leave it where it is. After sliding over the short wall, you will be out of the second free shooting area. Zhang Tuohai understood that this was to prevent players who were lucky enough to rush past to look back and attack these gunmen from behind. If it were an ordinary player, it would really take a lot of brains. But it was a pity that I met Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai continued to move forward with Mosey. Next, there is a long and gentle slope. In many places, you need to use ski poles to help the skateboard move. This was a period of strenuous work. Zhang Tuohai led Mosey forward and walked for an hour before finally reaching the downhill slope. By this time, Mosey was already out of breath. Her physical fitness was not as good as Zhang Tuohai's. In addition, the continuous heavy physical exercise this morning
and the lack of adequate rest made her unable to hold on. However, at this time, the sound of a loudspeaker was also heard. Now enter the third free shooting zone. Everyone will be attacked by 3 hunters. Killing the hunters or running out of the free shooting zone is your chance of survival. The predators have appeared, accompanied by the sound of a loudspeaker. 3 snowmobiles appeared not far behind them. On each snowmobile were 2 hunters dressed in black, each carrying a shotgun on his back. 3 snowmobiles rushed towards the 2 men.
I can't hold on any longer. I'll stay and hold them back. You can leave first,
Mosey gasped. Chapter 1031 Clear Biathlon.
What are you talking about? How could I let you stay by yourself?
Zhang Tuohai interrupted Mosey directly.
The 2 of us will be caught up and killed,
Mosey said.
Don't worry. It won't happen. We'll stay here. They can't do anything to us.
Zhang Tuohai stopped outside the shooting area.
They will beat us into sieves,
Mosey shouted.
Don't worry,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Why not? They all have guns.
Mosey watched the snowmobiles getting closer and closer with some despair. The hunters on the snowmobiles all had their shotguns drawn. They got closer and closer, and then rushed past. The moment those hunters rushed over, Zhang Tuohai moved. The skis under his feet moved, and he slid across the free shooting area. He pulled the trigger on those hunters. Before the hunters had time to turn their heads, they were knocked over by bullets fired from behind. Snowmobiles rushed into the woods next to the snow road. Zhang Tuohai skated over, picked out a snowmobile that was still in good condition, rode on it, went in a circle, returned to Mosey, and said with a smile,
Come up. I'll take you for a ride. How do you know they won't shoot?
Mosey was puzzled.
You guessed it. I have guessed from the last free shooting zone. Why those machine gunners must set the defense line at the last line of the free shooting zone. If it is to prevent players from looking back to dig out, why not place it outside the free shooting zone? Is it better? After all, there is a certain possibility that the design will encounter attacks from the side. Then, I guess that these free shooting areas not only have restrictions on us players, but also on these hunters. Then I tried it, and sure enough, they can't attack us outside the shooting area. Okay, beautiful lady, get in the car quickly. I also hope to have lunch at the foot of the mountain,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Oh, okay.
Mosey took off his skis and got on the snowmobile. Buzz! Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator, and the snowmobile rushed down the mountain. After having a snowmobile, the feeling is different. The originally long journey requires you to rely on the skateboard under your feet to slide all the way, which is a big test for people's physical strength. Especially after going through several games that consume physical strength. Sitting on a snowmobile, apart from the stronger wind, can save a lot of energy. The pros and cons are all decided by yourself. Mosey leaned on Zhang Tuohai and hugged Zhang Tuohai's waist to prevent himself from being thrown off, while silently recovering his strength. She knew that there would be many projects in the future that required sufficient physical strength to complete. All she had to do now was to quickly recover some physical strength so that she could try not to hold back Takumi. The snowmobile was traveling very fast, and after crossing a long distance down the mountain, Zhang Tuohai finally saw the finish line at the foot of the mountain.
It's finally almost here.
Zhang Tuohai was happy in his heart, but at the same time a trace of doubt arose. He remembered that there were 4 free shooting zones in total. Until now, he had only experienced 3. Where is the last free shooting zone? Zhang Tuohai became more and more cautious and looked carefully. At this moment, he suddenly saw a hot air balloon floating on the track in front of him. There were 2 people on the hot air balloon. One person was holding a grenade in his hand, and the other was carrying an RPG, guarding the track with eager eyes. You have entered the shooting area. The sound of a loudspeaker rang in my ears.
Shua, you actually started an air raid?
Zhang Tuohai quickly turned the front of the car, and the snowmobile turned sharply. Whoosh! Boom! An RPG passed by him, hit where he was, and exploded, blowing up a large area of snow around him, and leaving a huge crater. Zhang Tuohai is sure that if he were not riding a snowmobile, he might not be able to resist the RPG just now. The hunter in the hot air balloon saw that the RPG was empty, and quickly bent down to replace the second RPG. It was not Zhang Tuohai's character not to fight back after being beaten. He raised his grenade launcher and fired a shot at the basket of the hot air balloon. The grenade hit the hanging basket accurately. As luck would have it, the grenade fell directly into the pile of RPGs, causing a chain explosion. Boom! The entire hot air balloon turned into an orange fireball. Zhang Tuohai rode his snowmobile across the field quickly and crossed the finish line. At this time, the snowmobile's gasoline was almost completely consumed. Settlement in progress. Based on the overall performance, player Zhang Tuohai received points, 400. Player Mosey received points, 120.
Only 400? It's a bit small.
Zhang Tuohai thought a little greedily. After gaining more than 5,000 points in the ice and snow castle, Zhang Tuohai already looked down upon the hundreds of points. He completely forgot that when he first entered the ice and snow amusement park, he wanted to break his head just for 10 points. People are so fickle. A game notification sounded at the same time. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for getting permission to leave through 3 game projects. Players can choose to return to the train, or continue to participate in the project until leaving at the end of 3 days. Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment and chose to stay here. There's nothing on the train. It's not interesting at all. It's better to stay here and have some fun. However, what he needs most now is to find a place, eat some food, and regain his strength.
Let's go find a place to eat.
Zhang Tuohai jumped off the snowmobile, returned to the locker room to retrieve his equipment, and took Mosey out of the game area and to the shopping area. Similar to most amusement parks, there is also a commercial street here, in addition to various restaurants. The most popular ones are various souvenir shops selling some souvenirs. However, these souvenirs are a little special. Old John's gun store, Old Tom's hunting equipment store, Grant's shooting range, Jenny's archery academy, and extreme fighting training range. What is sold is almost all kinds of combat equipment, similar to the scenic spot. The prices here are extremely expensive. A Glock pistol actually costs 20 points without bullets. After wandering around, Zhang Tuohai took Mosey into a restaurant. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a player shout,
"What? A bowl of some noodles actually costs 10 points? Why don't you go and grab it?"
The waiter said with a smile.
"Aren't I just robbing you?"
Player, the waiter said.
"Yes. Please note that it is forbidden to eat bawang meal here. I advise you to hand over your points honestly. Otherwise, I will call the security guard. Then, you will have to pay for the meal.
And you will also have to pay a security fine. So you have to think carefully about it."
Chapter 1032, Gathering the Wool. In the end, the player reluctantly paid the points and left angrily. The waiter didn't take it seriously, took the points, turned around and smiled at the two of them.
"Good afternoon. 2 guests. What would you like to order?"
The waiter asked with a smile. Mosey was too timid to speak. Zhang Tuohai didn't really care. He had thousands of points in his hand, so he could still have a meal.
"Let's have a mutton casserole, 2 bowls of meat, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of braised noodles,"
Zhang Tuohai said while holding the menu.
"Guest, please wait a moment. You'll be here soon."
The waiter almost burst into laughter as he respectfully pulled out a chair for the two of them and asked them to sit down. Many players couldn't help but comment after seeing Zhang Tuohai ordering food like this.
How dare this guy do this? Doesn't he know how much the mutton casserole costs? It's a full 30 points. Does he want to freeload? He actually ordered meat on his fingertips. What a sin. I earned 30 points in the morning, but I didn't dare to order them after clearing 2 games. How dare he? Humph. Just watch. When they finish eating, they will know the consequences of eating the king's meal.
A group of players started talking and slowed down their eating speed just to see what would happen to Zhang Tuohai and Mosey after eating the overlord meal. The food was served very quickly, and the food was brought out in almost no time. I have to say that although the products in this store are expensive, they still taste good. The mutton casserole is delicious, and the meat is fat and tender. Once you take a bite, a stream of heat flows from your mouth to your stomach, and your whole body feels warm inside and out. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey both had their mouths full of oil, and the aroma was overflowing. The smell soon spread to the entire hall. Many people smelled the aroma of meat and looked at the plain noodles in their hands, and couldn't help but take 2 big bites. Several players who had some points in their hands were so greedy that they couldn't do it anymore, so they bit the bullet and added 5 more points. Several players who wanted to eat meat but had no points in their hands looked at each other and set their sights on Zhang Tuohai. Several people stood up from their respective positions, staggered to Zhang Tuohai's table, and said carelessly,
"Brother, you can't finish ordering such a thing by yourself. What a shameful waste. Let's share a table. Stuff eat together."
One person said that he was about to sit down. Mosey had never seen such a situation before. He had meat in his mouth and didn't know what to do. Before the man could sit down, he was greeted by a size 43 foot. Boom! The man was kicked and flew out. A wheel fell to the door of the store.
"How dare you hit me?"
The player put one hand on the ground and reached for the weapon on his lower back with the other hand. However, before his hand could touch the gun, gunshots rang out in the store. Boom! That player has a hole in his head. Zhang Tuohai blew the gun smoke from the muzzle, inserted Colt into the holster, picked up the chopsticks and continued eating. The surrounding players were stunned. They didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai would act so carelessly and kill people on the spot. Moreover, after killing someone, he continued to eat as if nothing had happened. How strong of a mental quality is this? How many people must he have killed before? The most important thing is that no one saw clearly how this guy pulled out the gun. Several people glanced at each other. No one could guarantee that they could kill the other party before Zhang Tuohai could draw his gun. The fear of death overwhelms the desire to eat meat. Forget it. Meat isn't that delicious. Just treat it like losing weight. These people returned to their seats in despair. 2 security guards in black clothes came over, dragged the body out of the gate, and sent it to someone unknown. A waiter came over with a mop to clean up the blood stains. Bit by bit, everything is in order. It's like I'm used to it. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey ate very quickly, finishing the food in front of them in 10 minutes without leaving any soup. Sir, the total is 95 points, the waiter said while holding the bill. Payment will be deducted from my account, Zhang Tuohai said after taking a sip of the complimentary tea. The waiter scanned Zhang Tuohai's face with the instrument, and with a beep, the payment was successful. Thank you for your patronage. This is our ordering card. If you spend more than 100 points at one time, you can enjoy a 50% discount. The waiter smiled and put a card in Zhang Tuohai's hand. 100 points? 50% off? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. By the way, there is also a bottle of Coke. I forgot to ask for it just now. Let's add it to the previous bill. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he took a bottle of Coke from the beverage cabinet and walked out while drinking. Sir, 5 points for a bottle of Coke. Please settle the bill. The waiter gave chase. I told you. It will be included in the previous bill, Zhang Tuohai said carelessly. After counting it from the previous bill, there is a total of 100 points. You only paid 95 points, and you are still 5 points short, the waiter said. But, you said before that you'll get a 50% discount if you spend 100 points. Doesn't this make up 100 points? The discount is exactly 95 points. I've already paid the bill. Let's settle it. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he walked straight out of the restaurant. When the waiter heard Zhang Tuohai's words, he gritted his teeth angrily. But there was nothing he could do, because every step Zhang Tuohai takes is reasonable. The blame lies solely on my own carelessness, which allowed the other party to take advantage of the loophole. If it had not been allowed to be included in the previous bill, this loss could have been completely avoided. Now, he can only make up for the losses in the store with his own money. Otherwise, terrible punishment will be waiting for him. When you come next time, I'll have to look good sooner or later, the waiter said harshly. After making a vicious oath in his heart, the waiter saw the players around him looking at him. He became angry and shouted loudly. What are you looking at? It's so hard to eat a bowl of noodles. Everyone will be charged an additional 20% overtime fee. The hall was filled with howls. After Zhang Tuohai and Mosey finished lunch, their whole bodies felt warm. Let's go. While it's still early, we can play a few more events and earn more points. Zhang Tuohai moved his body and said, Yes. Mosey also nodded solemnly. She had just eaten more than 40 points worth of food. Knowing how expensive things here are, she wanted to earn more points to make up for her shortfall. At least you have to be able to pay for your own meals. And don't always be a drag. So what should we play next? Zhang Tuohai looked at the guide map of the amusement park, looking for suitable games. Ice carriage? I've never played this before. It looks interesting. There should be very little activity. Right. Let's play this. Zhang Tuohai selected the project. Chapter 1033, Taking Advantage of the Rules. The two people came to the ice carriage venue. A staff member put a tablet in front of them and asked them to choose the horses. There is an amount under each horse. Zhang Tuohai found that the thinner the horse, the lower the amount, and the stronger the horse, the higher the amount. The one with the lowest amount is a horse that is so skinny that you can see the bones, with very few hairs, and can't even be sold in a soup pot. The amount is also the lowest, with 5 points. The most expensive horse is a fat and strong horse. It can be considered a giant and a fat man among horses. It looks 3 times fatter than the average horse. There is still fat on the belly. You can eat it at a glance. Yes, the price is really high, and it costs 50 points. The difference is 10 times. Zhang Tuohai understands that the stronger a person is, the better he can survive in the ice and snow, and the higher the price, which is very reasonable. Although the price of that skinny horse is cheap, I'm afraid it won't be able to move its legs if it runs into the snow. When the time comes, it will be people pulling the horse, or people pulling the horse. Even if it's just a warm-up, you can't give up. Right. Zhang Tuohai directly chose the most expensive horse. You get what you pay for. There is no one who spends money in the world. After Zhang Tuohai finished the selection, the staff helped Zhang Tuohai register with a smile, and then brought Zhang Tuohai and Mosey to the competition venue. Then Zhang Tuohai was confused. On the field, there is a row of sleigh cars parked, and a row of horses standing there side by side. It seems like nothing, but the problem is, those horses are not standing on the positions of pulling the cars, but on the seats of the sleigh. The position for pulling the cart is vacant. This contestant, please stand in your position. The staff will saddle you. The competition is about to begin, the staff member said with a smile. In other words, I spent money on horse-drawn carriages? Zhang Tuohai asked angrily. Sir, that's not the price of hiring a horse, but the points you can get after winning. The staff still explained respectfully. Do you want to continue to participate in the competition? After registration, if you refuse to participate, we will charge liquidated damages, the staff said with a smile. Participate? Of course. Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and said, by the way, as long as I pull the horse across the finish line, it's fine. Right. Of course. But make sure the horse is always on the carriage. The horse's hooves are not allowed to touch the ice and snow, the staff said. Once the horse's hoof touches the ice, it will be lost. By the way, during the competition, players are prohibited from attacking each other or touching each other's horses, the staff member added cautiously. Very good. I accept everything. Are there any missing points? Don't let me finish the game. Are there any hidden terms? Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, the staff always felt that Zhang Tuohai had bad intentions. However, after thinking about it, he found that since the beginning of this project, there seemed to be no mistakes, and he became bolder again. There are no other terms. Sir, our projects are all open and fair, and we will never use hidden terms to harm players, the staff said. Very good. Let's get started. Zhang Tuohai walked to the horse-drawn sleigh, picked up the rope on the ground, and looked back at the sled. In the sled, a fat horse stood inside. There were some other players nearby. They were originally grimacing, but they became happy when they saw the big fat horse pulled by Zhang Tuohai. The so-called happiness comes from comparison. Two people have a stomachache, and the toilet is a pit. I squat there, and I am happier than you. The same is true for these players now participating in the game. Looking at Zhang Tuohai's big fat horse, and then looking at the skinny horse on his sleigh, the depression in his heart was instantly swept away. There was even a faint sense of happiness in my heart. Fortunately, I was smart and chose a thin horse. If I had chosen a fat horse and lost the race, would I have to die? The group of people seemed to be gloating about their misfortune. Zhang Tuohai was not angry, but kept looking at the horses. Get ready. The staff walked to the field and raised a small flag. The players on the field stopped playing and grabbed the reins of the sled. Start! Boom! The previous password was shouted by the staff. The gunshots behind were fired by Zhang Tuohai. A cold bullet penetrated the sleigh horse's head. The big fat horse lay directly in the sleigh. This shot not only killed the big fat horse and the sled, the huge gunshot also frightened the players' horses. The horses screamed, rushed out of the sled, and ran away. Zhang Tuohai smiled and put his gun in his holster, pulled up the sled and walked forward. What's going on with you? Why did you attack our horse? And scared our horse away? Those players asked Zhang Tuohai. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. From the beginning to the end, I was just shooting at my own horse. I didn't even touch your horse. How can I attack? Your horse ran away. That's your own problem, not mine, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Besides, your horse's hoof has touched the ice, and it has lost the qualification to compete. This is a clear rule. Leave here now. Otherwise, I will ask the security to enforce it. Am I right? Zhang Tuohai said and looked at the staff over there. The staff on the side was also confused. He reviewed what happened and checked the rules of the game. It seemed that it was really what Zhang Tuohai said. Zhang Tuohai himself did not violate the rules, and those other players must leave. Yes, It is indeed the case. Please leave all players whose horses are out of control immediately. Otherwise, we will ask the security to use coercive measures, the staff said helplessly. The players around them were obviously aggrieved, but they did not dare to resist in the face of the strong staff. After a whole morning of experience, they have seen the consequences of confronting the staff. They were sent off and fined lightly, and in severe cases, they might be beaten to death on the spot. Although those people were very reluctant, they still left the arena one after another. Before leaving, they did not forget to threaten Zhang Tuohai. We'll see. Don't let us meet you outside. Zhang Tuohai didn't care about the threats from these people. It is also prohibited to use weapons to carry out fatal attacks among players inside the playground. As for fists and kicks, he is not arrogant. Everyone present is rubbish. The limits of human beings coupled with the bonuses of various combat qualities put him at an absolute advantage in battles of the same level. In terms of fists and kicks alone, everyone is his opponent. In the playground, he can move freely, and no one can threaten him. Let's go! Hurry up and finish this competition. We have to go elsewhere to earn points. Zhang Tuohai pulled up the rope and pulled the sled slowly across the starting line. Chapter 1034 First Prize. Because he lost his competitor, Zhang Tuohai still won the championship even at a leisurely pace. After receiving 50 points, Zhang Tuohai also cut off a horse's leg. After all, the rules of the race say nothing about taking a horse away after a race. Amidst the gnashing farewells of the staff, Zhang Tuohai left the competition venue. After Zhang Tuohai left, the sledding project was shut down and a lot of new rules were issued. For example, after entering the competition venue, no weapons may be used or the lives of horses may be endangered by any means. When leaving a competition, regardless of victory or defeat, no horse or any part of the horse may be taken away, including but not limited to unborn ponies. This newly released new rule has left new players scratching their heads, wondering what the purpose of these rules is. Zhang Tuohai happily walked with Mosey in the amusement park, carrying the horse's legs, looking for suitable projects. Take a look! Take a look! Welcome to participate in the Snow Treasure Hiding Project. There are a lot of treasures buried in the vast snow. Whatever you find is yours. A staff member greeted. Treasure hidden in the snow? Mosey stopped involuntarily when she heard the name. She was a master at finding things. In the original world, she would always find the treasure with the highest price and the largest number of treasures while doing treasure hunting activities in the park. Prize. If this Snow Treasure Hiding Project is similar to the rules of the original world, can she use this project to obtain more resources for the team? Seeing Mosey stop, Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked, What's wrong? Do you want to participate in this project? Well, I have an advantage in this project. Maybe I can fight for it, Mosey said. Then participate. Zhang Tuohai happily agreed to Mosey's request. He didn't have any good ideas anyway, so he might as well let Mosey try it, just in case he succeeded. Okay, I will definitely get the final prize. Mosey clenched his fists. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Focus on participation. Anyway, we have obtained the qualification to leave. Now every additional point we get is earned. Zhang Tuohai helped Mosey build up his psychology and lowered his expectations to prevent the gap from being too big and suffering a blow. Don't worry. I understand. Mosey excitedly pulled Zhang Tuohai to sign up for the competition. One disadvantage of this competition is that registration requires a registration fee of 10 points. Otherwise, participation is not allowed. After registration, the competition time is 1 hour. Within each hour, you can only choose to bring out one treasure box. If you exceed the time limit or choose to bring out more treasure boxes, you will need to pay an additional registration fee. The fee for each additional hour will be doubled. For example, an additional hour will require 20 points. An additional 2 hours will require a total of 60 points. And an additional 3 hours will require a total of 140 points. The same goes for treasure chests. Zhang Tuohai calculated that if he wanted to do 10 consecutive draws, he would need more than 1,000 points. In short, the longer you stay, the more treasure chests you choose, and the greater the cost. Whether to choose more treasure chests, or just try your luck with 1 or 2 depends on personal choice. Anyway, Zhang Tuohai was shocked by the price, and planned to touch only 1 or 2 to try his luck. He definitely shouldn't bet on dogs. After paying the points, a group of people lined up to enter the treasure hunting venue. The treasure hunting site is a snow-covered hillside with various snow sculptures, cabins, and pine trees. It looks no different from an ice and snow park. A group of people spread out and searched everywhere. I found it! I found the treasure chest,
a player shouted excitedly, holding up a white metal box.
What are you shouting for? I've already found 2,
another player said disdainfully.
TCH, I've found 4 of them, and this time I am the winner,
a group of players shouted. Zhang Tuohai found that the treasure chests in this area were indeed easy to find. In just a short time after entering, he had already found 3. One was hidden on the treetop. One was placed in the hand of the statue, and the other was just thrown away, on the ground. It can be seen that the difficulty is not finding the treasure chest, but how to determine the value of the prize in the treasure chest. However, treasure boxes can only be opened after paying points, and players are not allowed to open the boxes privately. This again becomes a matter of luck.
How about just choosing one at random?
Zhang Tuohai walked around the treasure hunting area carrying 2 treasure boxes. Mosey ignored those treasure boxes and kept running towards the top of the hillside. Zhang Tuohai saw this and chased after him.
What are you doing here?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
My gut tells me there's something good in the mountains.
As Mosey spoke, he climbed up the mountain using his hands and feet.
Really?
Zhang Tuohai also followed, wanting to see how Mosey's intuition was. The hillside was not steep, and there were some stone steps to help. The 2 people quickly reached the top of the hillside. There are also a large number of ice and snow statues on the top of the hillside. Mosey shuttled among a group of statues, and then came to a huge swan statue, and took out the treasure box from under the wings of the swan statue. Zhang Tuohai looked at the treasure box, and saw that there was no difference between the treasure box and the treasure box in his hand.
Here! There is another one!
Mosey took out another treasure box from the peacock's mouth. Zhang Tuohai looked at it, and saw that there was still no difference.
Would you like a few more?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No. These 2 are enough. You can't be greedy,
Mosey said, while holding 2 treasure boxes. The 2 people carried the treasure box back to the foot of the mountain. At this time, many players were already queuing up to open the treasure box. The staff opened the boxes one after another.
Congratulations. Thank you for your patronage. Next one. Congratulations. You got a box of paper draws. The next one. Congratulations. You got a bicycle. Next one. Congratulations. You got a pair of second-hand socks. Next one. Congratulations. A pair of used stockings. Next one.
Players came out one after another with sad faces, cursing the black-hearted capitalists. The game was purely a point cheat. It was all garbage. There was no good thing. The worst thing was that a player accumulated a lot of points and played a 10-game draw, and ended up getting a pair of stockings, which almost made him cry to death. Soon, it was Zhang Tuohai and Mosey's turn. Zhang Tuohai took out his box. The staff opened it, and found a box of 7.62mm bullets in one treasure box, and a box of warm babies in another treasure box. With the foreshadowing of the previous players, Zhang Tuohai even felt like he had made a profit. Sure enough, happiness is obtained through comparison. Next it was Mosey's turn. Mosey carefully placed the treasure box on the long table. The staff opened the treasure box, and a golden light popped out of the treasure box, and a firework exploded in the air, forming 3 characters. First prize. Chapter 10, 35 successive grand prizes.
First prize? Real or fake? Is it a lie? Toto. It must be a dog Toto. If it's fake, it must be fake. I don't accept it. How come I only have a pair of torn socks in the 10th company? But she can get the first prize from 2 treasure chests? There must be some inside story. Let me go. I want to find the person in charge, and I want to report it.
The player who had no guarantee for 10 consecutive games collapsed and shouted loudly. Players who had participated in opening treasure chests before were also talking about it. They looked at the first prize in the sky, then looked at the second-hand stockings in their hands, and didn't know what to say. Everyone was staring at Mosey closely, wanting to see what she could come up with. The crowd's gaze made Mosey feel at a loss, and he subconsciously touched the MP5 at his waist.
Don't worry. This is a safe zone. They can't do anything to you. Just do whatever you want.
Zhang Tuohai rubbed Mosey's head and said,
Yes.
Mosey nodded and took out the contents of the box. That's a black card. Dream Castle Presidential Suite Unlimited Experience card. With this card, all purchases in the Dream Castle Presidential Suite are free of charge. Valid for 3 days.
Hiss.
Seeing this card, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but gasp, sighing that this girl was so lucky. She actually got a free hotel accommodation card. As you can see from the 10 points for a bowl of noodles, the cost of this amusement park is definitely not cheap. Accommodation is calculated based on meal costs. Even the most ordinary standard room starts at least 100, let alone the presidential suite. In this ice and snow playground, accommodation and food are the basic necessities. If you want to spend a night outside, you may be frozen solid by midnight. Therefore, Mosey's card helped the two of them solve the cost of at least 300 points in disguise. Moreover, since it is said that all consumption in the presidential suite is free of charge, should it include double breakfast and afternoon tea? Are all the drinks in the room free? This reduces the meal cost again. It can be said that the actual value of this card is definitely more than 1,000 points. The specific price of the hotel cannot be estimated. Several players who were nearby were filled with envy when they saw the content on the card and wished they could replace it. However, this is a safe zone and cannot be snatched. They can only look at it with envy.
We can't open the box yet. If you can't open it, just let it go. There are so many of us waiting.
A group of players lined up behind Mosey became anxious. They saw that Mosey had won the first prize and couldn't wait to try their luck. Their voices woke Mosey up, and he quickly handed the second treasure box in his hand to the staff. The staff skillfully opened the treasure box. Snapped. Another firework was launched into the sky, and 3 big words appeared in the sky: special prize. The surrounding players were no longer calm. Why do I only deserve to get socks, while others get either the first prize or the special prize? This isn't fair. The African chief with 10 socks went crazy and pulled out a pistol on the spot. The surrounding security personnel immediately pointed their guns at the restless group of players in the field, and the 2 machine guns placed on the nearby watchtower pulled the bolts and were ready to shoot. Seeing the security personnel glaring around them, these players woke up, controlled their emotions, and lowered their guns. However, his eyes kept staring at the two of them. Zhang Tuohai saw clearly the special prize in Mosey's hand. It was a free coupon for a vending machine, and you could specify any item for free. The same one he got by destroying the ice castle. In terms of value and difficulty of obtaining, this thing is indeed worthy of the special prize. Mosey was dumbfounded at the moment. She was completely stunned by her good luck and stayed where she was.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey away from the prize-receiving platform and rushed outside. Many players want to stop Zhang Tuohai, but they are no match for Zhang Tuohai. Hitting Zhang Tuohai was like being hit by a speeding car. In an instant, many players who blocked Zhang Tuohai were knocked over and fell to the ground.
Boss, what should I do if I can't stop you?
Several players asked, rubbing their chests.
Follow him. If the safe zone can't block him, we'll follow him. We'll see what events he participates in. We'll follow him and find a project that can attack players. Kill him and grab the rewards,
said the player leader.
Yes.
Groups of players got the order and followed Zhang Tuohai, looking at the long string of tails behind him. Zhang Tuohai knew that he might not be able to participate in the game this afternoon. These players would definitely follow them like locusts. The way to get rid of them is also very simple. Use the rewards. Once the rewards are used up, these people will no longer have the need to chase them, and the problem will be solved.
Let's go to Dream Castle.
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he picked up Mosey and ran towards the Dream Castle, a large hotel in the center of the amusement park.
Damn it! He's going to use up the reward. Chase him quickly!
Several players discovered Zhang Tuohai's intention and increased their speed. However, how could these ordinary people compare to Zhang Tuohai? Instead of shrinking, the distance between them widened. In the end, Zhang Tuohai was thrown hundreds of meters away and rushed into the Dream Castle Hotel. They followed up with a huff. Just as they were about to enter the Dream Castle, they were stopped by the security guard in front of them.
If you want to show your account, you need to have at least 100 points before you are allowed to enter. What the hell is this place? Do you have to verify your capital before entering?
A player asked angrily and dissatisfied.
This is the rule above. Please don't make things difficult for me. If the capital verification fails, please leave immediately. Otherwise, force measures will be taken,
the security guard said as he unhooked the assault rifle from his back. A group of players looked at me, but they didn't dare to confront the security guards head-on. They all withdrew from the isolation line and squatted at the door to guard. They wanted to see how long Zhang Tuohai could stay there. Could he really bear to give up an entire afternoon? They always feel that there is still a chance that they stay outside. Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey all the way into the hall. The front desk saw the two people, looked at the free tickets in their hands, and immediately smiled.
It turns out that they are two distinguished guests. Do you want to stay in the presidential suite? Please take the VIP elevator here. The presidential suite is available. Complete check-in in the room. Lead the way.
Zhang Tuohai nodded.
Shall we go directly to the room and stop participating in a few projects?
Mosey asked.
Do you think they will let us participate in the project?
Zhang Tuohai pointed to the outside of the landscape elevator. A large group of players blocked the door.
Let's go to the room to rest for a while. As for them, let them freeze outside.
Chapter 1036 Privileges of the Presidential Suite. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey walked into the presidential suite. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai has at least been the master of the world. In addition, he originally had a presidential suite and a high-end ecological park with hot springs in his car. So he is not unfamiliar with these. Before Mosey entered this game, he was just a child from an ordinary family. He had never seen such a scene before, and he was immediately stunned by the magnificent layout in front of him.
Don't be stunned. Go to the bathroom and wash it. Just throw your clothes in the dirty clothes basket at the door. I'll ask the laundry room to come over and clean them later,
Zhang Tuohai said, stuffing a bathrobe into Mosey's hands, and walked into another bathroom. Lying in the jacuzzi, Zhang Tuohai felt relaxed all over his body, and the rolling water washed away his fatigue. Zhang Tuohai stretched his waist and looked at the window next to him comfortably. Next to the bathtub is a window that allows guests to enjoy the view of the amusement park while taking a bath. Zhang Tuohai lay on the edge of the bathtub and looked down. At the hotel entrance, a group of players were blocking the door. These people hugged their shoulders and stamped their feet from time to time. They were obviously very cold.
You're really persistent. If you're willing to freeze down there, just freeze.
Zhang Tuohai lay back in the bathtub. Anyway, he has been qualified to leave. He has food, drinks, points, and 2 free tickets in his hand. Even if he doesn't go out for the next 2 days, there will be no problem. He can even bring a lot of souvenirs back to the train. As for the following people, where they will stay tonight is a problem. If you want to continue spending, the players below will always suffer. Zhang Tuohai only glanced at it and didn't bother to pay attention to it. He lay in the bathtub and enjoyed the massage with the water bubbles. After lying down for half an hour, Zhang Tuohai called the customer service number and called 2 spa therapists to give him and Mosey a full-body spa treatment. Mosey was not used to this at first, and giggled non-stop when pressed. It was the spa therapist, who was very experienced, and helped Mosey distract herself and complete the spa treatment. After laughing, Mosey's spirit relaxed. As soon as his long-strained spirit relaxed, fatigue and sleepiness came over him like a tide. Mosey lay directly on the spa bed and fell asleep. After sending the spa therapist away, Zhang Tuohai carried Mosey to the bed, covered him with quilt, and exited the room. Zhang Tuohai took a bottle of Coke and turned on the computer that came with the room to check the current situation in the world. As a result, this computer was an internet computer and could only access the official website of the Ice and Snow Amusement Park. With the attitude of being idle, Zhang Tuohai browsed the official website of the Ice and Snow Amusement Park. As he watched, his eyes lit up. On the official website, there is a red message, which states that tonight, the amusement park will open special game projects, and only players staying in the hotel are eligible to participate. If you win the championship, you will also receive special rewards from the hotel.
It's interesting.
Zhang Tuohai became more energetic. He originally thought he could only lie down in the hotel, but he didn't expect that there was a special project. Moreover, there is a special reminder below. Players staying in the presidential suite can learn about the competition items in advance and enter the venue for free practice.
There is such a good thing.
Zhang Tuohai excitedly called the customer service phone and asked about the practice. Soon the room steward led Zhang Tuohai to the second floor of the hotel. This is the venue for competitions. Zhang Tuohai looked over and saw that there were all indoor sports, bowling, indoor golf, snooker, indoor tennis, and even a shooting machine in the corner. Zhang Tuohai took a look and found that most of them tested physical coordination and body control. He's good at this. Not only did his physical fitness reach the limit of human beings, but his control over his body also reached the limit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make so many incredible moves. Use your body's full strength to 100% use.
Today, I will show you what a strong person who can truly control his body can do.
Zhang Tuohai began to practice accompanied by professional coaches. Because his ability to control his body has reached the limit, Zhang Tuohai is also able to master these game events. I have never bowled before, but after practicing it a few times under the guidance of my coach, I can use my muscle memory to clear the ball. After that, it is as stable as a machine. The same is basically true for the rest of the various game events. as long as it is related to body control. Zhang Tuohai can get full marks with a little practice. It took Zhang Tuohai an afternoon to practice all the events to perfection. And he passed all the events with perfect scores. Even the training coach was no longer his opponent. I should be able to pass the level smoothly this time. I really want to know what the hotel's special reward is. Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. Soon, Zhang Tuohai returned to the presidential suite. As soon as he returned to the room, he saw Mosey wandering around the room anxiously, and kept shouting, Uncle! After seeing Zhang Tuohai come back, Mosey rushed over angrily and punched Zhang Tuohai twice on the chest. Where have you been? I searched everywhere and couldn't find you. I checked online and found out that there was a special competition in the hotel in the evening. Guests in the presidential suite could practice for free. So I went to practice for a while and try to get a good ranking. Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. What kind of projects are they? Mosey asked. Bowling, indoor golf, racing, swimming. There are many sports. Zhang Tuohai casually listed a few. Ah, so many? Who can guarantee the plenary meeting? Just try your best. By the way, I'm pretty good at badminton. Do you want to give me some guidance? Mosey asked. Okay, but let's eat first. I've been practicing all afternoon and I'm hungry. Zhang Tuohai called the front desk and ordered barbecue. Soon, the room steward came up with a dining cart, and various slices of meat were stacked like a hill. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey ate so much that their mouths were full of oil. After eating and drinking, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey went for a walk in the aerial botanical garden on the top floor of the hotel. After waiting for a while to digest, they went down to the training ground to receive special guidance from Mosey. It has to be said that Mosey is very talented in badminton. On some key points, he is more detailed and conscientious than some coaches. During sparring, his skills and tactics are also good. The only disadvantage is his height and strength. As long as Zhang Tuohai chooses the tactic of pulling between the front and backcourts, Mosey will be exhausted in the front and backcourts due to his height, and will eventually make mistakes and lose the game. Damn it! They will target my weaknesses. Mosey wiped her sweat and sat down on the ground. Her vest was soaked, but her heart was full of joy. Because, after her guidance, she discovered that Zhang Tuohai's badminton skills are very strong, even reaching the level of her coach, which means they can get some more points. Chapter 1037 Special Competition in the Hotel. The time soon came to 6 o'clock in the evening. It's time for the amusement park projects to end. Some players, who had cleared 3 projects, chose to exit the amusement park and return to the train. Some players who failed to complete 3 projects but earned a large amount of points. And some players, who wanted to play a few more projects, chose to stay in the hotel. The temperature was already low enough during the day, and they didn't want to freeze outside for another night. A group of players, who have neither cleared the 3 projects nor earned enough accommodation expenses, are left begging in front of the hotel. Unfortunately, they were thrown out directly by the hotel's security. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that there were some familiar faces inside. Many of them players, who had blocked the entrance to the hotel in the afternoon. This is what you get for being used as a gun. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the real-time temperature outside. It felt like minus 20 degrees Celsius. It's minus 20 degrees Celsius now. And it can't be minus 30 degrees Celsius in the middle of the night? Zhang Tuohai estimated that some players might freeze to death tonight. This kind of weather, this kind of temperature, once you fall asleep, it means death. Even if these players stay up all night and rely on physical activity to maintain temperature, this will inevitably consume a lot of their energy. After not sleeping all night, will they still have the energy to clear the game tomorrow? If they can't clear the game, don't have enough points to buy food, and if it's freezing, they will die. It's just a matter of time. Zhang Tuohai has no sympathy for these players. Their current situation was caused by themselves. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and returned to the hall. In the lobby, many players were checking in. In order to save money, several of them shared rooms together to share the accommodation costs. As for food, many people buy rice balls and vegetable wraps sold in vending machines. It was the cheapest food they could find. Only 5 points each. It's just that they are all cold. And some are so frozen that they have to be warmed up in your arms before you can eat them. After everyone had checked in, a host immediately announced that the special game competition had officially begun, and players who wanted to participate needed to pay a 5-point ticket. After learning that there were games in the hotel, the players immediately became excited. The majority of the players who stay here just want to earn more points. When they see the opportunity here, they naturally won't miss it and sign up one after another. Those players who failed to pass the 3 projects were also a little excited and asked whether playing the projects here was also counted among the 3 projects. The staff told them with a smile.
All game projects need to pass the Grand Slam before it can be considered an official game project. After all, the game projects here are not life-threatening.
After hearing the staff's explanation, some players gritted their teeth and chose to participate. After all, there was no life-threatening danger, so why not give it a try in case of success? Another group of players chose to give up. For them, 5 points are also very precious, which means tomorrow's breakfast. They are also counting on this breakfast to satisfy their hunger so that they can finish tomorrow's game in a better state. After some decisions, some players chose to participate, and some players chose to give up. 90% of the players who finally entered the hotel chose to participate. Many players began to line up to enter. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey were led to the VIP channel by the room steward.
Everyone is lining up. Why can they not line up? We have to go over there too.
A player pointed at Zhang Tuohai and shouted.
Yes, we are all players. Why should we be treated differently? We have to go there too.
A group of players shouted, trying to put pressure on the hotel. At this time, a lobby manager came over and said with a sneer,
This is the exclusive passage for VIPs. If you check in to the presidential suite immediately, we can also let you use the exclusive passage. If not, please keep quiet. Otherwise, ICE security guards will be asked to throw disobedient people out.
Following the lobby manager's words, a row of security guards wearing black suits and sunglasses took a neat step forward. The players immediately fell silent upon seeing this. After all, they had just seen the strength of the hotel's security guards, and all the players who did not have enough points were thrown out. There wasn't even a chance to resist. They had finally gotten in, and they didn't want to suffer in the ice and snow again.
How much does the presidential suite cost per night?
A player asked unwillingly.
1,000 points per person per night, including 2 breakfasts and a buffet dinner,
the lobby manager said with a smile. Upon hearing this score, all the players couldn't help but take a breath of air. 1,000 points per night, and the most points among them only amount to over 500. Even if they are sold, they can't afford to live there. They racked their brains and couldn't figure out how Zhang Tuohai earned so many points. Moreover, there are still 2 people. If Zhang Tuohai knew what they were thinking, he could only lament that it was all luck. If he hadn't suddenly thought of a way to break through the wall and enter the 9th floor of the ice castle from the outside, he wouldn't have earned them more than 5,000 points. The most he could earn was the 500 points he earned from biathlon. Of course, the one who was most grateful was the lucky Mosey. If Mosey hadn't drawn a presidential suite free card, he probably wouldn't have spent more than 2,000 points to stay in the presidential suite for one night. Those players were shocked by the huge amount of points. No longer dared to mess around, and queued up honestly. They didn't dare to say nonsense with their mouths, but they couldn't stop their random thoughts in their hearts.
If he can spend 2,000 points to stay in the presidential suite, how many points does he have? What event did this kid participate in and get so many points? Start enjoying it once you get a few points. You will definitely die in the game tomorrow. This man is so powerful. If he joins him early, he might get some benefits. I have a Kirby front and back. If I get closer, I might be able to qualify as my girlfriend. Then I won't have to squeeze in a room with him.
Many players with different ideas queued up to pay their tickets and entered the lobby on the 2nd floor. Afterwards, everyone was dazzled by the many projects in front of them, and stood there for a while not knowing what to do. At this time, the lobby manager immediately came to explain the rules. All players are free to choose projects. If each project is passed, they will receive a 5-point reward and be qualified to continue the challenge. Players can choose to obtain points and quit the game, or they can choose to accumulate points and continue the challenge. Once you fail, you will be immediately disqualified from the competition, cannot continue to participate, and the accumulated points will be cleared. If you clear all the game items, in addition to getting 1 pass reward, you will also receive a luxurious gift prepared by the hotel. Chapter 1038 Sweep. After hearing the lobby manager announce the rules, all the players immediately exploded. They found that this rule was full of gambling rules and tested the players' humanity. Should you choose to make a quick buck and leave? Or should you be prepared to take a risk on an uncertain project? The safe way is to choose those non-competitive projects that you are best at, and then get a vote and leave. If you are confident in your own strength, you can choose to give it a try and see if you can hit the final prize given by the hotel. I made a lot of money when I won, but nothing when I lost. And I even lost the ticket money. After hearing the rules, Many players showed confident smiles and twisted their necks. Obviously very confident in their own abilities. Most players are not so confident and focus on the projects they are good at, preparing to get a ticket and leave, at least to earn back the ticket money.
Okay, the rules have been told to you. It is up to you to decide how to choose. The game officially begins. The time is until midnight. At that time, regardless of whether the game is over or not, all players must stop and settle the game.
After announcing the last rule, the hotel lobby manager announced the start of the game. Players immediately flocked to the projects they were best at. Robert is a bowling enthusiast and has won a state championship. After he heard the rules of the game clearly, he immediately ran towards the bowling area where he was best, preparing to get a good start. The rules of the game are also very simple. Each player has 2 balls and must clear the table. Otherwise the challenge will fail.
This is too simple.
Robert showed a confident smile on his face. This rule is difficult for beginners, but it is a piece of cake for a professional like him. He did some preparatory exercises. Just as he was about to get the ball, he saw a figure appear in front of him and picked up the ball first.
Manager, this guy jumped in line. Is there anyone here to take care of it?
Robert didn't dare to take action without permission and hurriedly called the lobby manager. The lobby manager took a look and said calmly,
"This is a VIP of our hotel. All projects have priority. You are just an ordinary guest. Please line up in order."
The lobby manager's words choked Robert speechless. However, there was nothing he could do, because he had no money to live in the presidential suite. So he could only wait behind the scenes holding his breath.
Humph. So what if you have privileges? This is a professional sport. A rookie can't clear the stage even with 10 balls.
Robert thought secretly in his heart. However, the next second, his mouth opened wide in shock, because Jean Tuahai knocked out all the bottles with 1 ball and cleared the table with 1 ball.
Congratulations. You have completed this project. Do you want to continue the challenge?
Next to Jean Tuahai, a dedicated beautiful staff member asked respectfully.
Of course. I will continue to participate. But I want to see what the final grand prize is.
Jean Tuahai said.
So, what do you want to play in your next project?
Asked the dedicated staff next to him.
Badminton. You can participate in this kind of single-player event at any time. If you join the confrontation event late, there will be no players left. And that will be bad.
Jean Tuahai said.
It doesn't matter. If there are no players participating at the time, we will arrange for a coach to take over. There will never be a situation where the game cannot be completed due to a lack of players.
The dedicated staff said respectfully.
That's quite humane.
Jean Tuahai said, as he was led by dedicated staff to the badminton court. There are very few people lined up for this confrontational project, because there are too many variables in confrontation events. Except for people who are extremely confident in their own strength. They rarely choose this kind of confrontation event at the beginning. When Jean Tuahai arrived, just 1 player finished the game. Jean Tuahai successfully took the racket and stood on the court. The player opposite saw an excited smile on Jean Tuahai's face.
I know you. You are the privileged player. Your privilege may apply elsewhere, but on the badminton court, this is my territory. I will let you roll down in despair and let you know the taste of failure. If you beg for mercy now, I can give you a ball so that you don't go home with nothing. Ha ha ha.
The player on the opposite side shouted excitedly. He is the state badminton champion, a formal member of the national team, and a player preparing to participate in international badminton competitions. He is proud of himself in the field of badminton.
Really? Then let me see your strength.
Jean Tuahai waved the racket in his hand and said,
Okay, I'll let you see my true strength.
The player opposite showed a cruel smile, threw the badminton high, and hit Jean Tuahai behind him. He wanted to use clean smashes to show Jean Tuahai what it means to be a national-level player. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. An afterimage appeared on Jean Tuahai's body. With a muffled bang, the badminton hit his feet hard, and he didn't even see clearly how Jean Tuahai fought back. By the time he reacted, the badminton had already hit the ground.
What? What's going on?
The player was stunned. He picked up the badminton on the ground and found that it had fallen apart and could no longer be used. Immediately a referee came over and replaced the badminton and announced that the serve would continue. The player gritted his teeth and chose the frontcourt smash. At the same time, he stared at Jean Tuahai, trying to figure out the reason for his failure just now. However, there was another loud bang. The badminton hit his feet again. He still didn't react.
Exchange ball rights.
The referee signaled. This time it was Jean Tuahai's turn to serve. Zhang Tuohai smiled at the player on the opposite side, threw the ball high, and then smashed the ball with a fierce blow. The badminton hit the opposite player's feet hard. The player on the opposite side still didn't see Zhang Tuohai's movements clearly this time, and didn't even make a basic reaction. The players on the opposite side almost collapsed. He had never encountered such a difficult opponent. He has also participated in world-class competitions, and he has also faced off against the world's #1 player. However, this is his first time meeting a player like Zhang Tuohai. How can he still play if he can't even see his movements clearly? Mosey next to him also opened his mouth in surprise. She never expected that Zhang Tuohai's badminton was so good. It was too much beyond hers. If she had been on the opposite court just now, she might not have been able to respond effectively.
It turns out that he was playing with me just now. This bad guy made me worry about him for nothing. Stinky uncle,
Mosey thought angrily. Chapter 1039, Clear the Special Competition. Zhang Tuohai smashed one smash after another, killing the players on the opposite side without even having time to react, and just turned in a blank. The player opposite was completely stunned and didn't react until the security guard took him out. He is a member of the national team, but he can't even see the opponent serve clearly. This is simply unacceptable. I lost all the points I could have secured. Not to mention I also lost money on tickets. It's just a waste of blood. After playing badminton, Zhang Tuohai chose to continue accumulating points and continue to challenge the next event, because he has practiced it all. This time, Zhang Tuohai is very familiar with the game again. He has gone through all kinds of events again and again. Whether it is a confrontation event or a single event, he has no opponent in any of them. At the beginning, many players were unconvinced. They felt that no matter how good Zhang Tuohai was, he would never be able to master all sports. They all held their breath and wanted to defeat Zhang Tuohai in the sports they were good at and step up to the top. However, as Zhang Tuohai killed one player after another in a devastating manner, the remaining players began to change from confidence to panic. All the players Zhang Tuohai faced were all trying to clear holes with thunder. No one was sloppy. They were all crushing the game without giving the opponent any chance. When Zhang Tuohai defeated more and more players, those players began to panic and prayed not to encounter Zhang Tuohai. When Zhang Tuohai defeated the last player, completed all the confrontation events and left the confrontation area, all the players breathed a sigh of relief. Finally seeing off this evil star, Zhang Tuohai completed game projects one after another. The points are increasing, and many players don't even compete anymore, and just follow Zhang Tuohai, just to see how many games Zhang Tuohai can complete. More and more players are following Zhang Tuohai. Some young women even form support groups and cheerleading teams to cheer for them. Zhang Tuohai was dumbfounded. He never expected that such a tense world could have such a group of weird players. If possible, he really wanted to open these people's heads and see what these people were thinking. I'm still in the mood to waste time here. Wouldn't it be better to clear a few games when you have the time to earn more points? Even if you are eliminated, you can go back early and prepare for tomorrow's game. Zhang Tuohai was very puzzled by this. However, he didn't bother to care. As long as they didn't affect him, he just pretended not to see them. A huge group of people shuttled from one individual event to another, causing the arena to become a mess. After spending more than 3 hours, Zhang Tuohai finally passed all the projects, and thunderous applause broke out on the field. A large number of petals and ribbons fell from the air, and the lobby manager came over with a maid carrying a tray.
Congratulations, sir, for successfully passing all the game items. This is a prize specially prepared for you by our store.
Everyone craned their necks to see clearly what kind of prize Zhang Tuohai had received. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the tray and immediately put it in his pocket. A group of players became dissatisfied. They followed Zhang Tuohai for so long just to see what the prize was. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't even give them this opportunity, leaving them happy in vain.
What? Why don't you even show the prize to anyone? Are you so stingy? That is, we have been following you for such a long time, and we are still cheering you on, and you don't even show us the prize? We wasted so much time, and we deserve half of the credit for the prize. It's okay if we don't divide it, but we didn't even take a look at it. It's so stingy, and I've lost my fans. Show us. We want to see.
A large group of players became noisy and began to push and shove in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. Several people even went to pick Zhang Tuohai's pockets, trying to grab the things that Zhang Tuohai had put away.
Manager, now someone wants to attack your most distinguished guest in your hotel. I don't think you want to receive a complaint. Right. I'll arrange it immediately. Arrange it immediately.
The lobby manager quickly called the security guard, separated Zhang Tuohai from the player, and authorized the security guard to use weapons. Many security guards drew their pistols directly. Seeing the armed security guards, many players were frightened and kept retreating. They are just a bunch of people. It's okay to join in the fun and build momentum. But it's not okay when things really happen.
Let's go back.
Zhang Tuohai took Mosey's hand and turned towards the VIP elevator.
Okay.
Mosey didn't like staying in crowded places, so he immediately chose to leave. The other players looked at the backs of the two of them, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Many female players looked at Mosey with eyes that were almost filled with anger. In their eyes, Mosey relied on Zhang Tuohai's trust by selling out his sex, stayed with Zhang Tuohai, and got the right to live in the presidential suite. In what way do you not need to be stronger than Mosey? If you want a bear, you should have a butt. Why do some people turn a blind eye? It makes these women's teeth itch. Looking at the closed elevator door, those people sighed, knowing that Zhang Tuohai was destined to miss them tonight.
Please return to your own competition venue immediately. If you do not take the initiative to participate in the competition, it will be regarded as a passive competition and will be treated as a withdrawal.
The lobby manager said loudly. He didn't dare to care about VIPs like Zhang Tuohai, but he still looked down upon these ordinary players. Looking at the fierce-looking lobby manager, the players muttered that they were looking down on others, and left the scene one after another to play their own projects. The lively scene returned to the hall, with people constantly roaring with excitement, and people constantly leaving sadly. In fact, even though those players followed Zhang Tuohai and wasted several hours, their efforts were not in vain. At least they saw the specific gameplay and difficulty of most projects. Although many projects in Zhang Tuohai are as simple as eating and drinking, giving people the illusion that I can do it. However, after several players came out to speak out and were asked to leave the field, these players realized that those projects looked simple because Zhang Tuohai was strong enough. They did not have Zhang Tuohai's strength. Facing these projects would be the end of being overturned. After understanding this, the enthusiasm of the remaining players dropped a lot. They all chose the projects that they were good at, and they got the points they could earn and then stopped. To a certain extent, Zhang Tuohai objectively reduced the losses of these players. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey returned to the presidential suite.
You want to know what the grand prize is, right?
Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey with a smile. From just now, Mosey had been staring at him with an expression that he was hesitant to speak.
Let me show you.
Zhang Tuohai handed the thing over. Chapter 1040 Sleeper Car Permit Card. Mosey took the things. It was also a card with a line on it. Train Sleeper Car Permission Card. Limited to 4 people.
This is...
Mosey was confused for a moment and didn't react.
If I guess correctly, this is the card allowed to be used in the sleeper carriage of the train outside.
Zhang Tuohai said.
I was wondering before why all the trains had hard seat tickets and no sleeper tickets. It seems that you have to hold this card. Only then can you enter the sleeper car. So that's it. With this permission card, wouldn't it be possible to lie in bed and sleep at night?
Mosey asked excitedly. It was so uncomfortable to sleep in a hard seat carriage. I was lying on the table, shaking constantly, unable to stretch my waist or legs. Having a sleeper will make you more comfortable and allow you to recover your physical strength better, which is also beneficial for participating in various events in the future.
Theoretically, this is the case, but the specific situation will depend on the actual situation.
Zhang Tuohai put away the permission card, then called the service desk to bring up 2 cups of warm milk. After drinking it, they said good night to each other and went back to their rooms to sleep. Lying on the soft big bed, Mosey actually had some insomnia. One was that she had caught up on too much sleep in the afternoon, and the other was that before today, she had not slept properly in bed for a long time. Lying on the soft big bed, I felt a little uncomfortable for a while. I tossed and turned in bed unable to fall asleep, and finally went to the bathroom to take a shower, which made me tired. And then I lay on the bed and slowly fell asleep. Zhang Tuohai never suffered from insomnia, mainly because he was used to alternating between running around and enjoying himself. For him, the ground and the big bed in a 5-star hotel were almost the same. As long as he needed to sleep, he could fall asleep quickly. Early the next morning, Zhang Tuohai woke up naturally under the urging of his biological clock. After washing my face, I called the front desk and learned that there was a free breakfast. I immediately knocked on Mosey's door and urged Mosey to have breakfast. Even though he already has more than 6,000 points, the extra points are from the special game last night.
Zhang Tuohai is still very happy to have free breakfast for free. Mosey was in a daze because he didn't get enough sleep. After hearing about the free breakfast, he jumped out of bed. He washed his face and changed clothes as quickly as possible, hung his MP5 on his body, and arranged the magazine's safety. He signaled to Zhang Tuohai that he could set off. Seeing Mosey's skillful look, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. A little girl of 16 or 17 was already used to bringing various weapons before going out. He didn't know whether it was happiness or misfortune. He couldn't comment. He just wrote it down in his notebook and planned to have a good talk with Barbara when he went out. The two people took the stairs to the breakfast buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor. The entire hall is divided into 3 areas. One area is the dining area. This area is the largest. There are already dozens of players sitting on tables, lowering their heads and eating their breakfast. Some eat steamed buns, some bread, and hot dry noodles, to name a few. The second part is the self-service dining area. A variety of food is displayed on the long display cabinet, ranging from Chinese steamed buns, porridge, pies, and wontons to Western-style cereals, coffee, and bread. There is also a VIP area next to it, which contains exquisite pastries and refreshments, which is obviously much more upscale than the ordinary area. The last area is the open kitchen. If you want to order something, you can have it cooked by the chef. Of course, this is the privilege of VIPs. Ordinary diners can also want this treatment, and they have to exchange points for it. The prices here are a bit more expensive than those in restaurants outside. A bowl of regular somen noodles outside costs 10 points, but here it costs 20 points. Basically, it looks like there are still some rich people. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the players eating in the dining area and sighed secretly in his heart. The real poor are probably huddled around the vending machines eating rice balls and vegetable buns. You can take whatever you want to eat. It doesn't have to expire if you have permission, Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey. When Mosey heard this, he immediately picked up the dinner plate and rushed towards the morning tea area filled with shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns. Zhang Tuohai also walked over slowly, picked up a bowl of wonton noodles, and picked up a basket of soup dumplings. Finally, he went to the open kitchen and asked the chef to help bake 2 beef pies and a bowl of haggis. Tang, then left with satisfaction. Mosey also came back, bringing 2 baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings, 1 basket of pan-fried shrimp, 1 fried egg, and 2 grilled sausages. Can you eat enough? Why did you take so much? Zhang Tuohai was curious. I exercise too much and I feel too hungry. Don't worry. I can definitely finish all these, Mosey promised, patting his chest. As long as you are happy. Zhang Tuohai started to eat with his head down. The 2 people devoured it, and the rich aroma spread, attracting the attention of many players. Those players looked at the shrimp dumplings in Mosey's hand, looked at the soup dumplings in Zhang Tuohai's hands, and then looked at the croissants in their own hands. And they suddenly didn't smell good. Originally, they felt pretty good when they saw free croissants and cereals. At least they were much better than those players squatting next to the vending machines and eating rice balls. At least they could sit down and eat slowly without having to worry about security coming to chase them away. However, now compared with Zhang Tuohai and Mosey, the things in their hands are shabby. How does bread compare to freshly baked pie? How can butter be as delicious as meat? Vegan oatmeal is as delicious as mutton soup? Seeing Zhang Tuohai sipping the mutton soup, they were so greedy that many of them speeded up, finished what they had in their hands, and quickly left the breakfast area to avoid being hit again. Many people were waiting at the door of the breakfast area, preparing to follow Zhang Tuohai. They would participate in whichever event Zhang Tuohai participated in. They must explode Zhang Tuohai and steal his points and things. By the way, there's also the mystery prize from last night. Many people stayed up all night thinking about it, just wanting to know what the mysterious prize was. After stuffing the last piece of grilled sausage into her mouth, Mosey lay comfortably on the chair, rubbing her belly and feeling worried. She had misjudged her food intake and seemed to have eaten a little too much. Have you finished eating? Let's go. I'll take you to exercise. Zhang Tuohai drank the last mouthful of mutton soup and stood up happily. The 2 people went directly into the VIP channel and left the hotel. Which project should we play? Mosey stood at the door of the hotel, looking at the snow-covered ice and snow amusement park. She felt full of strength and was ready to play more projects, earn more points, and use up the time she'd lost yesterday afternoon. Make it up. Just after eating. Let's play a few simple things. I think that's the best one. Liam O pointed at an icon on the navigation map and said.
Chapter 1041 Real Life Skiing Adventure. Mosey looked at the icon on the navigation map and was stunned. The icon was a mountain descent.
Is this really possible? I haven't practiced it before. It seems that the skill requirements are quite high. Don't worry. Just use it as a pendant, and I'll take you flying,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. The two people took the cable car and headed up the mountain. The speed of the cable car was very fast, taking the two of them to the top of the mountain. There is a flat piece of land on the high mountain, and there are already more than a dozen players on it. When these players saw Zhang Tuohai appearing here, their eyes suddenly turned red. Some of them were defeated by Zhang Tuohai in a competitive game last night. As a result, the ticket fees were not recovered, and they could only live by eating rice balls. I hated Zhang Tuohai with all my heart, but there was nothing I could do about it. Now that I saw Zhang Tuohai and Mosey, my teeth gritted loudly. Because of the security guards last night, they couldn't do anything. But today in the game, they can do whatever they want. Several players glanced at each other and instantly determined their offensive and defensive alliances, forming a faint semicircle around the two of them.
You? What do you want to do?
Mosey looked at everyone in panic and put his hand on the MP5 involuntarily.
Don't be afraid. They don't dare to do anything.
Zhang Tuohai smiled and put his hand on Mosey's shoulder, soothing Mosey's nervous nerves.
Why do you think we dare not take action? Believe it or not, I shot you in the head?
A player raised the shotgun in his hand and pointed it at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that he was still a high-end guy. The A-12 shotgun was drum-fed, with 36 rounds per drum. The capacity was 5 or 6 times higher than that of ordinary shotguns. It had a fast rate of fire, high power, and extremely low recoil. A normal training people can even dual wield, except that the shooting distance is a little closer and the ammunition is a little heavier. It is simply an excellent weapon. Zhang Tuohai has always wanted to get one for Mosey, but unfortunately he never saw it. He didn't expect to meet it here. As the player opposite said that, he turned on his safety and put his finger on the trigger, as if he was ready to shoot at any time. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai smiled.
If we were allowed to attack here, would you say such things to me here? You would have taken action a long time ago. Right. There is only one reason why you haven't taken action yet, and that is that this is an absolute safe zone and no action is allowed. Or you cannot bear the cost of doing so here. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get out of the way. I still need to hurry up and score more points in the game, but I don't have time to waste here with you,
Zhang Tuohai said lazily. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, those people were speechless. Obviously, Zhang Tuohai was right. This is indeed a semi-safe zone, and attacking each other is not allowed. But if someone attacks first, others can fight back in a limited way, or even kill the other party. They had just surrounded and had the intention of attacking, just to lure Zhang Tuohai to attack first, so that they could take the opportunity to counterattack. Unfortunately, Zhang Tuohai saw through their plan and didn't give them a chance at all.
Should we make a move? If not,
please give way.
Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey through the crowd and came to a bulletin board. The rules of this place are written on the notice board. 1. This area is a semi-safe area, and no players are allowed to actively attack. 2. If someone attacks first, other players are allowed to counterattack, and they do not have to take any responsibility for killing the active attacker. 3. The first 3 shots of the active attacker must be empty, for the maximum time spent on the platform is 8 hours. 5. Freely choose a vehicle to go down the mountain, and you can form a team to share the ride. 6. There is no team system. Be careful with your teammates. 7. Each vehicle has a different points coefficient. The higher the points coefficient, the more points you will get.
You see, it is indeed a semi-safe zone. Whoever strikes first will suffer the consequences. Be smarter in the future. You can put your finger on the trigger, but you have to think more when you pull it,
Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey.
I see.
Mosey nodded.
Let's go and see what vehicles are available and choose one carefully.
Zhang Tuohai led Mosey towards the other end of the platform, where there was a huge screen with a large number of vehicles listed on it. Snowboards. Points factor, 1.0. Single board. Integral coefficient, 1.0. Single-person snowmobile. Points coefficient, 0.5. Two-person snowmobile. Points coefficient, 0.8. Snowmobile. Points factor, 1.5. Dog sledding. Point factor, 0.9. Jet ski. Points factor, 3.0. Paragliding. Points factor, 4.0. Glider. Integral factor, 4.0. Wing-mounted aircraft. Integral coefficient, 5.0. Tandem paragliding, points factor, 5.0. Tandem hang gliding, points factor, 5.0. The one on the ground is lower, and the one in the sky is higher. Is it because the one in the sky is more difficult to control? Zhang Tuohai raised his hand, licked it in his mouth, and raised it into the air. Sure enough, he felt a turbulence in the air. The wind direction is extremely unstable. Apart from various natural conditions, Zhang Tuohai also found that the points coefficient of a two-person vehicle was significantly higher than that of a single person. This may include the risk of betrayal. To others, a companion may be at risk of betrayal. But to Zhang Tuohai, Mosey can still be trusted. The two-person vehicle is a plus for them. Zhang Tuohai knows all these vehicles. In the spiritual space, he died a lot in order to play the real version of the skiing adventure. The conditions there were much more severe than there now, including storms, avalanches, and monsters, all carefully customized by Xiao Ai to train his skills. Zhang Tuohai's dead body could cover the entire snow track. Finally, his skills were perfected, and he could pass the 10-level disaster skiing adventure with his eyes closed. This was his complete graduation. At this level, for Zhang Tuohai, he just wanted to play casually. Since you can play casually, choose the one with the highest points coefficient. Zhang Tuohai hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the screen. That's it. After Zhang Tuohai clicked on the screen, a huge double hang glider appeared in front of the two of them. Different from paragliders, hang gliders look like huge paper airplanes with a steel frame underneath. People can climb on the steel frame. Of course, there are also hanging basket styles. This is a combination style for two people, with a small hanging basket under the steel frame. Get in the gondola, fasten the safety rope, and I'll leave the shooting to you. Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey. Well, leave it to me, Mosey said, and pulled the MP5's gun bolt. They are going to run away. Let's quickly choose a vehicle. When other players saw this, they immediately became anxious and ran to the screen to choose a vehicle. By everyone, Zhang Tuohai pushed the hang glider and started running. Chapter 1042 Aerial Scalpel. This guy is trying to run away. Chase him quickly. When those players saw Zhang Tuohai pushing the hang glider out of the track and flying out, they immediately became anxious and put on their own equipment and chased after him. The Peak Square is a semi-safe zone. Not only are people in the square not allowed to actively attack, they are also not allowed to actively attack people outside the square. If they want to keep Zhang Tuohai, they have to rush out and pursue him. A group of people rushed onto the track, rowing forward while shooting in the direction of Zhang Tuohai, trying to knock him and Mosey down from the sky. However, Zhang Tuohai set off first and consciously raised the altitude. The distance between him and everyone quickly increased to more than 400 meters, exceeding the effective shooting distance of those assault rifles. Coupled with Zhang Tuohai's various maneuvers from time to time, those players were unable to effectively aim, let alone shoot. Mosey carefully laid down in the basket, holding the MP5 in his hand and aiming at those people, but did not pull the trigger. The shooting distance of her MP5 is only 200 meters. Shooting at this distance is just a waste of bullets. Use this. Zhang Tuohai threw the grenade launcher in his hand. I don't know how to use it. Mosey caught the grenade launcher with both hands, and his hand sank down, almost missing the catch. Just shoot behind those people. This thing relies on feeling, Zhang Tuohai shouted, while controlling the hang glider to make a sharp turn, once again widening the distance between the two sides. I'll try. Mosey pulled the trigger on a player in the middle, thinking that the target is so big. How can I miss even one? Whoosh boom. A high explosive bomb exploded behind the group of players, creating a huge crater. Many players were almost knocked out of balance by the strong airflow, and they hurriedly controlled the vehicles under their feet, trying to regain their balance and avoid accidents. Seeing that such a large grenade did not hit anyone, Mosey was a little disappointed, sighed, and was about to adjust the angle to fire another round. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound on the mountain. Mosey looked up and saw large areas of snow slowly moving down the mountain. The snow is slipping faster and faster, gathering more and more continuously, like ocean waves, rushing toward the players like a mountain. Mosey's cannonball actually triggered an avalanche. Those players heard something was wrong behind them, and when they looked back, they were scared to death. Those of them who often play ice and snow sports know more about the horror of avalanches. They knew that once they encountered an avalanche, if they could not escape in time, death would be the only thing waiting for them. At this time, they no longer thought about how to hunt Zhang Tuohai. They had only one goal, which was to escape from the avalanche. In order to reduce unnecessary weight, many people even threw away all the materials and weapons on their bodies, just to go faster for just a second. If materials are lost, there is still a chance to find them again. If people are gone, there is nothing. Seeing the group of players below discarding their armor and running away in embarrassment, Mosey was stunned. She just fired a random shot, but she didn't expect it to have such an effect. Good job. Zhang Tuohai gave her a thumbs up. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's compliment, Mosey felt a little embarrassed. The shot just now was completely blinded by her. It was a complete accident. At this moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet streaked across Mosey's face, wiping off a strand of hair. There's someone! Mosey was shocked and quickly raised the grenade launcher in his hand, aiming in the direction of the gunfire. But they saw a man carrying a paraglider rushing towards them and reaching out. The man was holding a pistol in his hand and taking aim. Seeing someone pointing a gun at him, and being almost hit just now, Mosey was in a frightened state, and without thinking, he directly pulled the trigger with his finger. Boom! A grenade was fired at the man. After pulling the trigger, Mosey regretted it. Although the grenade launcher is very lethal, it is not suitable for crossfire. This kind of crossfire is almost impossible to hit. In this case, her MP5 has the advantage. Just when Mosey was about to change her gun and fight again, what happened next made her open her mouth. In order to speed up, the man kept diving downwards to close the distance. As a result, the huge paraglider surface rushed directly into the face of the grenade. The paraglider was torn directly into a large hole by the grenade. The paraglider lost its lift at that time, and fell downwards with the player screaming. Under normal circumstances, life and death at this high level basically depends on fate. There might be a glimmer of life left in the soft snow, but there would be no chance of survival if it fell on hard ground. Normally, life or death is a 50-50 split, but today was different. There was an avalanche below. Huge amounts of snow were rushing down the mountain. If they fell in, they would be directly submerged into the snowdrift measured in tons. There was no hope of survival. The man and the paraglider were directly submerged in the rushing snow. Finally completed the mission. Mosey let out a sigh of relief. Before Mosey could breathe a sigh of relief, a whistling sound sounded in his ears. Mosey turned around and saw a man in a wingsuit speeding past. Wingsuit aircraft are a bit interesting. There is an aerodynamic backpack behind you, and you are wearing special clothes. There are large pieces of fabric membrane between the arms and clothes, and between the legs. When flying, you need both hands. With its legs spread wide, it looks like a flying squirrel. This thing is fast, highly flexible, technically difficult, expensive, and thrilling. It is very popular among some young rich people who like adventure. Mosey had only seen this kind of thing on TV. Logically speaking, this thing is too niche. The threshold for entry is very high, and it is even more difficult to master it. It is extremely unlikely to meet someone who is proficient in this way. Mosey never expected that they could actually meet one in this game. What's worse is that this guy is still on the opposite side of him. At this time, the man was circling the glider at extremely high flying speeds. His figure was so erratic that Mosey couldn't lock onto the opponent's figure even with his gun. What should I do? I can't aim at him, Mosey said loudly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Zhang Tuohai's eyes were filled with light. In the real-life version of Ski Adventure, he had long been tired of playing with this thing and knew the data of this thing in detail. Although this thing looks very flexible, it requires full body control. It has no free hands to do other things. So the opponent can only harass, not attack. Moreover, the clothes on his body are very fragile compared to other vehicles. This gave Zhang Tuohai a chance. When the man came over to harass him again, Zhang Tuohai turned violently, and the strong flying wings directly cut through the fabric film between the man's legs, finished off a great aerial scalpel. The man screamed and fell down. Chapter 1043, Stealing the Train. By dash! Zhang Tuohai controlled the hang glider to draw an arc in the air, and continued to rush towards the finish line. Mosey held his gun and scanned the surroundings vigilantly, fearing that another player would emerge and attack them. However, all the players on the ground were buried by the avalanche. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's fierce performance, the players in the sky did not dare to get close to Zhang Tuohai anymore. They all hid far away and did not dare to get close. As a result, Zhang Tuohai rushed all the way to the finish line without encountering a player to intercept him. Swish! Zhang Tuohai controlled the hang glider and landed on the ground.
splashing countless snowflakes. A shout from a loudspeaker rang in my ears. Player Zhang Tuohai won the competition and received points with a coefficient of 100 by 5.0, totaling 500 points.
500 points. Not bad.
For ordinary players, this is already a huge amount of points. But for players like Zhang Tuohai who are used to seeing big points, 500 points is just right. Besides points, another thing is more important to him.
Uncle, which project should we participate in next?
Mosey asked.
Participate in this project again,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Oh? Participate again?
Mosey opened his mouth in surprise, his face full of disbelief.
Can I participate again? Can I do it again?
Mosey asked in shock.
I want to prove something, which is related to our future.
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he pulled Mosey and ran towards the cable car. The two people came to the top of the mountain again. At this time, there was no one on the top of the mountain. Zhang Tuohai didn't care about anything else. He chose a hang glider again and rushed out with Mosey. The hang glider is gliding in the air, but it is not in the prescribed area. Instead, it is gliding farther and farther. Mosey didn't know what Zhang Tuohai was doing and didn't dare to ask. She just sat there and looked at Zhang Tuohai quietly. She knew that Zhang Tuohai must have his own motives for doing this. All she needed to do was wait. Zhang Tuohai did not go straight to the finish line. Instead, he flew farther and farther on his hang glider. Finally, he even floated out of the ice and snow playground and floated over the train parked outside. After wandering around on the train for 7 or 8 times, Zhang Tuohai knew what was going on, and with a smile on his face, he drove the hang glider back to the amusement park. When the hang glider landed on the ground, the loudspeaker rang in my ears again. The rules were urgently corrected. Player Zhang Tuohai repeatedly played the game without authorization and was suspected of cheating. 500 points were deducted as punishment.
You're really petty.
Hearing the sound of the loudspeaker, a smile appeared on Zhang Tuohai's lips. Because he no longer cares. Points are just numbers. He has found a way out.
It's so shameless to change the rules urgently,
Mosey said angrily.
Don't worry. Let's go shopping with me.
Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey and ran towards the vending machine. He now holds 2 free cards and more than 5,000 points in his hand. He wants to spend them immediately. If he doesn't use them now, they will be invalidated soon.
Buy whatever you like,
Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey.
Oh? Why?
Mosey was puzzled.
Listen to me. Yes. Just order whatever you like. Don't save points. Spend them all. Otherwise it will be wasted,
Zhang Tuohai said.
This.
Although Mosey didn't quite understand what Zhang Tuohai was going to do. But since Zhang Tuohai said so, she just did it. Pick it up right away on the screen.
Can you really choose at will?
Mosey asked, still a little worried.
Whatever. Whatever. Even if you pick a doll, it's no problem,
Zhang Tuohai said generously.
I'm past the age of playing with dolls.
Mosey pouted and bought a set of pure white snow combat uniforms from the vending machine. It is bulletproof and can withstand temperatures of minus 40 degrees Celsius. It comes with a tactical vest and camouflage cloak. The effect is good, but the price is also ridiculously high. As high as 800 points.
Bought it.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and helped Mosey buy it. He also bought a set of desert combat uniforms and urban combat uniforms for Mosey, plus some miscellaneous gadgets, which cost more than 3,000 points.
Too much. Too much.
Mosey was stunned as she held her arms full of things.
It's okay. Just keep it all. If you use it, you'll make money.
Then, Liam purchased a large amount of food, including homemade pot, chocolate, individual soldier rations, canned food, and snail noodles. I bought a lot of various fast food. In addition, Liam also bought a gas stove, a pot with a lot of vegetables, shrimp paste, fish balls, etc., as if he was preparing to make hot pot.
What are you doing?
Mosey was confused.
Just watch.
Zhang Tuohai finally used a free card to buy a super energy block, which can continuously provide energy to various machinery, whether it is fire power, wind power, electricity, or nuclear power. It can be perfectly connected. Moreover, the capacity is so large that one piece can support a nuclear submarine sailing for a month. Another free card bought a master key that can open any lock. Finally, Zhang Tuohai bought an oversized backpack to pack all these things. Zhang Tuohai's move made many players jealous. They worked hard to participate in the game to earn points. But Zhang Tuohai went on a shopping spree here. Is there anything more jealous than this?
Many people were itching with hatred and quietly gathered around Zhang Tuohai. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai took Mosey directly back to the hotel. Seeing Zhang Tuohai return to the hotel, the players sighed helplessly. Those who did not believe in evil had learned how powerful the security guards were yesterday. They did not dare to break in without permission, but watched from a distance outside the door. Let's go take a shower and change clothes, and pack all the usable things, Zhang Tuohai said to Mosey. Yes. Mosey obeyed and did it. After taking another shower, putting on a brand new snow combat uniform, and putting on his firearm, Mosey looked in the mirror a few times and walked out of the room. At this time, Zhang Tuohai had changed into new clothes and was carrying a large backpack. He had been waiting for a long time. Prepare a car for us and take us to the train station, Liamo said to the lobby manager. Okay, I'll prepare it for you. The lobby manager quickly prepared a car for Zhang Tuohai. The two took the elevator directly to the underground garage and got into an off-road vehicle that had been prepared. The off-road vehicle started, drove out of the underground parking lot, and left the ice and snow amusement park through an exclusive VIP passage. After a while, Zhang Tuohai and Mosey were sent to the train station. At this time, the players in the playground didn't know what was happening and were still doing their own things. There was no one on the platform. Even the conductors had gone back to the lounge. Zhang Tuohai and Mosey neither returned to their own cars nor went to the sleeper car. Instead, they pulled Mosey straight to the front of the car. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the cab, and sure enough, there was no one there. Zhang Tuohai threw his backpack on the car and set Mosey up. Watch carefully, and don't let others come up. After saying that, Zhang Tuohai came to the connection between the front of the car and the carriage, took off the hook, then secretly returned to the front of the car, connected the energy block to the car, and finally opened the lock with the master key. Everything was ready. Zhang Tuohai pressed the start button. Bye-bye. Chapter 1044 Verification Successful. Woo-woo. The train made a whistle sound and started to start. The wheels slowly rolled forward and began to accelerate. Go at full speed. Zhang Tuohai pushed the speed to the highest level, and the speed of the train began to slowly increase. Seeing the locomotive leaving, all the players were stunned and had no idea what was happening. Why did the locomotive leave on its own? The stop time has not yet come. So why did it leave? Could it be that the locomotive was changed? Just when these players were confused, the conductors in charge of the carriages realized something was wrong and immediately jumped out of the carriages and chased towards the front of the train. Don't send me off. Stay. Zhang Tuohai raised the grenade launcher and pulled the trigger at the pursuing conductor. Boom. Boom. Grenades were fired one after another, and the broken shrapnel blew up the train crew members. Seeing that the conductors were chasing after him, the players also knew the seriousness of the problem. They jumped out of the car and fired at Zhang Tuohai with their own weapons. However, the distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther, reaching 400 meters away. Except for some rifles and machine guns with extremely long ranges, the remaining guns could only perform strokes, wasting bullets in vain. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to snipe with them. All he wanted to do was to interfere with the other party shooting, block their pursuit route, and just wait for the locomotive to run away. Hurry up and chase! Several players clearly understood that if Zhang Tuohai was allowed to run away, they wouldn't know what to do. Whether to stay in the ice and snow park forever or wait for the controllers behind the game to correct this error and send another train is something that needs to be considered later. Their main purpose now is to stop this train or let themselves get on it. Train. A group of people were chasing after him quickly. However, before he could even take 2 steps, he was repulsed by a grenade. The shell fragments flying everywhere were beyond their ability to resist. Just when Zhang Tuohai thought that everything was settled and he would be able to run out immediately, suddenly, I saw a figure rushing out of the smoke. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that it was the salesman on the train. He was pushing a trolley in his hand and rushing towards the train at a speed faster than Usain Bolt. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly pulled the trigger and fired grenades at the opponent one after another. But he saw the salesman holding up the cart in his hand and blocking it in front of him. Various fragments hit the trolley, but not even a dent was left. Ha! After the smoke cleared, the salesman suddenly raised the trolley in his hand and smashed it towards Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai quickly lowered his head, and the trolley flew over his head, hitting the locomotive directly, and was embedded into the car. The salesman took advantage of this moment to rush in front of the train, and was about to rush to the front of the car. At this moment, Mosey rushed over with the MP5 in his hand,
and pulled the trigger in front of the salesman's face. The bullets in the gun hit the salesman like raindrops.
I want you to pay the price.
The salesman grabbed the edge of the train with one hand and stretched out his other hand to grab Mosey's ankle.
Consider your own price first.
Zhang Tuohai rushed over and stepped on the salesperson's hand. Then he took out a grenade, pulled out the safety, stuffed it into the salesperson's mouth, and then used his backhand to the butt of the gun knocked the salesman down. Boom! The grenade exploded in the salesman's mouth, and smoke filled the air. After a long period of acceleration, the locomotive's speed reached its maximum value, quickly widened the distance, and galloped away into the distance. At this time, it doesn't matter whether the salesperson is alive or dead, because the distance between the two parties has been widened, and they can no longer threaten him. There are many players in the distance who are constantly shooting at the locomotive. However, the distance between the two sides is widened. Shooting again from this distance is just to see Zhang Tuohai off. Seeing the train leaving the ice and snow amusement park area, Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath, finally escaping. He proved his suspicion and successfully escaped with the locomotive. At this moment, the neutral voice sounded in Zhang Tuohai's ears.
Warning! Warning! You have left the predetermined area. Please return immediately. Please return immediately. Otherwise you will face the most severe punishment. I want to punish you, inflict the harshest punishment.
The voice lost its rigidity towards the end and became a little angry.
What should I do? The game controller seems to be angry. Should we drive the car back?
Mosey asked anxiously.
Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Just keep driving and pretend you didn't listen.
Zhang Tuohai said nonchalantly. After a series of verifications, Zhang Tuohai discovered a problem. That is, Barbara had limited control over the world. It seemed that the entire world had been built in a hurry, with various loopholes and bugs. Then, Zhang Tuohai guessed that this world was probably because Barbara was not convinced. In order to fill the hole left by weaving night, she hurriedly cut off a piece of the original world, then hurriedly made a world, and dropped Zhang Tuohai come in. Therefore, this world is very independent, and there are many places that Barbara cannot directly control. These can be confirmed from many aspects, such as the way to leave, such as Mosey's identity inquiry, such as the punishment of illegal players, etc. Some series show the incompleteness of this world. In order to achieve her goal, Barbara did many things all need to be completed through the characters inside, rather than direct intervention. Based on Zhang Tuohai's experience in controlling more than 1,000 worlds, Zhang Tuohai concluded that Barbara had limited control over this world and did not have full authority. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai wanted to conduct an experiment to verify his guess. Now the verification results have come out, proving that he was right. As expected, Barbara's control here is limited. That being the case, can he also control the locomotive to continue running forward without stopping at the stops he passes by? Judging from the previous rules, it seems that there is no penalty for not staying, because everything is anchored on the train ticket. If there are not enough train tickets, the player will not be able to exchange for supplies, nor will he be able to continue riding the train, and will be kicked off by the conductor. Now they were in control of the train. The conductors were gone, and the only anchor point was gone. Barbara seemed unable to control them. The endless noise in his ears also proved this. Barbara was like a child, making loud noises in Zhang Tuohai's ears, like a buzzing mosquito.
Scream, keep shouting, and continue to enjoy your last good time. When I go out, your butt will be swollen,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Chapter 1045 is under construction.
What?
Mosey asked from the side.
It's nothing. It's a small thing. Don't worry about it,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Mosey looked at Zhang Tuohai suspiciously. She vaguely seemed to hear something like "but just now." However, Zhang Tuohai didn't tell her, and she was too embarrassed to ask. I could only sit down silently and watch the train speeding towards the distance.
Where are we heading?
Mosey asked curiously.
I don't know.
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands.
Don't know?
Mosey looked at Zhang Tuohai in shock. Seeing his appearance, he thought he had everything under control. But it turned out that he didn't know.
I really don't know.
Zhang Tuohai smiled helplessly. He didn't build this railway, so how could he know where it leads to? Looking at Mosey's disappointed face, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Although I don't know where this railway leads, I know that this railway can let us get rid of our shackles and control, and then leave this damn world. Then can I go home?
Mosey asked.
Of course. Everything we do is not for this purpose. Is it?
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
That's great.
Mosey opened the window and looked out the window. Although she had been rushing forward in the battle for days, she was already very tired. Especially inside. These are not things she can bear at her age. According to normal circumstances, girls her age should live carefree on campus, holding hands to go to the toilet together during class breaks, discussing last night's variety show during lunch, and talking about which celebrity's house collapsed again. And no, reincarnating in one death game after another, using guns and knives to snatch a glimmer of life from others. Even a full meal is a luxury. If she hadn't met Zhang Tuohai, she might have been unable to hold on long ago. She would have slept in an unknown piece of land, been devoured by wild beasts, and then turned into a pile of unknown skeletons. Even now, she could hardly hold on anymore. It seemed that all her strength had disappeared. She leaned on the glass, watching the scene passing by outside the window, letting her thoughts wander away. Looking at Mosey's appearance, Zhang Tuohai jotted down a few more entries in his notebook, ensuring that Barbara's ass would blossom. The two of them just looked at the scenery passing by outside the car. Anyway, the train is running on the track, and they don't need to control the direction. They just need to keep the train moving forward. The farther we go, the less snow there is, and various plants gradually become more green. After a half day of driving, the train finally arrived at the snow country and entered a desert. After another half day, they passed a huge desert paradise. A bunch of machinery was busy in the paradise, and a piece of machinery was hung outside the paradise. Huge banner, under construction. Zhang Tuohai. He knew that Barbara's control over the world was relatively low, but he didn't expect that it would be so low. No wonder it takes 3 days to leave the ice and snow park. It turns out to be leaving construction time for the world behind.
Forget it. Let's eat hot pot.
Zhang Tuohai invited Mosey to come over and eat hot pot together. If he didn't eat it, the vegetables would be wilted. Eating hot pot, riding the train, without Zhang Matzi. It is simply a beautiful thing in the world. The two of them had nothing to do on the train. They just ate, slept, woke up, ate, and stared at the scenery outside the car in a daze. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai prepared enough food, so the two of them didn't have to worry about going hungry. The two of them spent the next few days in this state. The scenery on the roadside changed from desert to apocalyptic wasteland, from apocalyptic wasteland to eternal night, from eternal night to Cyber City, and from Cyber City to Steam Factory. The only drawback is that all worlds are under intense construction, and it seems that the progress is getting shorter and shorter. By the time we got to the Rainbow Castle on Skyrim Railway, the progress had reached the point where the textures were not even fully posted. There are unloaded question mark blocks everywhere.
It's simply a shame to the demigod world. Which instructor allowed her to graduate? Even Barbara took the instructor to retake the course together.
Zhang Tuohai was speechless, looking at the world with no pictures. Mosey was completely stunned. He looked at the red question marks outside and said,
"What are these?" "It's the brain of an idiot,"
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Finally, the train spent a day passing through this incompletely decorated fairy tale world and rushed towards a blue sea.
"Tuohai, there is no road ahead. Should we jump out of the car?"
Mosey said, pointing into the distance. The waves in the distance were turbulent, and the turbid waves were monstrous. The entire sky was like a black pot bottom lying upside down on the sea. It was gloomy, and lightning flashed across the dark clouds, illuminating the sea. The whole world seemed to be facing the end.
"It's okay. Don't worry. Be careful. Let's speed up."
Zhang Tuohai raised all the switches to the maximum, closed all the doors and windows, drove the train, and rushed directly to the sea. Wow! A huge wave came and hit the front of the car, which was directly smashed by the strong front of the car. The train hit the sea, but did not sink. Instead, it continued to move forward rapidly. Mosey saw that under the waves, there were 2 steel rails that stretched into the distance and into the endless darkness, as if they were a road leading to hell.
"It doesn't matter if it's hell, as long as we get there quickly."
Mosey stood up, hugged Zhang Tuohai's waist, and buried his face in Zhang Tuohai's back. Looking back at Mosey, Zhang Tuohai smiled, pushed the joystick and rushed forward quickly. The train was like a huge shark, cutting through the waves and moving forward. Energy blocks provide energy to keep the train moving at full speed. As we go deeper into the sea, the wind gets stronger and the waves get fiercer. The black clouds are so low that they almost overwhelm Zhang Tuohai's head. Lightning bolts explode in Zhang Tuohai's ears, and accompanied by Barbara's scattered thoughts. Like a devil's whisper. If you want to make Zhang Tuohai give up, all you have to do is take a step back, and you will see the sea.
the sky, the wind and the sun. Not far behind Zhang Tuohai, there was a beautiful summer island scenery. Several beauties in bikinis were holding drinks and inviting Zhang Tuohai to help them apply sunscreen. A wave tens of meters high ahead of him rushed towards Zhang Tuohai with overwhelming momentum. That's it? Zhang Tuohai glanced coldly and accelerated toward the waves. Wow! The huge waves were penetrated by Zhang Tuohai. After the waves, all the clouds, lightning, waves and turbid waves disappeared, replaced by a smooth sea surface like a mirror. The train crushed the waves and splashed circles of ripples. Everything around it became the weather is calm and sunny. Bang! Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai's car seemed to hit something and stopped. Chapter 1046 Complete the Door of Truth. What is this? Mosey looked forward curiously. Are you curious? If you are curious, come down and have a look. Zhang Tuohai jumped off the train and opened his arms to Mosey. Mosey put on the Urban Special Combat uniform, adjusted her MP5, took the lady's Glock pistol that Zhang Tuohai bought for her, and jumped towards Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai caught Mosey and put her down gently. The black Special Combat boots stepped into the seawater, causing a few ripples. Mosey was surprised to find that the seawater was less than 2 centimeters deep. Where is this? Mosey asked in surprise. Want to know? If you want to know, come and see for yourself. Zhang Tuohai smiled and pulled Mosey forward. After walking for about 10 steps, the two of them saw a wall, and on that wall was a sunny and windy scene in the distance. Is this the end of the world? Mosey asked. Follow me. Zhang Tuohai pulled Mosey and walked to the side. After walking for more than 10 steps, he came across a set of stairs. Going up, he saw a wooden door. Crunch! The wooden door was pushed open. You're not allowed in! Barbara yelled crazily in Zhang Tuohai's ear. Ha. Zhang Tuohai turned a deaf ear and walked in. Inside is a spherical room, surrounded by a circle of various screens. And the screens are full of shots of various scenes. Barbara and Lolita holding a scepter and Lilith in a white coat sit here. Welcome back. I thought I would have to wait for dozens of days. I didn't expect you to find Barbara's loophole so quickly. I have worked hard for you during this time. Lilith hugged Zhang Tuohai's waist and buried her face in Zhang Tuohai's arms. Welcome back, Dad. Let's talk about old times later. Find me a bamboo stick. Zhang Tuohai clapped his fingers and looked at Barbara with burning eyes. You? What are you going to do? Barbara saw Zhang Tuohai's gaze and stepped back involuntarily. It's very simple. I want to repay you for taking care of me in the game world. Zhang Tuohai smiled and took a bamboo stick from Lilith's hand. This bamboo strip is strong and elastic, so it can be spanked very hard on the buttocks without breaking. A long-lasting, sustainable spanking. Zhang Tuohai concluded based on many years of experience in being beaten. No, I don't want it. Barbara covered her butt and backed away in horror. It's not up to you. Zhang Tuohai fiddled with the bamboo sticks and walked towards Barbara. Sister, help me. Barbara asked Lilith for help. I can't help you with this. You brought this on yourself. Lilith smiled and shook her head. Humph. I won't let you succeed. You bitch man and woman. Barbara said and threw the golden scepter in her hand towards Zhang Tuohai. And she turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Lilith's body. What's wrong? Zhang Tuohai walked towards Lilith and asked nervously. It's nothing. It's just that the last page has returned to the original body. I have completely completed it. Lilith smiled and said to Zhang Tuohai. Thank you for taking care of me in the recent period. It's time for me to return to my original self. Well, I am really happy during this period of time with you. So, goodbye. And one last thing. I am very happy to be your daughter. Lilith said. And under the illumination of a ball of white light, it turned into a book and slowly fell to the ground. Zhang Tuohai walked over and slowly picked up the book. The book was simple and thick, with a sense of vicissitudes of time. There was a line of large characters on it, the Book of 10,000 Dharmas. Zhang Tuohai gently flipped through the Book of 10,000 Laws, which recorded all the knowledge in the world. Although there were only 9 short pages, each page recorded endless knowledge. Ordinary people would probably lose their brains just by looking at it. Boiling. But Zhang Tuohai's body has been transformed by quantum crystals and has exceeded the limit in dimension, and can fully withstand the infusion of so much knowledge. Turning the book to the last page, Zhang Tuohai sighed. After so much, he gradually understood that what he needed was not this knowledge, but that Lilith could be by his side.
This is not what I want. I want you back.
Zhang Tuohai clenched the book of 10,000 dermas in his hand.
I want you to come back. Even if I use all the methods in the world. Even if I lose everything.
Zhang Tuohai hugged the book of 10,000 dermas tightly. But the book of 10,000 dharma still didn't respond.
What method should be used?
Zhang Tuohai's mind was spinning rapidly, wanting to come up with a way to save Lilith.
Wait. I've thought about it.
Zhang Tuohai had an idea. He walked towards the golden scepter left by Barbara. As soon as Zhang Tuohai's hand touched the golden scepter, the scepter began to change like heated butter, and finally turned into a small black stone.
It's you.
Zhang Tuohai grabbed the small stone and walked towards a small door next to him. After opening the small door, the lobby of the Heavenly Library was indeed outside. The door of truth stands there with a corner missing.
Welcome back, Commander.
Classmate Xiao Ai's voice sounded.
How is the situation?
Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and asked.
Everything is normal, Commander.
Xiao Ai said respectfully. Mosey followed up with his head tilted up, scratching the door frame and looking at everything inside in a daze.
Full alert. I have to do something.
Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and said.
As you wish, Commander.
Classmate Xiao Ai activated the comprehensive defense system. Star Destroyer cannons were pushed out.
Plasma laser emitters poked their heads out. Plasma shields were raised layer by layer. And self-propelled machines were carried to the sky. Out comes the gas-powered saw. 001 even carried a small black hole generator. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath, walked to the door of truth with the last fragment of the door of truth, and put the fragment in his hand on it. After the fragment was put up, it disappeared into the gate of truth. Colorful streams of light rotated around the gate of truth, and a blue light curtain appeared in front of the gate of truth.
Say your wish.
A voice resounded throughout the universe, and also resounded in Zhang Tuohai's heart.
I want her back.
Zhang Tuohai raised the book of 10,000 dermas in his hand.
The world has been broken. Power has escaped. And the book of 10,000 dermas has returned to peace. When the world is reintegrated into one, the book of 10,000 dermas will be revived. Will the world return to its oneness?
That majestic voice echoed.
What's the point of destroying the world without her?
Zhang Tuohai said.
The world will return to oneness. Time will restart. And you will survive all the catastrophes. She will be waiting for you at the end of the road.
Along with a majestic voice, a huge blue vortex appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 1047 Sky Highway World and Kneading Bread with Bare Hands. This blue vortex is getting bigger and bigger, and things are constantly being sucked in. First it's the stars and worlds in the distance. Then it's nearby worlds and spaceships. And finally it's the worlds directly under his control. The base camp of the Tower of Babel. The lair of the evil god Ulysses. The throne of the 6 demigods. And finally his own main world. The fairy tale world of the kingdom of God. These worlds and their world wills were sucked into the vortex, including Xiao Wanwan, Jins, and San Xiaokong. All the dead living beings, even the souls stored in the spiritual space, were sucked into it, including Su Mu, Su Qi, Awei, Aya, Alice, Sharon Base, and Vladimir, Lioli, Feiyue, Celia, Hermes, Ulysses, Moriarty. Familiar and unfamiliar faces floated past in front of them, and were sucked into the blue vortex. Finally, even the entire Heavenly Library began to fly into it. Large servers, baked-in gasoline-powered saws, workshops and manufacturing plants, biochemical research laboratories, weapons workshops, self-propelled machinery. Familiar things flew in.
Ah!
A scream sounded. Zhang Tuohai turned around and found that it was Mosey.
Mosey! What's wrong with you?
Zhang Tuohai tried to reach out to grab it, but Mosey was too fast and was sucked in at once. Pieces of floors and walls made of quantum crystals were also sucked in. The whole world seemed to have fallen into a vacuum and was pitch black. The only light in the whole world was this door and the blue vortex. At this time, the suction power of the blue door had reached its maximum, and Zhang Tuohai couldn't hold on anymore and was sucked in. The moment Zhang Tuohai was sucked in, the door shrank into a point of light. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai reached out to grab the light spot. As soon as he touched the light spot suddenly exploded, and the light group expanded rapidly, drowning everything. Zhang Tuohai's eyes turned pale. When his vision recovered, Zhang Tuohai found himself standing on a rural dirt road. There were wastelands with sparse shrubs on both sides of the road. From time to time, patches of dried blood could be seen. Zhang Tuohai looked down and saw that his clothes had turned into a set of ordinary linen shirts and linen shorts, with a pair of straw sandals under his feet, which were a bit prickly, a hemp rope in his waist. Nothing else. At this moment, lines of text appeared in front of him. Welcome, adventurers. Welcome to the world of Skyrim highways, where every road will connect to the distant Skyrim gate. When you reach the end, all your wishes will come true. If you are tired of traveling, you can also stay and choose to settle down. Maybe you can also gain a different life. There are no mandatory tasks in this world. But please remember that choosing one means giving up the others. And you need to pay the price for your choice. The language system has been loaded. You can listen, read, and write the lingua franca of the game world and the communication terms between players without any barriers. Translation is not provided for special languages. Please find your own interpretation method. You are in a bloody wasteland. Please receive your newbie gift package. A package with a red ribbon appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand.
What is it?
Zhang Tuohai opened the ribbon, and the box turned into a point of light and disappeared. A black mobile phone and a golden card appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Zhang Tuohai looked at his phone, and a line of text popped up. Player's mobile phone, a communication tool in the game. Bound, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, cannot be destroyed, cannot be discarded. Automatically flies back. Automatically recharges. Always links to signals. Automatically cleans. There are currently 2 apps installed. If you want to add more functions, please look for them yourself. Zhang Tuohai double-clicked the phone screen and the screen lit up. There are only 2 apps on the phone. A chat system and a skills plugin. Zhang Tuohai first clicked on the chat system, which was divided into several columns. One for local chat, one for friends, one for circle of friends, and one for function settings. This area chat means that people in an area will automatically enter an area chat room and can chat freely. When leaving the area, they can choose to keep the area or exit the area chat. For example, Zhang Tuohai is currently in the regional chat group in the Blood Wasteland. At this time, countless messages were posted in the regional chat group.
Holy shit! Shit! Is this time travel? I'm from Ligiapo. Are there any fellow countrymen with me? Is there a master brother who can take care of her? She is a soft and cute girl, and she can't survive in this wilderness. I want a master to take care of her. She can act cute and warm the bed. I'm an expert at playing games. I know how to play. As long as I'm an expert, I'll be a loser. What skills have you loaded? I only got a white fireball. It seems that I will take the master route. It's a pity. I originally liked assassins the most. I've loaded the healing spell. Blue quality. Is there anyone who can form a team with me? I'll give priority to soft girls. My skill is resurrecting skeletons. It seems that I will take the summoning route in the future. You guys can take your time to defeat monsters. I'm going to find my little brother. Ha ha ha.
A series of messages flashed up. Zhang Tuohai discovered that everyone was a 1-inch bareheaded photo. He saw his own photo, which was exactly the same as a real person, without any beautification, filters, or Photoshop effects. There is a plus sign after each person's name. Click to add the other person as a friend. After the other person is confirmed, the 2 parties can become friends, so that they can chat privately. Apart from posting pictures, Moment seems to have no other functions. In addition to settings such as notification sound and font size, the personal settings also include a wallet and storage box. The amount shown in the wallet is 0 gold coins. The storage box is a 1 meter square space, and the length, width, and height cannot be changed. If you want to put things that exceed the length, you can only increase the storage box expansion card. You will also have to pay an additional amount of gold coins. After reading the chat software, Zhang Tuohai quit and went to study skill plugins. This software is much simpler. It just displays his existing skills and levels. The skill plugin is now empty. Zhang Tuohai moved his eyes to the golden card. Kneading bread with bare hands, skill card. Golden quality. You can knead a kind of bread with bare hands. Each level you upgrade can only load 1 more kind of bread. Please choose the type of bread you want to knead carefully. Remarks: food is the most important thing for the people. It is not too much to rate bread making as a golden quality skill with bare hands.
Right. This is a skill card? How to load it?
Zhang Tuohai put the card on his phone and gestured. There are no jacks on the phone. It's a tight fit. The skill card kneading bread is found. Do you want to load it?
Load.
With a golden light, the skill of kneading bread with bare hands appeared in the skill bar. Zhang Tuohai also had some more knowledge in his mind. Chapter 1048 Fresh Baguette.
Do you still need to reenact the process of making bread in your mind?
Zhang Tuohai looked surprised. He tried to roll a baguette. Various ingredients such as high-gluten flour, low-gluten flour, yeast, salt, water, and an oven that can freely adjust the temperature immediately come to mind.
It's quite complete.
Zhang Tuohai laughed. He wouldn't have been able to bake bread or something a few days ago. His understanding of cooking skills was limited to various stews and boiled noodles. As a noodle lover, he could hand-roll noodles, mix noodles, stretch noodles, etc. He can basically chop noodles. But he is not good at cooking. The potatoes he shreds must be as thin and thick as they need to be. However, that was the level a few days ago. Today he happened to read the Book of All Laws, which contains the knowledge of the world. So, he does a little bit of everything. Baking bread is at your fingertips. Zhang Tuohai adjusted the flour ratio in his mind, kneaded the dough, fermented it, and baked it. After a while of fiddling with it, a fragrant baguette, 1 meter long and as thick as an egg, came out of the oven. Fresh baguette. After eating freshly baked baguette, physical strength will be restored by 10 points. Wound recovery speed +2. And mood +1. Note: fresh baguette is fragrant and soft. It is best to eat it as soon as you get it. Do not leave it alone. Otherwise you can use it as a stick. Congratulations. You have made a perfect baguette. Proficiency +10. Would you like to bind the first bread as a baguette?
Bind it.
Zhang Tuohai nodded. French sticks are very good. They can be eaten, and can be used as weapons. In this early stage when everything is lacking, they are still very cost-effective. Zhang Tuohai was thinking as he put the baguette into his mouth and took a bite. Well, the baguette just out of the oven is still very soft. But in a few hours, you will have to find a saw. Zhang Tuohai looked left and right, and saw a few dark clouds floating in the sky. The dark clouds gradually lowered, and the wind blew with a strong smell of moisture.
It's going to rain.
Zhang Tuohai judged based on his weather knowledge.
You have to find a house to take shelter from the rain. You might get sick if you get caught in the rain while dressed like this.
Zhang Tuohai looked at everything, and saw an endless wilderness stained with blood. Behind him was a broken bridge, and under the bridge was a cliff of tens of meters. Below was the rapid river, which was impassable. It seemed that he could only follow the road. Go ahead. Zhang Tuohai walked forward quickly. As he walked, he vaguely saw a swaying figure in front of him, who seemed to be a drunk man.
Are you from this world? Go ask for directions.
Zhang Tuohai walked forward quickly. After running in, Zhang Tuohai felt something was wrong. The man was walking with a limp. His clothes were in tatters. His body was covered in large amounts of blood, and there was some rotten flesh with white maggots crawling inside. He didn't look like a normal person. Zhang Tuohai stopped. The figure slowly turned around after hearing the voice. Zhang Tuohai saw the guy's face clearly. Half of his face was rotten. One eye socket was empty. His teeth were yellowed and blackened. There was unknown mucus in his mouth, and his face was covered in blood, just like the zombies in the movie.
Monster? Ho!
The zombie rushed towards Zhang Tuohai excitedly when it saw Zhang Tuohai. But with its limp, it could only go faster than a wheelchair.
How to kill it?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the two things in his hand. A mobile phone and half a baguette. The French stick is still too soft to be used as a weapon. No choice. Zhang Tuohai slammed the phone at the zombie. Boom! The black mobile phone hit the zombie's head directly, and fell to the ground on the opposite side. The next second, the black mobile phone was back in Zhang Tuohai's pocket. There wasn't even a trace of blood or dust on it. The phone is not damaged at all.
It's really indestructible. It flies back automatically and cleans automatically.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the phone in his hand very happily. In this way, he has an unlimited and indestructible throwing weapon. Moreover, since the phone is so sturdy, there are so many places it can be used. Not only can it be used as a stone to throw, it can also be used to open wallets when held in a hand, tied to a stick to be used as a hammer, placed on a fire to be used as a barbecue board, and even used as a mobile phone for chatting. There are so many functions that can be developed. At this time, the zombie fell to the ground, and a gray money bag fell out of it.
This one also has explosive equipment.
Zhang Tuohai quickly ran over, picked up the money bag, and put it on the phone. The money bag turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the phone. Zhang Tuohai turned on his mobile phone. The wallet was no longer in the storage box, and the balance in the wallet became 0 gold coins and 3 silver coins.
It's quite convenient.
Zhang Tuohai felt that these functions seemed quite convenient. But the more he played,
the more he felt that he had seen them before. He thought for a while, and slapped his thigh fiercely. Isn't this the world setting of the game he designed for the spiritual world? At that time, he cut off a lot of hair in order to set the settings, stayed up for several nights, and did several versions of tests. After the joint testing and feedback of countless players, the rules were formed. The Gate of Truth actually remained unchanged at all. After using it, are there any laws of heaven or awareness of copyright? How unreasonable, etc. Just when Zhang Tuohai scolded the Gate of Truth for having no copyright awareness, he suddenly thought of a question. That is, since the rules have been copied, is there a possibility that the Gate of Truth has also copied the world map? What about the data information of monsters and boss? Where is the treasure chest hidden? Is it possible to copy it intact? As the planner and main creator of the game, Zhang Tuohai had reserved a lot of Easter eggs. If they were all copied by the Gate of Truth, wouldn't it be possible to find a few treasure boxes and take off on the spot? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai became excited. He was now eager to verify it. Bang! Rain fell on Zhang Tuohai's head. Rumble. A dull thunder sounded. It's going to rain! Let's go! Zhang Tuohai didn't think much and ran forward quickly. Vaguely, Zhang Tuohai saw a dilapidated thatched house in front of him. The rain gradually became heavier, and Zhang Tuohai hurriedly ran into the thatched house. The thatched house was dilapidated. The wooden boards were old and rotten, and the bed boards were dirty and messy. They could only be used to shelter from the rain. Fortunately, there is no shortage of food. But if it doesn't work out, just take shelter here and wait until the rain stops before leaving. Zhang Tuohai thought as he looked at the pillar-like rain curtain outside. Extremely bored, Zhang Tuohai looked at the thatched house. The dilapidated roof, the dilapidated bed, the dilapidated walls, and the mottled graffiti. Huh? Zhang Tuohai stared at the graffiti. The graffiti was his drawing of Peppa Pig, and he was very impressed by it. I remember this sign represented a treasure trove. If I remember correctly. Zhang Tuohai turned his gaze to the bottom of the bed. Chapter 1049, Riding a Pig to Open a Treasure Chest. Zhang Tuohai bent down and lay on the ground. Sure enough, there was an old wooden box under the bed. The location is particularly close to the wall, and the color is similar to the wall. If you don't lie down and look carefully, you probably won't be able to spot it. Come out! You? Zhang Tuohai dragged out the old wooden box. The wooden box was covered with dust, and there was a big rusty lock hanging on it. It was so rusty that even a key couldn't be opened. Zhang Tuohai remembered that he hid the key to the treasure box under the flower pot on the windowsill of a wealthy businessman's daughter. Where can he find it now? However, in addition to using the key, he had also reserved another way to open it. Zhang Tuohai picked up the phone and threw it at the lock. Dang dang dang. Click. The lock was broken open. Sure enough, this thing still works. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with the phone in his hand that didn't even lose its patent leather. He opened the old wooden box. There is a golden card inside. Zhang Tuohai picked out the card. Riding, skill card. Golden quality. You can ride any creature and tame it, provided you can ride on his/her/its back. It's true. Zhang Tuohai's face was full of excitement. Among other things, this Easter egg spot was completely recreated by the Gate of Truth. Zhang Tuohai immediately loaded up his riding skills. At this time, he already has 2 skills in his skill list, namely making bread with bare hands and riding. Moreover, they are all golden. It's off to a great start. So happy. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai heard a rush of footsteps outside. Wu Chao, shouldn't you have reproduced this one as well? Zhang Tuohai's expression changed. In order to give players the opportunity to use their riding skills, he would spawn a wild boar nearby after the player loaded the riding skills. Zhang Tuohai looked outside and saw a big black wild boar rushing in from outside. The wild boar was at least over 600 kilograms, with shiny black hair, 2 tusks about a foot long, and 2 small eyes full of fierce light. It looked very ferocious at first glance. Hum dash. The wild boar roared twice and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the door frame with both hands and raised his feet violently. The wild boar rushed from under his feet and smashed the old wooden bed directly. Humph. The wild boar shook its body, shook off the splinters of wood, turned around, and bit Zhang Tuohai. This wild boar has sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. It can definitely bite off a piece of meat in one bite. Zhang Tuohai kicked the wild boar hard on the nose. The wild boar bowed its head in pain. Zhang Tuohai saw the opportunity and jumped directly on the wild boar. The wild boar feels that Zhang Tuohai is riding on its back.
Can it still do it? It always rides on other wild boars. Wherever it is allowed to be ridden by others, it immediately twists and jumps, trying to throw Zhang Tuohai off. But Zhang Tuohai was not willing to let go. He put his arms around the wild boar's neck and kept using riding skills on the wild boar. The wild boar jumped in place for 5 minutes, knocking down the thatched hut, but not throwing Zhang Tuohai off. On the contrary, I was very tired. Ride. A golden light flashed, and the wild boar was successfully tamed. Congratulations. You got your first mount. The black boar. Riding skill experience plus 10. The current number of free mounts is 0. The black boar becomes your mount, with a loyalty of 60. It will obey your orders and execute them, but will run away on its own in times of crisis. Loyalty automatically increases a little every day. You can also do something to please it, which can greatly increase your loyalty. When loyalty reaches 100, you can do anything with it.
Let me please it.
Zhang Tuohai's face was full of disdain. How could he please a pig? Besides, this pig demolished his only house that provided shelter from the rain.
Why are you still here? Find a forest to take shelter from the rain.
Zhang Tuohai rode on the back of a black wild boar and knocked the boar's belly with his feet. The black boar grunted dissatisfiedly, but still obeyed Zhang Tuohai's order and ran away. One person and one pig hurriedly jogged. After more than 20 minutes, they finally found a lonely big tree with lush branches and leaves, which could just provide shelter from the wind and rain. At this time, Zhang Tuohai no longer cared about being struck by lightning by hiding under a separate tree to avoid the rain. At this time, his body was soaked, and he needed to find a place to rest for a while. Zhang Tuohai had just arrived under the tree and had not yet established his feet. Click! A ray of blue lightning struck the big tree. The big tree fell to the ground. With a bang, the trees lay across the road, splashing an unknown amount of muddy water. Zhang Tuohai, black boar. One person and one pig stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes.
Look at you. It's your side. If you hadn't come here, would the big tree have been chopped down?
The villain Zhang Tuohai complained first. Black boar. The black boar feels wronged, and its loyalty is -1. Note that the black boar's loyalty is lower than 60 points, and there is a risk of running away.
Charcoal grilled black truffles for you to eat.
Zhang Tuohai broke off a few pieces of black truffles that were burnt by electricity from the big tree and threw them to the black wild boar. The black boar raised its nose and smelled a scent. Hum, 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 hum. The black boar ate the black truffle in several bites. Your black boar is very satisfied with your feeding, has loyalty +2, and hopes to get more black truffles.
We'll talk about this after you perform well.
Zhang Tuohai kept the good quality black truffles for himself. The black wild boar looked at it with greedy eyes. Zhang Tuohai walked to the root of the tree to look for more black truffles. Suddenly, he found an old treasure box buried under the root of the tree.
Looks familiar.
Zhang Tuohai walked over and found that there was still a rusty lock on the treasure box. The style is exactly the same as in the thatched house.
It's really a perfect copy.
Zhang Tuohai was a little speechless. At this time, he designed a random event. If you take shelter under a separate tree on a rainy day, there is a chance that the tree will be struck down by lightning, and you will discover the treasure hidden under the tree. Of course, there is a certain chance of being struck to death by lightning, but the probability is relatively small. In the game he designed, there was a group of players who specifically looked for big trees to hide from the rain and rub treasure chests on rainy days. Later, Zhang Tuohai also designed an achievement. That is, if you accumulate 100 treasure boxes in this way, you will get the achievement,
Treasure Hunting Master,
which can improve the quality of the items in the treasure boxes. If you are unfortunately struck to death by lightning 100 times, you will also achieve the achievement of becoming a Tribulation Immortal, and your resistance to lightning will increase by 10%. Zhang Tuohai continued to follow the unlocking pattern of the previous box and smashed the lock with his cell phone.
1, 2, 3. Let's go. Drive.
Click. The lock was smashed open. Zhang Tuohai opened the box and revealed the money bag inside. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the money bag and put it on his mobile phone. Congratulations on getting 233 silver coins. Chapter 1050 The Chosen Hero.
You don't even bother to change the data?
Zhang Tuohai was speechless. This was a number he made up at random as a joke. Unexpectedly, the Gate of Truth didn't even bother to change it and just used it. If I had known, he would have made it up to 3 to 5 million. The account balance automatically became 2 gold coins and 36 silver coins. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai mounted the black boar and continued walking forward.
It has been raining heavily in the sky. Anyway, if you go on the road, you will be rained on. If you stay, you will be rained on. It is better to rush on. Anyway, it wasn't him who was doing the hard work, riding the black boar all the way forward. Zhang Tuohai found that the wild boar was really slow when running, as fast as a car, but the mud splashed everywhere. After an hour, his trouser legs were almost covered with mud, and the original color of the trousers could hardly be seen. After running for more than an hour, Zhang Tuohai saw a tall wooden fence in front of him. The fence is more than 3 meters high and made of huge circles that are thicker than a human being. The tops of the logs are sharpened and carbonized to prevent climbing. There is a towering archery tower behind the fence. In this weather, there are still archers in raincoats on duty. After seeing the black boar rushing towards him, he quickly drew his bow and arrow. "Don't shoot arrows! We are on our own!" Zhang Tuohai shouted quickly, taking off his clothes and waving them constantly, like a white flag fluttering in the wind. "Stop your horse, pig, and get inspected!" shouted the archer. Dash! Zhang Tuohai pulled the black boar's ears and stopped. After coming for a moment, a small door was opened, and a knight in full armor rushed out from inside. 2 heavy infantrymen holding tower shields, and 10 light infantrymen holding spears. 2 heavy infantrymen were at the front carrying tower shields, and 10 light infantrymen pointed their spears at the wild boar under Zhang Tuohai's crotch, with solemn expressions. At this time, the knight came over, took out a gem, and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. "Put your hands on it!" A cold voice came from the helmet. "Okay." Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the gem. The gem instantly emitted pure white light, like a searchlight, illuminating the surrounding area. The soldiers closed their eyes involuntarily. The light was too dazzling. The knight was also shocked. He had never expected such a scene before, and he couldn't help but be a little stunned. "Hey, is it okay?" Zhang Tuohai asked. He didn't mean anything else. He just felt a little bored keeping his hands on the gems. Moreover, he was still wet in the rain. "Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It turns out to be the noble brave man. Please come in. Please come in." The knight's voice was full of respect. This is a land shrouded in the shadow of the Demon King. According to legend, only a brave man descending from the stars can save people from the Demon King's grasp. The stronger the potential of the brave, the brighter the light of the test gem. Most of the rays of brave men the knight had seen in his life were similar to candlelight, flickering, and the few powerful ones were almost equivalent to torches. There is no one like Zhang Tuohai who is like a searchlight, almost blinding people. "Is this the chosen hero in the prophecy?" the knight secretly thought. "If that's the case, can you help me find a hotel? I need to take a shower and change my clothes now," Zhang Tuohai said to the knight. "Oh, respected Lord Brave, I'm afraid this won't work. You first need to meet our leader Amira, and then she can decide whether you can stay in the camp. It's troublesome." "Okay." Zhang Tuohai was a little helpless. He hated this kind of thing. However, after all, it is the other party's territory, so you still have to give some face. A group of people came to a huge tent. "Dear hero, please come in," the knight said. "Okay." Zhang Tuohai jumped off the black boar and walked into the tent. After entering the tent, Zhang Tuohai was surprised to find that the space inside the tent was much larger than it looked from the outside. The tent was filled with shelves, and each shelf was filled with books, scrolls, and all kinds of random things. In the center was a large cauldron, which was bubbling. A young woman wearing a mage's robe was stirring with a big spoon. "So you are the most chosen hero? Thanks to the great all-knowing eye. You finally arrived. It seems that you have not had a pleasant journey along the way. Do you want to have a bowl of soup?" the young woman said as she filled a spoonful of soup and stretched it out in front of Zhang Tuohai. Forget it. I don't need to thank you." Zhang Tuohai glanced at the green soup and quickly waved his hand to refuse. It looked really bad and always reminded him of poison cooked by a witch. "Okay, I'm used to it. No one has ever appreciated my potion. I just added a little frog, lizard, centipede, and pufferfish. What's the big deal?" Amira said with a sigh. "Isn't this a big deal?" Hearing Amira's words, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. He decided to put away his previous comments. How could this pot of soup be like poison? This is clearly poison. Fortunately, he didn't drink just now. Otherwise, he, the great chosen warrior, would have been poisoned to death at the head of the novice village's house before he even took the first step. "So, can I be allowed to stay here?" The knight outside said that I must get your permission to stay here.
Zhang Tuohai didn't want to waste too much time here. He felt wet all over and felt uncomfortable. He urgently needed to find a hotel and take a hot bath.
Yes, that's the case. The great all-knowing Eye has decided that your accommodation is here,
Amira said.
Here?
Zhang Tuohai looked around suspiciously.
Yes, this is it,
Amira said with a smile.
You must be tired after coming from a long distance. Please take a hot bath to relieve your fatigue.
While saying this, Amila brought out a huge bathtub from somewhere and filled it with hot water. Amira pushed a small trolley from behind the shelf and asked with a smile.
Master Brave, what kind of thing do you like to use to help you bathe?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Amira's trolley, which was filled with pots and jars. It contains flower petals, milk, sea salt, mint leaves, peppercorns, cinnamon, cassia bark, bay leaves, ginger, garlic, and green onions. Zhang Tuohai looked at Amira and then at the seasonings. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He always felt that Amira had made a mistake. These were obviously the seasonings for making soup.
Wait a minute. Is she going to make soup for me?
Zhang Tuohai's heart trembled, and he walked quickly to Amira's side. He stumbled and knocked Amira to the ground. He turned over and rode up, thinking silently.
Ride.